Chapter 17 of the Life and Adventures of Martin Chuzzlewit. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. Martin enlarges his circle of acquaintance, increases his stock of wisdom, and has an excellent opportunity of comparing his own experiences with those of Lummy Ned of the Light Salisbury, as related by his friend Mr. William Simmons. It was characteristic of Martin that all this while he had either forgotten Mark Tapley as completely as if there had been no such person in existence, or, if for a moment the figure of that gentleman rose before his mental vision, had dismissed it as something by no means of a pressing nature, which might be attended to by and by, and could wait his perfect leisure. But being now in the streets again, it occurred to him, as just coming within the bare limits of possibility, that Mr. Tapley might, in course of time, grow tired of waiting on the threshold of the Rowdy Journal office. So he intimated to his new friend that if they could conveniently walk in that direction, he would be glad to get this piece of business off his mind. And speaking of business, said Martin, may I ask, in order that I may not be behindhand with questions either, whether your occupation holds you to this city, or like myself you are a visitor here? A visitor, replied his friend. I was raised in the state of Massachusetts, and reside there still. My home is in a quiet country town. I am not often in these busy places, and my inclination to visit them does not increase with our better acquaintance, I assure you. You have been abroad? asked Martin. Oh, yes. And like most people who travel, have become more than ever attached to your home and native country, said Martin, eyeing him curiously. To my home? Yes, rejoined his friend. To my native country, as my home, yes, also. You imply some reservation, said Martin. Well, returned his new friend, if you ask me whether I came back here with a greater relish for my country's faults, with a greater fondness for those who claim, at the rate of so many dollars a day, to be her friends, with a cooler indifference to the growth of principles among us in respect of public matters and of private dealings between man and man, the advocacy of which, beyond the foul atmosphere of a criminal trial, would disgrace your own Old Bailey lawyers, why then I answer plainly, no. Oh, said Martin, in so exactly the same key as his friends know, that it sounded like an echo. If you ask me, his companion pursued, whether I came back here better satisfied with the state of things which broadly divides society into two classes, whereof one, the great mass, asserts a spurious independence, most miserably dependent for its mean existence on the disregard of humanizing conventionalities of manner and social custom, so that the coarser a man is, the more distinctly it shall appeal to his taste, while the other, disgusted with the low standard thus set up, and made adaptable to everything, takes refuge among the graces and refinements it can bring to bear on private life, and leaves the public weal to such fortune as may betide it in the press and uproar of a general scramble, then again I answer, no. And again Martin said, oh, in the same odd way as before, being anxious and disconcerted, not so much, to say the truth, on public grounds, as with a reference to the fading prospects of domestic architecture. In a word, resumed the other, I do not find and cannot believe, and therefore will not allow, that we are a model of wisdom and an example to the world, and the perfection of human reason, and a great deal more to the same purpose, which you may hear at any hour in the day, simply because we began our political life with two inestimable advantages. What were they? asked Martin. One, that our history commenced at so late a period as to escape the ages of bloodshed and cruelty through which other nations have passed, and so had all the light of their probation and none of its darkness. The other, that we have a vast territory, and not, as yet, too many people in it. These facts considered, we have done little enough, I think. Education, suggested Martin faintly. Pretty well on that head, said the other, shrugging his shoulders. Still no mighty matter to boast of, for old countries, and despotic countries too, have done as much, if not more, and made less noise about it. We shine out brightly in comparison with England, certainly, but hers is a very extreme case. You complimented me on my frankness, you know, he added, laughing. Oh, I am not at all astonished at your speaking thus openly when my country is in question, returned Martin. It is your plain speaking in reference to your own that surprises me. You will not find it a scarce quality here, I assure you, saving among the Colonel Diverses and Jefferson Bricks and Major Pawkinses, though the best of us are something like the man in Goldsmith's comedy, who wouldn't suffer anybody but himself to abuse his master. Come, he added, Let us talk of something else. You have come here on some design of improving your fortune, I dare say, and I should grieve to put you out of heart. I am some years older than you, beside, and may on a few trivial points advise you, perhaps.' There was not the least curiosity or impertinence in the manner of this offer, which was open-hearted, unaffected, and good-natured, and it was next to impossible that he should not have his confidence awakened by a deportment so prepossessing and kind. Martin plainly stated what had brought him to those parts, and even made the very difficult avowal that he was poor. He did not say how poor, it must be admitted, rather throwing off the declaration with an air which might have implied that he had money enough for 6 months, instead of as many weeks. But poor he said he was, and grateful he said he would be for any counsel that his friend would give him. It would not have been very difficult for any one to see, but it was particularly easy for Martin, whose perceptions were sharpened by his circumstances, to discern that the stranger's face grew infinitely longer as the domestic architecture project was developed. Nor, although he made a great effort to be as encouraging as possible, could he prevent his head from shaking once involuntarily, as if it said in the vulgar tongue upon its own account, 'No, go.' But he spoke in a cheerful tone, and said, although there was no such opening as Martin wished in that city, he would make it a matter of immediate consideration and inquiry where one was most likely to exist. And then he made Martin acquainted with his name, which was Bevan, and with his profession, which was physic, though he seldom or never practised, and with other circumstances connected with himself and family, which fully occupied the time until they reached the Rowdy Journal office. Mr Tapley appeared to be taking his ease on the landing of the first floor, for sounds of some gentleman established in that region whistling Rule Britannia with all his might and main greeted their ears before they reached the house. On ascending to the spot from whence this music proceeded, they found him recumbent in the midst of a fortification of luggage, apparently performing his national anthem for the gratification of a grey-haired black man who sat on one of the outworks, a portmanteau, staring intently at Mark, while Mark, with his head reclining on his hand, returned the compliment in a thoughtful manner, and whistled all the time. He seemed to have recently dined, for his knife, a case bottle, and certain broken meats in a handkerchief lay near at hand. He had employed a portion of his leisure in the decoration of the Rowdy Journal door, whereon his own initials now appeared in letters nearly half a foot long, together with the day of the month in smaller type, the whole surrounded by an ornamental border, and looking very fresh and bold. 'I was most afraid you was lost, sir,' cried Mark, rising and stopping the tune at that point, where Britons generally are supposed to declare, when it's whistled, that they never, never, never. 'Nothing gone wrong, I hope, sir?' 'No, Mark. Where's your friend?' 'The mad woman, sir,' said Mr Tapley. 'Oh, she's all right, sir.' 'Did she find her husband?' 'Yes, sir. Leastways she found his remains,' said Mark, correcting himself. 'The man's not dead, I hope?' 'Not altogether dead, sir,' returned Mark, 'but he's had more fevers and agues than is quite reconcilable with being alive. When she didn't see him a waiting for her, I thought she'd have died herself, I did.' 'Was he not here, then?' 'He wasn't here. There was a feeble old shadow come a creeping down at last, much like his substance when she knowed him, as your shadow, when it's drawn out to its very finest and longest by the sun, is like you. But it was his remains, there's no doubt about that. She took on with joy, poor thing, as much as if it had been all of him.' 'Had he bought land?' asked Mr Bevan. 'Ah, he bought land,' said Mark, shaking his head, 'and paid for it too. Every sort of natural advantage was connected with it, the agent said, and there certainly was one quite unlimited. No end to the water.' 'It's a thing he couldn't have done without, I suppose,' observed Martin peevishly. 'Certainly not, sir. There was, in any way, always turned on, and no water rate, independent of 3 or 4 slimy old rivers close by. It varied on the farm from 4 to 6 foot deep in the dry season. He couldn't say how deep it was in the rainy time, for he never had anything long enough to sound it with.' 'Is this true?' asked Martin of his companion. 'Extremely probable,' he answered. 'Some Mississippi or Missouri lot, I dare say. However,' pursued Mark, 'he came from where I don't know where and all, down to New York here to meet his wife and children, and they started off again in a steamboat this blessed afternoon, as happy to be along with each other as if they were going to heaven. I should think they was, pretty straight, if I may judge from the poor man's looks.' 'And may I ask,' said Martin, glancing, but not with any displeasure, from Mark to the negro, 'who this gentleman is? Another friend of yours?' 'Why, sir,' returned Mark, taking him aside, and speaking confidentially in his ear, 'he is a man of colour, sir.' "Do you take me for a blind man?" asked Martin, somewhat impatiently, "that you think it necessary to tell me that, when his face is the blackest that I have ever seen?" "No, no. When I say a man of colour, sir," returned Mark, "I mean that he's been one of them as they're pictures of in the shops. A man and a brother, you know, sir," said Mr Tapley, favouring his master with a significant indication of the figure so often represented in tracts and cheap prints. "A slave!" cried Martin in a whisper. "Ah!" said Mark in the same tone. "Nothing else. A slave. Why, when that man was young, don't look at him while I'm a telling it, he was shot in the leg, gashed in the arm, scored in his live limbs like a crimped fish, beaten out of shape, had his neck galled with an iron collar, and wore iron rings upon his wrists and ankles. The marks are on him to this day. When I was having my dinner just now, he stripped off his coat, took away my appetite." "Is this true?" asked Martin of his friend, who stood beside them. "I have no reason to doubt it," he answered, shaking his head. "It very often is." "Bless you," said Mark, "I know it is, from hearing his whole story. That master died, so did his second master, from having his head cut open with a hatchet by another slave, who, when he done it, went and drowned himself. Then he got a better one. In years and years he saved up a little money, and bought his freedom, which he got pretty cheap at last, on account of his strength being nearly gone, and he being ill. Then he come here, and now he's saving up to treat himself afore he dies to one small purchase. Nothing to speak of. Only his own daughter, that's all," cried Mr Tapley, becoming excited. "Liberty for ever! Hurrah! Hail Columbia!" "Hush!" cried Martin, clapping his hand upon his mouth. "Don't be an idiot. What's he doing here?" "Waiting to take our luggage upon a truck," said Mark. "He'd have come for it by and by, but I engaged him for a very reasonable charge, out of my own pocket, to sit along with me and make me jolly. And I am jolly. And if I was rich enough to contract with him to wait upon me once a day, be looked at, I'd never be anything else." The fact may cause a solemn impeachment of Mark's veracity, but it must be admitted nevertheless that there was that in his face and manner at the moment which militated strongly against this emphatic declaration of his state of mind. "Lord love you, sir," he added, "they're so fond of liberty in this part of the globe that they buy her and sell her and carry her to market with them. They've such a passion for liberty that they can't help taking liberties with her. That's what it's owing to." "Very well," said Martin, wishing to change the theme. "Having come to that conclusion, Mark, perhaps you'll attend to me. The place to which the luggage is to go is printed on this card. Mrs Pawkins's boarding house." "Mrs Pawkins's boarding house?" repeated Mark. "Now, Cicero, is that his name?" asked Martin. "That's his name, sir," rejoined Mark; and the negro, grinning assent from under a leathern portmanteau, than which his own face was many shades deeper, hobbled downstairs with his portion of their worldly goods, Mark Tapley having already gone before him with his share. Martin and his friend followed them to the door below, and were about to pursue their walk, when the latter stopped and asked with some hesitation whether that young man was to be trusted. "Mark? Oh, certainly, with anything." "You don't understand me. I think he had better go with us. He is an honest fellow, and speaks his mind so very plainly." "Why, the fact is," said Martin, smiling, "that being unaccustomed to a free republic, he is used to do so." "I think he had better go with us," returned the other. "He may get into some trouble otherwise. This is not a slave state, but I am ashamed to say that a spirit of tolerance is not so common anywhere in these latitudes as the form. We are not remarkable for behaving temperately to each other when we differ, but to strangers, no, I really think he had better go with us." Martin called to him immediately to be of their party. So Cicero and the truck went one way, and they three went together. They walked about the city for 2 or 3 hours, seeing it from the best points of view, and pausing in the principal streets and before such public buildings as Mr Bevan pointed out. Night then coming on apace, Martin proposed that they should adjourn to Mrs Pawkins's establishment for coffee. But in this he was overruled by his new acquaintance, who seemed to have set his heart on carrying him, though it were only for an hour, to the house of a friend of his who lived hard by. Feeling, however, disinclined as he was, being weary, that it would be in bad taste and not very gracious to object that he was unintroduced, when this open-hearted gentleman was so ready to be his sponsor, Martin, for once in his life at all events, sacrificed his own will and pleasure to the wishes of another, and consented with a fair grace. So travelling had done him that much good already. Mr Bevan knocked at the door of a very neat house of a moderate size, from the parlour windows of which lights were shining brightly into the now dark street. It was quickly opened by a man with such a thoroughly Irish face that it seemed as if he ought, as a matter of right and principle, to be in rags, and could have no sort of business to be looking cheerfully at anybody out of a whole suit of clothes. Commending Mark to the care of this phenomenon, for such he may be said to have been in Martin's eyes, Mr. Bevan led the way into the room which had shed its cheerfulness upon the street, to whose occupants he introduced Mr. Chuzzlewit as a gentleman from England, whose acquaintance he had recently had the pleasure to make. They gave him welcome in all courtesy and politeness, and in less than 5 minutes' time he found himself sitting very much at his ease by the fireside, and becoming vastly well acquainted with the whole family. There were two young ladies, one 18, the other 20, both very slender but very pretty. Their mother, who looked, as Martin thought, much older and more faded than she ought to have looked, and their grandmother, a little sharp-eyed, quick old woman, who seemed to have got past that stage and to have come all right again. Besides these, there were the young lady's father and the young lady's brother, the first engaged in mercantile affairs, the second a student at college, both in a certain cordiality of manner like his own friend, and not unlike him in the face. Which was no great wonder, for it soon appeared that he was their near relation. Martin could not help tracing the family pedigree from the two young ladies, because they were foremost in his thoughts, not only from being, as aforesaid, very pretty, but by reason of their wearing miraculously small shoes, and the thinnest possible silk stockings, the which their rocking chairs developed to a distracting extent. There is no doubt that it was a monstrous comfortable circumstance to be sitting in a snug, well-furnished room, warmed by a cheerful fire, and full of various pleasant decorations, including 4 small shoes and the like amount of silk stockings, and yes, why not, the feet and legs therein enshrined. And there is no doubt that Martin was monstrous well disposed to regard his position in that light after his recent experience of the Screw and of Mrs. Porkins' boarding house. The consequence was that he made himself very agreeable indeed, and by the time the tea and coffee arrived, with sweet preserves and cunning tea cakes in its train, was in a highly genial state, and much esteemed by the whole family. Another delightful circumstance turned up before the first cup of tea was drunk. The whole family had been in England. There was a pleasant thing. But Martin was not quite so glad of this when he found out that they knew all the great dukes, lords, viscounts, marquesses, duchesses, knights, and baronets quite affectionately, and were beyond everything interested in the least particular concerning them. However, when they asked after the wearer of this or that coronet, and said, was he quite well, Martin answered, oh yes, yes, never better. And when they said, his lordship's mother, the Duchess, was she much changed, Martin said, oh dear no, they would know her like anywhere if they saw her tomorrow, and so got on pretty well. In like manner, when the young ladies questioned him touching the goldfish in that Grecian fountain in such and such a nobleman's conservatory, and whether there were as many as there used to be, he gravely reported, after mature consideration, that there must be at least twice as many, and as to the exotics, oh well, there was no use talking about them, they must be seen to be believed. Which improved state of circumstances reminded the family of the splendour of that brilliant festival, comprehending the whole British peerage and court calendar, to which they were specially invited, and which indeed had been partly given in their honour, and recollections of what Mr. Norris the father had said to the Marquess, and what Mrs. Norris the mother had said to the Marchioness, and what the Marquess and Marchioness had both said, when they said that upon their words and honours they wished Mr. Norris the father, and Mrs. Norris the mother, and the Misses Norris the daughters, and Mr. Norris junior the son, would only take up their permanent residence in England, and give them the pleasure of their everlasting friendship, occupied a very considerable time. Martin thought it rather strange, and in some sort inconsistent, that during the whole of these narrations, and in the very meridian of their enjoyment thereof, both Mr. Norris the father and Mr. Norris junior the son, who corresponded every post with 4 numbers of the English peerage, enlarged upon the inestimable advantage of having no such arbitrary distinctions in that enlightened land, where there were no noblemen but nature's noblemen, and where all society was based on one broad level of brotherly love and natural equality. Indeed, Mr. Norris the father, gradually expanding into an oration on this swelling theme, was becoming tedious, when Mr. Bevan diverted his thoughts by happening to make some casual inquiry relative to the occupier of the next house, in reply to which the same Mr. Norris the father observed that the person entertained religious opinions of which he couldn't approve, and therefore he hadn't the honour of knowing the gentleman. And Mrs. Norris the mother added another reason of her own, the same in effect, but varying in words, to wit, that she believed the people were well enough in their way, but they were not genteel. Another little trait came out which impressed itself on Martin forcibly. Mr. Bevan told them about Mark and the negro, and then it appeared that all the Norrises were abolitionists. It was a great relief to hear this, and Martin was much encouraged on finding himself in such company, that he expressed his sympathy with the oppressed and wretched blacks. Now one of the young ladies, the prettiest and the most delicate, was mightily amused at the earnestness with which he spoke, and on his craving to ask her why, she was quite unable for a time to speak for laughing. As soon, however, as she could, she told him that the negroes were such a funny people, so excessively ludicrous in their manners and appearance, that it was wholly impossible for those who knew them well to associate any serious ideas with such a very absurd part of the creation. Mr. Norris the father, and Mrs. Norris the mother, and Miss Norris the sister, and Mr. Norris junior the brother, and even Mr. Norris senior the grandmother, were all of this opinion, and laid it down as an absolute matter of fact, as if there were nothing in suffering and slavery grim enough to cast a solemn air on any human animal, though it were as ridiculous physically as the most grotesque of apes, or morally as the mildest Nimrod among the tuft-hunting republicans. In short, said Mr. Norris the father, settling the question comfortably, there is a natural antipathy between the races, extending, said Martin's friend in a low voice, to the cruellest of tortures and the bargain and sale of unborn generations. Mr. Norris the son said nothing, but he made a wry face and dusted his fingers as Hamlet might after getting rid of Yorick's skull, just as though he had at that moment touched a negro and some of the black had come off upon his hands. In order that their talk might fall again into its former pleasant channel, Martin dropped the subject with a shrewd suspicion that it would be a dangerous theme to revive under the best of circumstances, and again addressed himself to the young ladies, who were very gorgeously attired in very beautiful colours, and had every article of dress on the same extensive scale as the little shoes and the thin silk stockings. This suggested to him that they were great proficients of the French fashions, which soon turned out to be the case, for though their information appeared to be none of the newest, it was very extensive, and the eldest sister in particular, who was distinguished by a talent for metaphysics, the laws of hydraulic pressure, and the rights of humankind, had a novel way of combining these acquirements and bringing them to bear on any subject from millinery to the millennium, both inclusive, which was at once improving and remarkable. So much so, in short, that it was usually observed to reduce foreigners to a state of temporary insanity in 5 minutes. Martin felt his reason going, and as a means of saving himself, besought the other sister, seeing a piano in the room, to sing. With this request she willingly complied, and a bravura concert, solely sustained by the Mrs. Norris, presently began. They sang in all languages except their own, German, French, Italian, Spanish, Portuguese, Swiss, but nothing native, nothing so low as native. For in this respect languages are like many other travellers, ordinary and commonplace enough at home, but specially genteel abroad. There is no doubt that in the course of time the Mrs. Norris would have come to Hebrew, if they had not been interrupted by an announcement from the Irishman, who, flinging open the door, cried in a loud voice, "General Fladdock!" "My!" cried the sisters, desisting suddenly. "The General come back!" As they made the exclamation, the General, attired in full uniform for a ball, came darting in with such precipitancy that, hitching his boot in the carpet and getting his sword between his legs, he came down headlong and presented a curious little bald place on the crown of his head to the eyes of the astonished company. Nor was this the worst of it, for being rather corpulent and very tight, the General, being down, could not get up again, but lay there writhing and doing such things with his boots as there is no other instance of in military history. Of course there was an immediate rush to his assistance, and the General was promptly raised, but his uniform was so fearfully and wonderfully made that he came up stiff and without a bend in him, like a dead clown, and had no command whatever of himself until he was put quite flat upon the soles of his feet, when he became animated as by a miracle, and moving edgewise that he might go in a narrower compass and be less danger of fraying the gold lace on his epaulettes by brushing them against anything, advanced with a smiling visage to salute the lady of the house. To be sure, it would have been impossible for the family to testify purer delight and joy than at this unlooked-for appearance of General Fladdock. The general was as warmly received as if New York had been in a state of siege, and no other general was to be got for love nor money. He shook hands with the Norrises 3 times all round, and then reviewed them from a little distance as a brave commander might, with his ample cloak drawn forward over the right shoulder and thrown back upon the left to reveal his manly breast. "And do I then," cried the general, "once again behold the choicest spirits of my country?" "Yes," said Mr Norris the father. "Here we are, General." And all the Norrises pressed round the general, inquiring how and where he had been since the date of his letter, and how he had enjoyed himself in foreign parts, and particularly and above all, to what extent he had become acquainted with the great dukes, lords, viscounts, marquesses, duchesses, knights, and baronets, in whom the people of those benighted countries had delight. "Well then, don't ask me," said the general, holding up his hand. "I was among 'em all the time, and have got public journals in my trunk with my name printed." He lowered his voice and was very impressive here, among the fashionable news. "But oh, the conventionalities of that amazing Europe!" "Ah!" cried Mr Norris the father, giving his head a melancholy shake, and looking towards Martin as though he would say, "I can't deny it, sir. I would if I could." "The limited diffusion of a moral sense in that country," exclaimed the general. "The absence of a moral dignity in man." "Ah!" sighed all the Norrises, quite overwhelmed with the despondency. "I couldn't have realised it," pursued the general, "without being located on the spot. Norris, your imagination is the imagination of a strong man, but you couldn't have realised it without being located on the spot." "Never," said Mr Norris. "The exclusiveness, the pride, the form, the ceremony," exclaimed the general, emphasizing the article more vigorously at every repetition. "The artificial barriers set up between man and man, the division of the human race into court cards and playing cards of every denomination, into clubs, diamonds, spades, anything but heart." "Ah!" cried the whole family. "Too true, General." "But stay," cried Mr Norris the father, taking him by the arm. "Surely you crossed in the Screw, General?" "Well, so I did," was the reply. "Possible!" cried the young ladies. "Only think!" The general seemed at a loss to understand why his having come home in the Screw should have occasioned such a sensation. Nor did he seem at all clearer on the subject when Mr Norris, introducing him to Martin, said, "A fellow passenger of yours, I think." "Of mine!" exclaimed the general. "No." He had never seen Martin, but Martin had seen him, and recognized him now that they stood face to face, as the gentleman who had stuck his hands in his pockets towards the end of the voyage, and walked the deck with his nostrils dilated. Everybody looked at Martin. There was no help for it. The truth must out. "I came over in the same ship as the general," said Martin, "but not in the same cabin. It being necessary for me to observe strict economy, I took my passage in the steerage." If the general had been carried up bodily to a loaded cannon and required to let it off at that moment, he could not have been in a state of greater consternation than when he heard these words. He, Fladdock in full militia uniform, Fladdock the general, Fladdock the caressed of foreign noblemen, expected to know a fellow who had come over in the steerage line of a packet ship at the cost of £4.10, and meeting that fellow in the very sanctuary of a New York fashion, and nestling in the bosom of the New York aristocracy. He almost laid his hand upon his sword. A death-like stillness fell upon the Norrises. If this story should get wind, their country relation had, by his imprudence, for ever disgraced them. They were the bright particular stars of an exalted New York sphere. There were other fashionable spheres above them, and other fashionable spheres below, and none of the stars in any one of these spheres had anything to say to the stars in any other of the spheres. But through all the spheres it would go forth that the Norrises, deceived by gentlemanly manners and appearances, had fallen from their high estate, received a dollarless and unknown man. O guardian eagle of the pure republic, had they lived for this! "You will allow me," said Martin, after a terrible silence, "to take my leave. I feel that I am the cause of at least as much embarrassment here as I have brought upon myself. But I am bound, before I go, to exonerate this gentleman, who, introducing me to such society, was quite ignorant of my unworthiness, I assure you." With that he made his bow to the Norrises, and walked out like a man of snow, very cool externally, but pretty hot within. "Come, come," said Mr Norris the father, looking with a pale face on the assembled circle as Martin closed the door. "The young man has this night beheld a refinement of social manner. and an easy magnificence of social decoration, to which he is a stranger in his own country. Let us hope it may awake a moral sense within him. If that peculiarly transatlantic article be supposed to include a benevolent love of all mankind, certainly Martin's would have borne just then a deal of waking. As he strode along the street with Mark at his heels, his immoral sense was in active operation, prompting him to the utterance of some rather sanguinary remarks, which it was well for his own credit that nobody overheard. He had so far cooled down, however, that he had begun to laugh at the recollection of these incidents, when he heard another step behind him, and turning round, encountered his friend Bevan, quite out of breath. He drew his arm through Martin's, and entreating him to walk slowly, was silent for some minutes. At length he said, "I hope you acquit me of intending or foreseeing the termination of our visit, but I scarcely need ask you that." "Scarcely indeed," said Martin. "I am the more beholden to you for your kindness, when I find what kind of stuff the good citizens here are made of." "I reckon," his friend returned, "that they are made of pretty much the same stuff as other folks, if they would but own it, and not set up on false pretences." "In good faith, that's true," said Martin. "I dare say," resumed his friend, "you might have such a scene as that in an English comedy, and not detect any gross improbability or anomaly in the matter of it." "Yes, indeed." "Doubtless it is more ridiculous here than anywhere else," said his companion, "but our professions are to blame for that. So far as myself am concerned, I may add that I was perfectly aware from the first that you came over in the steerage, for I had seen the list of passengers, and knew it did not comprise of your name." "I feel more obliged to you than before," said Martin. "Norris is a very good fellow in his way," observed Mr. Bevan. "Is he?" said Martin dryly. "Oh yes, there are 100 good points about him. If you or anybody else addressed him as another order of being, and sued to him in forma pauperis, he would be all kindness and consideration." "I needn't have travelled 3,000 miles from home to find such a character as that," said Martin. Neither he nor his friend said anything more on the way back, each appearing to find sufficient occupation in his own thoughts. The tea, or the supper, or whatever else they called the evening meal, was over when they reached the Major's, but the cloth, ornamented with a few additional smears and stains, was still upon the table. At one end of the board Mrs. Jefferson Brick and two other ladies were drinking tea, out of the ordinary course evidently, for they were bonneted and shawled, and seemed to have just come home. By the light of 3 flaring candles of differing lengths, in as many candlesticks of different patterns, the room showed to almost as little advantage as in broad day. These ladies were all 3 talking together in a very loud tone, when Martin and his friend entered. But seeing those gentlemen, they stopped directly, and became excessively genteel, not to say frosty, and they went on to exchange some few remarks in whispers. The very water in the teapot might have fallen 20 degrees in temperature beneath their chilling coldness. "Have you been to a meeting, Mrs. Brick?" asked Martin's friend, with something of a roguish twinkle in his eye. "To lecture, sir." "I beg your pardon. I forgot. You don't go to meeting, I think." Here the lady on the right of Mrs. Brick gave a pious cough, as much as to say, "I do," as indeed she did nearly every night in the week. "A good discourse, ma'am?" asked Mr. Bevan, addressing this lady. The lady raised her eyes in a pious manner, and answered yes. She had been much comforted by some good strong peppery doctrine, which satisfactorily disposed of all her friends and acquaintances, and quite settled their business. Her bonnet, too, had far outshone every bonnet in the congregation, so she was tranquil on all accounts. "What course of lectures are you now attending, ma'am?" said Martin's friend, turning again to Mrs. Brick. "The philosophy of the soul on Wednesdays. On Mondays, the philosophy of crime. On Fridays, the philosophy of vegetables." "Have you forgotten Thursdays, the philosophy of government, my dear?" observed the third lady. "No," said Mrs. Brick, "that's Tuesdays." "So it is," cried the lady. "The philosophy of matter on Thursdays, of course." "You see, Mr. Chuzzlewit, our ladies are fully employed," said Bevan. "Indeed, you have reason to say so," answered Martin. "Between these very grave pursuits abroad, and family duties at home, the time must be pretty well engrossed." Martin stopped here, for he saw that the ladies regarded him with no very great favour, though what he had done to deserve the disdainful expression which appeared in their faces he was at a loss to divine. But on their going upstairs to their bedrooms, which they very soon did, Mr. Bevan informed him that domestic drudgery was far beneath the exalted range of these philosophers, and that the chances were 100 to 1 that not one of the three could perform the easiest woman's work for herself, or make the simplest article of dress for any of her children. Though whether they might not be better employed with such blunt instruments as knitting needles than with these edge tools, he said, is another question. But I can answer for one thing: they don't often cut themselves. Devotions and lectures are our balls and concerts. They go to these places of resort as an escape from monotony, look at each other's clothes, and come home again. When you say home, do you mean a house like this? Very often. But I see you are tired to death, and will wish you good night. We will discuss your projects in the morning. You cannot but feel already that it is useless staying here with any hope of advancing them. You will have to go further. And to fare worse, said Martin, pursuing the old adage. Well, I hope not, but sufficient for the day, you know. Good night. They shook hands heartily and separated. As soon as Martin was left alone, the excitement of novelty and change which had sustained him through all the fatigues of the day departed, and he felt so thoroughly dejected and worn out that he even lacked the energy to crawl upstairs to bed. In 12 or 15 hours how great a change had fallen on his hopes and sanguine plans! New and strange as he was to the ground on which he stood, and to the air he breathed, he could not, recalling all that he had crowded into that one day, but entertain a strong misgiving that his enterprise was doomed. Rash and ill considered as it had often looked on shipboard, but had never seemed on shore, it wore a dismal aspect now that frightened him. Whatever thoughts he called up to his aid, they came upon him in depressing and discouraging shapes, and gave him no relief. Even the diamonds on his finger sparkled with the brightness of tears, and had no ray of hope in all their brilliant lustre. He continued to sit in gloomy rumination by the stove, unmindful of the boarders who dropped in one by one from their stores and counting houses or the neighbouring bar rooms, and after taking long pulls from the great white water jug upon the sideboard, and lingering with a kind of hideous fascination near the brass spittoons, lounged heavily to bed, until at length Mark Tapley came and shook him by the arm, supposing him asleep. "Mark!" he cried, starting. "All right, sir," said that cheerful follower, snuffing with his fingers the candle he bore. "Ain't a very large bed yourn, sir, and a man as wasn't thirsty might drink afore breakfast all the water you've got to wash in, and afterwards eat the towel. But you'll sleep without rocking to-night, sir." "I feel as if the house were on the sea," said Martin, staggering when he rose, "and I am utterly wretched." "I'm as jolly as a sandboy myself, sir," said Mark, "but Lord, I have reason to be. I ought to have been born here, that's my opinion. Take care how you go." For they were now ascending the stairs. "You recollect the gentleman aboard the Screw as had the very small trunk, sir?" "The valise, yes. Well, sir, there's been a delivery of clean clothes from the wash to-night, and they're put outside the bedroom doors here. If you take notice as we go up what a very few shirts there are, and what a many fronts, you'll penetrate the mystery of his packing." But Martin was too weary and despondent to take heed of anything, so he had no interest in this discovery. Mr. Tapley, nothing dashed by his indifference, conducted him to the top of the house, and into the bedchamber prepared for his reception, which was a very little narrow room, with half a window in it, a bedstead like a chest without a lid, 2 chairs, a piece of carpet, such as shoes are commonly tried upon at ready-made establishments in England, a little looking-glass nailed against the wall, and a washing-table with a jug and ewer that might have been mistaken for a milk-pot and a slop-basin. "I suppose they polish themselves with a dry cloth in this country," said Mark. "They've certainly got a touch of the phoby, sir." "I wish you would pull off my boots for me," said Martin, dropping into one of the chairs. "I am quite knocked up. Dead beat, Mark." "You won't say that tomorrow morning, sir," returned Mr. Tapley, "nor even to-night, sir, when you've made a trial of this," with which he produced a very large tumbler, piled up to the brim with little blocks of clear transparent ice, through which 1 or 2 thin slices of lemon and a golden liquid of delicious appearance appealed from the still depths below to the loving eye of the spectator. "What do you call this?" said Martin. But Mr. Tapley made no answer, merely plunging a reed into the mixture, which caused a pleasant commotion among the pieces of ice, and signifying by an expressive gesture that it was to be pumped up through the agency by an enraptured drinker. Martin took the glass with an astonished look, applied his lips to the reed, and cast up his eyes once in ecstasy. He paused no more until the goblet was drained to the last drop. "There, sir," said Mark, taking it from him with a triumphant face. "If ever you should happen to be dead beat again when I ain't in the way, all you got to do is ask the nearest man to go and fetch a cobbler." "To go and fetch a cobbler?" repeated Martin. "This wonderful invention, sir," said Mark, tenderly patting the empty glass, "is called a cobbler. Sherry cobbler when you name it long, cobbler when you name it short. Now you're equal to having your boots took off, and are, in every particular worth mentioning, another man." Having delivered himself of this solemn preface, he brought out the boot jack. "Mind, I am not going to relapse, Mark," said Martin. "But good Heaven, if we should be left in some wild part of this country without goods or money!" "Well, sir," replied the imperturbable Tapley, "from what we've seen already, I don't know whether under those circumstances we shouldn't do better in the wild parts than in them tame ones." "Oh, Tom Pinch, Tom Pinch," said Martin in a thoughtful tone, "what I would give to be again beside you, and be able to hear your voice, though it were even in the old bedroom at Pecksniff's." "Oh, Dragon, Dragon," echoed Mark cheerfully, "if there weren't any water between you and me, and nothing faint-hearted like in going back, I don't know that I mightn't say the same. But here am I, Dragon, in New York, America, and there are you in Wiltshire, Europe. And there's a fortune to make, Dragon, and a beautiful young lady to make it for. And whenever you go see the Monument, Dragon, you mustn't give in on the doorsteps, or you'll never get up to the top." "Wisely said, Mark," cried Martin. "We must look forward." "In all the story books as ever I read, sir, the people as looked backward was turned to stones," replied Mark. "And my opinion always was that they brought it upon themselves, and it served 'em right. I wish you good night, sir, and pleasant dreams." "They must be of home, then," said Martin, as he lay down in bed. "So say I too," whispered Mark Tapley when he was out of hearing and in his own room. "For if there don't come a time afore we're well out of this, when there'll be little more than credit in keeping up one's jollity, I'm a United Statesman." Leaving them to blend and mingle in their sleep, the shadows of objects afar off, as they take fantastic shapes up upon the wall in the dim light of thought without control, be it the part of this slight chronicle, a dream within a dream, as rapidly to change the scene, and cross the ocean to the English shore. End of chapter 17. Chapter 18 of the Life and Adventures of Martin Chuzzlewit. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. Does business with the house of Anthony Chuzzlewit and Son, from which one of the partners retires unexpectedly. Change begets change. Nothing propagates so fast. If a man habituated to a narrow circle of cares and pleasures, out of which he seldom travels, step beyond it, though for never so brief a space, his departure from the monotonous scene on which he has been an actor of importance would seem to be the signal for instant confusion, as if, in the gap he had left, the wedge of change were driven to the head, rending what was a solid mass to fragments. Things cemented and held together by the usage of years burst asunder in as many weeks. The mine which time has slowly dug beneath familiar objects is sprung in an instant, and what was rock before becomes but sand and dust. Most men, at one time or other, have proved this in some degree. The extent to which the natural laws of change asserted their supremacy in that limited sphere of action which Martin had deserted shall be faithfully set down in these pages. "What a cold spring it is!" whimpered old Anthony, drawing near to the evening fire. "It was a warmer season sure when I was young." "You needn't go scorching your clothes into holes, whether it was or not," observed the amiable Jonas, raising his eyes from yesterday's newspaper. "Broadcloth ain't so cheap as that comes to." "A good lad!" cried the father, breathing on his cold hands and feebly chafing them against each other. "A prudent lad! He never delivered himself up to the vanities of dress. No, no." "I don't know, though, but I would, though mind you, if I could do it for nothing," said his son, as he resumed the paper. Ah, chuckled the old man, if indeed, but it's very cold. Let the fire be, cried Mr Jonas, stopping his honoured parent's hand in the use of the poker. Do you mean to come to want in your old age that you're taking to wasting now? There's not time for that, Jonas, said the old man. Not time for what? Bawled his hair. For me to come to want. I wish there was. You always were as selfish an old blade as need be, said Jonas in a voice too low for him to hear, and looking at him with an angry frown. You act up to your character. You wouldn't mind coming to want, wouldn't you? I dare say you wouldn't. And your own flesh and blood might come to want too, might they, for anything you cared? Oh, you precious old flint. After this dutiful address, he took his teacup in his hand, for that meal was in progress, and the father and son and Chuffey were partakers of it. Then, looking steadfastly at his father, and stopping now and then to carry a spoonful of tea to his lips, he proceeded in the same tone, thus: Want indeed! You're a nice old man to be talking of want at this time of day. Beginning to talk of want, are you? Well, I declare, there isn't time. No, I should hope not. But you'd live to be a couple of hundred if you could, and after all be discontented. I know you. The old man sighed and sat cowering before the fire. Mr Jonas shook his Britannia metal teaspoon at him, and taking a loftier position, went on to argue the point on high moral grounds. If you're in such a state of mind as that, he grumbled, but in the same subdued key, why don't you make over your property? Buy an annuity cheap, and make your life interesting to yourself and everybody else that watches the speculation. But no, that wouldn't suit you. That would be natural conduct to your own son, and you'd like to be unnatural to keep him out of his rights. Why, I shouldn't be ashamed of myself if I was you, and glad to hide my head in the whatchamacallit. Possibly this general phrase supplied the place of grave, or tomb, or sepulchre, or cemetery, or mausoleum, or other such word which the filial tenderness of Mr Jonas made him delicate of pronouncing. He pursued the theme no further, for Chuffey, somehow discovering from his old corner by the fireside that Anthony was in the attitude of a listener, and that Jonas appeared to be speaking, suddenly cried out like one inspired, He is your own son, Mr Chuzzlewit, your own son, sir. Old Chuffey little suspected what depth of application these words had, or that, in the bitter satire which they bore, they might have sunk into the old man's very soul, could he have known what words were hanging on his own son's lips, or what was passing in his thoughts. But the voice diverted the current of Anthony's reflections, and roused him. Yes, Chuffey, Jonas is a chip off the old block. It's a very old block now, Chuffey, said the old man, with a strange look of discomposure. Precious old, assented Jonas. No, said Chuffey. No, Mr Chuzzlewit, not old at all, sir. Oh, he's worse than ever, you know, cried Jonas, quite disgusted. Upon my soul, father, he's getting too bad. Hold your tongue, will you? He says you're wrong, cried Anthony to the old clerk. Tut, tut, was Chuffey's answer. I know better. I say he's wrong. He's a boy. That's what he is. So are you, Mr Chuzzlewit. A kind of boy. Ha ha! You're quite a boy too many I have known. You're a boy to me. You're a boy to hundreds of us. Don't mind him. With which extraordinary speech, for in the case of Chuffey this was a burst of eloquence without parallel, the poor old shadow drew through his palsied arm his master's hand, and held it there, with his own folded upon it, as if he would defend him. I grow deafer every day, Chuff, said Anthony, with as much softness of manner, or, to describe it more correctly, with as little hardness as he was capable of expressing. No, cried Chuffey, you don't. What if you did? I've been deaf this 20 year. I grow blinder too, said the old man, shaking his head. That's a good sign, cried Chuffey. Ha ha! The best sign in the world. You saw too well before. He patted Anthony upon the hand as one might comfort a child, and drawing the old man's arm still further through his own, shook his trembling fingers towards the spot where Jonas sat, as though he would wave him off. But Anthony, remaining quite still and silent, he relaxed his hold by slow degrees, and lapsed into his usual niche in the corner, merely putting forth his hand at intervals, and touching his old employer gently on the coat, as with the design of assuring himself that he was yet beside him. Mr Jonas was so very much amazed by these proceedings that he could do nothing but stare at the two old men, until Chuffey had fallen into his usual state, and Anthony had sunk into a doze, when he gave some vent to his emotions by going close up to the former personage, and making as though he would, in vulgar parlance, punch his head. They've been carrying on this game, thought Jonas in a brown study, for the last 2 or 3 weeks. I never saw my father take so much notice of him as he has in that time. What? You're legacy hunting, are you, Mr Chuff, eh?" But Chuffey was as little conscious of the thought as of the bodily advance of Mr Jonas's clenched fist, which hovered fondly about his ear. When he had scowled at him to his heart's content, Jonas took the candle from the table, and walking into the glass office, produced a bunch of keys from his pocket. With one of these he opened a secret drawer in the desk, peeping stealthily out as he did so, to be certain that the two old men were still before the fire. "All right as ever," said Jonas, propping the lid of the desk open with his forehead and unfolding a paper. "Here's the will, Mr Chuff. £30 a year for your maintenance, old boy, and all the rest to his only son, Jonas. You needn't trouble yourself to be too affectionate. You won't get anything by it. What's that?" It was startling, certainly, a face on the other side of the glass partition, looking curiously in, and not at him, but at the paper in his hand. For the eyes were attentively cast down upon the writing, and were swiftly raised when he cried out. Then they met his own, and were as the eyes of Mr Pecksniff. Suffering the lid of the desk to fall with a loud noise, but not forgetting even then to lock it, Jonas, pale and breathless, gazed upon this phantom. It moved, opened the door, and walked in. "What's the matter?" cried Jonas, falling back. "Who is it? Where do you come from? What do you want?" "Matter?" cried the voice of Mr Pecksniff, as Pecksniff in the flesh smiled amiably upon him. "The matter, Mr Jonas?" "What are you prying and peering about here for?" said Jonas angrily. "What do you mean by coming up to town in this way, and taking one unawares? It's precious odd a man can't read the newspaper in his own office, without being startled out of his wits by people coming in without notice. Why didn't you knock at the door?" "So I did, Mr Jonas," answered Pecksniff, "but no one heard me. I was curious," he added in his gentle way, as he laid his hand upon the young man's shoulder, "to find out what part of the newspaper interested you so much." But the glass was too dim and dirty. Jonas glanced in haste at the partition. Well, it wasn't very clean. So far he spoke the truth. "Was it poetry now?" said Mr Pecksniff, shaking the forefinger of his right hand with an air of cheerful banter. "Or was it politics? Or was it the price of stock? The main chance, Mr Jonas, the main chance, I suspect." "You ain't far from the truth," answered Jonas, recovering himself and snuffing the candle. "But how the deuce do you come to be in London again? Ecod, it's enough to make a man stare, to see a fellow looking at him, all of a sudden, who he thought was 60 or 70 mile away." "So it is," said Mr Pecksniff. "No doubt of it, my dear Jonas. For while the human mind is constituted as it is—" "Oh, bother the human mind!" interrupted Jonas with impatience. "What have you come up for?" "A little matter of business," said Mr Pecksniff, "which has arisen quite unexpectedly." "Oh!" cried Jonas. "Is that all? Well, here's father in the next room. Hello, father. Here's Pecksniff. He gets more addle-pated every day he lives, I do believe," muttered Jonas, shaking his honoured parent roundly. "Don't I tell you Pecksniff's here, stupid head?" The combined effects of the shaking and this loving remonstrance soon awoke the old man, who gave Mr Pecksniff a chuckling welcome, which was attributable in part to his being glad to see that gentleman, and in part to his unfading delight at the recollection of having called him a hypocrite. As Mr Pecksniff had not yet taken tea, indeed he had but an hour before arrived in London, the remains of the late collation, with a rasher of bacon, were served up for his entertainment, and as Mr Jonas had a business appointment in the next street, he stepped out to keep it, promising to return before Mr Pecksniff could finish his repast. "And now, my good sir," said Mr Pecksniff to Anthony, "now that we are alone, pray tell me what I can do for you. I say alone, because I believe that our dear friend Mr Chuffey is, metaphysically speaking, shall I say a dummy?" asked Mr Pecksniff with his sweetest smile, and his head very much on one side. "He neither hears us," replied Anthony, "nor sees us." "Why then," said Mr Pecksniff, "I will be bold to say, with the utmost sympathy for his afflictions, and the greatest admiration of those excellent qualities which do equal honour to his head and his heart, that he is what is playfully termed a dummy. You were going to observe, my dear sir?" "I was not going to make any observation that I know of," replied the old man. "I was," said Mr Pecksniff mildly. "Oh, you were! What was it?" "That I never," said Mr Pecksniff, previously rising to see that the door was shut, and arranging his chair when he came back, so that it could not be opened in the least without his immediately becoming aware of the circumstance, that I never in my life was so astonished by the receipt of your letter yesterday. That you should do me the honour to wish to take counsel with me on any matter amazed me. But that you should desire to do so to the exclusion of even Mr. Jonas showed an amount of confidence in one to whom you had done a verbal injury, merely a verbal injury, you were anxious to repair, which gratified, which moved, which overcame me. He was always a glib speaker, but he delivered this short address very glibly, having been at some pains to compose it outside the coach. Although he paused for a reply, and truly said that he was there at Anthony's request, the old man sat gazing at him in profound silence and with a perfectly blank face. Nor did he seem to have the least desire or impulse to pursue the conversation, though Mr. Pecksniff looked towards the door, and pulled out his watch, and gave him many other hints that their time was short, and Jonas, if he kept his word, would soon return. But the strangest incident in all this strange behaviour was, that of a sudden, in a moment, so swiftly that it was impossible to trace how, or to observe any process of change, his features fell into their old expression, and he cried, striking his hand passionately upon the table, as if no interval at all had taken place, "Will you hold your tongue, sir, and let me speak?" Mr. Pecksniff deferred to him with a submissive bow, and said within himself, "I knew his hand was changed, and that his writing staggered. I said so yesterday. Dear me." "Jonas is sweet upon your daughter, Pecksniff," said the old man in his usual tone. "We spoke of that, if you remember, sir, at Mrs. Todgers's," replied the courteous architect. "You needn't speak so loud," retorted Anthony. "I'm not so deaf as that." Mr. Pecksniff had certainly raised his voice pretty high, not so much because he thought Anthony was deaf, as because he felt convinced that his perceptive faculties were waxing dim. But this quick resentment of his considerate behaviour greatly disconcerted him, and, not knowing what tack to shape his course upon, he made another inclination of the head, yet more submissive than the last. "I have said," repeated the old man, "that Jonas is sweet upon your daughter." "A charming girl, sir," murmured Mr. Pecksniff, seeing that he waited for an answer. "A dear girl, Mr. Chuzzlewit, though I say it, who should not?" "You know better," cried the old man, advancing his weazen face at least a yard, and starting forward in his chair to do it. "You lie. What? You will be a hypocrite, will you?" "My good sir," Mr. Pecksniff began. "Don't call me a good sir," retorted Anthony, "and don't claim to be one yourself. If your daughter was what you think you would have me believe, she wouldn't do for Jonas. Being what she is, I think she will. He might be deceived in a wife. She might run riot, contract debts, and waste his substance. Now, when I am dead," his face altered so horribly as he said the word, that Mr. Pecksniff really was fain to look another way. "It will be worse for me to know of such doings than if I was alive, for to be tormented for getting that together, which even while I suffer for its acquisition is flung into the very kennels of the streets, would be insupportable torture. No," said the old man hoarsely, "let that be saved at least. Let there be something gained, and kept fast hold of when so much is lost." "My dear Mr. Chuzzlewit," said Pecksniff, "these are unwholesome fancies, quite unnecessary, sir, quite uncalled for. For I am sure the truth is, my dear sir, that you are not well." "Not dying though," cried Anthony, with something like the snarl of a wild animal. "Not yet. There are years of life in me. Why, look at him," pointing to his feeble clerk. "Death has no right to leave him standing and to mow me down." Mr. Pecksniff was so much afraid of the old man, and so completely taken aback by the state in which he found him, that he had not even the presence of mind enough to call up a scrap of morality from the great storehouse within his own breast. Therefore he stammered out that no doubt it was, in fairness and decency, Mr. Chuffey's turn to expire, and that from all he had heard of Mr. Chuffey, and the little he had the pleasure of knowing of that gentleman personally, he felt convinced in his own mind that he would see the propriety of expiring with as little delay as possible. "Come here," said the old man, beckoning him to draw nearer. "Jonas will be my heir. Jonas will be rich, and a great catch for you. You know that. Jonas is sweet upon your daughter." "I know that too," thought Mr. Pecksniff, "for you have said it often enough." "He might get more money than with her," said the old man, "but she will help him take care of what they have. She is not too young or heedless, and comes of good hard griping stock. But don't you play too fine a game. She only holds him by a thread. If you draw it too tight, I know his temper, it'll snap. Bind him when he's in the mood, Pecksniff, bind him. You're too deep in your way of leading him on. Bah, you man of oil! Have I no eyes to see how you have angled with him from the first? Now I wonder, thought Mr Pecksniff, looking at him with a wistful face, whether this is all he has to say. Old Anthony rubbed his hands and muttered to himself, complained again that he was cold, drew his chair before the fire, and sitting with his back to Mr Pecksniff, and his chin sunk down upon his breast, was, in another minute, quite regardless or forgetful of his presence. Uncouth and unsatisfactory as this short interview had been, it had furnished Mr Pecksniff with a hint which, supposing nothing further were imparted to him, repaid the journey up and home again. For the good gentleman had never, for want of an opportunity, dived into the depths of Mr Jonas's nature, and any recipe for catching such a son-in-law, much more one written on a leaf out of his own father's book, was worth the having. In order that he might lose no chance of improving so fair an opportunity by allowing Anthony to fall asleep before he had finished all he had to say, Mr Pecksniff, in the disposal of refreshments on the table, a work to which he now applied himself in earnest, resorted to many ingenious contrivances for attracting his attention, such as coughing, sneezing, clattering the teacups, sharpening the knives, dropping the loaf, and so forth, but all in vain, for Mr Jonas returned, and Anthony had said no more. "What, my father asleep again?" he cried, as he hung up his hat and cast a look at him. "Ah, and snoring, only hear." "He snores very deep," said Mr Pecksniff. "Snores deep," repeated Jonas. "Yes, let him alone for that. He'll snore for 6 at any time." "Do you know, Mr Jonas," said Pecksniff, "that I think your father is, don't let me alarm you, breaking." "Oh, is he though?" replied Jonas, with a shake of the head which expressed the closeness of his dutiful observation. "Ecod, you don't know how tough he is. He ain't upon the move yet." "It struck me that he was changed, both in his appearance and manner," said Mr Pecksniff. "That's all you know about it," returned Jonas, seating himself with a melancholy air. "He never was better than he is now. How are they all at home? How's Charity?" "Blooming, Mr Jonas, blooming." "And the other one, how's she?" "Volatile trifler," said Mr Pecksniff, fondly musing. "She is well, she is well. Roving from parlour to bedroom, Mr Jonas, like a bee skimming from post to pillar, like the butterfly dipping her young beak into our currant wine, like the humming-bird. Ah, were she a little less giddy than she is, and had she but the sterling qualities of Cherry, my young friend." "Is she so very giddy then?" asked Jonas. "Well, well," said Mr Pecksniff, with great feeling, "let me not be hard upon my child. Beside her sister Cherry she appears so." "A strange noise that, Mr Jonas." "Something wrong in the clock, I suppose," said Jonas, glancing towards it. "So the other one ain't your favourite, ain't she?" The father was about to reply, and had already summoned into his face a look of almost intense sensibility, when the sound he had already noticed was repeated. "Upon my word, Mr Jonas, that is a very extraordinary clock," said Pecksniff. It would have been, if it had made the noise which startled them, but another kind of timepiece was fast running down, and from that the sound proceeded. A scream from Chuffey, rendered 100 times more loud and formidable by his silent habits, made the house ring from roof to cellar, and looking round they saw Anthony Chuzzlewit extended on the floor, with the old clerk upon his knees beside him. He had fallen from his chair in a fit, and lay there battling for each gasp of breath, with every shrivelled vein and sinew starting in its place, as if it were bent on bearing witness to his age, and sternly pleading with nature against his recovery. It was frightful to see how the principle of life, shut up within his withered frame, fought like a strong devil, mad to be released, and rent its ancient prison house. A young man in the fullness of his vigour, struggling with so much strength of desperation, would have been a dismal sight; but an old shrunken body, endowed with preternatural might, and giving the lie in every motion of its every limb and joint to its enfeebled aspect, was a hideous spectacle indeed. They raised him up and fetched a surgeon with all haste, who bled the patient and applied some remedies. But the fits held him so long that it was past midnight when they got him, quiet now, but quite unconscious and exhausted, into bed. "Don't go," said Jonas, putting his ashy lips to Mr Pecksniff's ear, and whispered across the bed. "It was a mercy you were present when he was taken ill. Someone might have said it was my doing." "Your doing!" cried Mr Pecksniff. "I don't know but they might," he replied, wiping the moisture from his white face. "People say such things. How does he look now?" Mr Pecksniff shook his head. "I used to joke, you know," said Jonas, "but I never wished him dead. Do you think he's very bad?" "The doctor said he was. You heard," was Mr Pecksniff's answer. "Ah, but he might say that to charge us more, in case of his getting well," said Jonas. "You mustn't go away, Pecksniff. Now it's come to this, I wouldn't be without a witness for £1,000. Chuffey said not a word, and heard not a word. He had sat himself down in a chair at the bedside, and there he remained, motionless, except that he sometimes bent his head over the pillow, and seemed to listen. He never changed in this, though once in the dreary night, Mr Pecksniff, having dozed, awoke with a confused impression that he had heard him praying, and strangely mingling figures, not of speech, but arithmetic, with his broken prayers. Jonas sat there too, all night, not where his father could have seen him, had his consciousness returned, but hiding, as it were, behind him, and only reading how he looked in Mr Pecksniff's eyes. He, the coarse upstart who had ruled the house so long, that craven cur who was afraid to move, and shook so that his very shadow fluttered on the wall. It was broad, bright, stirring day, when, leaving the old clerk to watch him, they went down to breakfast. People hurried up and down the street, windows and doors were opened, thieves and beggars took their usual posts, workmen bestirred themselves, tradesmen set forth their shops, bailiffs and constables were on the watch. All kinds of human creatures strove, in their several ways, as hard to live as the one sick old man who combated for every grain of sand in his fast emptying glass, as eagerly as if it were an empire. "If anything happens, Pecksniff," said Jonas, "you must promise me to stop here until it's all over. You shall see that I do what's right." "I know that you will do what's right, Mr Jonas," said Pecksniff. "Yes, yes, but I won't be doubted. No one shall have it in his power to say syllable against me," he returned. "I know how people will talk, just as if he wasn't old, or I had the secret of keeping him alive." Mr Pecksniff promised that he would remain, if circumstances should render it, in his esteemed friend's opinion, desirable. They were finishing their meal in silence, when suddenly an apparition stood before them, so ghastly to the view that Jonas shrieked aloud, and both recoiled in horror. Old Anthony, dressed in his usual clothes, was in the room, beside the table. He leaned upon the shoulder of his solitary friend, and on his livid face, and on his horny hands, and in his glassy eyes, and traced by an eternal finger in the very drops of sweat upon his brow, was one word: Death. He spoke to them in something of his own voice too, but sharpened and made hollow, like a dead man's face. What he would have said, God knows. He seemed to utter words, but they were such as a man had never heard. And this was the most fearful circumstance of all, to see him standing there, gabbling in an unearthly tongue. "He's better now," said Chuffey. "Better now. Let him sit in his old chair, and he'll be well again. I told him not to mind. I said so yesterday." They put him in his easy chair, and wheeled it near the window. Then, swinging open the door, exposed him to the free current of morning air. But not all the air that is, nor all the winds that ever blew twixt heaven and earth, could have brought new life to him. Plunge him to the throat in golden pieces now, and his heavy fingers shall not close on one. End of chapter 18. Chapter 19 of the Life and Adventures of Martin Chuzzlewit. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. The reader is brought into communication with some professional persons, and sheds a tear over the filial piety of good Mr Jonas. Mr Pecksniff was in a hackney cabriolet, for Jonas Chuzzlewit had said, "Spare no expense." Mankind is evil in its thoughts and in its base constructions, and Jonas was resolved it should not have an inch to stretch into an ell against him. It never should be charged upon his father's son that he had grudged the money for his father's funeral. Hence, until the obsequies should be concluded, Jonas had taken for his motto, spend and spare not. Mr Pecksniff had been to the undertaker, and was now upon his way to another officer in the train of mourning, a female functionary, a nurse and watcher and performer of nameless offices about the persons of the dead, whom he had recommended. Her name, as Mr Pecksniff gathered from a scrap of writing in his hand, was Gamp. Her residence in Kingsgate Street, High Holborn. So Mr Pecksniff, in a hackney cab, was rattling over Holborn stones in quest of Mrs Gamp. The lady lodged at a bird fancier's next door but one to the celebrated mutton pie shop, and directly opposite to the original cat's meat warehouse, the renown of which establishments was duly heralded on their respective fronts. It was a little house, and this was the more convenient, for Mrs Gamp being, in her highest walk of art, a monthly nurse, or, as her signboard boldly had it, midwife, and lodging in the first floor front, was easily assailable at night by pebbles, walking sticks, and fragments of tobacco pipe, all much more efficacious than the street door knocker, which was so constructed as to wake the street with ease, and even spread alarms of fire in Holborn without making the smallest impression on the premises to which it was addressed. It chanced on this particular occasion that Mrs Gamp had been up all the previous night, in attendance upon a ceremony to which the usage of gossips had given that name which expresses in 2 syllables the curse pronounced on Adam. It chanced that Mrs Gamp had not been regularly engaged, but had been called in at a crisis, in consequence of her great repute, to assist another professional lady with her advice, and thus it happened that, all points of interest in the case being over, Mrs Gamp had come home again to the bird fancier's and gone to bed. So when Mr Pecksniff drove up in the hackney cab, Mrs Gamp's curtains were drawn close, and Mrs Gamp was fast asleep behind them. If the bird fancier had been at home, as he ought to have been, there would have been no great harm in this, but he was out, and his shop was closed. The shutters were down certainly, and in every pane of glass there was at least one tiny bird in a tiny cage, twittering and hopping his little ballet of despair, and knocking his head against the roof, while one unhappy goldfinch, who lived outside a red villa with his name on the door, drew the water for his own drinking, and mutely appealed to some good man to drop a farthing's worth of poison in it. Still the door was shut. Mr Pecksniff tried the latch and shook it, causing a cracked bell inside to ring most mournfully, but no one came. The bird fancier was an easy shaver too, and a fashionable hairdresser also, and perhaps he had been sent for, express from the court end of the town, to trim a lord, or to cut and curl a lady. But however that might be, there, upon his own ground, he was not, nor was there any more distinct trace of him to assist the imagination of an inquirer than a professional print or emblem of his calling, much favoured in the trade, representing a hairdresser of easy manners curling a lady of distinguished fashion in the presence of a patent upright grand pianoforte. Noting these circumstances, Mr Pecksniff, in the innocence of his heart, applied himself to the knocker. But at the first double knock, every window in the street became alive with female heads, and before he could repeat the performance, whole troops of married ladies, some about to trouble Mrs Gamp themselves very shortly, came flocking round the steps, all crying out with one accord and with uncommon interest, "Knock at the winder, sir! Knock at the winder! Lord bless you, don't lose no more time than you can help! Knock at the winder!" Acting upon this suggestion, and borrowing the driver's whip for the purpose, Mr Pecksniff soon made a commotion among the first 4 flower pots, and roused Mrs Gamp, whose voice, to the great satisfaction of the matrons, was heard to say, "I'm coming." "He's as pale as a muffin," said one lady, in allusion to Mr Pecksniff. "So he ought to be, if he's the feelings of a man," observed another. A third lady, with her arms folded, said she wished he had chosen any other time for fetching Mrs Gamp, but it always happened so with her. It gave Mr Pecksniff much uneasiness to find, from these remarks, that he was supposed to have come to Mrs Gamp upon an errand touching, not the close of life, but the other end. Mrs Gamp herself was under the same impression, for, throwing open the window, she cried behind the curtains, as she hastily attired herself, "Is it Mrs Perkins?" "No," returned Mr Pecksniff sharply. "Nothing of the sort." "What, Mr Wilks?" cried Mrs Gamp. Don't say it's you, Mr Wilks, and that poor creetur Mrs Wilks with not even a pincushion ready. Don't say it's you, Mr Wilks.' 'It isn't Mr Wilks,' said Pecksniff. 'I don't know the man. Nothing of the kind. A gentleman is dead, and some person being wanted in the house, you have been recommended by Mr Mould the undertaker.' As she was by this time in a condition to appear, Mrs Gamp, who had a face for all occasions, looked out of the window with her mourning countenance, and said she would be down directly. But the matrons took it very ill that Mr Pecksniff's mission was of so unimportant a kind, and the lady with her arms folded rated him in good round terms, signifying that she would be glad to know what he meant by terrifying delicate females with his corpses, and giving it as her opinion that he was quite ugly enough to know better. The other ladies were not at all behindhand in expressing similar sentiments, and the children, of whom some scores had now collected, hooted and defied Mr Pecksniff quite savagely. So when Mrs Gamp appeared, the unoffending gentleman was glad to hustle her with very little ceremony into the cabriolet and drive off, overwhelmed with popular execration. Mrs Gamp had a large bundle with her, a pair of pattens, and a species of gig umbrella, the latter article in colour like a faded leaf, except where a circular patch of lively blue had been dexterously let in at the top. She was much flurried by the haste she had made, and laboured under the most erroneous view of cabriolets, which she appeared to confound with mail coaches or stage waggons, inasmuch as she was constantly endeavouring for the first half mile to force her luggage through the little front window, and clamouring to the driver to put it in the boot. When she was disabused of this idea, her whole being resolved itself into an absorbing anxiety about her pattens, with which she played innumerable games at quoits on Mr Pecksniff's legs. It was not until they were close upon the house of mourning that she had enough composure to observe, 'And so the gentleman's dead, sir. More's a pity.' She didn't even know his name. 'But it's what we must all come to. It's as certain as being born, except we can't make our calculations exact. Poor dear!' She was a fat old woman, this Mrs Gamp, with a husky voice and a moist eye, which she had a remarkable power of turning up and only showing the white of it. Having very little neck, it cost her some trouble to look over itself, if one might say so, at those to whom she talked. She wore a very rusty black gown, rather the worse for snuff, and a shawl and bonnet to correspond. In these dilapidated articles of dress she had, on principle, arrayed herself time out of mind on such occasions as the present, for this at once expressed a decent amount of veneration for the deceased, and invited the next of kin to present her with a fresher suit of weeds, an appeal so frequently successful that the very fetching ghost of Mrs Gamp, bonnet and all, might be seen hanging up at any hour in the day in at least a dozen of the second-hand clothes shops about Holborn. The face of Mrs Gamp, the nose in particular, was somewhat red and swollen, and it was difficult to enjoy her society without becoming conscious of a smell of spirits. Like most persons who have attained to great eminence in their profession, she took to hers very kindly, insomuch that, setting aside her natural predilections as a woman, she went to a lying in or a laying out with equal zest and relish. 'Repeated Mrs Gamp, for it was always a safe sentiment in cases of mourning. 'Dear! When Gamp was summoned to his long home, and I see him a lying in Guy's Hospital with a penny piece on each eye, and his wooden leg under his left arm, I thought I should have fainted away, but I bore up.' If certain whispers current in the Kingsgate Street circles had any truth in them, she had indeed borne up surprisingly, and had exerted such uncommon fortitude as to dispose of Mr Gamp's remains for the benefit of science. But it should be added, in fairness, that this had happened 20 years before, and that Mr and Mrs Gamp had long been separated on the ground of incompatibility of temper in their drink. 'You have become indifferent since then, I suppose?' said Mr Pecksniff. 'Use is second nature, Mrs Gamp.' 'You may well say second nature, sir,' returned that lady. 'One's first ways is to find such things a trial to the feelings, and so is one's lasting custom. If it wasn't for the nerve a little sip of liquor gives me, I never was able to do more than taste it. I could never go through with what I sometimes has to do. Mrs Harris, I says, at the very last case as ever I acted in, which was but a young person, Mrs Harris, I says, leave the bottle on the chimney piece, and don't ask me to take none, but let me put my lips to it when I am so disposed, and then I will do what I'm engaged to do, according to the best of my ability. Mrs Gamp, she says in answer, If ever there was a sober critter to be got at 18 pence a day for working people, and 3 and 6 for gentlefolks and night watching,' said Mrs Gamp with emphasis, 'being an extra charge, you were that inwaluable person. "Mrs Harris," I says to her, "don't name the charge, for if I could afford to lay all my feller creeturs out for nothink, I would gladly do it. Such is the love I bears 'em. But what I always says to them as has the management of matters, Mrs Harris," here she kept her eye on Mr Pecksniff, "be they gents or be they ladies, is, don't ask me whether I won't take none, or whether I will, but leave the bottle on the chimney piece, and let me put my lips to it when I am so disposed." The conclusion of this affecting narrative brought them to the house. In the passage they encountered Mr Mould the undertaker, a little elderly gentleman, bald and in a suit of black, with a notebook in his hand, a massive gold watch chain dangling from his fob, and a face in which a queer attempt at melancholy was at odds with a smirk of satisfaction, so that he looked as a man might who, in the very act of smacking his lips over choice old wine, tried to make believe it was physic. "Well, Mrs Gamp, and how are you, Mrs Gamp?" said this gentleman in a voice as soft as his step. "Pretty well, thank you, sir," dropping a curtsey. "You'll be very particular here, Mrs Gamp. This is not a common case, Mrs Gamp. Let everything be nice and comfortable, Mrs Gamp, if you please," said the undertaker, shaking his head with a solemn air. "It shall be, sir," she replied, curtseying again. "You knows me of old, sir, I hope?" "I hope so too, Mrs Gamp," said the undertaker, "and I think so also." Mrs Gamp curtseyed again. "This is one of the most impressive cases, sir," he continued, addressing Mr Pecksniff, "that I have seen in the whole course of my professional experience." "Indeed, Mr Mould!" cried that gentleman. "Such affectionate regret, sir, I never saw. There is no limitation, there is positively no limitation," opening his eyes wide and standing on tiptoe. "In point of expense, I have orders, sir, to put on my whole establishment of mutes, and mutes come very dear, Mr Pecksniff, not to mention their drink; to provide silver-plated handles of the very best description, ornamented with angels' heads for the most expensive dies; to be perfectly profuse in feathers; in short, sir, to turn out something absolutely gorgeous." "My friend Mr Jonas is an excellent man," said Mr Pecksniff. "I have seen a good deal of what is filial in my time, sir," retorted Mould, "and what is unfilial too. It is our lot. We come into the knowledge of those secrets. But anything so filial as this, anything so honourable to human nature, so calculated to reconcile all of us to the world we live in, never yet came under my observation. It only proves, sir, what was so forcibly observed by the lamented theatrical poet buried at Stratford, that there is good in everything." "It is very pleasant to hear you say so, Mr Mould," observed Pecksniff. "You are very kind, sir. And what a man Mr Chuzzlewit was, sir! Ah, what a man he was! You may talk of your Lord Mayors," said Mould, waving his hand at the public in general, "your sheriffs, your common councilmen, your trumpery; but show me a man in this city who is worthy to walk in the shoes of the departed Mr Chuzzlewit." "No, no," cried Mould, with bitter sarcasm. Hang 'em up, sole 'em and heel 'em, and have 'em ready for his son against he's old enough to wear 'em. But don't try 'em on yourselves, for they won't fit you." "We knew him," said Mould, in the same biting vein, as he pocketed his notebook. "We knew him, and are not to be caught with chaff. Mr Pecksniff, sir, good morning." Mr Pecksniff returned the compliment, and Mould, sensible of having distinguished himself, was going away with a brisk smile, when he fortunately remembered the occasion. Quickly becoming depressed again, he sighed, looked into the crown of his hat as if for comfort, put it on without finding any, and slowly departed. Mrs Gamp and Mr Pecksniff then ascended the staircase, and the former, having been shown to the chamber in which all that remained of Anthony Chuzzlewit lay covered up, with but one loving heart, and that a halting one, to mourn it, left the latter free to enter the darkened room below, and rejoin Mr Jonas, from whom he had now been absent nearly 2 hours. He found that example to bereaved sons, and pattern in the eyes of all performers of funerals, musing over a fragment of writing paper on the desk, and scratching figures on it with a pen. The old man's chair and hat and walking stick were removed from their accustomed places, and put out of sight. The window blinds, as yellow as November fogs, were drawn down close. Jonas himself was so subdued that he could scarcely be heard to speak, and only seen to walk across the room. "Pecksniff," he said in a whisper, "you shall have the regulation of it all, mind. You shall be able to tell anybody who talks about it that everything was correctly and nicely done. There isn't anyone you'd like to ask to the funeral, is there?' 'No, Mr Jonas, I think not.' 'Because if there is, you know,' said Jonas, 'ask him. We don't want to make a secret of it.' 'No,' repeated Mr Pecksniff, after a little reflection. 'I am not the less obliged to you on that account, Mr Jonas, for your liberal hospitality. There really is no one.' 'Very well,' said Jonas. 'Then you and I and Chuffey and the doctor will be just a coachful. We'll have the doctor, Pecksniff, because he knows what was the matter with him, and it couldn't be helped.' 'Where is our dear friend, Mr Chuffey?' asked Pecksniff, looking round the chamber, and winking both his eyes at once, for he was overcome by his feelings. But here he was interrupted by Mrs Gamp, who, divested of her bonnet and shawl, came sidling and bridling into the room, and with some sharpness demanded a conference outside the door with Mr Pecksniff. 'You may say whatever you wish to say here, Mrs Gamp,' said that gentleman, shaking his head with a melancholy expression. 'It is not much as I have to say when people is a mourning for the dead and gone,' said Mrs Gamp. 'But what I have to say is to the point and purpose, and no offence intended must be so considered. I have been at many places in my time, gentlemen, and I hope I knows what my duties is, and how the same should be performed. In course, if I did not, it would be very strange and very wrong for such gentlemen as Mr Mould, which has undertook the highest families in this land, and given every satisfaction, so to recommend me as he does. I've seen a deal of trouble my own self,' said Mrs Gamp, laying greater and greater stress upon her words, 'and I can feel for them as has their feelings tried. But I'm not a Rooshan or a Prussian, and consequently cannot suffer spies to be set over me.' Before it was possible that an answer could be returned, Mrs Gamp, growing redder in the face, went on to say, 'It is not an easy matter, gentlemen, to live when you are left a widow woman, particular when your feelings works upon you to that extent that you often find yourself a going out on terms which is a certain loss, and never can repay. But in whatever way you earns your bread, you may have rules and regulations of your own, which cannot be broke through. Some people,' said Mrs Gamp, again entrenching herself behind her strong point, as if it were not assailable by human ingenuity, 'may be Rooshans, and others may be Prussians. They are born so, and will please themselves. Them which is other nature thinks different.' 'If I understand this good lady,' said Mr Pecksniff, turning to Jonas, 'Mr Chuffey is troublesome to her. Shall I fetch him down?' 'Do,' said Jonas. 'I was going to tell you he was up there when she came in. I'd go myself and bring him down, only I'd rather you went, if you don't mind.' Mr Pecksniff promptly departed, followed by Mrs Gamp, who, seeing that he took a bottle and glass from the cupboard and carried it in his own hand, was much softened. 'I'm sure,' she said, 'that if it wasn't for his own happiness, I should no more mind him being there, poor dear, than if he was a fly. But them as isn't used to these things think so much of 'em afterwards, that it's a kindness to 'em not to let 'em have their wish. And even,' said Mrs Gamp, probably in reference to some flowers of speech she had already strewn on Mr Chuffey, 'even if one calls 'em names, it's only done to rouse them.' Whatever epithets she had bestowed upon the old clerk, they had not roused him. He sat beside the bed, in the chair he had occupied all the previous night, with his hands folded before him, and his head bowed down, and neither looked up on their entrance, nor gave any sign of consciousness until Mr Pecksniff took him by the arm, when he meekly rose. 'Threescore and 10,' said Chuffey. 'Ought and carry 7. Some men are so strong they live to fourscore. 4 times ought and ought. 4 times 2's and 8. 80. Oh, why didn't he live to 4 times oughts and ought, and 4 times 2's and 8? 80. Ah, what a wail of grief!' cried Mrs Gamp, possessing herself of the bottle and glass. 'Why did he die before his poor old crazy servant?' said Chuffey, clasping his hands and looking up in anguish. 'Take him from me, and what remains?' 'Mr Jonas,' returned Pecksniff. 'Mr Jonas, my good friend.' 'I loved him,' cried the old man, weeping. 'He was good to me. We learnt tar and trep together at school. I took him down once. 6 boys in the arithmetic class. God forgive me, had I the heart to take him down.' 'Come, Mr Chuffey,' said Pecksniff. 'Come with me. Summon up your fortitude, Mr Chuffey.' 'Yes, I will,' returned the old clerk. 'Yes, I'll summon up my 40. How many times 40? Oh, Chuzzlewit and Son. Your own son, Mr Chuzzlewit. Your own son, sir.' He yielded to the hand that guided him, as he lapsed into this familiar expression, and submitted to be led away. Mrs Gamp, with the bottle on one knee and the glass on the other, sat upon a stool, shaking her head for a long time, until in a moment of abstraction she poured out a dram of spirits and raised it to her lips. It was succeeded by a second, and by a third, and then her eyes, either in the sadness of her reflections upon life and death, or in her admiration of the liquor, was so turned up as to be quite invisible, but she shook her head still. Poor Chuffey was conducted to his accustomed corner, and there he remained, silent and quiet, save at long intervals when he would rise and walk about the room and wring his hands, or raise some strange and sudden cry. For a whole week they all three sat about the hearth and never stirred abroad. Mr Pecksniff would have walked out in the evening time, but Mr Jonas was so averse to his being absent for a minute that he abandoned the idea, and so, from morning until night, they brooded together in the dark room, without relief or occupation. The weight of that which was stretched out stiff and stark in the awful chamber above the stairs so crushed and bore down Jonas that he bent beneath the load. During the whole long 7 days and nights he was always oppressed and haunted by a dreadful sense of its presence in the house. Did the door move, he looked towards it with a livid face and starting eye, as if he fully believed that ghostly fingers clutched the handle. Did the fire flicker in a draught of air, he glanced over his shoulder, as almost dreading to behold some shrouded figure fanning and flapping at it with its fearful dress. The lightest noise disturbed him, and once, in the night, at the sound of a footstep overhead, he cried out that the dead man was walking, tramp, 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 about his coffin. He lay at night upon a mattress on the floor of the sitting-room, his own chamber having been assigned to Mrs Gamp, and Mr Pecksniff was similarly accommodated. The howling of a dog before the house filled him with a terror he could not disguise. He avoided the reflection in the opposite windows of the light that burned above, as though it had been an angry eye. He often, in every night, rose up from his fitful sleep, and looked and longed for dawn. All directions and arrangements, even to the ordering of their daily meals, he abandoned to Mr Pecksniff. That excellent gentleman, deeming that the mourner wanted comfort, and that high feeding was likely to do him infinite service, he availed himself of these opportunities to such good purpose that they kept quite a dainty table during this melancholy season, with sweetbreads, stewed kidneys, oysters, and other such light viands for supper, every night, over which, and sundry jorums of hot punch, Mr Pecksniff delivered such moral reflections and spiritual consolation as might have converted a heathen, especially if he had had but an imperfect acquaintance with the English tongue. Nor did Mr Pecksniff alone indulge in the creature comforts during this sad time. Mrs Gamp proved to be very choice in her eating, and repudiated hash mutton with scorn. In her drinking too she was very punctual and particular, requiring a pint of mild porter at lunch, a pint at dinner, half a pint as a species of stay or holdfast between dinner and tea, and a pint of the celebrated staggering ale, or real old Brighton tipper, at supper, besides the bottle on the chimney-piece, and such casual invitations to refresh herself with wine as good as the breeding of her employers might prompt them to offer. In like manner, Mr Mould's men found it necessary to drown their grief like a young kitten in the morning of his existence, for which reason they generally fuddled themselves before they began to do anything, lest it should make head and get the better of them. In short, the whole of that strange week was a round of dismal joviality and grim enjoyment, and every one except poor Chuffey, who came within the shadow of Anthony Chuzzlewit's grave, feasted like a ghoul. At length the day of the funeral, pious and truthful ceremony that it was, arrived. Mr Mould, with a glass of generous port between his eye and the light, leaned against the desk in the little glass office with his gold watch in his unoccupied hand, and conversed with Mrs Gamp. Two mutes were at the house door, looking as mournful as could be reasonably expected of men with such a thriving job in hand. The whole of Mr Mould's establishment were on duty within the house or without. Feathers waved, horses snorted, silk and velvets fluttered. In a word, as Mr Mould emphatically said, everything that money could do was done. 'And what can do more, Mrs Gamp?' exclaimed the undertaker as he emptied his glass and smacked his lips. 'Nothing in the world, sir.' 'Nothing in the world,' repeated Mr Mould. 'You are right, Mrs Gamp. Why do people spend more money,' here he filled his glass again, 'upon a death, Mrs Gamp, than upon a birth? Come, that's in your way. You ought to know. How do you account for that, now?' 'Perhaps it's because an undertaker's charges come dearer than a nurse's charges, sir,' said Mrs Gamp, tittering and smoothing down her new black dress with her hands. 'Ha!' laughed Mr Mould. You have been breakfasting at somebody's expense this morning, Mrs Gamp. But seeing, by the aid of a little shaving glass which hung opposite, that he looked merry, he composed his features and became sorrowful. Many's the time that I have not breakfasted at my own expense along of your recommending, sir, and many's the time I hope to do the same in time to come, said Mrs Gamp with an apologetic curtsey. So be it, replied Mr Mould. Please Providence. No, Mrs Gamp, I'll tell you why it is. It's because the laying out of money with a well conducted establishment, where the thing is performed upon the very best scale, binds the broken heart, and sheds balm upon the wounded spirit. Hearts want binding. Spirits want balming when people die, not when people are born. Look at this gentleman today. Look at him. An open-handed gentleman, cried Mrs Gamp with enthusiasm. No, no, said the undertaker. Not an open-handed gentleman in general, by any means. There you mistake him. But an afflicted gentleman, an affectionate gentleman, who knows what it is in the power of money to do, in giving him relief, and in testifying his love and veneration for the departed. It can give him, said Mr Mould, waving his watch chain slowly round and round, so that he described one circle after every item. It can give him 4 horses to each vehicle. It can give him velvet trappings. It can give him drivers in cloth cloaks and top boots. It can give him the plumage of the ostrich dyed black. It can give him any number of walking attendants dressed in the first style of funeral fashion, and carrying batons tipped with brass. It can give him a handsome tomb. It can give him a place in Westminster Abbey itself, if he chooses to invest it in such a purchase. Oh, do not let us say that gold is dross when it can buy such things as these, Mrs Gamp. But what a blessing, sir, said Mrs Gamp, that there are such as you to sell or let 'em out on hire. Ay, Mrs Gamp, you are right, rejoined the undertaker. We should be an honoured calling. We do good by stealth, and blush to have it mentioned in our little bills. How much consolation may I, even I, cried Mr Mould, have diffused among my fellow creatures by means of my 4 long-tailed prancers, never harnessed under £10.10. Mrs Gamp had begun to make a suitable reply, when she was interrupted by the appearance of one of Mr Mould's assistants, his chief mourner in fact, an obese person, with his waistcoat in closer connection with his legs than is quite reconcilable with the established ideas of grace, with that cast of feature which is figuratively called a bottle nose, and with a face covered all over with pimples. He had been a tender plant once upon a time, but from constant blowing in the fat atmosphere of funerals had run to seed. Well, Tacker, said Mr Mould, is all ready below? Beautiful show, sir, rejoined Tacker. The horses are prouder and fresher than I've ever seen 'em. Toss their heads, they do, as if they knowed how much their plumes cost. 1, 2, 3, 4, said Mr Tacker, heaping that number of black cloaks upon his left arm. Is Tom there with the cake and wine? asked Mr Mould. Ready to come in at a moment's notice, sir, said Tacker. Then, rejoined Mr Mould, putting up his watch and glancing at himself in the little shaving glass, that he might be sure that his face had the right expression on it, then I think we may proceed to business. Give me the paper of gloves, Tacker. Ah, what a man he was! Ah, Tacker, Tacker, what a man he was! Mr Tacker, who from his great experience in the performance of funerals would have made an excellent pantomime actor, winked at Mrs Gamp without at all disturbing the gravity of his countenance, and followed his master into the next room. It was a great point with Mr Mould, and a part of his professional tact, not to seem to know the doctor, though in reality they were near neighbours, and very often, as in the present instance, worked together. So he advanced to fit on his black kid gloves as if he had never seen him in all his life, while the doctor, on his part, looked as distant and unconscious as if he had heard and read of undertakers, and had passed their shops, but had never before been brought into communication with one. Gloves, eh? said the doctor. Mr Pecksniff, after you. I couldn't think of it, returned Mr Pecksniff. You are very good, said the doctor, taking a pair. Well, sir, as I was saying, I was called up to attend that case at about 1:30 o'clock. Cake and wine, eh? Which is port, thank you. Mr Pecksniff took some also. At about 1:30 o'clock in the morning, sir, resumed the doctor, I was called up to attend that case. At the first pull of the night bell I turned out, threw up the window, and put out my head. Cloak, eh? Don't tie it too tight, that'll do. Mr Pecksniff having been likewise inducted into a similar garment, the doctor resumed. and put out my head. Hat, eh? My good friend, that is not mine. Mr Pecksniff, I beg your pardon, but I think we have unintentionally made an exchange. Thank you. Well, sir, I was going to tell you—' 'We are quite ready,' interrupted Mould in a low voice. 'Ready, eh?' said the doctor. 'Very good, Mr Pecksniff. I'll take an opportunity of relating the rest in the coach. It's rather curious. Ready, eh? No rain, I hope?' 'Quite fair, sir,' returned Mould. 'I was afraid the ground would have been wet,' said the doctor, 'for my glass fell yesterday. We may congratulate ourselves upon our good fortune.' But seeing by this time that Mr Jonas and Chuffey were going out at the door, he put a white pocket handkerchief to his face, as if a violent burst of grief had suddenly come upon him, and walked down side by side with Mr Pecksniff. Mr Mould and his men had not exaggerated the grandeur of the arrangements. They were splendid. The 4 hearse horses especially reared and pranced, and showed their highest action, as if they knew a man was dead, and triumphed in it. They break us, drive us, ride us, ill-treat and abuse and maim us for their pleasure, but they all die. Hurrah! They all die. So through the narrow streets and winding city ways went Anthony Chuzzlewit's funeral, Mr Jonas glancing stealthily out of the coach window now and then to observe its effect upon the crowd. Mr Mould, as he walked along, listening with a sober pride to the exclamations of the bystanders; the doctor whispering his story to Mr Pecksniff without appearing to come to any nearer the end of it; and poor old Chuffey sobbing unregarded in a corner. But he had greatly scandalized Mr Mould at an early stage of the ceremony by carrying his handkerchief in his hat in a perfectly informal manner, and wiping his eyes with his knuckles; and, as Mr Mould himself had said already, his behaviour was indecent and quite unworthy of such an occasion, and he never ought to have been there. There he was, however, and in the churchyard there he was also, conducting himself in a no less unbecoming manner, and leaning for support on Tacker, who plainly told him that he was fit for nothing better than a walking funeral. But Chuffey, Heaven help him, heard no sound but the echoes lingering in his own heart of a voice for ever silent. 'I loved him, I loved him!' cried the old man, sinking down upon the grave when all was done. 'He was very good to me. Oh, my dear old friend and master!' 'Come, come, Mr Chuffey,' said the doctor, 'this won't do. It's clayey soil, Mr Chuffey. You mustn't, really.' 'If it had been the commonest thing we do, and Mr Chuffey had been a bearer gentleman,' said Mould, casting an imploring glance upon them as he helped to raise him, 'he couldn't have gone on worse than this.' 'Be a man, Mr Chuffey,' said Pecksniff. 'Be a gentleman, Mr Chuffey,' said Mould. 'Upon my word, my good friend,' murmured the doctor in a tone of stately reproof, as he stepped up to the old man's side, 'this is worse than weakness. This is bad, selfish, very wrong, Mr Chuffey. You should take an example from others, my good sir. You forget that you were not connected by ties of blood with our deceased friend, and that he had a very near and very dear relation, Mr Chuffey.' 'Aye, his own son!' cried the old man, clasping his hands with remarkable passion. 'His own only son!' 'He's not right in the head, you know,' said Jonas, turning pale. 'You're not to mind anything he says. I shouldn't wonder if he was to talk some precious nonsense. But don't you mind him, any of you. I don't. My father left him to my charge, and whatever he says or does, that's enough. I'll take care of him.' A hum of admiration rose from the mourners, including Mr Mould and his merry men, at this new instance of magnanimity and kind feeling on the part of Jonas. But Chuffey put it to the test no further. He said not a word more, and being left to himself for a while, crept back again to the coach. It has been said that Mr Jonas turned pale when the behaviour of the old clerk attracted general attention. His discomposure, however, was but momentary, and he soon recovered. But these were not the only changes he had exhibited that day. The curious eyes of Mr Pecksniff had observed that as soon as they left the house upon their mournful errand, he began to mend; that as the ceremonies proceeded, he gradually, by little and little, recovered his old condition, his old looks, his old bearing, his old agreeable characteristics of speech and manner, and became in all respects his old pleasant self. And now that they were seated in the coach on their return home, and more when they got there, and found the windows open, the light air admitted, and all traces of the late event removed, he felt so well convinced that Jonas was again the Jonas he had known a week ago, and not the Jonas of the intervening time, that he voluntarily gave up his recently acquired power without one faint attempt to exercise it, and at once fell back into his former position of mild and deferential guest. Mrs Gamp went home to the bird fancier's, and was knocked up again that very night for a birth of twins. Mr Mould dined gaily in the bosom of his family, and passed the evening facetiously at his club. The hearse, after standing for a long time at the door of a roystering public house, repaired to its stables with the feathers inside, and 12 red-nosed undertakers on the roof, each holding on by a dingy peg, to which in times of state a waving plume was fitted. The various trappings of sorrow were carefully laid by in presses for the next hirer. The fiery steeds were quenched and quiet in their stalls. The doctor got merry with the wine at a wedding dinner, and forgot the middle of the story which had no end to it. The pageant of a few short hours ago was written nowhere half so legibly as in the undertaker's books. Not in the churchyard, not even there. The gates were closed. The night was dark and wet. The rain fell silently among the stagnant weeds and nettles. One new mound was there which had not been there last night. Time, burrowing like a mole below the ground, had marked his track by throwing up another heap of earth. And that was all. End of chapter 19. Chapter 20 of the Life and Adventures of Martin Chuzzlewit. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. Is a chapter of love. Pecksniff, said Jonas, taking off his hat to see that the black crape band was all right, and finding that it was, putting it on again complacently, what do you mean to give your daughters when they marry? My dear Mr Jonas, cried the affectionate parent with an ingenuous smile, what a very singular inquiry. Now don't you mind whether it's a singular inquiry or a plural one, retorted Jonas, eyeing Mr Pecksniff with no great favour, but answer it or let it alone, one or the other. The question, my dear friend, said Mr Pecksniff, laying his hand tenderly upon his kinsman's knee, is involved with many considerations. What would I give them, eh? Ah, what would you give 'em? Repeated Jonas. Why, that, said Mr Pecksniff, would naturally depend, in a great measure, upon the kind of husbands they might choose, my dear young friend. Mr Jonas was evidently disconcerted, and at a loss how to proceed. It was a good answer. It seemed a deep one, but such is the wisdom of simplicity. My standard for the merits I would require in a son-in-law, said Mr Pecksniff, after a short silence, is a high one. Forgive me, my dear Mr Jonas, he added, greatly moved, if I say that you have spoiled me, and made it a fanciful one, an imaginative one, a prismatically tinged one, if I may be permitted to call it so. What do you mean by that? Growled Jonas, looking at him with increased disfavour. Indeed, my dear friend, said Mr Pecksniff, you may well inquire. The heart is not always a royal mint with patent machinery to work its metal into current coin. Sometimes it throws out in strange forms, not easily recognized as coin at all. But it is sterling gold. It has at least that merit. It is sterling gold. Is it? Grumbled Jonas, with a doubtful shake of the head. Aye, said Mr Pecksniff, warming with his subject, it is. To be plain with you, Mr Jonas, if I could find 2 such son-in-laws as you will one day make to some deserving man, capable of appreciating a nature such as yours, I would, forgetful of myself, bestow upon my daughters portions reaching to the very utmost of my means. This was strong language, and it was earnestly delivered. But who can wonder that such a man as Mr Pecksniff, after all he had seen and heard of Mr Jonas, should be strong and earnest upon such a theme that touched even the worldly lips of undertakers with the honey of eloquence. Mr Jonas was silent, and looked thoughtfully at the landscape, for they were seated on the outside of the coach at the back, and were travelling down into the country. He accompanied Mr Pecksniff home for a few days' change of air and scene after his recent trials. Well, he said at last, with captivating bluntness, Suppose you got one such son-in-law as me, what then?" Mr Pecksniff regarded him at first with inexpressible surprise, then gradually breaking into a sort of dejected vivacity, said, "Then well I know whose husband he would be." "Whose?" asked Jonas dryly. "My eldest girl's, Mr Jonas," replied Pecksniff with moistening eyes. "My dear Cherry's, my staff, my scrip, my treasure, Mr Jonas. A hard struggle, but it is the nature of things. I must one day part with her to a husband. I know it, my dear friend. I am prepared for it." "Ecod, you've been prepared for that a pretty long time, I should think," said Jonas. "Many have sought to bear her from me," said Mr Pecksniff. "All have failed. I never will give my hand, papa," those were her words, "unless my heart is won. She has not been quite so happy as she used to be of late. I don't know why." Again Mr Jonas looked at the landscape, then at the coachman, then at the luggage on the roof, finally at Mr Pecksniff. "Suppose you'll have to part with the other one some of these days," he observed, as he caught that gentleman's eye. "Probably," said the parent. "Years will tame down the wildness of my foolish bird, and then it will be caged. Cherry, Mr Jonas, Cherry." Interrupted Jonas. "Years have made her all right enough. Nobody doubts that. But you haven't answered what I ask you. Of course you're not obliged to do it, you know, if you don't like. You're the best judge." There was a warning sulkiness in the manner of this speech, which admonished Mr Pecksniff that his dear friend was not to be trifled with or fenced off, and that he must either return a straightforward reply to his question, or plainly give him to understand that he declined to enlighten him upon the subject to which it referred. Mindful of the dilemma of the caution old Anthony had given him almost with his last breath, he resolved to speak to the point, and so told Mr Jonas, enlarging upon the communication as proof of his great attachment and confidence, that in the case he had put, to wit, in the event of such a man as he proposing for his daughter's hand, he would endow her with a fortune of £4,000. "I should sadly pinch and cramp myself to do so," was his fatherly remark, "but that would be my duty, and my conscience would reward me. For myself, my conscience is my bank. I have a trifle invested there, a mere trifle, Mr Jonas, but I prize it as a store of great value, I assure you." The good man's enemies would have divided upon this question into two parties. One would have asserted without scruple that if Mr Pecksniff's conscience were his bank, and he kept a running account there, he must have overdrawn it beyond all mortal means of computation. The other would have contended that it was a mere fictitious form, a perfectly blank book, or one in which entries were only made with a peculiar kind of invisible ink to become legible at some indefinite time, and that he never troubled it at all. "It would sadly pinch and cramp me, my dear friend," repeated Mr Pecksniff, "but Providence, perhaps I may be permitted to say a special Providence, has blessed my endeavours, and I could guarantee to make the sacrifice." A question of philosophy arises here, whether Mr Pecksniff had or had not a good reason to say that he was specially patronized and encouraged in his undertakings. All his life long he had been walking up and down the narrow ways and by places with a hook in one hand and a crook in the other, scraping all sorts of valuable odds and ends into his pouch. Now, there being a special providence in the fall of a sparrow, it follows, so Mr Pecksniff and only such admirable men would have reasoned, that there must also be a special providence in the alighting of the stone or stick or other substance which is aimed at the sparrow, and Mr Pecksniff's hook or crook having invariably knocked the sparrow on the head and brought him down, that gentleman may have been led to consider himself as specially licensed to bag sparrows, and as being specially seized and possessed of all the birds he had got together. That many undertakings, national as well as individual, but especially the former, are held to be specially brought to a glorious and successful issue, which could never be so regarded on any other process of reasoning, must be clear to all men. Therefore the precedents would seem to show that Mr Pecksniff had, as things go, good argument for what he said, and might be permitted to say it, and did not say it presumptuously, vainly, or arrogantly, but in a spirit of high faith and great wisdom. Mr Jonas, not being much accustomed to perplex his mind with the theories of this nature, expressed no opinion on the subject, nor did he receive his companion's announcement with one solitary syllable, good, bad, or indifferent. He preserved this taciturnity for a quarter of an hour at least, and during the whole of that time appeared to be steadily engaged in subjecting some given amount to the operation of every known rule in figures, adding to it, taking from it, multiplying it, reducing it by long and short division, working it by the rule of three, direct and inverse, exchange or barter, practice simple interest, compound interest, and other means of arithmetical calculation. The result of these labours appeared to be satisfactory, for when he did break silence, it was as one who had arrived at some specific result and freed himself from a state of distressing uncertainty. "Come, old Pecksniff," such was his jocose address as he slapped that gentleman on the back at the end of the stage, "let's have something." "With all my heart," said Mr Pecksniff. "Let's treat the driver," cried Jonas. "If you think it won't hurt the man, or render him discontented with his station, certainly," faltered Mr Pecksniff. Jonas only laughed at this, and getting down from the coach top with great alacrity, cut a cumbersome kind of caper in the road, after which he went into the public house, and there ordered spirituous drink to such an extent that Mr Pecksniff had some doubts of his perfect sanity, until Jonas set them quite at rest by saying, when the coach could wait no longer, "I've been standing treat for a whole week and more, and letting you have all the delicacies of the season. You shall pay for this, Pecksniff." It was not a joke either, as Mr Pecksniff at first supposed, for he went off to the coach without further ceremony, and left his respected victim to settle the bill. But Mr Pecksniff was a man of meek endurance, and Mr Jonas was his friend. Moreover, his regard for that gentleman was founded, as we know, on pure esteem and a knowledge of the excellence of his character. He came out from the tavern with a smiling face, and even went so far as to repeat the performance on a less expensive scale at the next alehouse. There was a certain wildness in the spirits of Mr Jonas, not usually a part of his character, which was far from being subdued by these means, and for the rest of the journey he was so very buoyant, it may be said boisterous, that Mr Pecksniff had some difficulty in keeping pace with him. Oh dear no! Mr Pecksniff had proposed in London to give the girls a surprise, and had said he wouldn't write a word to prepare them on any account, in order that me and Mr Jonas might take them unawares, and just see what they were doing, when they thought their dear papa was miles and miles away. As a consequence of this playful device, there was nobody to meet them at the finger post. But that was of small consequence, for they had come down by the day coach, and Mr Pecksniff had only a carpet bag, while Mr Jonas had only a portmanteau. They took the portmanteau between them, put the bag upon it, and walked off up the lane without delay. Mr Pecksniff already going on tiptoe, as if, without this precaution, his fond children, being then at a distance of a couple of miles or so, would have some filial sense of his approach. It was a lovely evening in the springtime of the year, and in the soft stillness of the twilight all nature was very calm and beautiful. The day had been fine and warm, but at the coming of night the air grew cool, and in the mellowing distance smoke was rising gently from the cottage chimneys. There were 1,000 pleasant scenes diffused around, from young leaves and fresh buds, the cuckoo had been singing all day long, and was but just now hushed, the smell of earth newly upturned, first breath of hope to the first labourer after his garden withered, was fragrant in the evening breeze. It was a time when most men cherish good resolves and sorrow for the wasted past, when most men, looking on the shadows as they gather, think of that evening which must close on all, and that to-morrow which has none beyond. "Precious dull," said Mr Jonas, looking about. "It's enough to make a man go melancholy mad." "We shall have lights and a fire soon," observed Mr Pecksniff. "We shall need 'em by the time we get there," said Jonas. "What the devil don't you talk? What are you thinking of?" "To tell you the truth, Mr Jonas," said Pecksniff with great solemnity, "my mind was running at that moment on our late dear friend, your departed father." Mr Jonas immediately let his burden fall, and said, threatening them with his hand, "Drop that, Pecksniff." Mr Pecksniff, not exactly knowing whether allusion was made to the subject or the portmanteau, stared at his friend in unaffected surprise. "Drop it, I say," cried Jonas fiercely. "Do you hear? Drop it, now and for ever. You had better. I'll give you notice." It was quite a mistake, urged Mr Pecksniff, very much dismayed. Though I admit it was foolish. I might have known it was a tender string. Don't talk to me about tender strings, said Jonas, wiping his forehead with a cuff of his coat. I'm not going to be crowed over by you, because I don't like dead company. Mr Pecksniff had got out the words, crowed over, Mr Jonas, when that young man, with a dark expression on his countenance, cut him short once more. Mind, he said, I won't have it. I advise you not to revive the subject, neither to me nor anybody else. You can take a hint if you choose, as well as another man. There's enough said about it. Come along. Taking up his part of the load again, and when he had said these words, he hurried on so fast that Mr Pecksniff, at the other end of the portmanteau, found himself dragged forward in a very inconvenient and ungraceful manner, to the great detriment of what is called by fancy gentlemen the bark upon his shins, which were most unmercifully bumped against the hard leather and the iron buckles. In the course of a few minutes, however, Mr Jonas relaxed his speed, and suffered his companion to come up with him, and to bring the portmanteau into a tolerably straight position. It was pretty clear that he regretted his late outbreak, and that he mistrusted its effect on Mr Pecksniff, for as often as that gentleman glanced towards Mr Jonas, he found Mr Jonas glancing at him, which was a new source of embarrassment. It was but a short-lived one, though, for Mr Jonas soon began to whistle, whereupon Mr Pecksniff, taking his cue from his friend, began to hum a tune melodiously. Pretty near there, ain't we? Said Jonas, when this had lasted some time. Close, my dear friend, said Mr Pecksniff. What'll they be doing, do you suppose? Asked Jonas. Impossible to say, cried Mr Pecksniff. Giddy truants. They may be away from home, perhaps. I was going to propose, said Mr Pecksniff, that we should enter by the back way, and come upon them like a clap of thunder, Mr Jonas. It might not have been easy to decide in respect of which of their manifold properties, Jonas, Mr Pecksniff, the carpet-bag, and the portmanteau, could be likened to a clap of thunder. But Mr Jonas giving his assent to this proposal, they stole round into the backyard, and softly advanced towards the kitchen window, through which the mingled light of fire and candle shone upon the darkening night. Truly Mr Pecksniff is blessed in his children, in one of them at any rate. The prudent Cherry, staff and scrip, and treasure of her doting father, there she sits at a little table, white as driven snow, before the kitchen fire, making up accounts. See the neat maiden, as with pen in hand and calculating look addressed towards the ceiling, and a bunch of keys within a little basket at her side, she checks the housekeeping expenditure, from flat iron, dish cover, and warming pan, from pot and kettle, face of brass footman, and black-leaded stove. Bright glances of approbation wink and glow upon her. The very onions dangling from the beam mantle and shine like cherubs' cheeks. Something of the influence of those vegetables sinks into Mr Pecksniff's nature. He weeps. It is but for a moment, and he hides it from the observation of his friend, very carefully, by a somewhat elaborate use of his pocket-handkerchief. In fact, for he would not have his weakness known. Pleasant, he murmured, pleasant to her father's feelings, my dear girl. Shall we let her know we are here, Mr Jonas? Why, I don't suppose you mean to spend the evening in the stable or the coach-house, he returned. That indeed is not such hospitality as I would show you, my friend, cried Mr Pecksniff, pressing his hand. And then he took a long breath, and tapping at the window, shouted with stentorian blandness, Boo! Cherry dropped her pen and screamed. But innocence is ever bold, or should be. As they opened the door, the valiant girl exclaimed in a firm voice, and with a presence of mind which even in that trying moment did not desert her, Who are you? What do you want? Speak, or I will call my pa. Mr Pecksniff held out his arms. She knew him instantly, and rushed into his fond embrace. It was thoughtless of us, Mr Jonas. It was very thoughtless, said Pecksniff, smoothing his daughter's hair. My darling, do you see that I am not alone? Not she. She had seen nothing but her father until now. She saw Mr Jonas now, though, and blushed, and hung her head down as she gave him welcome. But where was Merry? Mr Pecksniff didn't ask the question in reproach, but in a vein of mildness touched with a gentle sorrow. She was upstairs reading on the parlour couch. Ah, domestic details had no charms for her.
'But call her down,' said Mr Pecksniff, with a placid resignation. 'Call her down, my love.' She was called, and came, all flushed and tumbled from reposing on the sofa, but none the worse for that. No, not at all. Rather the better, if anything. 'Oh, my goodness me!' cried the arch girl, turning to her cousin when she had kissed her father on both cheeks, and in her frolicsome nature had bestowed a supernumerary salute upon the tip of his nose. 'You here, fright! Well, I'm very thankful that you won't trouble ME much.' 'What, you're as lively as ever, are you?' said Jonas. 'Oh, you're a wicked one.' 'There, go along,' retorted Merry, pushing him away. 'I'm sure I don't know what I shall ever do if I have to see much of you. Go along, for gracious sake.' Mr Pecksniff striking in here with the request that Mr Jonas would immediately walk upstairs, he so far complied with the young lady's adjuration as to go at once. But though he had set the fair Cherry on his arm, he could not help looking back at her sister, and exchanging some further dialogue of the same bantering description, as they all four ascended into the parlour, where, for the young ladies happened, by good fortune, to be a little later than usual that night, the tea-board was at that moment being set out. Mr Pinch was not at home, so they had it all to themselves, and were very snug and talkative, Jonas sitting between the two sisters, and displaying his gallantry in that engaging manner which was peculiar to him. It was a hard thing, Mr Pecksniff said, when tea was done and cleared away, to leave so pleasant a little party, but having some important papers to examine in his own apartment, he must beg them to excuse him for half an hour. With this apology he withdrew, singing a careless strain as he went. He had not been gone 5 minutes, when Merry, who had been sitting in the window, apart from Jonas and her sister, burst into a half-smothered laugh, and skipped towards the door. 'Hallo!' cried Jonas. 'Don't go.' 'Oh, I dare say,' rejoined Merry, looking back. 'You're very anxious I should stay, Fright, ain't you?' 'Yes, I am,' said Jonas. ''Pon my word I am. I want to speak to you.' But as she left the room notwithstanding, he ran out after her, and brought her back, after a short struggle in the passage, which scandalized Miss Cherry very much. 'Upon my word, Merry,' urged that young lady, 'I wonder at you. There are bounds even to the absurdity, my dear.' 'Thank you, my sweet,' said Merry, pursing up her rosy lips, much obliged to it for its advice. 'Oh, do leave me alone, you monster, do!' This entreaty was wrung for her by a new proceeding on the part of Mr Jonas, who pulled her down, all breathless as she was, into a seat beside him on the sofa, having at the same time Miss Cherry on the other side. 'Now,' said Jonas, clasping the waist of each, 'I have got both arms full, haven't I?' 'One of them will be black and blue tomorrow, if you don't let me go,' cried the playful Merry. 'Ah, I don't mind your pinching,' grinned Jonas, 'a bit.' 'Pinch him for me, Cherry, pray,' said Mercy. 'I never did hate anybody so much as I hate this creature, I declare.' 'No, no, don't say that,' urged Jonas. 'And don't pinch either, because I want to be serious. I say, Cousin Charity.' 'Well, what?' she answered sharply. 'I want to have some sober talk,' said Jonas. 'I want to prevent any mistakes, you know, and to put everything upon a pleasant understanding. That's desirable and proper, ain't it?' Neither of the sisters spoke a word. Mr Jonas paused and cleared his throat, which was very dry. 'She'll not believe what I'm going to say, will she, cousin?' said Jonas, timidly squeezing Miss Charity. 'Really, Mr Jonas, I don't know until I hear what it is. It's quite impossible.' 'Why, you see,' said Jonas, her way always being to make a game of people, 'I know she'll laugh, or pretend to. I know that beforehand. But you can tell her I'm in earnest, cousin, can't you? You'll confess, you know, won't you? You'll be honourable, I'm sure,' he added persuasively. No answer. His throat seemed to grow hotter and hotter, and to be more and more difficult of control. 'You see, Cousin Charity,' said Jonas, 'nobody but you can tell her what pains I took to get into her company when you were both at the boarding house in the city. Because nobody's so well aware of it, you know. Nobody else can tell her how hard I tried to get to know you better, in order that I might get to know her without seeming to wish it, can they? I always asked you about her, and said where had she gone, and when would she come, and how lively she was, and all that, didn't I, cousin? I know you'll tell her so, if you haven't told her so already. And I dare say you have, because I'm sure you're honourable, ain't you?' Still not a word. The right arm of Mr Jonas, the eldest sister sat upon his right, may have been sensible of some tumultuous throbbing which was not within itself, but nothing else apprised him that his words had had the least effect. 'Even if you kept it to yourself and haven't told her,' resumed Jonas, It don't much matter, because you'll bear honest witness now, won't you? We've been very good friends from the first, haven't we? And of course we shall be quite friends in the future. And so I don't mind speaking before you a bit, Cousin Mercy. You've heard what I've been saying. She'll confirm it, every word. She must. Will you have me for your husband, eh?' As he released his hold of Charity to put this question with better effect, she started up and hurried away to her own room, marking her progress as she went by such a train of passionate and incoherent sound as nothing but a slighted woman in her anger could produce. 'Let me go away. Let me go after her,' said Merry, pushing him off, and giving him, to tell the truth, more than one sounding slap upon his outstretched face. 'Not till you say yes. You haven't told me. Will you have me for your husband?' 'No, I won't. I can't bear the sight of you. I've told you so 100 times. You're a fright. Besides, I always thought you liked my sister best. We all thought so.' 'But that wasn't my fault,' said Jonas. 'Yes, it was. You know it was.' 'Any trick is fair in love,' said Jonas. 'She may have thought I liked her best, but you didn't.' 'I did.' 'No, you didn't. You never could have thought I liked her best when you were by.' 'There's no accounting for taste,' said Merry. 'At least, I didn't mean to say that. I don't know what I mean. Let me go to her.' 'Say yes, and then I will. If I ever brought myself to say so, it should only be that I might hate and tease you all my life.' 'That's as good,' cried Jonas, 'as saying it right out. It's a bargain, cousin. We're a pair, if ever there was one.' This gallant speech was succeeded by a confused noise of kissing and slapping, and then the fair but much dishevelled Merry broke away and followed in the footsteps of her sister. Now, whether Mr Pecksniff had been listening, which in one of his character appears impossible, or divined almost by inspiration what the matter was, which in a man of his sagacity is far more probable, or happened by sheer good fortune to find himself in exactly the right place at precisely the right time, which under the special guardianship in which he lived might very reasonably happen, it is quite certain that at the moment when the sisters came together in their own room, he appeared at the chamber door, and a marvellous contrast it was. They so heated, noisy, and vehement; he so calm and self-possessed, so cool and full of peace, that not a hair upon his head was stirred. 'Children,' said Mr Pecksniff, spreading out his hands in wonder, but not before he had shut the door and set his back against it. 'Girls, daughters, what is this? The wretch, the apostate, the false, mean, odious villain has before my very face proposed to Mercy,' was his eldest daughter's answer. 'Who has proposed to Mercy?' asked Mr Pecksniff. 'He has. That thing, Jonas, downstairs.' 'Jonas proposed to Mercy!' said Mr Pecksniff. 'Aye, aye, indeed.' 'Have you nothing else to say?' cried Charity. 'Am I to be driven mad, papa? He has proposed to Mercy, not to me.' 'Oh, fie, for shame!' said Mr Pecksniff, gravely. 'Oh, for shame! Can the triumph of a sister move you to this terrible display, my child? Oh, really this is very sad. I am sorry. I am surprised and hurt to see you so. Mercy, my girl, bless you, see to her. Ah, envy, envy, what a passion you are!' Uttering this apostrophe in a tone full of grief and lamentation, Mr Pecksniff left the room, taking care to shut the door behind him, and walked downstairs into the parlour. There he found his intended son-in-law, whom he seized by both hands. 'Jonas!' cried Mr Pecksniff. 'Jonas, the dearest wish of my heart is now fulfilled.' 'Very well, I'm glad to hear it,' said Jonas. 'That'll do. I say, as it ain't the one you're so fond of, you must come down with another 1,000, Pecksniff. You must make it up 5. It's worth that to keep your treasure to yourself, you know. You get off very cheap that way, in having the sacrifice to make.' The grin with which he accompanied this set off his other attractions to such unspeakable advantage, that even Mr Pecksniff lost his presence of mind for a moment, and looked at the young man as if he were quite stupefied with wonder and admiration. But he quickly regained his composure, and was in the very act of changing the subject, when a hasty step was heard without, and Tom Pinch, in a state of great excitement, came darting into the room. On seeing a stranger there, apparently engaged with Mr Pecksniff in private conversation, Tom was very much abashed, though he still looked as if he had something of great importance to communicate, which would be a sufficient apology for his intrusion. 'Mr Pinch,' said Pecksniff, 'this is hardly decent. You will excuse my saying that I think your conduct scarcely decent, Mr Pinch.' 'I beg your pardon, sir,' replied Tom, 'for not knocking at the door.' 'Rather beg this gentleman's pardon, Mr Pinch,' said Pecksniff. 'I know you. He does not. My young man, Mr Jonas.' The son-in-law that was to be gave him a slight nod, not actively disdainful or contemptuous, only passively, for he was in a good humour. 'Could I speak a word with you, sir, if you please?' said Tom. 'It's rather pressing.' 'It should be very pressing to justify this strange behaviour, Mr Pinch,' returned his master. 'Excuse me for one moment, my dear friend. Now, sir, what is the reason of this rough intrusion?' 'I am very sorry, sir, I'm sure,' said Tom, standing cap in hand before his patron in the passage, 'and I know it must have a very rude appearance.' 'It HAS a very rude appearance, Mr Pinch.' 'Yes, I feel that, sir. But the truth is, I was so surprised to see them, and knew that you would be too, that I ran home very fast indeed, and really hadn't enough command over myself to know what I was doing very well. I was in the church just now, sir, touching the organ for my own amusement, when I happened to look round, and saw a gentleman and a lady standing in the aisle listening. They seemed to be strangers, sir, as well as I could make out in the dusk, and I thought I didn't know them. So presently I left off, and said, would they walk up to the organ loft or take a seat? No, they said they wouldn't do that, but thanked me for the music they had heard. In fact,' observed Tom, blushing, 'they said, delicious music. At least she did. And I am sure that it was a greater pleasure and honour to me than any compliment I could have had. I beg your pardon, sir.' He was all in a tremble, and dropped his hat for the second time. 'But I'm rather flurried, and I fear I've wandered from the point.' 'You will come back to it, Thomas,' said Mr Pecksniff with an icy look. 'I shall feel obliged.' 'Yes, sir,' returned Tom, 'certainly. They had a posting carriage at the porch, sir, and had stopped to hear the organ, they said. And then they said, she said, I mean, "I believe you live with Mr Pecksniff, sir?" I said that I had that honour, and took the liberty, sir,' added Tom, raising his eyes to his benefactor's face, 'of saying, as I always will and must with your permission, that I was under great obligations to you, and could never express my sense of them sufficiently.' 'That,' said Mr Pecksniff, 'was very, very wrong. Take your time, Mr Pinch.' 'Thank you, sir,' cried Tom. 'All that they asked me, she asked, I mean, wasn't there a bridle road to Mr Pecksniff's house?' Mr Pecksniff suddenly became full of interest. 'Without going by the Dragon? When I said there was, and said how happy I should be to show it 'em, they sent the carriage on by road, and came with me across the meadows. I left 'em at the turnstile to run forward and tell you they were coming. And they'll be here, sir, in less than a minute's time, I should say,' added Tom, fetching his breath with difficulty. 'Now who,' said Mr Pecksniff, pondering, 'who may these people be?' 'Bless my soul, sir,' cried Tom, 'I meant to mention that at first. I thought I had. I knew them, her I mean, directly. The gentleman who was ill at the Dragon, sir, last winter, and the young lady who attended him.' Tom's teeth chattered in his head, and he positively staggered with amazement at witnessing the extraordinary effect produced on Mr Pecksniff by these simple words. The dread of losing the old man's favour almost as soon as they were reconciled, through the mere fact of having Jonas in the house; the impossibility of dismissing Jonas, or shutting him up, or tying him hand and foot, and putting him in the coal cellar, without offending him beyond recall; the horrible discordance prevailing in the establishment, and the impossibility of reducing it to a decent harmony with Charity in loud hysterics, Mercy in the utmost disorder, Jonas in the parlour, and Martin Chuzzlewit and his young charge upon the very doorsteps; the total hopelessness of being able to disguise or feasibly explain this state of rampant confusion; the sudden accumulation over his devoted head of every complicated perplexity and entanglement for his extrication, from which he had trusted to time, good fortune, chance, and his own plotting, so filled the entrapped architect with dismay, that if Tom could have been a Gorgon staring at Mr Pecksniff, and Mr Pecksniff could have been a Gorgon staring at Tom, they could not have horrified each other half so much as in their own bewildered persons. 'Dear, dear!' cried Tom, 'what have I done? I hoped it would be a pleasant surprise, sir. I thought you would like to know.' But at that moment a loud knocking was heard at the hall door. End of chapter 20.
Chapter 21 of the Life and Adventures of Martin Chuzzlewit, by Charles Dickens. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. More American experiences. Martin takes a partner and makes a purchase. Some account of Eden as it appeared on paper. Also of the British Lion. Also of the kind of sympathy professed and entertained by the Watertoast Association of United Sympathizers. The knocking at Mr Pecksniff's door, though loud enough, bore no resemblance whatever to the noise of an American railway train at full speed. It may be well to begin the present chapter with this frank admission, lest the reader should imagine that the sounds now deafening this history's ears have any connection with the knocker on Mr Pecksniff's door, or with the great amount of agitation pretty equally divided between that worthy man and Mr Pinch, of which its strong performance was the cause. Mr Pecksniff's house is more than 1,000 leagues away, and again this happy chronicle has liberty and moral sensibility for its high companions. Again it breathes the blessed air of independence. Again it contemplates with pious awe that moral sense which renders unto Caesar nothing that is his. Again it inhales the sacred atmosphere which was the life of him, O noble patriot with many followers, who dreamed of freedom in a slave's embrace, and waking sold her offspring and his own public markets. How the wheels clank and rattle, and the tramroad shakes as the train rushes on, and now the engine yells as if it were lashed and tortured like a living labourer, and writhed in agony. A poor fancy, for steel and iron are of infinitely greater account in this commonwealth than flesh and blood. If the cunning work of man be urged beyond its power of endurance, it has within it the elements of its own revenge, whereas the wretched mechanism of the divine hand is dangerous with no such property, but may be tampered with and crushed and broken at the driver's pleasure. Look at that engine. It shall cost a man more dollars in the way of penalty and fine and satisfaction of the outraged law to deface it in wantonness, that senseless mass of metal, than to take the lives of 20 human creatures. Thus the stars wink upon the bloody stripes, and liberty pulls down her cap upon her eyes, and owns oppression in its vilest aspect for her sister. The engine driver of the train, whose noise awoke us to the present chapter, was certainly troubled with no such reflections as these, nor is it very probable that his mind was disturbed by any reflections at all. He leaned with folded arms and crossed legs against the side of the carriage, smoking, and except when he expressed by a grunt as short as his pipe his approval of some particularly dexterous aim on the part of his colleague, the fireman, who beguiled his leisure by throwing logs of wood from the tender at the numerous stray cattle on the line, he preserved a composure so immovable and an indifference so complete that if the locomotive had been a sucking pig, he could have not been more perfectly indifferent to its doings. Notwithstanding the tranquil state of this officer and his unbroken peace of mind, the train was proceeding with a tolerable rapidity, and the rails being but poorly laid, the jolts and bumps it met with in its progress were neither slight nor few. There were 3 great caravans or cars attached: the ladies' car, the gentlemen's car, and the car for negroes, the latter painted black, as an appropriate compliment to its company. Martin and Mark Tapley were in the first, as it was the most comfortable, and being far from full, received other gentlemen who, like them, were unblessed by the society of ladies of their own. They were seated side by side, and were engaged in earnest conversation. "And so, Mark," said Martin, looking at him with an anxious expression, "and so you are glad we have left New York far behind us, are you?" "Yes, sir," said Mark, "I am precious glad." "Were you not jolly there?" asked Martin. "On the contrary, sir," returned Mark, "the jolliest week as I ever spent in my life was that there week at Pawkins's." "What do you think of our prospects?" inquired Martin, with an air that plainly said he had avoided the question for some time. "Uncommon bright, sir," returned Mark. "Impossible for a place to have a better name, sir, than the Walley of Eden. No man couldn't think of settling in a better place than in the Walley of Eden. And I'm told," added Mark, after a pause, "there's a lot of serpents there, so we shall come out quite complete and regular."
So far from dwelling upon this agreeable piece of information with the least dismay, Mark's face grew radiant as he called it to mind; so very radiant that a stranger might have supposed he had all his life been yearning for the society of serpents, and now hailed with delight the approaching consummation of his fondest wishes. 'Who told you that?' asked Martin sternly. 'A military officer,' said Mark. 'Confound you for a ridiculous fellow!' cried Martin, laughing heartily in spite of himself. 'What military officer? You know they spring up in every field.' 'As thick as scarecrows in England, sir,' interposed Mark, 'which is a sort of militia themselves, being entirely coat and waistcoat with a stick inside. Ha! Don't mind me, sir. It's my way sometimes. I can't help being jolly. Why, it was one of them inwading conquerors at Pawkins as told me. "Am I rightly informed," he says, not exactly through his nose, but as if I'd got a stoppage in it very high up, "that you're a going to the Walley of Eden?" "I heard some talk on it," I told him. "Oh," says he, "if you should ever happen to go to bed there, you may, you know," he says, "in course of time, as civilization progresses, don't forget to take an axe with you." I looks at him tolerable hard. "Fleas?" says I. "And more," says he. "Wampires?" says I. "And more," says he. "Mosquitoes, perhaps?" says I. "And more," says he. "What more?" says I. "Snakes more," says he. "Rattlesnakes." "You're right to a certain extent, stranger. There are some cantankerous chawers in the small way too, as graze upon a human pretty strong. But don't mind them. They're company. It's snakes," he says, "as you'll object to. And whenever you wake and see one in an upright poster on your bed," he says, "like a corkscrew with the handle of a sitting on its bottom ring, cut him down, for he means Wenham." "Why didn't you tell me this before?" cried Martin, with an expression of face which set off the cheerfulness of Mark's visage to great advantage. "I never thought on it, sir," said Mark. "It comes in at one ear and went out the other. But Lord love us, he was of another company, I dare say, and only made up the story that we might go to his Eden and not to the opposition one." "There's some probability in that," observed Martin. "I can honestly say that I hope so with all my heart." "I've not a doubt about it, sir," returned Mark, who, full of the inspiring influence of the anecdote upon himself, had for the moment forgotten its probable effect upon his master. "Anyhow, we must live, you know, sir." "Live!" cried Martin. "Yes, it's easy to say live, but if we should happen not to wake when the rattlesnakes are a making corkscrews of themselves upon our beds, it may not be so easy to do it." "And that's a fact," said a voice so close in his ear that it tickled him. "That's dreadful true." Martin looked round, and found that a gentleman on the seat behind had thrust his head between himself and Mark, and sat with his chin resting on the back rail of their little bench, entertaining himself with their conversation. He was as languid and listless in his looks as most of the gentlemen they had seen. His cheeks were so hollow that he seemed to be always sucking them in, and the sun had burnt him, not a wholesome red or brown, but dirty yellow. He had bright dark eyes, which he kept half closed, only peeping out of the corners, and even then with a glance that seemed to say, "Now you won't overreach me. You want to, but you won't." His arms rested carelessly on his knees as he leant forward. In the palm of his left hand, as English rustics have their slice of cheese, he had a cake of tobacco; in his right a penknife. He struck into the dialogue with as little reserve as if he had been specially called in, days before, to hear the arguments of both sides, and favour them with his opinion; and he had no more contemplated or cared for the possibility of their not desiring the honour of his acquaintance or interference in their private affairs, than if he had been a bear or a buffalo. "That," he repeated, nodding condescendingly to Martin, as to an outer barbarian and foreigner, "is dreadful true. Darn all manners of vermin." Martin could not help frowning for a moment, as if he were disposed to insinuate that the gentleman had unconsciously darned himself; but remembering the wisdom of doing at Rome as Romans do, he smiled with the pleasantest expression he could assume upon so short a notice. Their new friend said no more just then, being busily employed in cutting a quid or plug from his cake of tobacco, and whistling softly to himself the while. When he had shaped it to his liking, he took out his old plug and deposited the same on the back of the seat between Mark and Martin, while he thrust the new one into the hollow of his cheek, where it looked like a large walnut or tolerable pippin. Finding it quite satisfactory, he stuck the point of his knife into the old plug, and holding it out for their inspection, remarked with the air of a man who had not lived in vain, that it was used up considerable. Then he tossed it away, put his knife into one pocket and his tobacco in another, rested his chin upon the rail as before, and, approving of the pattern of Martin's waistcoat, reached out his hand to feel the texture of that garment. "What do you call this now?" he asked. "'Pon my word," said Martin, "I don't know what it's called. It'll cost $1 or more a yard, I reckon. I really don't know." "In my country," said the gentleman, "we know the cost of our own produce." Martin not discussing the question, there was a pause. "Well," resumed their new friend, after staring at them intently during the whole interval of silence, "how's the unnatural old parent by this time?" Mr Tapley, regarding this inquiry only as another version of the impertinent English question, "How's your mother?" would have resented it instantly but for Martin's prompt interposition. "You mean the old country," he said. "Ah," was the reply. "How's she? Progressing backwards, I expect, as usual. Well, how's Queen Victoria?" "In good health, I believe," said Martin. "Queen Victoria won't shake in her royal shoes at all when she hears to-morrow named," observed the stranger. "No, not that I'm aware of. Why should she?" "She won't be taken with a cold chill when she realises what is being done in these diggings," said the stranger. "No." "No," said Martin, "I think I could take my oath of that." The strange gentleman looked at him as if in pity of his ignorance of prejudice, and said, "Well, sir, I tell you this. There ain't an engine with its biler bust in God Almighty's free United States so fixed and nipped and frizzled to a most eternal smash as that young critter in her luxurious location in the Tower of London will be, when she reads the next double extra Watercoast Gazette." Several other gentlemen had left their seats and gathered round during the foregoing dialogue. They were highly delighted with this speech. One very lank gentleman, in a loose limp white cravat, long white waistcoat, and a black greatcoat, who seemed to be an authority among them, felt called upon to acknowledge it. "Mr Lafayette Kettle," he said, taking off his hat. There was a grave murmur of "Hush!" "Mr Lafayette Kettle, sir." Mr Kettle bowed. "In the name of this company, sir, and in the name of our common country, and in the name of that righteous cause of holy sympathy in which we are engaged, I thank you. I thank you, sir, in the name of the Watertoast sympathisers, and I thank you, sir, in the name of the Watertoast Gazette, and I thank you, sir, in the name of the Star-Spangled Banner of the great United States, for your eloquent and categorical exposition. And if, sir," said the speaker, poking Martin with the handle of his umbrella to bespeak his attention, for he was listening to a whisper from Mark, "if, sir, in such a place and at such a time, I might venture to conclude with a sentiment, glancing, however slantindicularly, at the subject in hand, I would say, sir, may the British lion have his talons eradicated by the noble bill of the American eagle, and be taught to play upon the Irish harp and the Scottish fiddle that music which is breathed in every empty shell that lies upon the shores of green Columbia." Here the lank gentleman sat down again amidst a great sensation, and every one looked very grave. "General Choke," said Mr Lafayette Kettle, "you warm my heart, sir, you warm my heart. But the British lion is not unrepresented here, sir, and I should be glad to hear his answer to those remarks." "Upon my word," said Martin, laughing, "since you do me the honour to consider me his representative, I have only to say that I never heard of Queen Victoria reading the What's its name Gazette, and that I should scarcely think it probable." General Choke smiled upon the rest, and said in patient and benignant explanation, "It is sent to her, sir. It is sent to her, her mail." "But if it is addressed to the Tower of London, it would hardly come to hand, I fear," returned Mark, "for she don't live there." "The Queen of England, gentlemen," observed Mr Tapley, affecting the greatest politeness, and regarding them with an immovable face, "usually lives at the Mint to take care of the money. She has lodgings, in virtue of her office, with the Lord Mayor at the Mansion House, but don't often occupy them, in consequence of the parlour chimney smoking." "Mark," said Martin, "I shall be very much obliged to you if you'll have the goodness not to interfere with preposterous statements, however jocose they may appear to you. I was merely remarking, gentlemen, though it is a point of very little import, that the Queen of England does not happen to live in the Tower of London." "General!" cried Mr Lafayette Kettle. "Do you hear?" "General!" echoed several others. "General!" "Hush! Pray silence!" said General Choke, holding up his hand, and speaking with a patient and complacent benevolence that was quite touching. I have always remarked it as a very extraordinary circumstance, which I impute the nature of British institutions and their tendency to suppress that popular inquiry and information which are so widely diffused even in the trackless forests of this vast continent of the Western Ocean, that the knowledge of Britishers themselves on such points is not to be compared with that possessed by our intelligent and locomotive citizens. This is interesting, and confirms my observation when you say, sir,' he continued, addressing Martin, 'that your Queen does not reside in the Tower of London. You fall into an error, not uncommon to your countrymen, even when their abilities and moral elements are such as to command respect. But you, sir, are wrong. She does live there.' 'When she is at the Court of St. James,' interposed Kettle. 'When she's at the Court of St. James, of course,' returned the General, in the same benignant way. 'For if her location was in Windsor Pavilion, it couldn't be in London at the same time. Your Tower of London, sir,' pursued the General, smiling with a mild consciousness of his knowledge, 'is naturally your royal residence, being located in the immediate neighbourhood of your parks, your drives, sir, your triumphant arches, your opera, and your royal almacs. It naturally suggests itself as the place for holding a luxurious and thoughtless court, and consequently,' said the General, 'consequently the court is held there.' 'Have you ever been in England?' asked Martin. 'In print I have, sir,' said the General, 'not otherwise. We are a reading people here, sir. You will meet with much information among us that will surprise you, sir.' 'I have not the least doubt of it,' returned Martin. But here he was interrupted by Mr Lafayette Kettle, who whispered in his ear, 'You know General Choke?' 'No,' returned Martin in the same tone. 'You know what he is considered?' 'One of the most remarkable men in the country,' said Martin, at a venture. 'That's a fact,' rejoined Kettle. 'I was sure you must have heard of him. I think,' said Martin, addressing himself to the General again, 'that I have the pleasure of being the bearer of a letter of introduction to you, sir, for Mr Bevan of Massachusetts,' he added, giving it to him. The General took it and read it attentively, now and then stopping to glance at the two strangers. When he had finished the note, he came over to Martin and sat down by him and shook hands. 'Well,' he said, 'and you think of settling in Eden?' 'Subject to your opinion and the agent's advice,' replied Martin. 'I am told there's nothing to be done in the old towns.' 'I can introduce you to the agent, sir,' said the General. 'I know him. In fact, I am a member of the Eden Land Corporation myself.' This was serious news to Martin, for his friend had laid great stress upon the General's having no connection, as he thought, with any land company, and therefore being likely to give him disinterested advice. The General explained that he had joined the corporation only a few weeks ago, and that no communication had passed between himself and Mr Bevan since. 'We have very little to venture,' said Martin anxiously. 'Only a few pounds, but it is our all. Now, do you think that for one of my profession this would be a speculation with any hope or chance in it?' 'Well,' observed the General gravely, 'if there wasn't any hope or chance in the speculation, it wouldn't have engaged my dollars, I opinionate.' 'I don't mean for the sellers,' said Martin. 'For the buyers, for the buyers.' 'For the buyers, sir,' observed the General in a most impressive manner. 'Well, you come from an old country, from a country, sir, that has piled up golden calves as high as Babel, and worshipped them for ages. We are a new country, sir. Man is in a more primeval state here, sir. We have not the excuse of having lapsed in the slow course of time into degenerate practices. We have no false gods. Man, sir, here is man in all his dignity. We fought for that or nothing. Here am I, sir,' said the General, setting up his umbrella to represent himself, and a villainous looking umbrella it was, a very bad counter to stand for the sterling coin of his benevolence. 'Here am I with grey hairs, sir, and a moral sense. Would I, with my principles, invest capital in this speculation, if I didn't think it full of hopes and chances for my brother man?' Martin tried to look convinced, but he thought of New York and found it difficult. 'What are the great United States for, sir,' pursued the General, 'if not for the regeneration of man? But it is natural in you to make such an enquiry, for you come from England, and you do not know my country.' 'Then you think,' said Martin, 'that allowing for the hardships we are prepared to undergo, there is a reasonable (Heaven knows we don't expect much) a reasonable opening in this place?' 'A reasonable opening in Eden, sir. But see the agent, see the agent, see the maps and plans, sir, and conclude to go or stay, according to the nature of the settlement. 'Eden hadn't needed to go a begging yet, sir,' remarked the General. 'It's an awful lovely place, surely.' 'And frightful wholesome, likewise,' said Mr. Kettle, who had made himself a party to this conversation as a matter of course. Martin felt that to dispute such testimony, for no better reason than because he had his secret misgivings on the subject, would be ungentlemanly and indecent. So he thanked the General for his promise to put him in personal communication with the agent, and concluded to see that officer next morning. He then begged the General to inform him who the Watertoast sympathisers were, of whom he had spoken in addressing Mr. Lafayette Kettle, and on what grievances they bestowed their sympathy. To which the General, looking very serious, made answer, that he might fully enlighten himself on those points to-morrow by attending a great meeting of the body, which would then be held at the town to which they were travelling. 'Over which, sir,' said the General, 'my fellow citizens have called on me to preside.' They came to their journey's end late in the evening. Close to the railway was an immense white edifice like an ugly hospital, on which was painted National Hotel. There was a wooden gallery or verandah in front, in which it was rather startling, when the train stopped, to behold a great many pairs of boots and shoes, and the smoke of a great many cigars, but no other evidences of human habitation. By slow degrees, however, some heads and shoulders appeared, and connecting themselves with the boots and shoes, led to the discovery that certain gentlemen boarders, who had a fancy for putting their heels where the gentlemen boarders in other countries usually put their heads, were enjoying themselves after their own manner in the cool of the evening. There was a great bar room in this hotel, and a great public room in which the general table was being set out for supper. There were interminable whitewashed staircases, long whitewashed galleries upstairs and downstairs, scores of little whitewashed bedrooms, and a four-sided verandah to every story in the house, which formed a large brick square with an uncomfortable courtyard in the centre, where some clothes were drying. Here and there some yawning gentlemen lounged up and down with their hands in their pockets, but within the house and without, wherever half a dozen people were collected together, there, in their looks, dress, morals, manners, habits, intellect, and conversation, were Mr. Jefferson Brick, Colonel Diver, Major Pawkins, General Choke, and Mr. Lafayette Kettle, over and over and over again. They did the same things, said the same things, judged all subjects by, and reduced all subjects to, the same standard. Observing how they lived, and how they were always happy in the enchanting company of each other, Martin even began to comprehend their being the social, cheerful, winning, airy men they were. At the sounding of a dismal gong, this pleasant company went trooping down from all parts of the house to the public room, while from the neighbouring stores other guests came flocking in shoals, for half the town, married folks as well as single, resided at the National Hotel. Tea, coffee, dried meats, tongue, ham, pickles, cake, toast, preserves, and bread and butter were swallowed with the usual ravaging speed, and then, as before, the company dropped off by degrees, and lounged away to the desk, the counter, or the bar room. The ladies had a smaller ordinary of their own, to which their husbands and brothers were admitted if they chose, and in all other respects they enjoyed themselves as at Pawkins. 'Now, Mark, my good fellow,' said Martin, closing the door of his little chamber, 'we must hold a solemn council, for our fate is decided to-morrow morning. You are determined to invest these savings of yours in the common stock, are you?' 'If I hadn't been determined to make that venture, sir,' answered Mr. Tapley, 'I shouldn't have come.' 'How much is there here, did you say?' asked Martin, holding up a little bag. £37 10 and sixpence. The Savings Bank said so at least. I never counted it, but they know, bless you,' said Mark, with a shake of the head expressive of his unbounded confidence in the wisdom and arithmetic of those institutions. 'The money we brought with us,' said Martin, 'is reduced to a few shillings less than £8. Mr. Tapley smiled, and looked all manner of ways that he might not be supposed to attach any importance to this fact. 'Upon the ring, her ring, Mark,' said Martin, looking ruefully at his empty finger. 'Ah!' sighed Mr. Tapley. 'Beg your pardon, sir. We raised in English money £14. So even with that, your share of the stock is still very much the larger of the two, you see.' 'Now, Mark,' said Martin, in his old way, just as he might have spoken to Tom Pinch. I have thought of a means of making this up to you. More than making it up to you, I hope, and very materially elevating your prospects in life. Oh, don't talk of that, you know, sir,' returned Mark. 'I don't want no elevating, sir. I'm all right enough, sir, I am.' 'No, but hear me,' said Martin, 'because this is very important to you, and a great satisfaction to me. Mark, you shall be a partner in the business, an equal partner with myself. I will put in, as my additional capital, my professional knowledge and ability, and half the annual profits, as long as it is carried on, shall be yours.' Poor Martin! For ever building castles in the air! For ever in his very selfishness forgetful of all but his own teeming hopes and sanguine plans! Swelling, at that instant, with the consciousness of patronizing and most munificently rewarding Mark. 'I don't know, sir,' Mark rejoined, much more sadly than his custom was, though from a very different cause than Martin supposed. 'What can I say to this in the way of thanking you? I'll stand by you, sir, to the best of my ability, and to the last. That's all.' 'We quite understand each other, my good fellow,' said Martin, rising in self-approval and condescension. 'We are no longer master and servant, but friends and partners, and are mutually gratified. If we determine on Eden, the business shall be commenced as soon as we get there, under the name,' said Martin, who never hammered upon an idea that wasn't red hot, 'under the name of Chuzzlewit and Tapley.' 'Lord love you, sir,' cried Mark, 'don't have my name in it. I ain't acquainted with the business, sir. I must be a co. I often thought,' he added in a low voice, 'as I should like to know a co. But I little thought as I ever should live to be one.' 'You shall have your own way, Mark.' 'Thank'ee, sir. If any country gentleman thereabouts, in the public way or otherwise, wanted such a thing as the skittle ground made, I could take that part of the business, sir.' 'Against any architect in the States,' said Martin. 'Get a couple of sherry cobblers, Mark, and we'll drink success to the firm.' Either he forgot already, and often afterwards, that they were no longer master and servant, or considered this kind of duty to be among the legitimate functions of the co. But Mark obeyed with his usual alacrity, and before they parted for the night, it was agreed between them that they should go together to the agent's in the morning, but that Martin should decide the Eden question on his own sound judgment. And Mark made no merit, even to himself, of his jollity of this concession, perfectly well knowing that the matter would come to that in the end anyway. The General was one of the party at the public table next day, and after breakfast suggested that they should wait upon the agent without loss of time. They, desiring nothing more, agreed. So off they all four started for the office of the Eden Settlement, which was almost within rifle shot of the National Hotel. It was a small place, something like a turnpike, where a great deal of land may be got into a dice box, and why may not a whole territory be bargained for in a shed? It was but a temporary office too, for the Edeners were going to build a superb establishment for the transaction of their business, and had already got so far as to mark out the site, which is a great way in America. The office door was wide open, and in the doorway was the agent, no doubt a tremendous fellow to get through his work, for he seemed to have no arrears, but was swinging backwards and forwards in a rocking chair, with one of his legs planted high up against the door-post, and the other doubled up under him, as if he were hatching his foot. He was a gaunt man, in a huge straw hat and a coat of green stuff. The weather being hot, he had no cravat, and wore his shirt collar wide open, so that every time he spoke something was seen to twitch and jerk up his throat, like the little hammers in a harpsichord when the notes are struck. Perhaps it was the truth feebly endeavouring to leap to his lips. If so, it never reached them. Two grey eyes lurked deep within this agent's head, but one of them had no sight in it, and stood stock still. With that side of his face he seemed to listen to what the other side was doing. Thus each profile had a distinct expression, and when the movable side was most in action, the rigid one was in its coldest state of watchfulness. It was like turning the man inside out, to pass to that view of his features in his liveliest mood, and see how calculating and intent they were. Each long black hair upon his head hung down as straight as any plummet line, but rumpled tufts were on the arches of his eyes, as if the crow, whose foot was deeply printed in the corners, had pecked and torn them in a savage recognition of his kindred nature as a bird of prey. Such was the man whom they now approached, and whom the General saluted by the name of Scadder. "Well, General," he returned, "and how are you?" "Active and spry, sir, in my country's service and the sympathetic cause. Two gentlemen on business, Mr. Scadder." He shook hands with each of them. Nothing is done in America without shaking hands. Then went on rocking. "I think I know what business you have brought these strangers here upon, then, General?" "Well, sir, I expect you may." "You are a tonguey person, General, for you talk too much, and that's a fact," said Scadder. "You speak alarming well in public, but you didn't ought to go ahead so fast in private now." "If I can realise your meaning, ride me on a rail," returned the General, after pausing for consideration. "You know we didn't wish to sell the lots off right away to any loafer as might bid," said Scadder, "but had concluded to reserve them for aristocrats of nature. Yes?" "And they are here, sir," cried the General with warmth. "They are here, sir." "If they're here," returned the agent, in reproachful accents, "that's enough. But you didn't ought to have your danderous with me, General." The General whispered that Scadder was the honestest fellow in the world, and he wouldn't have given him offence designedly for $10,000. "I do my duty, and I raise the dander of my fellow critters as I wish to serve," said Scadder in a low voice, looking down the road and rocking still. "They rile up rough along of my objecting to their selling Eden off too cheap. That's human nature. Well, Mr. Scadder," said the General, assuming his oratorical deportment, "sir, here is my hand, and here my heart. I esteem you, sir, and ask your pardon. These gentlemen are friends of mine, or I would not have brought 'em here, sir, being well aware, sir, that the lots at present go entirely too cheap. But these are friends, sir. These are particular friends." Mr. Scadder was so satisfied by this explanation that he shook the General warmly by the hand, and got out of the rocking chair to do it. He then invited the General's particular friends to accompany him into the office. As to the General, he observed with his usual benevolence that, being one of the company, he wouldn't interfere in the transaction on any account, so he appropriated the rocking chair to himself, and looked at the prospect like a good Samaritan waiting for a traveller. "Heyday!" cried Martin, as his eye rested on a great plan which occupied one whole side of the office. Indeed, the office had little else in it but some geological and botanical specimens, one or two rusty ledgers, a homely desk and stool. "Heyday! What's that?" "That's Eden," said Scadder, picking his teeth with a sort of young bayonet that flew out of his knife when he touched a spring. "Why, I had no idea it was a city." "Hadn't you? Oh, it's a city. A flourishing city too, an architectural city. There were banks, churches, cathedrals, marketplaces, factories, hotels, stores, mansions, wharves, an exchange, a theatre, public buildings of all kinds, down to the office of the Eden Stinger, a daily journal, all faithfully depicted in the view before them." "Dear me, it really is a most important place," cried Martin, turning round. "Oh, it's very important," observed the agent. "But I'm afraid," said Martin, glancing again at the public buildings, "that there's nothing left for me to do." "Well, it ain't all built," replied the agent. "Not quite." This was a great relief. "The marketplace, now," said Martin, "is that built?" "That?" said the agent, sticking his toothpick into the weathercock on top. "Let me see. No, that ain't built." "Rather a good job to begin with, eh, Mark?" whispered Martin, nudging him with his elbow. Mark, who with a very stolid countenance had been eyeing the plan and the agent by turns, merely rejoined, "Uncommon." A dead silence ensued. Mr. Scadder, in some short recesses or vacations of his toothpick, whistled a few bars of Yankee Doodle, and blew the dust off the roof of the theatre. "I suppose," said Martin, feigning to look more narrowly at the plan, but showing by his tremulous voice how much depended in his mind upon the answer, "I suppose there are several architects there?" "There ain't a single one," said Scadder. "Mark," whispered Martin, pulling him by the sleeve, "do you hear that? But whose work is all this before us, then?" he asked aloud. "The soil being very fruitful, public buildings grow spontaneous, perhaps," said Mark. He was on the agent's dark side as he said it, but Scadder instantly changed his place and brought his active eye to bear upon him. "Feel of my hands, young man," he said. "What for?" asked Mark, declining. "Are they dirty or are they clean, sir?" said Scadder, holding them out. In a physical point of view they were decidedly dirty, but it being obvious that Mr. Scadder offered them for examination, in a figurative sense, as emblems of his moral character, Martin hastened to pronounce them as pure as the driven snow. I entreat, Mark, he said with some irritation, that you will not obtrude remarks of that nature, which, however harmless and well intentioned, are quite out of place, and cannot be expected to be very agreeable to strangers. I'm quite surprised. The co's putting his foot in it already, thought Mark. He must be a sleeping partner, fast asleep and snoring co. Must I see? Mr. Scadder said nothing, but he set his back against the plan, and thrust his toothpick into the desk some 20 times, looking at Mark all the while as if he were stabbing him in effigy. 'You haven't said whose work it is,' Martin ventured to observe at length in a tone of mild propitiation. 'Well, never mind whose work it is, or isn't,' said the agent sulkily. 'No matter how it did eventuate. Perhaps he cleared off, handsome, with a heap of dollars. Perhaps he wasn't worth a cent. Perhaps he was a loafing rowdy. Perhaps a ring-tailed roarer. Now, all your doing, Mark,' said Martin. 'Perhaps,' pursued the agent, 'them ain't plans of Eden's raising. No, perhaps that desk and stool ain't made from Eden lumber. No, perhaps no end of squatters ain't gone out there. No, perhaps there ain't no such location in the territory of the great United States. Oh, no.' 'I hope you're satisfied with the success of your joke, Mark,' said Martin. But here, at a most opportune and happy time, the General interposed, and called out to Scadder from the doorway to give his friends the particulars of that little lot of 50 acres with the house upon it, which, having belonged to the company formerly, had lately lapsed again into their hands. 'You are a deal too open-handed, General,' was the answer. 'It is a lot as should be rose in price, it is.' He grumblingly opened his books notwithstanding, and always keeping his bright side towards Mark, no matter at what amount of inconvenience to himself, displayed a certain leaf for their perusal. Martin read it greedily, and then inquired, 'Now where upon the plan may this place be?' 'Upon the plan?' said Scadder. 'Yes.' He turned towards it and reflected for a short time, as if, having been put upon his mettle, he was resolved to be particular to the very minutest hair's breadth of a shade. At length, after wheeling his toothpick slowly round and round in the air, as if it were a carrier pigeon just thrown up, he suddenly made a dart at the drawing, and pierced it at the very centre of the main wharf, through and through. 'There!' he said, leaving his knife quivering in the wall. 'That's where it is.' Martin glanced with sparkling eyes upon his co, and his co saw that the thing was done. The bargain was not concluded as easily as might have been expected, though, for Scadder was caustic and ill-humoured, and cast much unnecessary opposition in the way, at one time requesting them to think of it and call again in a week or a fortnight; at another predicting that they wouldn't like it; at another offering to retract and let them off, and muttering strong imprecations upon the folly of the General. But the whole of the astoundingly small sum total of purchase money — it was only $150, or something more than £30 of the capital brought by Co. into the architectural concern — was ultimately paid down, and Martin's head was 2 inches nearer the roof of the little wooden office, with the consciousness of being a landed proprietor in a thriving city of Eden. 'If it shouldn't happen to fit,' said Scadder, as he gave Martin the necessary credentials on receipt of his money, 'don't blame me.' 'No, no,' he replied merrily. 'We'll not blame you, General. Are you going?' 'I am at your service, sir, and I wish you,' said the General, giving him his hand with grave cordiality, 'joy of your possession. You are now, sir, a denizen of the most powerful and highly civilized dominion that has ever graced the world. A dominion, sir, where a man is bound to man in one vast bond of equal love and truth. May you, sir, be worthy of your adopted country.' Martin thanked him, and took leave of Mr. Scadder, who had resumed his post in the rocking chair immediately on the General's rising from it, and was once more swinging away as if he had never been disturbed. Mark looked back several times as they went down the road towards the National Hotel, but now his blighted profile was towards them, and nothing but attentive thoughtfulness was written on it. Strangely different to the other side, he was not a man much given to laughing, and never laughed outright; but every line in the point of the crow's foot, and every little wiry vein in that division of his head, was wrinkled up into a grin. The compound figure of Death and the lady at the top of the old ballad was not divided with a greater nicety and hadn't halves more monstrously unlike each other than the two profiles of Zephaniah Scadder. The General posted along at a great rate, for the clock was on the stroke of 12, and at that hour precisely the great meeting of the Watertoast sympathisers was to be holden in the public room of the National Hotel. Being very curious to witness the demonstration and know what it was all about, Martin kept close to the General, and keeping closer than ever when they entered the hall, he got by that means upon a little platform of tables at the upper end, where an armchair was set for the General, and Mr. Lafayette Kettle, as secretary, was making a great display of some foolscap documents, screamers no doubt. "Well, sir," he said, as he shook hands with Martin, "here is a spectacle, calculated to make the British lion put his tail between his legs and howl with anguish, I expect." Martin certainly thought it possible that the British lion might have been rather out of his element in that ark, but he kept the idea to himself. The General was then voted to the chair, on the motion of a pallid lad of the Jefferson Brick School, who forthwith set in for a high-spiced speech, with a good deal about hearths and homes in it, and unriveting the chains of tyranny. Oh, but it was a clincher for the British lion, it was. The indignation of the glowing young Columbian knew no bounds. If he could only have been one of his own forefathers, he said, wouldn't he have peppered that same lion, and been to him as another brute tamer with a wire whip, teaching him lessons not easily forgotten? "Lion!" cried that young Columbian. "Where is he? Who is he? What is he? Show him to me. Let me have him here." "Here," said the young Columbian, in a wrestling attitude, "upon this sacred altar." "Here," cried the young Columbian, idealizing the dining table, "upon ancestral ashes, cemented with the glorious blood poured out like water on our native plains, Chickabiddy Lick." "Bring forth that lion," said the young Columbian. "Alone I dare him. I taunt that lion. I tell that lion that freedom's hand, once twisted in his mane, he rolls a course before me, and the eagles of the great republic laugh. Ha, ha!" When it was found that the lion didn't come, but kept out of the way, that the young Columbian stood there with folded arms, alone in his glory, and consequently that the eagles were no doubt laughing wildly on the mountain tops, such cheers arose as might have shaken the hands upon the Horse Guards clock, and changed the very mean time of the day in England's capital. "Who is this?" Martin telegraphed to Lafayette. The secretary wrote something very gravely on a piece of paper, twisted it up, and had it passed to him from hand to hand. It was an improvement on the old sentiment, "Perhaps as remarkable a man as any in our country." This young Columbian was succeeded by another, to the full as eloquent as he, who drew down storms of cheers. But both remarkable youths, in their great excitement, for your true poetry can never stoop to details, forgot to say with whom or what the Watertoasters sympathized, and likewise why or wherefore they were sympathetic. Thus Martin remained for a long time as completely in the dark as ever, until at length a ray of light broke in upon him through the medium of the secretary, who, by reading the minutes of their past proceedings, made the matter somewhat clearer. He then learned that the Watertoast Association sympathized with a certain public man in Ireland who held a contest upon certain points with England, and that they did so because they didn't love England at all, not by any means because they loved Ireland much, being indeed horribly jealous and distrustful of its people always, and only tolerating them because of their working hard, which made them very useful, labour being held in greater indignity in the simple republic than in any other country upon earth. This rendered Martin curious to see what grounds of sympathy the Watertoast Association put forth, nor was he long in suspense, for the General rose to read a letter to the public man, which with his own hands he had written. "Thus," said the General, "thus, my friends and fellow citizens, it runs. Sir, I address you on behalf of the Watertoast Association of United Sympathizers. It is founded, sir, in the great Republic of America, and now holds its breath, and swells the blue veins in its forehead nigh to bursting, as it watches, sir, with feverish intensity and sympathetic ardour, your noble efforts in the cause of freedom." At the name of freedom, and every repetition of that name, all the sympathizers roared aloud, cheering with 9 times 9 and 9 times over. "In freedom's name, sir, holy freedom, I address you. In freedom's name I send herewith contribution to the funds of your society. In freedom's name, sir, I advert with indignation and disgust to that accursed animal with gore-stained whiskers, whose rampant cruelty and fiery lust have ever been a scourge, a torment to the world. The naked visitors to Crusoe's Island, sir, the flying wives of Peter Wilkins, the fruit-smeared children of the tangled bush, nay, even the men of large stature, anciently bred in the mining districts of Cornwall, alike bear witness to its savage nature. Where, sir, are the cormorants, the blunderbores, the great fee-fo-fums named in history, all exterminated by its destroying hand? I allude, sir, to the British lion. Devoted mind and body, heart and soul, to freedom, sir, to freedom, blessed solace to the snail upon the cellar door, the oyster in his pearly bed, the still mite in his home of cheese, the very winkle of your country in his shelly lair. In her unsullied name we offer you our sympathy. O sir, in this our cherished and happy land, her fires burn bright and clear and smokeless. Once lighted up in yours, the lion shall be roasted whole. I am, sir, in freedom's name, your affectionate friend and faithful sympathizer, Cyrus Choke, General, U.S.M. It happened that just as the General began to read this letter, the railroad train arrived, bringing a new mail from England, and a packet had been handed into the secretary, which during its perusal and the frequent cheerings in homage to freedom he had opened. Now its contents disturbed him very much, and the moment the General sat down, he hurried to his side and placed in his hand a letter and several printed extracts from English newspapers, to which, in a state of infinite excitement, he called his immediate attention. The General, being greatly heated by his own composition, was in a fit state to receive any inflammable influence, but he had no sooner possessed himself of the contents of these documents than a change came over his face, involving such a huge amount of choler and passion, that the noisy concourse were silent in a moment, in very wonder at the sight of him. "My friends," cried the General, rising, "my friends and fellow citizens, we have been mistaken in this man." "In what man?" was the cry. "In this," panted the General, holding up the letter he had read aloud a few minutes before. "I find that he has been, and is the advocate, consistent in it always too, of nigger emancipation. If anything beneath the sky be real, those sons of freedom would have pistolled, stabbed, in some way slain that man by coward hands and murderous violence, if he had stood among them at that time. The most confiding of their own countrymen would not have wagered then, no, nor would they ever peril one dunghill straw upon the life of any man in such a strait. They tore the letter, cast the fragments in the air, trod down the pieces as they fell, and yelled and groaned and hissed till they could cry no longer. I shall move," said the General, when he could make himself heard, "that the Watertoast Association of United Sympathizers be immediately dissolved. Down with it, away with it, don't hear of it, burn its records, pull the room down, blot it out of human memory." "But my fellow countrymen," said the General, "the contributions, we have funds, what is to be done with the funds?" It was hastily resolved that a piece of plate should be presented to a certain constitutional judge, who had laid down from the bench the noble principle that it was lawful for any white mob to murder any black man, and that another piece of plate of similar value should be presented to a certain patriot, who had declared from his high place in the legislature that he and his friends would hang without trial any abolitionist who might pay them a visit. For the surplus, it was agreed that it should be devoted to the aiding the enforcement of those free and equal laws which render it incalculably more criminal and dangerous to teach a negro to read and write than to roast him alive in a public city. These points adjusted, the meeting broke up in great disorder, and there was an end of the Watertoast sympathy. As Martin ascended to his bedroom, his eye was attracted by the Republican banner, which had been hoisted from the housetop in honour of the occasion, and was fluttering before a window which he passed. "Tch," said Martin, "you're a gay flag in the distance, but let a man be near enough to get the light upon the other side and see through you, and you are but a sorry fustian." End of chapter 21.
Chapter 22 of the Life and Adventures of Martin Chuzzlewit. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain, from which it will be seen that Martin became a lion of his own account, together with the reason why. As soon as it was generally known in the National Hotel that the young Englishman, Mr. Chuzzlewit, had purchased a location in the Valley of Eden, and intended to betake himself to that earthly paradise by the next steamboat, he became a popular character. Why this should be, or how it had come to pass, Martin no more knew than Mrs. Gamp of Kingsgate Street, High Holborn, did, but that he was for the time being the lion, by popular election, of the Watertoast community, and that his society was in rather inconvenient request, there could be no kind of doubt. The first notification he received of this change in his position was the following epistle, written in a thin running hand, with here and there a fat letter or two to make the general effect more striking, on a sheet of paper ruled with blue lines. National Hotel, Monday morning. Dear Sir, when I had the privilege of being your fellow traveller in the cars the day before yesterday, you offered some remarks upon the subject of the Tower of London, which, in common with my fellow citizens generally, I could wish to hear repeated to a public audience. As Secretary to the Young Men's Watertoast Association of this town, I am requested to inform you that the Society will be proud to hear you deliver a lecture upon the Tower of London at their hall tomorrow evening at 7 o'clock, and as a large issue of $quarter tickets may be expected, your answer and consent by bearer will be considered obliging. Dear Sir, yours truly, Lafayette Kettle. The Honourable M. Chuzzlewit. P.S. The Society would not be particular in limiting you to the Tower of London. Permit me to suggest that any remarks upon the elements of geology, or, if more convenient, upon the writings of your talented and witty countryman, the Honourable Mr. Miller, would be well received. Very much aghast at this invitation, Martin wrote back, civilly declining it, and had scarcely done so when he received another letter. Number 47, Bunker Hill Street, Monday morning. Private. Sir, I was raised in those interminable solitudes where our mighty Mississippi, or Father of Waters, rolls his turbid flood. I am young and ardent, for there is a poetry in wildness, and every alligator basking in the slime is in himself an epic, self-contained. I aspirate for fame. It is my yearning and my thirst. Are you, sir, aware of any member of Congress in England who would undertake to pay my expenses to that country, and for 6 months after my arrival? There is something within me which gives me the assurance that this enlightened patronage would not be thrown away. In literature or art, the bar, the pulpit, or the stage, in one or other, if not all, I feel that I am certain to succeed. If too much engaged to write any such yourself, please let me have a list of 3 or 4 of those most likely to respond, and I will address them through the post office. May I also ask you to favour me with any critical observations that have ever presented themselves to your reflective faculties on Cain, a mystery, by the Right Honourable Lord Byron. I am, sir, yours, forgive me if I add soaringly, Putnam Smith. P.S. Address your answer to America Junior, Messrs. Hancock and Floby, Dry Goods Store, as above. Both of which letters, together with Martin's reply to each, were, according to a laudable custom, much tending to the promotion of gentlemanly feeling and social confidence, published in the next number of the Watertoast Gazette. He had scarcely got through this correspondence when Captain Kedgick, the landlord, kindly came upstairs to see how he was getting on. The captain sat down upon the bed before he spoke. Finding it rather hard, moved to the pillow. Well, sir, said the captain, putting his hat a little more on one side, for it was rather tight in the crown, you are quite a public man, I calculate. So it seems, retorted Martin, who was very tired. Our citizens, sir, pursued the captain, intend to pay their respects to you. You will have to hold a sort of levee, sir, while you're here. Powers above, cried Martin, I couldn't do that, my good fellow. I reckon you must, then, said the captain. Must is not a pleasant word, captain, urged Martin. Well, I didn't fix the mother language, and I can't unfix it, said the captain coolly. Else I'd make it pleasant. You must receive, that's all.
But why should I receive people who care as much for me as I care for them?" asked Martin. "Well, because I have had a monument put up in the bar," returned the captain. "A what?" cried Martin. "A monument," rejoined the captain. Martin looked despairingly at Mark, who informed him that the captain meant a written notice that Mr Chuzzlewit would receive the water toasters that day, at and after 2 o'clock, which was in effect then hanging in the bar, as Mark, from ocular inspection of the same, could testify. "You wouldn't be unpopular, I know," said the captain, paring his nails. "Our citizens aren't long a riling up, I tell you, and our Gazette could flay you like a wild cat." Martin was going to be very wroth, but he thought better of it, and said, "In Heaven's name, let them come, then." "Oh, they'll come," returned the captain. "I have seen the big room fixed to purpose with my eyes." "But will you," said Martin, seeing that the captain was about to go, "will you at least tell me what do they want to see me for? What have I done? And how do they happen to have such a sudden interest in me?" Captain Kedgick put a thumb and 3 fingers to each side of the brim of his hat, lifted it a little way off his head, put it on again carefully, passed one hand all down his face, beginning at the forehead and ending at the chin, looked at Martin, then at Mark, then at Martin again, winked, and walked out. "Upon my life now," said Martin, bringing his hand heavily upon the table, "such a perfectly unaccountable fellow as that I never saw. Mark, what do you say to this?" "Why, sir," returned his partner, "my opinion is that we must have got to the most remarkable man in the country at last. So I hope there's an end to the breed, sir." Although this made Martin laugh, it couldn't keep off 2 o'clock. Punctually as the hour struck, Captain Kedgick returned to hand him to the room of state, and he had no sooner got him safe there, than he bawled down the staircase to his fellow citizens below, that Mr Chuzzlewit was receiving. Up they came with a rush. Up they came until the room was full, and through the open door a dismal perspective of more to come was shown upon the stairs. One after another, dozen after dozen, score after score, more, up they came, all shaking hands with Martin. Such varieties of hands! The thick, the thin, the short, the long, the fat, the lean, the coarse, the fine; such differences of temperature, the hot, the cold, the dry, the moist, the flabby; such diversities of grasps, the tight, the loose, the short-lived, and the lingering. Still up, more, and ever and anon the captain's voice was heard above the crowd. "There's more below, there's more below. Now, gentlemen, you that have been introduced to Mr Chuzzlewit, will you clear, gentlemen? Will you clear? Will you be so good as to clear, gentlemen, and make a little room for more?" Regardless of the captain's cries, they didn't clear at all, but stood there, bolt upright and staring. 2 gentlemen connected with the Watertoast Gazette had come express to get the matter for an article on Martin. They had agreed to divide the labour. One of them took him below the waistcoat, one above. Each stood directly in front of his subject, with his head a little on one side, intent on his department. If Martin put one boot before the other, the lower gentleman was down upon him. He rubbed a pimple on his nose, and the upper gentleman booked it. He opened his mouth to speak, and the same gentleman was on one knee before him, looking in at his teeth, with the nice scrutiny of a dentist. Amateurs in the physiognomical and phrenological sciences roved about him with watchful eyes and itching fingers, and sometimes one, more daring than the rest, made a mad grasp at the back of his head, and vanished in the crowd. They had him in all points of view, in front, in 3/4 face, and behind. Those who were not professional or scientific audibly exchanged opinions on his looks. New lights shone in upon him in respect of his nose. Contradictory rumours were abroad on the subject of his hair. And still the captain's voice was heard, so stifled by the concourse that he seemed to speak from underneath a feather bed, exclaiming, "Gentlemen, you that have been introduced to Mr Chuzzlewit, will you clear?" Even when they began to clear, it was no better. For then a stream of gentlemen, every one with a lady on each arm, exactly like the chorus to the national anthem when royalty goes in state to the play, came gliding in, every new group fresher than the last, and bent on staying to the latest moment. If they spoke to him, which was not often, they invariably asked the same questions in the same tone, with no more remorse or delicacy or consideration than if he had been a figure of stone, purchased and paid for, and set up there for their delight. Even when in the slow course of time these died off, it was as bad as ever, if not worse, for then the boys grew bold, and came in as a class themselves, and did everything that the grown-up people had done. Uncouth stragglers, too, appeared, men of a ghostly kind, who being in, didn't know how to get out again, insomuch that one silent gentleman, with glazed and fishy eyes, and only one button on his waistcoat, which is a very large metal one, and shone prodigiously, got behind the door, and stood there like a clock, long after everybody else was gone. Martin felt, from pure fatigue and heat and worry, as if he could have fallen on the ground and willingly remained there, if they would but have had the mercy to leave him alone. But as letters and messages threatening his public denouncement if he didn't see the senders poured in like hail, and as more visitors came while he took his coffee by himself, and as Mark, with all his vigilance, was unable to keep them from the door, he resolved to go to bed. Not that he felt at all sure of bed being any protection, but that he might not leave a forlorn hope untried. He had communicated this design to Mark, and was on the eve of escaping, when the door was thrown open in a great hurry, and an elderly gentleman entered, bringing with him a lady who certainly could not be considered young. That was a matter of fact, and probably could not be considered handsome, but that was a matter of opinion. She was very straight, very tall, and not at all flexible in face or figure. On her head she wore a great straw bonnet with trimmings of the same, in which she looked as if she had been thatched by an unskilful labourer, and in her hand she held a most enormous fan. "Mr. Chuzzlewit, I believe," said the gentleman. "That is my name." "Sir," said the gentleman, "I am pressed for time." Thank God, thought Martin. "I go back to my home, sir," pursued the gentleman, "by the return train, which starts immediate." "Start is not a word you use in your country, sir." "Oh yes, it is," said Martin. "You are mistaken, sir," returned the gentleman with great decision. "But we will not pursue the subject, lest we should awake your prejudice. Sir, Mrs. Hominy." Martin bowed. "Mrs. Hominy, sir, is the lady of Major Hominy, one of our choicest spirits, and belongs to one of our most aristocratic families. You are perhaps acquainted, sir, with Mrs. Hominy's writings?" Martin couldn't say that he was. "You have much to learn and to enjoy, sir," said the gentleman. "Mrs. Hominy is going to stay until the end of the fall, sir, with her married daughter at the settlement of New Thermopylae, 3 days this side of Eden. Any attention, sir, that you can show to Mrs. Hominy upon the journey will be very grateful to the Major and our fellow citizens. Mrs. Hominy, I wish you good night, ma'am, and a pleasant progress on your route." Martin could scarcely believe it, but he had gone, and Mrs. Hominy was drinking the milk. "Almost used up, I am, I do declare," she observed. "The jolting in the cars is pretty nigh as bad as if the rail were full of snags and sawyers." "Snags and sawyers, ma'am," said Martin. "Well, then, I do suppose you'll hardly realise my meaning, sir," said Mrs. Hominy. "My, only think, do tell." It did not appear that these expressions, although they seemed to conclude with an urgent entreaty, stood in need of any answer, for Mrs. Hominy, untying her bonnet strings, observed that she would withdraw to lay that article of dress aside, and would return immediately. "Mark," said Martin, "touch me, will you? Am I awake?" "Hominy is, sir," returned his partner, "broad awake. Just the sort of woman, sir, as would be discovered with her eyes wide open, and her mind a working for her country's good at any hour of the day or night." They had no opportunity of saying more, for Mrs. Hominy stalked in again, very erect, in proof of her aristocratic blood, and holding in her clasped hands a red cotton pocket handkerchief, perhaps a parting gift from that choice spirit, the Major. She had laid aside her bonnet, and now appeared in a highly aristocratic and classical cap, meeting beneath her chin a style of headdress so admirably adapted to her countenance that if the late Mr. Grimaldi had appeared in the lappets of Mrs. Siddons, a more complete effect would not have been produced. Martin handed her to a chair. Her first words arrested him before he could get back to his own seat. "Pray, sir," said Mrs. Hominy, "where do you hail from?" "I'm afraid I'm of dull comprehension," answered Martin, being extremely tired. "But upon my word I don't understand you." Mrs. Hominy shook her head with a melancholy smile that said, not inexpressively, "They corrupt even the language in that old country," and added then, as coming down a step or two to meet his low capacity, "Where was you rose?" "Oh," said Martin, "I was born in Kent." "And how do you like our country, sir?" asked Mrs. Hominy. "Very much indeed," said Martin, half asleep. At least, that is, pretty well, ma'am. Most strangers, and particularly Britishers, are much surprised by what they see in the United States,' remarked Mrs. Hominy. 'They have excellent reason to be so, ma'am,' said Martin. 'I never was so much surprised in all my life.' 'Our institutions make our people smart much, sir,' Mrs. Hominy remarked. 'The most short-sighted man could see that at a glance with his naked eye,' said Martin. Mrs. Hominy was a philosopher and an authoress, and consequently had a pretty strong digestion. But this coarse, this indecorous phrase was almost too much for her. For a gentleman sitting alone with a lady, although the door was open, to talk about a naked eye! A long interval elapsed before even she, woman of masculine and towering intellect though she was, could call up fortitude enough to resume the conversation. But Mrs. Hominy was a traveller. Mrs. Hominy was a writer of reviews and analytical disquisitions. Mrs. Hominy had had her letters from abroad, beginning, 'My ever dearest blank,' and signed, 'The mother of the modern Gracchi,' meaning the married Miss Hominy, regularly printed in a public journal, with all the indignation in capitals, and all the sarcasm in italics. Mrs. Hominy had looked on foreign countries with the eye of a perfect republican hot from the model oven, and Mrs. Hominy could talk, or write, about them by the hour together. So Mrs. Hominy at last came down on Martin heavily, and as he was fast asleep, she had it all her own way, and bruised him to her heart's content. It is no great matter what Mrs. Hominy said, save that she had learnt it from the cant of a class, and a large class, of her fellow countrymen, who, in their every word, avow themselves to be as senseless to the high principles on which America sprang a nation into life as any Orson in her legislative halls; who are no more capable of feeling, or of caring, if they did feel, that by reducing their own country to the ebb of honest men's contempt, they put in hazard the rights of nations yet unborn, and very progress of the human race, than are the swine who wallow in their streets; who think that crying out to other nations, old in their iniquity, 'We are no worse than you,' no worse, is high defence and advantage ground enough for that republic. But yesterday let her loose upon her noble course, and but to-day so maimed and lame, so full of sores and ulcers, foul to the eye, and almost hopeless to the sense, that her best friends turned from the loathsome creature with disgust; who, having by their ancestors declared and won their independence, because they would not bend the knee to certain public vices and corruptions, and would not abrogate the truth, run riot in the bad, and turn their backs upon the good, and lying down contented with the wretched boast that other temples also are of glass, and stones which batter theirs may be flung back, show themselves in that alone as immeasurably behind the import of the trust they hold, and as unworthy to possess it as if the sordid hucksterings of all their little governments, each one a kingdom in its small depravity, were brought into a heap for evidence against them. Martin by degrees became so far awake that he had a sense of a terrible oppression on his mind, an imperfect dream that he had murdered a particular friend and couldn't get rid of the body. When his eyes opened, it was staring him full in the face. There was the horrible Hominy, talking deep truths in a melodious snuffle, and pouring forth her mental endowments to such an extent that the Major's bitterest enemy, hearing her, would have forgiven him from the bottom of his heart. Martin might have done something desperate if the gong had not sounded for supper, but sound it did most opportunely, and having stationed Mrs. Hominy at the upper end of the table, he took refuge at the lower end himself, whence, after a hasty meal, he stole away, while the lady was yet busied with dried beef and a saucer full of pickled fixings. It would be difficult to give an adequate idea of Mrs. Hominy's freshness next day, or of the avidity with which she went headlong into moral philosophy at breakfast. Some little additional degree of asperity perhaps was visible in her features, but not more than the pickles would have naturally produced. All that day she clung to Martin. She sat beside him while he received his friends, for there was another reception, yet more numerous than the former, propounded theories, and answered imaginary objections, so that Martin really began to think he must be dreaming, and speaking for two, she quoted interminable passages from certain essays on government, written by herself, used the Major's pocket handkerchief as if the snuffle were a temporary malady,
of which she was determined to rid herself by some means or other, and in short was such a remarkable companion that Martin quite settled it between himself and his conscience that in any new settlement it would be absolutely necessary to have such a person knocked on the head for the general peace of society. In the meantime Mark was busy from early in the morning until late at night in getting on board the steamboat such provisions, tools, and other necessaries as they had been forewarned it would be wise to take. The purchase of these things and the settlement of their bill at the National reduced their finances to so low an ebb that if the captain had delayed his departure any longer, they would have been in almost as bad a plight as the unfortunate poorer immigrants who, seduced on board by solemn advertisement, had been living on the lower deck a whole week and exhausting their miserable stock of provisions before the voyage commenced. There they were, all huddled together with the engine and the fires. Farmers who had never seen a plough, woodmen who had never used an axe, builders who couldn't make a box, cast out of their own land with not a hand to aid them, newly come into an unknown world, children in helplessness, but men in wants, with younger children at their backs, to live or die as it might happen. The morning came, and they would start at noon. Noon came, and they would start at night. But nothing is eternal in this world, not even the procrastination of an American skipper, and at night all was ready. Dispirited and weary to the last degree, but a greater lion than ever, he had done nothing all the afternoon but answer letters from strangers, half of them about nothing, half about borrowing money, and all requiring an instantaneous reply. Martin walked down to the wharf through a concourse of people, with Mrs. Hominy upon his arm, and went on board. But Mark was bent on solving the riddle of this lionship, if he could, and so, not without the risk of being left behind, ran back to the hotel. Captain Kedgick was sitting in the colonnade, with a julep on his knee and a cigar in his mouth. He caught Mark's eye and said, "Why, what the tarnal brings you here?" "I'll tell you plainly what it is, captain," said Mark. "I want to ask you a question." "A man may ask a question, so he may," returned Kedgick, strongly implying that another man might not answer a question, so he mightn't. "What have they been making so much of him for now?" said Mark slyly. "Come." "Our people like excitement," answered Kedgick, sucking his cigar. "But how has he excited 'em?" asked Mark. The captain looked at him as if he were half inclined to unburden his mind of a capital joke. "You are going?" he said. "Going!" cried Mark. "Ain't every moment precious?" "Our people like excitement," said the captain, whispering. "He ain't like emigrants in general, and he excited 'em along of this." He winked and burst into a smothered laugh. "Along of this. Scadder is a smart man, and as nobody goes to Eden ever comes back alive." The wharf was close at hand, and at that instant Mark could hear them shouting out his name, could even hear Martin calling to him to make haste or they would be separated. It was too late to mend the matter or put any face upon it but the best. He gave the captain a parting benediction and ran off like a racehorse. "Mark! Mark!" cried Martin. "Here I am, sir," shouted Mark, suddenly replying from the edge of the quay, and leaping at a bound on board. "Never was half so jolly, sir. All right, all in, go ahead." The sparks from the wood fire streamed upward from the two chimneys as if the vessel were a great firework just lighted, and they roared away upon the dark water. End of chapter 22. Chapter 23 of the Life and Adventures of Martin Chuzzlewit. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. Martin and his partner take possession of their estate. The joyful occasion involves some further account of Eden. There happened to be on board the steamboat several gentlemen passengers of the same stamp as Martin's New York friend Mr. Bevan, and in their society he was cheerful and happy. They released him as well as they could from the intellectual entanglements of Mrs. Hominy, and exhibited, in all they said and did, so much good sense and high feeling, that he could not like them too well.
If this were a republic of intellect and worth, he said, instead of vapouring and jobbing, they would not want the levers to keep it in motion. Having good tools and using bad ones, returned Mr Tapley, would look as if they was rather poor sort of carpenters, sir, wouldn't it? Martin nodded, as if their work were infinitely above their powers and purpose, Mark, and they botched it in consequence. The best on it is, said Mark, that when they do happen to make a decent stroke, such as a better workman with no such opportunities make every day of their lives and think of nothing of, they begin to sing out so surprising loud. Take notice of my words, sir. If ever the defaulting part of this here country pays its debts, along of finding the not paying 'em won't do in a commercial point of view, you see, and is inconvenient in its consequences, they'll take such a shine out of it, and make such bragging speeches, that a man might suppose no borrowed money had ever been paid afore, since the world was first begun. That's the way they gammon each other, sir. Bless you, I know 'em. Take notice of my words now.' 'You seem to be growing profoundly sagacious,' cried Martin, laughing. 'Whether that is,' thought Mark, 'because I'm a day's journey nearer Eden, and am brightening up before I die, I can't say. Perhaps by the time I get there I shall have growed into a prophet.' He gave no utterance to these sentiments, but the excessive joviality they inspired within him, and the merriment they brought upon his shining face, were quite enough for Martin. Although he might sometimes profess to make light of his partner's inexhaustible cheerfulness, and might sometimes, as in the case of Zephaniah Scadder, find him too jocose a commentator, he was always sensible of the effect of his example in rousing him to hopefulness and courage. Whether he were in the humour to profit by it, mattered not a jot. It was contagious, and he could not choose but to be affected. At first they parted with some of their passengers once or twice a day, and took others in to replace them, but by degrees the towns upon their route became more thinly scattered, and for many hours together they would see no other habitations than the huts of the woodcutters where the vessels stopped for fuel. Sky, wood, and water all the livelong day, and heat that blistered everything it touched. On they toiled through great solitudes, where the trees upon the banks grew thick and close, and floated in the stream, and held up shrivelled arms from out the river's depths, and slid down from the margin of the land, half growing, half decaying in the miry water. On through the weary day and melancholy night, beneath the burning sun, and in the mist and vapour of the evening. On until return appeared impossible, and restoration to their home a miserable dream. They had now but few people on board, and these few were as flat, as dull, and stagnant as the vegetation that oppressed their eyes. No sound of cheerfulness or hope was heard. No pleasant talk beguiled the tardy time. No little group made common cause against the full depression of the scene, but that, at certain periods, they swallowed food together from a common trough. It might have been old Charon's boat, conveying melancholy shades to judgment. At length they drew near New Thermopylae, where that same evening Mrs Hominy would disembark. A gleam of comfort sunk into Martin's bosom when she told him this. Mark needed none, but he was not displeased. It was almost night when they came alongside the landing place, a steep bank with a hotel like a barn on the top of it, a wooden store or two, and a few scattered sheds. 'You sleep here tonight and go on in the morning, I suppose, ma'am?' said Martin. 'Where should I go on to?' cried the mother of the modern Gracchi. 'To New Thermopylae.' 'My! Ain't I there?' said Mrs Hominy. Martin looked for it all around the darkening panorama, but he couldn't see it, and was obliged to say so. 'Why, that's it!' cried Mrs Hominy, pointing to the sheds just mentioned. 'That!' exclaimed Martin. 'Ah, that, and work it which way you will. It whips Eden,' said Mrs Hominy, nodding her head with great expression. The married Miss Hominy, who had come aboard with her husband, gave to this statement her most unqualified support, as did that gentleman also. Martin gratefully declined their invitation to regale himself at their house during the half hour of the vessel's stay, and having escorted Mrs Hominy in the red pocket handkerchief, which was still on active service, safely across the gangway, returned in a thoughtful mood to watch the emigrants as they moved their goods ashore. Mark, as he stood beside him, glanced in his face from time to time, anxious to discover what effect this dialogue had had upon him, and not unwilling that his hopes should be dashed before they reached their destination, so that the blow he feared might be broken in its fall. But saving that he sometimes looked up quickly at the poor erections on the hill, he gave him no clue to what was passing in his mind until they were again upon their way. "Mark," he said then, "are there really none but ourselves on board this boat who are bound for Eden?" "None at all, sir. Most of 'em, as you know, have stopped short, and the few that are left are going further on." "What matters that? More room there for us, sir." "Oh, to be sure," said Martin. "But I was thinking " and there he paused. "Yes, sir," observed Mark. "How odd it was that the people should have arranged to try their fortunes at a wretched hole like that, for instance, when there is a much better and such a very different kind of place near at hand, as one might say." He spoke in a tone so very different from his usual confidence, and with such an obvious dread of Mark's reply, that the good-natured fellow was full of pity. "Why, you know, sir," said Mark, as gently as he could by any means insinuate the observation, "we must guard against being too sanguine. There's no occasion for it, either because we're determined to make the best of everything after we know the worst of it, ain't we, sir?" Martin looked at him, but answered not a word. "Even Eden, you know, ain't all built," said Mark. "In the name of Heaven, man," cried Martin angrily, "don't talk of Eden in the same breath with that place. Are you mad? There, God forgive me, don't think harshly of me for my temper." After that he turned away, and walked to and fro upon the deck full 2 hours. Nor did he speak again, except to say good night until the next day; nor even then upon this subject, but on other topics quite foreign to the purpose. As they proceeded further on their track, and came more and more towards their journey's end, the monotonous desolation of the scene increased to that degree that for any redeeming feature it presented to their eyes, they might have entered in the body on the grim domains of a giant despair. A flat morass, bestrewn with fallen timber; a marsh on which the good growth of the earth seemed to have been wrecked and cast away, that from its decomposing ashes and vile and ugly things might rise, where the very trees took the aspect of huge weeds, begotten of the slime from which they had sprung by the hot sun that burnt them up; where fatal maladies, seeking whom they might infect, came forth at night in misty shapes, and creeping out upon the water, hunted them like spectres until day; where even the blessed sun shining down on festering elements of corruption and disease became a horror. This was the realm of hope through which they moved. At last they stopped at Eden too. The waters of the deluge might have left it but a week before, so choked with slime and matted growth was the hideous swamp which bore that name. There being no depth of water close in shore, they landed from the vessel's boat with all their goods beside them. There were a few log houses visible among the dark trees; the best, a cowshed or a rude stable. But for the wharves, the marketplace, the public buildings. "Here comes an Edener," said Mark. "He'll get us help to carry these things up. Keep a good heart, sir. Hallo there!" The man advanced towards them through the thickening gloom, very slowly, leaning on a stick. As he drew nearer, they observed that he was pale and worn, and that his anxious eyes were deeply sunken in his head. His dress of homespun blue hung about him in rags. His feet and head were bare. He sat down on a stump half way, and beckoned them to come to him. When they complied, he put his hand upon his side as if in pain, and while he fetched his breath, stared at them, wondering. "Strangers!" he exclaimed, as soon as he could speak. "The very same," said Mark. "How are you, sir?" "I've had the fever very bad," he answered faintly. "I haven't stood upright these many weeks. Those are your notions, I see," pointing to their property. "Yes, sir," said Mark, "they are. Couldn't recommend us to some one as would lend a hand to help carry 'em up to the town, would you, sir?" "My eldest son would do it if he could," replied the man. "But to-day he has his chill upon him, and is lying wrapped up in the blankets. My youngest died last week." "I'm sorry for it, governor, with all my heart," said Mark, shaking him by the hand. "Don't mind us. Come along with me, and I'll give you an arm back. The goods is safe enough, sir," to Martin. "There ain't many people about to make away with them. What a comfort that is!" "No," cried the man, "you must look for such folk here," knocking his stick upon the ground, "or yonder in the brush towards the north. We've buried most of 'em. The rest have gone away. Them that we have here don't come out at night." "The night air ain't quite wholesome, I suppose?" said Mark. "It's deadly poison," was the settler's answer. Mark showed no more uneasiness than if it had been commended to him as ambrosia; but he gave the man his arm, and as they went along explained to him the nature of their purchase, and inquired where it lay. Close to his own log house, he said; so close that he had used their dwelling as a storehouse for some corn. They must excuse it that night, but he would endeavour to get it taken out upon the morrow. He then gave them to understand, as an additional scrap of local chit chat, that he had buried the last proprietor with his own hands; a piece of information which Mark also received without the least abatement of his equanimity. In a word, he conducted them to a miserable cabin, rudely constructed of the trunk of trees, the door of which had either fallen down or had been carried away long ago, and which was consequently open to the wild landscape and the dark night. Saving for the little store he had mentioned, it was perfectly bare of all furniture. But they had left a chest upon the landing place, and he gave them a rude torch in lieu of a candle. This latter acquisition Mark planted in the earth, and then declaring that the mansion looked quite comfortable, hurried Martin off again to help bring up the chest. And all the way to the landing place and back, Mark talked incessantly, as if he would infuse into his partner's breast some faint belief that they had arrived under the most auspicious and cheerful of all imaginable circumstances. But many a man who would have stood with a home dismantled, strong in his passion and design of vengeance, has had the firmness of his nature conquered by the razing of an air-built castle. When the log hut received them for the second time, Martin lay down upon the ground and wept aloud. 'Lord love you, sir!' cried Mr Tapley in great terror. 'Don't do that. Don't do that, sir. Anything but that. Never helped man, woman, or child over the lowest fence yet, sir, and it never will. Besides, it's being no use to you. It's worse than of no use to me, for the least sound of it will knock me flat down. I can't stand up again, sir. Anything but that.' There is no doubt he spoke the truth, for the extraordinary alarm with which he looked at Martin as he paused upon his knees before the chest, in the act of unlocking it, to say these words, sufficiently confirmed him. 'I ask your forgiveness 1,000 times, my dear fellow,' said Martin. 'I couldn't have helped it, if death had been the penalty.' 'Ask my forgiveness!' said Mark, with his accustomed cheerfulness, as he proceeded to unpack the chest. 'The head partner asking forgiveness of the co., eh? There must be something wrong in the firm when that happens. I must have the books inspected and the accounts gone over immediate. Here we are, everything in its proper place. Here's the salt pork, here's the biscuit, here's the whiskey. Uncommon good it smells too. Here's the tin pot. This tin pot's a small fortune in itself. Here's the blankets. Here's the axe. Who says we ain't got a first-rate fit-out? I feel as if I was a cadet gone out to Indy, and my noble father was chairman of the board of directors. Now, when I've got some water from the stream before the door and mixed the grog,' cried Mark, running out to suit the action to the word, 'there's a supper ready, comprising of every delicacy of the season. Here we are, sir, all complete, for what we are going to receive, etc. Lord bless you, sir, it's very like a gipsy party.' It was impossible not to take heart in the company of such a man as this. Martin sat upon the ground beside the box, took out his knife, and ate and drank sturdily. 'Now you see,' said Mark, when they had made a hearty meal, 'with your knife and mine, I sticks this blanket right afore the door, or where, in a state of high civilization, the door would be, and very neat it looks. Then I stops the aperture below by putting the chest agin it, and very neat that looks. There's your blanket, sir, and then here's mine, and what's to hinder our passing a good night?' For all his light-hearted speaking, it was long before he slept himself. He wrapped his blanket round him, put the axe ready to his hand, and lay across the threshold of the door, too anxious and too watchful to close his eyes. The novelty of their dreary situation, the dread of some rapacious animal or human enemy, the terrible uncertainty of their means of subsistence, the apprehension of death, the immense distance and hosts of obstacles between themselves and England, were fruitful sources of disquiet in the deep silence of the night. Though Martin would have him think otherwise, Mark felt that he was waking also, and a prey to the same reflections. This was almost worse than all, for if he began to brood over their miseries, instead of trying to make head against them, there could be little doubt that such a state of mind would powerfully assist the influence of the pestilent climate. Never had the light of day been half so welcome to his eyes, as when, awaking from a fitful doze, Mark saw it shining through the blanket in the doorway. He stole out gently, for his companion was sleeping now, and having refreshed himself by washing in the river where it flowed before the door, took a rough survey of the settlement. There were not above a score of cabins in the whole. Half of these appeared untenanted, all were rotten and decayed. The most tottering, abject, and forlorn among them was called, with great propriety, the Bank and National Credit Office. It had some feeble props about it, but was settling deep down in the mud, past all recovery. Here and there an effort had been made to clear the land, and something like a field had been marked out, where, among the stumps and ashes of burnt trees, a scanty crop of Indian corn was growing. In some quarters a snake or a zigzag fence had begun, but in no instance had it been completed, and the felled logs, half hidden in the soil, lay mouldering away. 3 or 4 meagre dogs, wasted and vexed with hunger, some long-legged pigs wandering away into the woods in search of food, some children, nearly naked, gazing at him from the huts, were all the living things he saw. A fetid vapour, hot and sickening as the breath of an oven, rose up from the earth, and hung on everything around, and as his footprints sunk into the marshy ground, a black ooze started forth to blot them out. Their own land was mere forest. The trees had grown so thick and close that they shouldered one another out of their places, and the weakest, forced into shapes of strange distortion, languished like cripples. The best were stunted from the pressure and the want of room, and high about the stems of all grew long rank grass, dank weeds, and frowsy underwood, not divisible into their separate kinds, but tangled all together in a heap, a jungle deep and dark, with neither earth nor water at its roots, but putrid matter, formed of the pulpy offal of the two, and of their own corruption. He went down to the landing place where they had left their goods last night, and there he found some 6 men, wan and forlorn to look at, but ready enough to assist, who helped him to carry them to the long house. They shook their heads in speaking of the settlement, and had no comfort to give him. Those who had the means of going away had all deserted it. They who were left had lost their wives, their children, friends, or brothers there, and suffered much themselves. Most of them were ill then. None were the men they had been once. They frankly offered their assistance and advice, and leaving him for that time, went sadly off upon their several tasks. Martin was by this time stirring, but he had greatly changed, even in one night. He was very pale and languid, and spoke of pains and weakness in his limbs, and complained that his sight was dim and his voice feeble. Increasing in his own briskness as the prospect grew more and more dismal, Mark brought away a door from one of the deserted houses, and fitted it to their own habitation, then went back again for a rude bench he had observed, with which he presently returned in triumph, and having put this piece of furniture outside the house, arranged the notable tin pot and other such movables upon it, that it might represent a dresser or a sideboard. Greatly satisfied with this arrangement, he next rolled their cask of flour into the house, and set it up on end in one corner, where it served for a side table. No better dining table could be required than the chest, which he solemnly devoted to that useful service thenceforth. Their blankets, clothes, and the like, he hung on pegs and nails, and lastly he brought forth a great placard, which Martin, in the exultation of his heart, had prepared with his own hands at the National Hotel, bearing the inscription, Chuzzlewit and Co., Architects and Surveyors, which he displayed upon the most conspicuous part of the premises with as much gravity as if the thriving city of Eden had a real existence, and they expected to be overwhelmed with business. "These here tools," said Mark, bringing forward Martin's case of instruments, and sticking the compasses upright in a stump before the door, "shall be set out in the open, to show that we come provided. And now, if any gentleman wants a house built, he'd better give his orders, afore we're otherways bespoke." Considering the intense heat of the weather, this was not a bad morning's work. But without pausing for a moment, though he was streaming at every pore, Mark vanished into the house again, and presently reappeared with a hatchet, intent on performing some impossibilities with that implement. 'Here's an ugly old tree in the way, sir,' he observed, 'which be all the better down. We can build the oven in the afternoon. There never was such a handy spot for clay as Eden is. That's convenient anyhow.' But Martin gave him no answer. He had sat the whole time with his head upon his hands, gazing at the current as it rolled swiftly by, thinking perhaps how fast it moved towards the open sea, the high road to the home he never would behold again. Not even the vigorous strokes which Mark dealt at the tree awoke him from his mournful meditation. Finding all his endeavours to rouse him of no use, Mark stopped in his work and came towards him. 'Don't give in, sir,' said Mr Tapley. 'Oh, Mark,' returned his friend, 'what have I done in all my life that has deserved this heavy fate?' 'Why, sir,' returned Mark, 'for the matter of that, everybody as here might say the same thing. Many of 'em with better reason, perhaps, than you or me. Hold up, sir. Do something. Couldn't you ease your mind now, don't you think, by making some personal obserwations in a letter to Scadder?' 'No,' said Martin, shaking his head sorrowfully. 'I am past that.' 'But if you're past that already,' returned Mark, 'you must be ill, and ought to be attended to.' 'Don't mind me,' said Martin. 'Do the best you can for yourself. You soon have only yourself to consider, and then God speed you home, and forgive me for bringing you here. I am destined to die in this place. I felt it the instant I set foot upon the shore. Sleeping or waking, Mark, I dreamed it all last night.' 'I said you must be ill,' returned Mark tenderly, 'and now I'm sure of it. A touch of fever and ague caught on these rivers, I dare say. But bless you, that's nothing. It's only a seasoning, and we must all be seasoned, one way or another. That's religion, that is, you know,' said Mark. He only sighed and shook his head. 'Wait half a minute,' said Mark cheerfully, 'till I run up to one of our neighbours and ask what's best to be took, and to-morrow a little of it to give you, and to-morrow you'll find yourself as strong as ever again. I won't be gone a minute. Don't give in while I'm away, whatever you do.' Throwing down his hatchet, he sped away immediately, but stopped when he had got a little distance, and looked back, then hurried on again. 'Now, Mr Tapley,' said Mark, giving himself a tremendous blow in the chest by way of reviver, 'you just attend to what I have to say. Things is looking about as bad as they can look, young man. You'll not have such another opportunity for showing your jolly disposition, my fine fellow, as long as you live; and therefore, Tapley, now's your time to come out strong, or never.' Chapter 23. Chapter 24 of the Life and Adventures of Martin Chuzzlewit, by Charles Dickens. This recording is in the public domain. Reports progress in certain homely matters of love, hatred, jealousy, and revenge. 'Hallo, Pecksniff!' cried Mr Jonas from the parlour. 'Isn't somebody a going to open that precious old door of yours?' 'Immediately, Mr Jonas, immediately.' 'Ecod!' muttered the orphan. 'Not before it's time, neither. Whoever it is has knocked 3 times, and each one loud enough to wake the—' He had such a repugnance to the idea of waking the dead, that he stopped even then with the words upon his tongue, and said instead, 'the 7 sleepers.' 'Immediately, Mr Jonas, immediately,' repeated Pecksniff. Thomas Pinch, he couldn't make up his mind, in his great agitation, whether to call Tom his dear friend or a villain, so he shook his fist at him pro tem. 'Go up to my daughter's room, and tell them who is here. Say silence, silence. Do you hear me, sir?' 'Directly, sir,' cried Tom, departing in a state of much amazement on his errand. 'You'll excuse me, Mr Jonas, if I close this door a moment, will you?' said Pecksniff. 'This may be a professional call. Indeed, I am pretty sure it is. Thank you.' Then Mr Pecksniff, gently warbling a rustic stave, put on his garden hat, seized a spade, and opened the street door, calmly appearing on the threshold, as if he thought he had from his vineyard heard a modest rap, but was not quite certain. Seeing a gentleman and a lady before him, he started back in as much confusion as a good man with a crystal conscience might betray in mere surprise. Recognition came upon him the next moment, and he cried, 'Mr Chuzzlewit!' Can I believe my eyes? My dear sir, my good sir, a joyful hour, a happy hour indeed. Pray, my dear sir, walk in. You find me in my garden dress. You will excuse it, I know. It is an ancient pursuit, gardening. Primitive, my dear sir. Or, if I am not mistaken, Adam was the first of our calling. My Eve, I grieve to say, is no more, sir. But here,' he pointed to his spade, and shook his head, as if he were not cheerful without an effort, 'but I do a little bit of Adam still.' He had by this time got them into the best parlour, where the portrait by Spiller and the bust by Spoker were. 'My daughters,' said Mr Pecksniff, 'will be overjoyed. If I could feel weary upon such a theme, I should have been worn out long ago, my dear sir, by their constant anticipation of this happiness, and their repeated allusions to our meeting at Mrs Todgers's. Their fair young friend too,' said Mr Pecksniff, 'whom they so desire to know and love. Indeed, to know her is to love. I hope I see her well. I hope in saying, "Welcome to my humble roof," I find some echo in her own sentiments. If features are an index to the heart, I have no fears of that. An extremely engaging expression of countenance, Mr Chuzzlewit, my dear sir. Very much so.' 'Mary,' said the old man, 'Mr Pecksniff flatters you, but flattery from him is worth the having. He is not a dealer in it, and it comes from his heart. We thought Mr ' 'Pinch,' said Mary. 'Mr Pinch would have arrived before us, Pecksniff.' 'He did arrive before you, my dear sir,' retorted Pecksniff, raising his voice for the edification of Tom upon the stairs, 'and was about, I dare say, to tell me of your coming, when I begged him first to knock at my daughter's chamber, and inquire after Charity, my dear child, who is not so well as I could wish.' 'No,' said Mr Pecksniff, answering their looks, 'I am sorry to say she is not. It is merely a hysterical affection. Nothing more. I am not uneasy. Mr Pinch!' 'Thomas!' exclaimed Pecksniff in his kindest accents. 'Pray come in. I shall make no stranger of you. Thomas is a friend of mine, of rather long standing, Mr Chuzzlewit, you must know.' 'Thank you, sir,' said Tom. 'You introduce me very kindly, and speak of me in terms of which I am very proud.' 'Old Thomas!' cried his master pleasantly. 'God bless you!' Tom reported that the young ladies would appear directly, and that the best refreshments which the house afforded were even then in preparation under their joint superintendence. While he was speaking, the old man looked at him intently, though with less harshness than was common to him. Nor did the mutual embarrassment of Tom and the young lady, to whatever cause he attributed it, seem to escape his observation. 'Pecksniff,' he said after a pause, rising and taking him aside towards the window, 'I was much shocked of hearing my brother's death. We have been strangers for many years. My only comfort is that he must have lived the happier and better man for having associated no hopes or schemes with me. Peace to his memory. We were playfellows once, and it would have been better for us both if we had died then.' Finding him in this gentle mood, Mr Pecksniff began to see another way out of his difficulties besides the casting overboard of Jonas. 'That any man, my dear sir, could possibly be the happier for not knowing you,' he returned, 'you will excuse my doubting. But that Mr Anthony, in the evening of his life, was happier in the affection of his excellent son, a pattern, my dear sir, a pattern to all sons, and in the care of a distant relation, who, however lowly in his means of serving him, had no bounds to his inclination, I can inform you.' 'How's this?' said the old man. 'You are not a legatee?' 'You don't,' said Mr Pecksniff, with a melancholy pressure of his hand, 'quite understand my nature yet, I find. No, sir, I am not a legatee. I am proud to say I am not a legatee. I am proud to say that neither of my children is a legatee. And yet, sir, I was with him at his own request. He understood me somewhat better, sir. He wrote and said, "I am sick, I am sinking. Come to me." I went to him. I sat beside his bed, sir, and I stood beside his grave. Yes, at the risk of offending even you, I did it, sir, though the avowal should lead to our instant separation, and to the severing of those tender ties between us which have recently been formed. I make it, but I am not a legatee,' said Mr Pecksniff, smiling dispassionately, 'and I never expected to be a legatee. I knew better.' 'His son is a pattern!' cried old Martin. 'How can you tell me that? My brother had in his wealth the usual doom of wealth, and root of misery. He carried his corrupting influence with him, go where he would, and shed it round him, even on his hearth. It made of his own child a greedy expectant, who measured every day and hour the lessening distance between his father and the grave, and cursed his tardy progress on that dismal road. 'No,' cried Mr Pecksniff boldly. 'Not at all, sir.' 'I deny it,' Mr Pecksniff answered warmly. 'I deny it altogether. That bereaved young man is now in this house, sir, seeking in a change of scene the peace of mind he has lost. Shall I be backward in doing justice to that young man, when even undertakers and coffin makers have been moved by the conduct he has exhibited; when even mutes have spoken in his praise, and the medical man hasn't known what to do with himself in the excitement of his feelings? There is a person of the name of Gamp, sir, Mrs Gamp. Ask her. She saw Mr Jonas in a trying time. Ask her, sir. She is respectable, but not sentimental, and will state the fact. A line addressed to Mrs Gamp, at the Bird Shop, Kingsgate Street, High Holborn, London, will meet with every attention, I have no doubt. Let her be examined, my good sir. Strike but hear. Leap, Mr Chuzzlewit, but look.' 'Forgive me, my dear sir,' said Mr Pecksniff, taking both his hands, 'if I am warm, but I am honest, and must state the truth.' In proof of the character he gave himself, Mr Pecksniff suffered tears of honesty to ooze out of his eyes. The old man gazed at him for a moment with a look of wonder, repeating to himself, 'Here, now, in this house?' But he mastered his surprise, and said after a pause, 'Let me see him.' 'In a friendly spirit, I hope,' said Mr Pecksniff. 'Forgive me, sir, but he is in the receipt of my humble hospitality.' 'I said,' replied the old man, 'let me see him. If I were disposed to regard him in any other than a friendly spirit, I should have said keep us apart.' 'Certainly, my dear sir, so you would. You are frankness itself.' 'I know I will break his happiness to him,' said Mr Pecksniff as he left the room. 'If you will excuse me for a minute, gently.' He paved the way to the disclosure so very gently that quarter of an hour elapsed before he returned with Mr Jonas. In the meantime the young ladies had made their appearance, and the table had been set out for the refreshment of the travellers. Now, however well Mr Pecksniff, in his morality, had taught Jonas the lesson of dutiful behaviour to his uncle, and however perfectly Jonas, in the cunning of his nature, had learnt it, that young man's bearing, when presented to his father's brother, was anything but manly or engaging. Perhaps, indeed, so singular a mixture of defiance and obsequiousness, of fear and hardihood, of dogged sullenness, and an attempt at enraging and propitiation, was never expressed in one human figure as that of Jonas, when, having raised his downcast eyes to Martin's face, he let them fall again, and uneasily closing and unclosing his hands without a moment's intermission, stood swinging himself from side to side, waiting to be addressed. 'Nephew,' said the old man, 'you have been a dutiful son, I hear.' 'As dutiful sons in general, I suppose,' returned Jonas, looking up and down once more. 'I don't brag to have been any better than other sons, but I haven't been any worse, I dare say.' 'Pattern to all sons, I am told,' said the old man, glancing towards Mr Pecksniff. 'Ecod,' said Jonas, looking up again for a moment, and shaking his head, 'I've been as good a son as ever you were a brother. It's the pot and the kettle, if you come to that.' 'You speak bitterly in the violence of your regrets,' said Martin, after a pause. 'Give me your hand.' Jonas did so, and was almost at his ease. 'Pecksniff,' he whispered, as they drew their chairs about the table, 'I gave him as good as he brought, He'd better look at home before he looks out of a window, I think.' Mr Pecksniff only answered by a nudge of the elbow, which might either be construed into an indignant remonstrance or a cordial assent, but which in any case was an emphatic admonition to his chosen son-in-law to be silent. He then proceeded to do the honours of the house with his accustomed ease and amiability. But not even Mr Pecksniff's guileless merriment could set such a party at their ease, or reconcile materials so utterly discordant and conflicting as those with which he had to deal. The unspeakable jealousy and hatred which that night's explanation had sown in Charity's breast was not to be so easily kept down, and more than once it showed itself in such intensity as seemed to render a full disclosure of all the circumstances then and there impossible to be avoided. The beauteous Merry, too, with all the glory of her conquest fresh upon her, so probed and lanced the rankling disappointment of her sister by her capricious airs and thousand little trials of Mr Jonas's obedience, that she almost goaded her into a fit of madness, and obliged her to retire from table in a burst of passion, hardly less vehement than that to which she had abandoned herself in the first tumult of her wrath. The constraint imposed upon the family by the presence among them for the first time of Mary Graham, for by that name old Martin Chuzzlewit had introduced her, did not at all improve this state of things. Gentle and quiet though her manner was, Mr Pecksniff's situation was peculiarly trying, for what with having constantly to keep the peace between his daughters, to maintain a reasonable show of affection and unity in his household, to curb the growing ease and gaiety of Jonas, which vented itself in sundry insolences towards Mr Pinch, and an indefinable coarseness of manner in reference to Mary, they being the two dependents, to make no mention at all of his having perpetually to conciliate his rich old relative, and to smooth down or explain away some of the 10,000 bad appearances and combinations of bad appearances by which they were surrounded on that unlucky evening. What with having to do this, and it would be difficult to sum up how much more, without the least relief or assistance from anybody, it may be easily imagined that Mr Pecksniff had in his enjoyment something more than that usual portion of alloy which is mixed up with the best of men's delights. Perhaps he had never in his life felt such relief as when old Martin, looking at his watch, announced that it was time to go. 'We have rooms,' he said, 'at the Dragon for the present. I have a fancy for the evening walk. The nights are dark just now. Perhaps Mr Pinch would not object to light us home.' 'My dear sir,' cried Pecksniff, 'I shall be delighted. Mary, my child, the lantern.' 'The lantern, if you please, my dear,' said Martin. 'But I couldn't think of taking your father out of doors to night, and to be brief, I won't.' Mr Pecksniff already had his hat in his hand, but it was so emphatically said that he paused. 'I take Mr Pinch, or go alone,' said Martin. 'Which shall it be?' 'It shall be Thomas, sir,' cried Pecksniff, 'since you are so resolute upon it. Thomas, my friend, be very careful, if you please.' Tom was in some need of this injunction, for he felt so nervous and trembled to such a degree that he found it difficult to hold the lantern. How much more difficult when, at the old man's bidding, she drew her hand through his. Tom Pinch's arm! 'And so, Mr Pinch,' said Martin on the way, 'you are very comfortably situated here, are you?' Tom answered, with even more than his usual enthusiasm, that he was under obligations to Mr Pecksniff which the devotion of a lifetime would but imperfectly repay. 'How long have you known my nephew?' asked Martin. 'Your nephew, sir?' faltered Tom. 'Mr Jonas Chuzzlewit,' said Mary. 'Oh dear, yes!' cried Tom, greatly relieved, for his mind was running upon Martin. 'Certainly I never spoke to him before tonight, sir.' 'Perhaps half a lifetime will suffice for the acknowledgment of his kindness,' observed the old man. Tom felt that this was a rebuff for him, and could not but understand it as a left-handed hit at his employer. So he was silent. Mary felt that Mr Pinch was not remarkable for presence of mind, and that he could not say too little under existing circumstances, so she was silent. The old man, disgusted by what in his suspicious nature he considered a shameless and fulsome puff of Mr Pecksniff, which was a part of Tom's hired service, and in which he was determined to persevere, set him down at once for a deceitful, servile, miserable fawner. So he was silent. And though they were all sufficiently uncomfortable, it is fair to say that Martin was perhaps the most so, for he felt kindly towards Tom at first, and had been interested by his seeming simplicity. 'You're like the rest,' he thought, glancing at the face of the unconscious Tom. 'You had nearly imposed upon me, but you have lost your labour. You are too zealous a toad eater, and betray yourself, Mr Pinch.' During the whole remainder of the walk, not another word was spoken. First among the meetings to which Tom had long looked forward to with a beating heart, it was memorable for nothing but embarrassment and confusion. They parted at the Dragon door, and sighing as he extinguished the candle in the lantern, Tom turned back again over the gloomy fields. As he approached the first stile, which was in a lonely part, made very dark by a plantation of young firs, a man slipped past him and went on before. Coming to the stile, he stopped and took his seat upon it. Tom was rather startled, and for a moment stood still, but he stepped forward again immediately, and went close up to him. It was Jonas, swinging his legs to and fro,
sucking the head of a stick, and looking with a sneer at Tom. 'Good gracious me!' cried Tom. 'Who would have thought it's being you? You followed us, then?' 'What's that to you?' said Jonas. 'Go to the devil!' 'You're not very civil, I think,' remarked Tom. 'Civil enough for you,' retorted Jonas. 'Who are you?' 'One who has as good right to common consideration as another,' said Tom mildly. 'You're a liar,' said Jonas. 'You haven't any right to any consideration. You haven't any right to anything. You're a pretty sort of fellow to talk about your rights. 'Pon my soul! Rights too!' 'If you proceed in this way,' returned Tom, reddening, 'you will oblige me to talk about my wrongs. But I hope your joke is over.' 'It's the way with you curs,' said Mr Jonas, 'that when you know a man's in real earnest, you pretend to think he's joking, so you may turn it off. But that won't do with me. It's too stale. Now just attend to me for a bit, Mr Pitch, or Witch, or Stitch, or whatever your name is.' 'My name is Pinch,' observed Tom. 'Have the goodness to call me by it.' 'What! You mustn't even be called out of your name, mustn't you?' cried Jonas. 'Pauper 'prentices are looking up, I think. Ecod, we manage 'em a little better in the city.' 'Never mind what you do in the city,' said Tom. 'What have you got to say to me?' 'Just this, Mr Pinch,' retorted Jonas, thrusting his face so close to Tom's that Tom was obliged to retreat a step. 'I advise you to keep your own counsel, and to avoid tittle tattle, and not to cut in where you're not wanted. I've heard something of you, my friend, and your meek ways, and I recommend you to forget 'em till I'm married to one of Pecksniff's gals, and not to curry favour among my relations, but to leave the course clear. You know, when curs won't leave the course clear, they're whipped off. So this is kind advice. Do you understand there? Damn, who are you,' cried Jonas, with increased contempt, 'that you should walk home with them, unless it was behind 'em, like any other servant out of livery?' 'Come,' cried Tom, 'I see you had better get off the stile, and let me pursue my way home. Make room for me, if you please.' 'Don't think of it,' said Jonas, spreading out his legs. 'Not till I choose, and I don't choose now. What, you're afraid of my making you split upon some of your babbling just now, are you, sneak?' 'I am not afraid of many things, I hope,' said Tom, 'and certainly not of anything that you will do. I am not a tale bearer, and I despise all meanness. You quite mistake me.' 'Ah!' cried Tom indignantly, 'this is manly from one in your position to one in mine. Please to make room for me to pass. The less I say, the better.' 'The less you say,' retorted Jonas, dangling his legs the more, and taking no heed of this request. 'You say very little, don't you? Ecod, I should like to know what goes on between you and a vagabond member of my family. And there's very little in that too, I dare say.' 'I know no vagabond member of your family,' cried Tom stoutly. 'You do,' said Jonas. 'I don't,' said Tom. 'Your uncle's namesake, if you mean him, is no vagabond. Any comparison between you and him,' Tom snapped his fingers at him, for he was rising fast in wrath, 'is immeasurably to your disadvantage.' 'Oh, indeed!' sneered Jonas. 'What do you think of his dearie, his beggarly leavings, Mr Pinch?' 'I don't mean to say another word, or stay here another instant,' replied Tom. 'As I told you before, you're a liar,' said Jonas coolly. 'You'll stay here till I give you leave to go. Now keep where you are, will you?' He flourished his stick over Tom's head, but in a moment it was spinning harmlessly in the air, and Jonas himself lay sprawling in the ditch. In the momentary struggle for the stick, Tom had brought it into violent contact with his opponent's forehead, and the blood welled out profusely from a deep cut on the temple. Tom was first apprised of this by seeing that he pressed his handkerchief to the wounded part, and staggered as he rose, being stunned. 'Are you hurt?' said Tom. 'I am very sorry. Lean on me for a moment. You can do that without forgiving me, if you still bear me malice. But I don't know why, for I never offended you before we met on this spot.' He made him no answer, not appearing at first to understand him, or to even know that he was hurt, though he several times took his handkerchief from the cut to look vacantly at the blood upon it. After one of these examinations he looked at Tom, and there was an expression in his features which showed that he understood what had taken place, and would remember it. Nothing more passed between them as they went home. Jonas kept a little in advance, and Tom Pinch sadly followed, thinking of the grief which the knowledge of this quarrel must occasion his excellent benefactor. When Jonas knocked at the door, Tom's heart beat high, higher when Miss Mercy answered it, and seeing her wounded lover, shrieked aloud, higher when he followed them into the family parlour, higher than at any other time when Jonas spoke. "Don't make a noise about it," he said. "It's nothing worth mentioning. I didn't know the road. The night's very dark, and just as I come up with Mr Pinch," he turned his face toward Tom, but not his eyes, "I ran against a tree. It's only skin deep." "Cold water, Mary, my child!" cried Mr Pecksniff. "Brown paper, scissors, a piece of old linen. Charity, my dear, make a bandage. Bless me, Mr Jonas." "Oh, bother your nonsense!" returned the gracious son-in-law elect. "Be of some use if you can. If you can't, get out." Miss Charity, though called upon to lend her aid, sat upright in one corner with a smile upon her face, and didn't move a finger. Though Mercy laved the wound herself, and Mr Pecksniff held the patient's head between his two hands, as if, without that assistance, it must inevitably come in half, and Tom Pinch, in his guilty agitation, shook a bottle of Dutch drops until they were nothing but English froth, and in his other hand sustained a formidable carving knife, really intended to reduce the swelling, but apparently designed for the ruthless infliction of another wound as soon as that was dressed. Charity rendered not the least assistance, nor uttered a word. But when Mr Jonas's head was bound up, and he had gone to bed, and everybody else had retired, and the house was quiet, Mr Pinch, as he sat mournfully on his bedstead, ruminating, heard a gentle tap at his door, and opening it, saw her, to his great astonishment, standing before him with her finger on her lip. "Mr Pinch," she whispered, "dear Mr Pinch, tell me the truth. You did that. There was some quarrel between you, and you struck him. I am sure of it." It was the first time she had ever spoken kindly to Tom in all the many years they had passed together. He was stupefied with amazement. "Was it so, or not?" she eagerly demanded. "I was very much provoked," said Tom. "Then it was!" cried Charity with sparkling eyes. "Yes, we had a struggle for the path," said Tom, "but I didn't mean to hurt him so much." "Not so much!" she repeated, clenching her hand and stamping her foot, to Tom's great wonder. "Don't say that. It was brave of you. I honour you for it. If you should ever quarrel again, don't spare him for the world, but beat him down and set your shoe upon him. Not a word of this to anybody, dear Mr Pinch. I am your friend from tonight. I am always your friend from this time." She turned her flushed face upon Tom, to confirm her words by its kindling expression, and seizing his right hand, pressed it to her breast and kissed it. And there was nothing personal in this to render it at all embarrassing for even Tom, whose power of observation was by no means remarkable, knew from the energy from which she did it that she would have fondled any hand, no matter how bedaubed or dyed, that had broken the head of Jonas Chuzzlewit. Tom went into his room and went to bed, full of uncomfortable thoughts. That there should be any such tremendous division in the family as he knew must have taken place to convert Charity Pecksniff into his friend, for any reason but, above all, for that which was clearly the real one, that Jonas, who had assailed him with such exceeding coarseness, should have been sufficiently magnanimous to keep the secret of their quarrel, and that any train of circumstances should have led to the commission of an assault and battery by Thomas Pinch upon any man calling himself the friend of Seth Pecksniff, were matters of such deep and painful cogitation that he could not close his eyes. His own violence in particular so preyed upon the generous mind of Tom, that, coupling it with the many former occasions on which he had given Mr Pecksniff pain and anxiety, occasions of which that gentleman often reminded him, he really began to regard himself as destined by a mysterious fate to be the evil genius and bad angel of his patron. But he fell asleep at last, and dreamed, new source of waking uneasiness, that he had betrayed his trust and run away with Mary Graham. It must be acknowledged that, asleep or awake, Tom's position in reference to this young lady was full of uneasiness. The more he saw of her, the more he admired her beauty, her intelligence, the amiable qualities that even won on the divided house of Pecksniff, and in a few days restored, at all events, the semblance of harmony and kindness between the angry sisters. When she spoke, Tom held his breath, so eagerly he listened. When she sang, he sat like one entranced. She touched his organ, and from that bright epoch, even it, the old companion of his happiest hours, incapable as he had thought of elevation, began a new and deified existence.
God's love upon thy patience, Tom, who that had beheld thee for 3 summer weeks, poring through half the dead long night over the jingling anatomy of that inscrutable old harpsichord in the back parlour, could have missed the entrance to thy secret heart, albeit it was dimly known to thee? Who that had seen the glow upon thy cheek, when leaning down to listen after hours of labour for the sound of one incorrigible note, thou foundest that it had a voice at last, and wheezed out a flat something, distantly akin to what it ought to be, would not have known that it was destined for no common touch, but one that smote, though gently as an angel's hand, upon the deepest chord within thee. And if a friendly glance, ay, even though it were as guileless as thine own, dear Tom, could have but pierced the twilight of that evening, when in a voice well tempered to the time, sad, sweet, and low, yet hopeful, she first sang to the altered instrument, and wondered at the change, and though, sitting apart at the open window, kept a glad silence and a swelling heart, must not that glance have read perforce the dawning of a story, Tom, that it were well for thee had never begun? Tom Pinch's situation was not made the less dangerous or difficult by the fact of no one word passing between them in reference to Martin. Honourably mindful of his promise, Tom gave her opportunities of all kinds. Early and late he was in the church, in her favourite walks, in the village, in the garden, in the meadows, and in any or all of these places he might have spoken freely. But no, at all such times she carefully avoided him, or never came in his way unaccompanied. It could not be that she disliked or distrusted him, for by 1,000 little delicate means, too slight for any notice but his own, she singled him out when the others were present, and showed herself the very soul of kindness. Could it be that she had broken with Martin, or had never returned his affection, save in his own bold and heightened fancy? Tom's cheek grew red with self-reproach as he dismissed the thought. All this time old Martin came and went in his own strange manner, or sat among the rest absorbed within himself, and holding little intercourse with any one. Although he was unsocial, he was not wilful in other things, or troublesome, or morose, being never better pleased than when they left him quite unnoticed at his book, and pursued their own amusements in his presence unreserved. It was impossible to discern in whom he took an interest, or whether he had an interest in any of them. Unless they spoke to him directly, he never showed that he had ears or eyes for anything that passed. One day the lively Mary, sitting with downcast eyes under a shady tree in the churchyard, whither she had retired after fatiguing herself by the imposition of sundry trials on the temper of Mr Jonas, felt that a new shadow came between her and the sun. Raising her eyes in the expectation of seeing her betrothed, she was not a little surprised to see old Martin instead. Her surprise was not diminished when he took his seat upon the turf beside her, and opened a conversation thus: "When are you to be married?" "Oh dear, Mr Chuzzlewit, my goodness me, I'm sure I don't know. Not a while, I hope." "You hope?" said the old man. It was very gravely said, but she took it for banter, and giggled excessively. "Come," said the old man with unusual kindness, "you are young, good looking, and I think good natured. Frivolous you are, and love to be undoubtedly, but you must have some heart." "I have not given it all away, I can tell you," said Mary, nodding her head shrewdly, and plucking up the grass. "Have you parted with any of it?" She threw the grass about, and looked another way, but said nothing. Martin repeated his question. "Law, my dear Mr Chuzzlewit, really you must excuse me. How very odd you are!" "If it be odd in me to desire to know whether you love the young man whom I understand you are to marry, I am very odd," said Martin, "for that is certainly my wish." "He's such a monster, you know," said Mary, pouting. "Then you don't love him," returned the old man. "Is that your meaning?" "Why, my dear Mr Chuzzlewit, I am sure I tell him 100 times a day that I hate him. You must have heard me tell him that." "Often," said Martin. "And so I do," cried Mary. "I do positively." "Being at the same time engaged to marry him," observed the old man. "Oh yes," said Mary. "But I told the wretch, my dear Mr Chuzzlewit, I told him when he asked me, that if I ever did marry him, it should only be that I might hate and tease him all my life." She had a suspicion that the old man regarded Jonas with anything but favour, and intended these remarks to be extremely captivating. He did not appear, however, to regard them in that light by any means, for when he spoke again, it was in a tone of severity. "Look about you," he said, pointing to the graves, And remember that from your bridal hour to the day which sees you brought as low as these, and laid in such a bed, there will be no appeal against him. Think and speak and act for once like an accountable creature. Is any control put upon your inclinations? Are you forced into this match? Are you insidiously advised or tempted to contract it by any one? I will not ask by whom. By any one. No, said Mary, shrugging her shoulders. I don't know that I am. Don't know that you are? Are you? No, replied Mary. Nobody ever said anything to me about it. If any one had tried to make me have him, I wouldn't have had him at all. I am told he was at first supposed to be your sister's admirer, said Martin. Oh, good gracious, my dear Mr. Chuzzlewit, it would be very hard to make him, though he is a monster, accountable for other people's vanity, said Mary. And poor dear Cherry is the vainest darling. It was her mistake, then? I hope it was, cried Mary. But all along the dear child has been so dreadfully jealous and so cross that upon my word and honour it's impossible to please her, and it's of no use trying. Not forced, persuaded, or controlled, said Martin thoughtfully. And that's true, I see. There is one chance yet. You may have lapsed into this engagement in very giddiness. It may have been the wanton act of a light head. Is that so? My dear Mr. Chuzzlewit, simpered Mary, as to light-headedness, there never was such a feather of a head as mine. It's a perfect balloon, I declare. You never did, you know. He waited quietly till she had finished, and then said steadily and slowly, and in a softened voice, as if he would still invite her confidence, have you any wish, or is there anything within your breast that whispers you may form the wish, if you have time to think, to be released from this engagement? Again Miss Mary pouted and looked down, and plucked the grass and shrugged her shoulders. No, she didn't know that she had. She was pretty sure she hadn't. Quite sure, she might say. She didn't mind it. Has it ever occurred to you, said Martin, that your married life may perhaps be miserable, full of bitterness, and most unhappy? Mary looked down again, and now she tore the grass up by the roots. My dear Mr. Chuzzlewit, what shocking words! Of course I shall quarrel with him. I should quarrel with any husband. Married people always quarrel, I believe. But as to being miserable and bitter, and all those dreadful things, you know, why, I couldn't be absolutely that, unless he always had the best of it. And I mean to have the best of it myself. I always do now, cried Mary, nodding her head and giggling very much, for I make a perfect slave of the creature. Let it go on, said Martin, rising. Let it go on. I sought to know your mind, my dear, and you have shown it me. I wish you joy. Joy, he repeated, looking full upon her, and pointing to the wicket gate where Jonas entered at the moment, and then, without waiting for his nephew, he passed out at another gate and went away. Oh, you terrible old man, cried the facetious Mary to herself. What a perfectly hideous monster, to be wandering about churchyards in the broad daylight, frightening people out of their wits. Don't come here, Griffin, or I'll go away directly. Mr. Jonas was the Griffin. He sat down upon the grass at her side, in spite of this warning, and sulkily inquired, What's my uncle been a-talking about? About you, rejoined Mary. He says you're not half good enough for me. Oh, yes, I dare say. We all know that. He means to give you some present worth having, I hope. Did he say anything that looked like it? That he didn't, cried Mary most decisively. Stingy old dog he is, said Jonas. Well, Griffin, cried Miss Mercy in counterfeit amazement. What are you doing, Griffin? Only giving you a squeeze, said the discomfited Jonas. There's no harm in that, I suppose. But there is a great deal of harm in it, if you don't consider it agreeable, returned his cousin. Do go along with you. You make me so hot. Mr. Jonas withdrew his arm, and for a moment looked at her more like a murderer than a lover. But he cleared his brow by degrees, and broke silence with, I say, Mel. What do you say, you vulgar thing, you low savage? Cried his fair betrothed. When is it to be? I can't afford to go on dawdling about here half my life. I needn't tell you, and Pecksniff says that father's being so lately dead makes very little odds, for we can be married as quiet as we please down here, and me being lonely is a good reason to the neighbours for taking a wife home so soon, especially one that he knew. As to Crossbones, my uncle I mean, he's sure not to put a spoke in the wheel whatever we settle on, for he told Pecksniff only this morning that if you liked it he'd nothing at all to say. So, Mel, said Jonas, venturing on another squeeze, when shall it be? 'Pon my word, cried Mary. 'Pon my soul, if you like, said Jonas. What do you say to next week, now? To next week? If you had said next quarter, I should have wondered at your impudence. But I didn't say next quarter, retorted Jonas. I said next week.
'Then, Griffin,' cried Miss Merry, pushing him off and rising, 'I say no, not next week. It shan't be till I choose, and I may not choose it to be for months. There!' He glanced up at her from the ground, almost as darkly as he had looked at Tom Pinch, but held his peace. 'No fright of a Griffin with a patcher of his eye shall dictate to me or have a voice in the matter,' said Merry. 'There!' Still Mr Jonas held his peace. 'If it's next month, that shall be the very earliest; but I won't say when it shall be till to morrow. And if you don't like that, it shall never be at all,' said Merry. 'And if you follow me about and won't leave me alone, it shall never be at all. There! And if you don't do anything I order you to do, it shall never be at all. So don't follow me. There, Griffin!' And with that she skipped away among the trees. 'Ecod, my lady,' said Jonas, looking after her, and biting a piece of straw almost to powder, 'you'll catch it for this when you are married. It's all very well now. It keeps one on, somehow, and you know it. But I'll pay you off scot and lot by and by. This is a plaguy dull sort of a place for a man to be sitting by himself in. I could never abide a mouldy old churchyard.' As he turned into the avenue himself, Miss Merry, who was far ahead, happened to look back. 'Ah!' said Jonas, with a sullen smile, and a nod that was not addressed to her. 'Make the most of it while it lasts. Get in your hay while the sun shines. Take your own way as long as it's in your power, my lady.' End of chapter 24. Chapter 25 of the Life and Adventures of Martin Chuzzlewit. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain, is in part professional, and furnishes the reader with some valuable hints in relation to the management of a sick chamber. Mr Mould was surrounded by his household gods. He was enjoying the sweets of domestic repose, and gazing on them with a calm delight. The day being sultry and the window open, the legs of Mr Mould were on the window seat, and his back reclined against the shutter. Over his shining head a handkerchief was drawn, to guard his baldness from the flies. The room was fragrant with the smell of punch, a tumbler of which grateful compound stood upon a small round table, convenient to the hand of Mr Mould, so deftly mixed that as his eye looked down into the cool transparent drink, another eye, peering brightly from behind the crisp lemon peel, looked up at him, and twinkled like a star. Deep in the city, and within the ward of Cheap, stood Mr Mould's establishment. His harem, or in other words, the common sitting room of Mrs Mould and family, was at the back, over the little counting house behind the shop, abutting on a churchyard, small and shady. In this domestic chamber Mr Mould now sat, gazing, a placid man, upon his punch and home. If for a moment at a time he sought wider prospect, whence he might return with freshened zest to these enjoyments, his moist glance wandered like a sunbeam through a rural screen of scarlet runners, trained on strings before the window, and he looked down with an artist's eye upon the graves. The partner of his life, and daughters twain, were Mr Mould's companions. Plump as any partridge was each Miss Mould, and Mrs M. was plumper than the two together. So round and chubby were their fair proportions, that they might have been the bodies once belonging to the angels' faces in the shop below, grown up, with other heads detached to make them mortal. Even their peachy cheeks were puffed out and distended, as though they ought, out of right, to be performing on celestial trumpets. The bodiless cherubs in the shop, who were depicted as constantly blowing those instruments for ever and ever, without any lungs, played, it is to be presumed, entirely by ear. Mr Mould looked lovingly at Mrs Mould, who sat hard by, and was a helpmate to him in his punch as in all other things. Each seraph daughter, too, enjoyed her share of his regards, and smiled upon him in return. So bountiful were Mr Mould's possessions, and so large his stock in trade, that even there, within his household sanctuary, stood a curious press, whose mahogany Moor
was filled with shrouds and winding sheets and other furniture of funerals. But though the Misses Mould had been brought up, as one may say, beneath his eye, it had cast no shadow on their timid infancy or blooming youth. Sporting behind the scenes of death and burial from cradlehood, the Misses Mould knew better. Hatbands to them were but so many yards of silk or crape, the final robe but such a quantity of linen. The Misses Mould could idealise a player's habit, or a court lady's petticoat, or even an Act of Parliament, but they were not to be taken in by Pauls. They made them sometimes. The premises of Mr Mould were hard of hearing to the boisterous noises in the great main streets, and nestled in a quiet corner, where the city strife became a drowsy hum that sometimes rose and sometimes fell, and sometimes altogether ceased, suggesting to a thoughtful mind a stoppage in Cheapside. The light came sparkling in among the scarlet runners, as if the churchyard winked at Mr Mould and said, "We understand each other." And from the distant shop a pleasant sound arose of coffin making, with a low melodious hammer, rat-a-tat-tat-tat, alike promoting slumber and digestion. "Quite the buzz of insects," said Mr Mould, closing his eyes in a perfect luxury. "Puts one in mind of the sound of animated nature in the agricultural districts. It's exactly like the woodpecker tapping the hollow elm tree," observed Mrs Mould, adapting the words of the popular melody to the description of wood commonly used in the trade. "Ha, ha!" laughed Mr Mould. "Not at all bad, my dear. We shall be glad to hear from you again, Mrs M. Hollow elm tree. Ha, ha! Very good indeed. I've seen worse than that in the Sunday papers, my love." Mrs Mould, thus encouraged, took a little more of the punch, and handed it to her daughters, who dutifully followed the example of their mother. "Hollow elm tree, eh?" said Mr Mould, making a slight motion with his legs in the enjoyment of the joke. "It's beech in the song. Elm, eh? Yes, to be sure. Ha, ha! Upon my soul, that's one of the best things I know." He was so excessively tickled by the jest that he couldn't forget it, but repeated 20 times, "Elm, eh? Yes, to be sure. Elm, of course. Ha, ha! Upon my life, you know, that ought to be sent to somebody who could make use of it. It's one of the smartest things that ever was said. Hollow elm tree, eh? Of course, very hollow. Ha, ha, ha!" Here a knock was heard at the room door. "That's Tacker, I know," said Mrs Mould, "by the wheezing he makes. Who that hears him now would suppose he'd ever had wind enough to carry the feathers on his head? Come in, Tacker." "Beg your pardon, ma'am," said Tacker, looking in a little way. "I thought our governor was here." "Well, so he is," cried Mould. "Oh, I didn't see you, I'm sure," said Tacker, looking a little further. "You wouldn't be inclined to take a walking one of two with a plain wood and a tin plate, I suppose?" "Certainly not," replied Mr Mould. "Much too common. Nothing to say to it." "I told him it was precious low," observed Mr Tacker. "Tell him to go somewhere else. We don't do that style of business here," said Mr Mould. "Like their impudence to propose it. Who is it?" "Why," returned Tacker, pausing, "that's where it is, you see. It's the beadle's son-in-law." "The beadle's son-in-law, eh?" said Mould. "Well, I'll do it if the beadle follows in his cocked hat. Not else. We carry it off that way, by looking official. But it'll be low enough then. His cocked hat, mind." "I'll take care of it, sir," rejoined Tacker. "Oh, Mrs Gamp's below and wants to speak to you." "Tell Mrs Gamp to come upstairs," said Mould. "Now, Mrs Gamp, what's YOUR news?" The lady in question was by this time in the doorway, curtseying to Mrs Mould. At the same moment a peculiar fragrance was borne in upon the breeze, as if a passing fairy had hiccuped and had previously been to a wine vaults. Mrs Gamp made no response to Mr Mould, but curtseyed to Mrs Mould again, and held up her hands and eyes, as in a devout thanksgiving that she looked so well. She was neatly, but not gaudily attired, in the weeds she had worn when Mr Pecksniff had the pleasure of making her acquaintance, and was perhaps the turning of the scale more snuffy. "There are some happy creeturs," Mrs Gamp observed, "as time runs back'ards with, and you are one, Mrs Mould. Not that he need do nothing except use you in his most audacious way for years to come, I'm sure, for young you are and will be. I says to Mrs Harris," Mrs Gamp continued, "only t'other day, the last Monday evening fortnight as ever dawned upon this Pigeon's progress of a mortal whale, I says to Mrs Harris when she says to me, 'Years and our trials, Mrs Gamp, sets a marks upon us all.' Say not the words, Mrs Harris, if you and me is to be continual friends, for such is not the case. Mrs Mould, I says, making so free, I will confess, as to use the name,' she curtsied here, 'is one of them that goes again the observation straight, and never, Mrs Harris, while I've a drop of breath to draw, will I set by and not stand up. Don't think it. I ask your pardon, ma'am,' says Mrs Harris, 'and I humbly grant your grace. For if ever a woman lived as would see her feller creeturs into fits serve her friends, well do I know that woman's name is Sairey Gamp.' At this point she was fain to stop for breath, and advantage may be taken of the circumstance to state that a fearful mystery surrounded this lady of the name of Harris, whom no one in the circle of Mrs Gamp's acquaintance had ever seen. Neither did any human being know her place of residence, though Mrs Gamp appeared on her own showing to be in constant communication with her. There were conflicting rumours on the subject, but the prevalent opinion was that she was a phantom of Mrs Gamp's brain, as Messrs Doe and Roe are fictions of the law, created for the express purpose of holding visionary dialogues with her on all manner of subjects, and invariably winding up with a compliment to the excellence of her nature. 'And like always, what a pleasure,' said Mrs Gamp, turning with a tearful smile towards the daughters, 'to see them two young ladies as I knowed afore a tooth in their pretty heads was cut, and have many a day seen, the sweet creeturs, playing at berryins down in the shop, and follering that order book to its long home in the iron safe. But that's all past and over, Mr Mould,' as thus she got in a carefully regulated routine to that gentleman. She shook her head waggishly. 'That's all past and over now, sir, ain't it?' 'Changes, Mrs Gamp, changes,' returned the undertaker. 'More changes, too, to come before we've done with changes, sir,' said Mrs Gamp, nodding yet more waggishly than before. 'Young ladies with such faces think of something else besides berryins, don't they, sir?' 'I'm sure I don't know, Mrs Gamp,' said Mould with a chuckle. 'Not bad in, Mrs Gamp, my dear.' 'Oh yes, you do know, sir,' said Mrs Gamp. 'And so does Mrs Mould, your handsome partner too, sir. And so do I, although the blessing of a daughter was denied me, which if we had had one, Gamp would certainly have drunk his little shoes right off his feet, as with our precious boy he did, and afterwards send the child a errand to sell his wooden leg for any money it would fetch as matches in the rough, and bring it home in liquor, which was truly done beyond his years, for every individual penny that child lost at toss or buy for kidney ones, and comes home afterwards quite bold to break the news, and offering to drown himself if such would be a satisfaction to his parents. Oh yes, you do know, sir,' said Mrs Gamp, wiping her eye with her shawl, and resuming the thread of her discourse. 'There's something besides births and berryins in the newspapers, ain't there, Mr Mould?' Mr Mould winked at Mrs Mould, whom he had by this time taken on his knee, and said, 'No doubt a good deal more, Mrs Gamp. Upon my life, Mrs Gamp, is very far from bad, my dear.' 'There's marryings, ain't there, sir?' said Mrs Gamp, while both the daughters blushed and tittered. 'Bless their precious hearts, and well they knows it. Well, you knowed it too, and well did Mrs Mould, when you was at their same time of life. But my opinion is, you're all of one age now. For as to you and Mrs Mould, sir, ever having grandchildren—' 'Oh fie, fie, nonsense, Mrs Gamp,' replied the undertaker. 'Devilish smart, though. Capital!' This was in a whisper. 'My dear,' aloud again, 'Mrs Gamp can drink a glass of rum, I dare say. Sit down, Mrs Gamp, sit down.' Mrs Gamp took the chair that was nearest the door, and casting up her eyes towards the ceiling, feigned to be wholly insensible to the fact of a glass of rum being in preparation, until it was placed in her hand by one of the young ladies, when she exhibited the greatest surprise. 'A thing,' she said, 'as hardly ever, Mrs Mould, occurs within me, is, when I am indisposed, and find my half pint of porter settling heavily on the chest, Mrs Harris often and often says to me, "Sairey Gamp," she says, "you raly do amaze me." "Mrs Harris," I says to her, "why so? Give it a name, I beg." "Telling the truth then, ma'am," says Mrs Harris, "and shaming him as shall be nameless betwixt you and me, never did I think, till I knowed you, as any woman could sick nurse and monthly likewise on the little that you takes to drink. Mrs Harris," I says to her, "none of us knows what we can do till we tries, and I once, when me and Gamp kept house, I thought so too. But now," I says, "my half pint of porter fully satisfies, provision, Mrs Harris, and it's brought regular and drawed mild. Whether I was six or monthlies, ma'am, I hope I does my duty. But I am but a poor woman, and I earns my living hard. Therefore I do require it, which I makes confession, to be brought regular and drawed mild.' The precise connection between these observations and the glass of rum did not appear, for Mrs Gamp, proposing as a toast, 'The best of lucks to all,' took off the dram in quite a scientific manner, without any further remarks. 'And what's your news, Mrs Gamp?' asked Mould again, as that lady wiped her lips upon her shawl, and nibbled a corner off a soft biscuit which she had appeared to carry in her pocket as a provision against contingent drams. 'How's Mr Chuffey?' 'Mr Chuffey, sir,' she replied, 'is just as usual. He ain't no better, and he ain't no worse. I take it very kind in the gentleman to have wrote up to you and said, let Mrs Gamp take care of him till I come home. But everythink he does is kind. There ain't many like him. If there was, we shouldn't want no churches.' 'What do you want to speak to me about, Mrs Gamp?' said Mould, coming to the point. 'Just this, sir,' Mrs Gamp returned, 'with thanks to you for asking. There is a gent, sir, at the Bull in Holborn, as has been took ill there, and is bad abed. They have a day nurse as was recommended from Bartholomew's, and well I knows her, Mr Mould, her name being Mrs Prigg, the best of creatures, but she is otherwise engaged at night, and they are in wants of night watching. Consequence, she says to them, having reposed the greatest friendliness in me for 20 year, the soberest person going, and the best of blessings in a sick room, is Mrs Gamp. Send a boy to Kingsgate Street, she says, and snap her up at any price, for Mrs Gamp is worth her weight and more in golden guineas. My landlord brings the message down to me, and says, being in a like place where you are, and this job promising so well, why not unite the two? No, sir, I says, not unbeknown to Mr Mould, and therefore do not think of it. But I will go to Mr Mould, I says, and ask him if you like. 'Night watching, eh?' said Mould, rubbing his chin. 'From 8 o'clock till 8, sir. I will not deceive you,' Mrs Gamp rejoined. 'And then go back, eh?' said Mould. 'Quite free then, sir, to attend Mr Chuffey. His always being quiet, and his hours early, he'd be abed, sir, nearly all the time. I will not deny,' said Mrs Gamp, with meekness, 'that I am but a poor woman, and that the money is the object. But I do not let that act upon you, Mr Mould. Rich folks may ride on camels, but it ain't so easy for 'em to see out of a needle's eye. That's my comfort, and I hope I knows it.' 'Well, Mrs Gamp,' observed Mould, 'I don't see any particular objection to your earning an honest penny under such circumstances. I should keep it quiet, I think, Mrs Gamp. I wouldn't mention it to Mr Chuzzlewit on his return, for instance, unless it were necessary, or he asked you point blank.' 'The very words was on my lips, sir,' Mrs Gamp rejoined. 'Supposing that the gent should die, I hope I might take the liberty of saying, as I know some one in the undertaking line, and yet give no offence to you, sir.' 'Certainly, Mrs Gamp,' said Mould, with much condescension. 'You may casually remark in such a case that we do the thing pleasantly and in a great variety of styles, and are generally considered to make it as agreeable as possible to the feelings of the survivors. But don't obtrude it, don't obtrude it. Easy, easy, my dear. You may as well give Mrs Gamp a card or two, if you please.' Mrs Gamp received them, and scenting no more rum in the wind, for the bottle was locked up again, rose to take her departure. 'Wishing every happiness to this happy family,' said Mrs Gamp, 'with all my heart. Good afternoon, Mrs Mould. If I was Mr, I should be jealous of you, ma'am, and I'm sure if I was you, I should be jealous of Mr Mould.' 'Ta, ta! Bah! Go along, Mrs Gamp!' cried the delighted undertaker. 'As to the young ladies,' said Mrs Gamp, dropping a curtsey, 'bless their sweet looks, how can they ever recognise it with their duties to be so grown up with such young parents? It ain't for such as me to give a guess at.' 'Nonsense, nonsense! Be off, Mrs Gamp!' cried Mould. But in the height of his gratification, he actually pinched Mrs Mould as he said it. 'I tell you what, my dear,' he observed, when Mrs Gamp had at last withdrawn and shut the door, 'that's a very shrewd woman. That's a woman whose intellect is immensely superior to her station in life. That's a woman who observes and reflects in uncommon manner. She's the sort of woman now,' said Mould, drawing his silk handkerchief over his head again, and composing himself for a nap, 'one would almost feel disposed to bury for nothing, and to do it neatly too.
Mrs Mould and her daughters fully concurred in these remarks, the subject of which had by this time reached the street, where she experienced so much inconvenience from the air that she was obliged to stand under an archway for a short time to recover herself. Even after this precaution, she walked so unsteadily as to attract the compassionate regards of divers kind-hearted boys, who took the liveliest interest in her disorder, and in their simple language bade her to be of good cheer, for she was only a little screwed. Whatever she was, or whatever name for the vocabulary of medical science would have bestowed upon her malady, Mrs Gamp was perfectly acquainted with the way home again, and arriving at the house of Anthony Chuzzlewit and Son, lay down to rest, remaining there until 7 o'clock in the evening, and then persuading poor old Chuffey to betake himself to bed, she sallied forth upon her new engagement. First she went to her private lodgings in Kingsgate Street for a bundle of robes and wrappings comfortable in the night season, and then repaired to the Bull in Holborn, where she reached as the clocks were striking 8. As she turned into the yard she stopped, for the landlord, landlady, and head chambermaid were all on the threshold together, talking earnestly with a young gentleman who seemed to have just come or to be just going away. The first words that struck upon Mrs Gamp's ear obviously bore reference to the patient, and it being expedient that all good attendants should know as much as possible about the case on which their skill is brought to bear, Mrs Gamp listened as a matter of duty. 'No better, then?' observed the gentleman. 'Worse,' said the landlord. 'Much worse,' added the landlady. 'Oh, a deal badder!' cried the chambermaid from the background, opening her eyes very wide and shaking her head. 'Poor fellow!' said the gentleman. 'I am sorry to hear it. The worst of it is, that I have no idea what friends or relations he has, or where they live, except that it certainly is not in London.' The landlord looked at the landlady, the landlady looked at the landlord, and the chambermaid remarked hysterically that of all the many vague directions she had ever seen or heard of, and they wasn't few in a hotel, that was the vaguest. 'The fact is, you see,' pursued the gentleman, 'as I told you yesterday when you sent to me, I really know very little about him. We were schoolfellows together, but since that time I have only met him twice. On both occasions I was in London for a boy's holiday, having come up for a week or so from Wiltshire, and lost sight of him again directly. The letter bearing my name and address which you found upon his table, and which led to your applying to me, is an answer, you will observe, to one he wrote from this house the very day he was taken ill, making an appointment with him at his own request. Here is his letter, if you wish to see it.' The landlord read it. The landlady looked over him. The chambermaid in the background made out as much of it as she could, and invented the rest, believing it all from that time forth as a positive piece of evidence. 'He has very little luggage, you say?' observed the gentleman, who was no other than our old friend John Westlock. 'Nothing but a portmanteau,' said the landlord, 'and very little in it. A few pounds in his purse, though. Yes, it's sealed up, and in the cash box I made a memorandum of the amount, which you're welcome to see.' 'Well,' said John, 'as a medical gentleman says, the fever must take its course, and nothing can be done just now beyond giving him his drinks regularly and having him carefully attended to. Nothing more can be said that I know of, until he is in a condition to give us some information. Can you suggest anything else?' 'No,' replied the landlord, 'except who's to pay, I suppose,' said John. 'Why,' hesitated the landlord, 'it would be as well.' 'Quite as well,' said the landlady. 'Not forgetting to remember the servants,' said the chambermaid in a bland whisper. 'It is but reasonable, I fully admit,' said John Westlock. 'At all events, you have the stock in hand to go upon for the present, and I will readily undertake to pay for the doctor and nurses.' 'Ah!' cried Mrs Gamp. 'A real gentleman!' She groaned her admiration so audibly that they all turned round. Mrs Gamp felt the necessity of advancing, bundle in hand, and introducing herself. 'The night nurse,' she observed, 'from Kingsgate Street, well beknown to Mrs Prig the day nurse, and the best of creeturs. How is the poor dear gentleman to night? If he ain't no better yet, still that's what must be expected and prepared for. It ain't the first time by a many score, ma'am,' dropping a curtsey to the landlady, 'that Mrs Prig and me has nussed together, turn and turn about, one off, one on. We knows each other's ways, and often gives relief when others fail. Our charges is but low, sir.' Mrs Gamp addressed herself to John on this head,
considering the nature of our painful duty. If they was made according to our wishes, they would be easily paid.' Regarding herself as having now delivered her inauguration address, Mrs Gamp curtsied all round, and signified her wish to be conducted to the scene of her official duties. The chambermaid led her through a variety of intricate passages to the top of the house, and pointing at length to a solitary door at the end of a gallery, informed her that yonder was the chamber where the patient lay. That done, she hurried off with all the speed she could make. Mrs Gamp traversed the gallery in a great heat from having carried her large bundle up so many stairs, and tapped at the door, which was immediately opened by Mrs Prig, bonneted and shawled, and all impatience to be gone. Mrs Prig was of the Gamp build, but not so fat, and her voice was deeper and more like a man's. She also had a beard. 'I began to think you wasn't a coming,' Mrs Prig observed in some displeasure. 'It shall be made good to morrow night,' said Mrs Gamp. 'Honourable, I had to go and fetch my things.' She had begun to make signs of an inquiry in reference to the position of the patient and his overhearing them, for there was a screen before the door, when Mrs Prig settled that point easily. 'Oh!' she said aloud, 'he's quiet, but his wits is gone. It ain't no matter what you say.' 'Anything to tell afore you goes, my dear?' asked Mrs Gamp, setting her bundle down inside the door, and looking affectionately at her partner. 'The pickled salmon,' Mrs Prig replied, 'is quite delicious. I can particular recommend it. I don't have nothing to say to the cold meat, for it tastes of the stable. Drinks is all good.' Mrs Gamp expressed herself much gratified. 'The physic and them things is on the drawers and mantle shelf,' said Mrs Prig, cursorily. 'He took his last slime draught at 7. The easy chair ain't soft enough. You'll want his pillow.' Mrs Gamp thanked her for these hints, and giving her a friendly good night, held the door open until she had disappeared at the other end of the gallery. Having thus performed the hospitable duty of seeing her safely off, she shut it, locked it on the inside, took up her bundle, walked round the screen, and entered on her occupation of the sick chamber. 'A little dull, but not so bad as might be,' Mrs Gamp remarked. 'I'm glad to see a parapridge in case of a fire, and a lot of roofs and chimney pots to walk upon.' It will be seen from these remarks that Mrs Gamp was looking out of the window. When she had exhausted the prospect, she tried the easy chair, which she indignantly declared was 'harder than a brick badge.' Next, she pursued her researches among the physic bottles, glasses, jugs, and teacups; and when she had entirely satisfied her curiosity on all these subjects of investigation, she untied her bonnet strings and strolled up to the bedside to take a look at the patient. A young man, dark and not ill looking, with long black hair that seemed the blacker for the whiteness of the bedclothes. His eyes were partly open, and he never ceased to roll his head from side to side upon the pillow, keeping his body almost quiet. He did not utter words, but every now and then gave vent to an expression of impatience or fatigue, sometimes of surprise, and still his restless head, O weary, weary hour, went to and fro without a moment's intermission. Mrs Gamp solaced herself with a pinch of snuff, and stood looking at him with her head inclined a little sideways, as a connoisseur might gaze upon a doubtful work of art. By degrees a horrible remembrance of one branch of her calling took possession of the woman, and stooping down, she pinned his wandering arms against his sides to see how he would look if laid out as a dead man. Her fingers itched to compose his limbs in that last marble attitude. 'Ah!' said Mrs Gamp, walking away from the bed, 'he'd make a lovely corpse.' Now she proceeded to unpack her bundle, lighted a candle with the aid of a firebox on the drawers, filled a small kettle as a preliminary to refreshing herself with a cup of tea in the course of the night, laid what she called a little bit of fire for the same philanthropic purpose, and also set forth a small tea board, that nothing might be wanting for her comfortable enjoyment. These preparations occupied so long that when they were brought to a conclusion, it was high time to think about supper. So she rang the bell and ordered it. 'I think, young woman,' said Mrs Gamp to the assistant chambermaid, in a tone of expressive weakness, 'that I could pick a little bit of pickled salmon, with a nice little sprig of fennel, and a sprinkling of white pepper. I takes new bread, my dear, with just a little pat of fresh butter, and a mossel of cheese. In case there should be such a thing as a cowcumber in the house, will you be so good as to bring it? for I'm rather partial to 'em, and they does a world of good in a sick room. If they draws the Brighton old tipper here, I takes that ale at night, my love, it being considered wakeful by the doctors. And whatever you do, young woman, don't bring more than a shilling's worth of gin and warm water when I rings the bell the second time, for that is always my allowance, and I never takes a drop beyond.' Having preferred these moderate requests, Mrs Gamp observed that she would stand at the door until the order was executed, to the end that the patient might not be disturbed by her opening it a second time, and therefore she would thank the young woman to 'look sharp.' A tray was brought with everything upon it, even to the cucumber, and Mrs Gamp accordingly sat down to eat and drink in high good humour. The extent to which she availed herself of the vinegar, and supped up that refreshing fluid with the blade of a knife, can be scarcely expressed in narrative. 'Ah!' sighed Mrs Gamp, as she meditated over the warm shilling's worth. 'What a blessed thing it is, living in a wale, to be contented! What a blessed thing it is to make sick people happy in their beds, and never mind one's self, as long as one can do a service! I don't believe a finer cucumber was ever growed. I'm sure I never see one.' She moralised in the same vein until her glass was empty, and then administered the patient's medicine by the simple process of clutching his windpipe to make him gasp, and immediately pouring it down his throat. 'I almost forgot the pillar, I declare,' said Mrs Gamp, drawing it away. 'There! Now he's comfortable as he can be, I'm sure. I must try to make myself as much so as I can.' With this view she went about the construction of an extemporaneous bed in the easy chair, with the addition of the next easy one for her feet. Having formed the best couch that circumstances admitted of, she took out of her bundle a yellow nightcap of prodigious size, in shape resembling a cabbage, which article of dress she fixed and tied on with the utmost care, previously divesting herself of a row of bald old curls that could be scarcely called false, they were so very innocent of anything approaching to deception. From the same repository she brought forth a night jacket, in which she also attired herself. Finally she produced a watchman's coat, which she tied around her neck by the sleeves, so that she became two people, and looked behind as if she were in the act of being embraced by one of the old patrol. All these arrangements made, she lighted the rushlight, coiled herself up on her couch, and went to sleep. Ghostly and dark the room became, and full of lowering shadows. The distant noises in the streets were gradually hushed. The house was quiet as a sepulchre. The dead of night was coffined in the silent city. O weary, weary hour! O haggard mind, groping darkly through the past, incapable of detaching itself from the miserable present, dragging its heavy chain of care through imaginary feasts and revels, and scenes of awful pomp, seeking but a moment's rest among the long forgotten haunts of childhood and the resorts of yesterday, and dimly finding fear and horror everywhere. O weary, weary hour! What were the wanderings of Cain to these? Still, without a moment's interval, the burning head tossed to and fro. Still, from time to time, fatigue, impatience, suffering, and surprise found utterance upon that rack, and plainly too, though never once in words. At length, in the solemn hour of midnight, he began to talk, waiting awfully for answers sometimes, as though invisible companions were about his bed, and so replying to their speech and questioning again. Mrs Gamp awoke and sat up in her bed, presenting on the wall the shadow of a gigantic night constable struggling with a prisoner. 'Come, hold your tongue!' she cried in a sharp reproof. 'Don't make none of that noise here.' There was no alteration in the face, or in the incessant motion of the head, but he talked on wildly. 'Ah!' said Mrs Gamp, coming out of the chair with an impatient shiver. 'I thought I was a-sleeping too pleasant to last. The devil's in the night, I think it's turned so chilly.' 'Don't drink so much,' cried the sick man. 'You'll ruin us all. Don't you see how the fountain sinks? Look at the mark where the sparkling water was just now.' 'Sparkling water, indeed!' said Mrs Gamp. 'I'll have a sparkling cup of tea, I think. I wish you'd hold your noise.' He burst into a laugh, which, being prolonged, fell off into a dismal wail. Checking himself with fierce inconstancy, he began to count fast. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6. 1, 2, buckle my shoe, said Mrs Gamp, who was now on her knees lighting the fire. 3, 4, shut the door. I wish you'd shut your mouth, young man. 5, 6, picking up sticks. If I'd got a few handy, I should have the kettle boiling all the sooner. Awaiting this desirable consummation, she sat down so close to the fender, which was a high one, that her nose rested upon it, and for some time she drowsily amused herself by sliding that feature backwards and forwards along the brass top as far as she could, without changing her position to do it. She maintained all the while a running commentary upon the wanderings of the man in bed. That makes 521 men all dressed alike, and with the same distortion on their faces, that have passed in at the window and out of the door, he cried anxiously. Look there, 522, 23, 24. Do you see them? Oh, I see them, said Mrs Gamp. All the whole of 'em numbered like hackney coaches, ain't they? Touch me, let me be sure of this. Touch me. You'll take your next draught when I've made the kettle boil, retorted Mrs Gamp composedly, and you'll be touched then. You'll be touched up too if you don't take it quiet. 528, 529, 530. Look here. What's the matter now? Said Mrs Gamp. They're coming four abreast, each man with his arm entwined in the next man's, his hand upon his shoulder. What's that upon the arm of every man and on the flag? Spiders, perhaps, said Mrs Gamp. Crape, black crape. Good God, why do they wear it outside? Would you have them carry black crape in their insides? Mrs Gamp retorted. Hold your noise, hold your noise. The fire beginning by this time to impart a grateful warmth, Mrs Gamp became silent, gradually rubbed her nose more and more slowly along the top of the fender, and fell into a heavy doze. She was awakened by the room ringing, as she fancied, with a name she knew. Chuzzlewit. The sound was so distinct and real, and so full of agonized entreaty, that Mrs Gamp jumped up in terror, and ran to the door. She expected to find the passage filled with people come to tell her that the house in the city had taken fire, but the place was empty. Not a soul was there. She opened the window and looked out. Dark, dull, dingy, and desolate housetops. As she passed to her seat again, she glanced at the patient. Just the same, but silent. Mrs Gamp was so warm now that she threw off the watchman's coat and fanned herself. It seemed to make the wery bottles ring, she said. What could I have been a dreaming of? That dratted Chuffy, I'll be bound. The supposition was probable enough. At any rate, a pinch of snuff and the song of the steaming kettle quite restored the tone of Mrs Gamp's nerves, which were none of the weakest. She brewed her tea, made some buttered toast, and sat down at the tea-board with her face to the fire, when once again, in a tone more terrible than that which had vibrated in her slumbering ear, these words were shrieked out. Chuzzlewit! Jonas! No! Mrs Gamp dropped the cup she was in the act of raising to her lips, and turned round with a start that made the little tea-board leap. The cry had come from the bed. It was bright morning the next time Mrs Gamp looked out of the window, and the sun was rising cheerfully. Lighter and lighter grew the sky, and noisier the streets, and high into the summer air uprose the smoke of newly kindled fires, until the busy day was broad awake. Mrs Prig relieved punctually, having passed a good night at her other patients. Mr Westlock came at the same time, but he was not admitted, the disorder being infectious. The doctor came too. The doctor shook his head. It was all he could do under the circumstances, and he did it well. What sort of a night, nurse? Restless, sir, said Mrs Gamp. Talk much? Middling, sir, said Mrs Gamp. Nothing to the purpose, I suppose? Oh, bless you, no, sir, only jargon. Well, said the doctor, we must keep him quiet, keep the room cool, give him his draughts regularly, and see that he's carefully looked to. That's all. And as long as Mrs Prig and me waits upon him, sir, no fear of that, said Mrs Gamp. I suppose, observed Mrs Prig, when they had curtsied the doctor out, there's nothing new. Nothing at all, my dear, said Mrs Gamp. He's rather wearing in his talk for making up a lot of names. Otherwise you needn't mind him. Oh, I shan't mind him, Mrs Prig returned. I have something else to think of. I pays my debts to-night, you know, my dear, and comes afore my time, said Mrs Gamp. But Betsy Prig, speaking with great feeling and laying her hand upon her arm, try the cowcumbers. God bless you.
End of chapter 25. Chapter 26 of the Life and Adventures of Martin Chuzzlewit. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. An unexpected meeting and a promising prospect. The laws of sympathy between beards and birds, and the secret source of that attraction which frequently impels a shaver of the one to be a dealer in the other, are questions for the subtle reasoning of scientific bodies, not the less so because their investigation would seem calculated to lead to no particular result. It is enough to know that the artist who had the honour of entertaining Mrs Gamp as his first floor lodger united the two pursuits of barbering and bird fancying, and that it was not an original idea of his, but one in which he had dispersed about the by-streets and suburbs of the town a host of rivals. The name of the housekeeper was Paul Sweedlepipe, but he was commonly called Poll Sweedlepipe, and was not uncommonly believed to have been so christened among his friends and neighbours. With the exception of the staircase and his lodger's private apartment, Poll Sweedlepipe's house was one great bird's nest. Gamecocks resided in the kitchen, pheasants wasted the brightness of their golden plumage on the garret, bantams roosted in the cellar, owls had possession of the bedroom, and specimens of all the smaller fry of birds chirruped and twittered in the shop. The staircase was sacred to rabbits. There, in hutches of all shapes and kinds, made from old packing cases, boxes, drawers, and tea chests, they increased in a prodigious degree, and contributed their share towards that complicated whiff which, quite impartially, and without distinction of persons, saluted every nose that was put into Sweedlepipe's easy shaving shop. Many noses found their way there, for all that, especially on Sunday morning before church time. Even archbishops shave, or must be shaved, on a Sunday, and beards will grow after 12 o'clock on Saturday night, though it be upon the chins of base mechanics, who, not being able to engage their valets by the quarter, hire them by the job, and pay them, oh the wickedness of copper coin, in dirty pence. Poll Sweedlepipe, the sinner, shaved all comers at a penny each, and cut the hair of any customer for twopence. And being a lone unmarried man, and having some connection in the bird line, Poll got on tolerably well. He was a little elderly man, with a clammy cold right hand, from which even rabbits and birds could not remove the smell of shaving soap. Poll had something of the bird in his nature, not of the hawk or eagle, but of the sparrow, that builds in chimney stacks, and inclines to human company. He was not quarrelsome, though, like the sparrow, but peaceful like the dove. In his walk he strutted, and in this respect he bore a faint resemblance to the pigeon, as well as in certain prosiness of speech, which might, in its monotony, be linked to the cooing of that bird. He was very inquisitive, and when he stood at his shop door in the evening tide, watching the neighbours with his head on one side and his eye cocked knowingly, there was a dash of the raven in him. Yet there was no more wickedness in Poll than in a robin. Happily, too, when any of his ornithological properties were on the verge of going too far, they were quenched, dissolved, melted down, and neutralized in the barber, just as his bald head, otherwise as the head of a shaved magpie, lost itself in a wig of curly black ringlets, parted on one side and cut away almost to the crown, to indicate immense capacity of intellect. Poll had a very small, shrill, treble voice, which might have led the wags of Kingsgate Street to insist the more upon his feminine designation. He had a tender heart too, for when he had a good commission to provide 3 or 4 score sparrows for a shooting match, he would observe in a compassionate tone how singular it was that sparrows should have been made expressly for such purposes. The question whether men were made to shoot them never entered Poll's philosophy. Poll wore in his sporting character a velveteen coat, a great deal of blue stocking and ankle boots, a neckerchief and some bright colour, and a very tall hat. Pursuing his more quiet occupation of barber, he generally subsided into an apron not over clean, a flannel jacket, and corduroy knee shorts. It was in this latter costume, but with his apron girded round his waist, as a token of his having shut up shop for the night, that he closed the door one evening, some weeks after the occurrences detailed in the last chapter, and stood upon the steps in Kingsgate Street, listening until the little cracked bell within should leave off ringing, for until it did,
This was Mr. Sweedlepipe's reflection. The place never seemed quiet enough to be left to itself. "It's the greediest little bell to ring," said Poll, "that ever was, but it's quiet at last." He rolled his apron up a little tighter as he said these words, and hastened down the street. Just as he was turning into Holborn, he ran against a young gentleman in livery. This youth was bold, though small, and with several lively expressions of displeasure, turned upon him instantly. "Now, stupid!" cried the young gentleman, "can't you look where you're a going to? Eh? Can't you mind where you're a coming to? Eh? What do you think your eyes was made for? Ah, yes. Oh, now then!" The young gentleman pronounced the last two words in a very loud tone, and with frightful emphasis, as though they contained within themselves the essence of direst aggravation. But he had scarcely done so, when his anger yielded to surprise, and he cried in a milder tone, "What, Polly?" "Why, ain't you sure?" cried Poll. "It can't be you." "No, it ain't me," returned the youth. "It's my son, my oldest one. He's a credit to his father, ain't he, Polly?" With this delicate little piece of banter, he halted on the pavement, and went round and round in circles for the better exhibition of his figure, rather to the inconvenience of the passengers generally, who were not in an equal state of spirits with himself. "I wouldn't have believed it," said Poll. "What, you've left your old place then, have you?" "Have I?" returned his young friend, who had by this time stuck his hands into the pockets of his white cord breeches, and was swaggering along at the barber's side. "Do you know a pair of top boots when you see 'em, Polly? Look here." "Beautiful!" cried Mr. Sweedlepipe. "Do you know a slap-up sort of button when you see it?" said the youth. "Don't look at mine, if you ain't a judge, because these lions' heads was made for men of taste, not snobs." "Beautiful!" cried the barber again. "A grass green frock coat too, bound with gold, and a cockade in your hat." "I should hope so too," replied the youth. "Blow the cockade, though. It's like the wentilator that used to be in the kitchen at Todgers's. You ain't seen the old lady's name in the Gazette, have you?" "No," returned the barber. "Is she a bankrupt?" "If she ain't, she will be," retorted Bailey. "That business can never be carried on without me. Well, how are you?" "Oh, I'm pretty well," said Poll. "Are you living at this end of the town, or were you coming to see me? Was that the business that brought you to Holborn?" "I haven't got no business in Holborn," returned Bailey with some displeasure. "All my business lays at the West End. I've got the right sort of governor now. You can't see his face for his whiskers. You can't see his whiskers for the dye upon 'em. That's a gentleman, ain't it? You wouldn't like a ride in a cab, would you? Why, it wouldn't be safe to offer it. You'd faint away, only to see me a coming at a mild trot round the corner." To convey a slight idea of the effect of this approach, Mr. Bailey counterfeited in his own person the action of a high trotting horse, and threw his head so high in backing up against a pump that it shook his hat off. "Why, he's own uncle to Capricorn," said Bailey, "and brother to Cauliflower. He's been through the winders of 2 Chinese shops since we've had him, and was sold for killing his missus. That's a horse, I hope." "Ah, you'll never want to buy any more red poles now," observed Poll, looking at his young friend with an air of melancholy. "You'll never want to buy any more red poles now to hang up over the sink, will you?" "I should think not," replied Bailey. "Rather so. I wouldn't have nothing to say to any bird below a peacock, and he'd be wulgar. Well, how are you?" "Oh, I'm pretty well," said Poll. He answered the question again because Mr. Bailey asked it again. Mr. Bailey asked it again because, accompanied with a straddling action of the white cords, a bend of the knees, and a striking forth of the top boots, it was an easy, horse, fleshy, turfy sort of thing to do. "What are you up to, old feller?" added Mr. Bailey with the same graceful rakishness. He was quite the man about town of the conversation, while the easy shaver was the child. "Why, I'm going to fetch my lodger home," said Paul. "A woman! For a £20 note!" The little barber hastened to explain that she was neither a young woman nor a handsome woman, but a nurse, who had been acting as a kind of housekeeper to a gentleman for some weeks past, and left her place that night in consequence of being superseded by another and more legitimate housekeeper, to wit, the gentleman's bride. "He's newly married, and he brings his young wife home tonight," said the barber. "So I'm going to fetch my lodger away, Mr. Chuzzlewit's, close behind the post office, and carry her box for her." "Jonas Chuzzlewit?" said Bailey. "Ah!" returned Paul. "That's the name, sure enough. Do you know him?" "Not at all. And I don't know her. Not neither. Why, they first kept company through me, almost." "Eh?" said Paul. "Ah!" said Mr. Bailey with a wink. "And she ain't bad looking, mind you, but her sister was the best. She was the merry one. I often used to have a bit of fun with her in the old times." Mr. Bailey spoke as if he already had a leg and 3/4 in the grave, and that this had happened 20 or 30 years ago. Paul Sweedlepipe, the meek, was so perfectly confounded by his precocious self-possession and his patronising manner, as well as by his boots, cockade, and livery, that a mist swam before his eyes, and he saw, not the Bailey of acknowledged juvenility from Todgers's commercial boarding house, who had made his acquaintance within a 12-month, by purchasing at sundry times small birds at twopence each, but a highly condensed embodiment of all the sporting grooms in London, an abstract of all the stable knowledge of the time, a something at a high pressure that must have had existence many years, and was fraught with terrible experiences. And truly, though in the cloudy atmosphere of Todgers's, Mr Bailey's genius had ever shone out brightly in this particular respect, it now eclipsed both time and space, cheated beholders of their senses, and worked on their belief in defiance of all natural laws. He walked along the tangible and real stones of Holborn Hill, an undersized boy, yet he winked the winks, and thought the thoughts, and did the deeds, and said the sayings of an ancient man. There was an old principle within him, and a young surface without. He became an inexplicable creature, a breeched and booted sphinx. There was no course open to the barber but to go distracted himself, or take Bailey for granted, and he wisely chose the latter. Mr Bailey was good enough to continue to bear him company, and to entertain him as they went, with easy conversation on various sporting topics, especially on the comparative merits, as a general principle, of horses with white stockings and horses without. In regard to the style of tale to be preferred, Mr Bailey had opinions of his own, which he explained, but begged that they might by no means influence his friends, as here he knew he had the misfortune to differ from some excellent authorities. He treated Mr Sweedlepipe to a dram, compounded agreeably to his own directions, which he informed him had been invented by a member of the Jockey Club, and as they were by this time near the barber's destination, he observed that as he had an hour to spare, and knew the parties, he would, if quite agreeable, be introduced to Mrs Gamp. Paul knocked at Jonas Chuzzlewit's, and on the door being opened by that lady, made the two distinguished persons known to one another. It was a happy feature in Mrs Gamp's twofold profession that it gave her an interest in everything that was young, as well as in everything that was old. She received Mr Bailey with much kindness. "It's very good, I'm sure, of you to come," she said to her landlord, "as well as being so nice a friend. But I'm afraid that I must trouble you so far as to step in, for the young couple have not yet made an appearance." "They're late, aren't they?" inquired her landlord, when she had conducted them downstairs into the kitchen. "Well, sir, considering the wings of love, they are," said Mrs Gamp. Mr Bailey inquired whether the Wings of Love had ever won a plate, or could be backed to do anything remarkable, and being informed that it was not a horse, but merely a poetical or figurative expression, evinced considerable disgust. Mrs Gamp was so very much astonished by his affable manners and great ease, that she was about to propound to her landlord in a whisper the staggering inquiry whether he was a man or a boy, when Mr Sweedlepipe, anticipating her design, made a timely diversion. "He knows Mr Chuzzlewit," said Paul aloud. "There's nothing he don't know, that's my opinion," observed Mrs Gamp. "All the wickedness of the world is print to him." Mr Bailey received this as a compliment, and said, adjusting his cravat, "Rather so." "As you knows Mrs Chuzzlewit, you knows perhaps what her christened names is," Mrs Gamp observed. "Charity," said Bailey. "That it ain't," cried Mrs Gamp. "Cherry, then," said Bailey. "Cherry's short for it all the same." "It don't begin with a C at all," retorted Mrs Gamp, shaking her head. "It begins with a M." "Phew!" cried Mr Bailey, slapping a little cloud of pipe clay out of his left leg. "Then he's been and married the merry one." All these words were mysterious. Mrs Gamp called upon him to explain, which Mr Bailey proceeded to do, that lady listening greedily to everything he said. He was yet in the fullness of his narrative, when the sound of wheels and a double knock at the street door announced the arrival of the newly married couple. Begging him to reserve what more he had to say for her hearing on the way home, Mrs Gamp took up the candle and hurried away to receive and welcome the young mistress of the house. "Wishing you happiness and joy with all my heart," said Mrs Gamp, dropping a curtsey as they entered the hall. "And you too, sir. Your lady looks a little tired with the journey, Mr. Chuzzlewit, but a pretty dear.' 'She's bothered enough about it,' grumbled Mr Jonas. 'Show a light now, will you?' 'This way, ma'am, if you please,' said Mrs Gamp, going upstairs before them. 'Things has been made comfortable as they could be, but there's many things you'll have to alter your own self when you gets time to look about you. Ah, sweet thing! But you don't,' added Mrs Gamp internally, 'you don't look much like a merry one, I must say.' It was true she did not. The death that had gone before the bridal seemed to have left its shade upon the house. The air was heavy and oppressive. The rooms were dark. A deep gloom filled up every chink and corner. Upon the hearthstone, like a creature of ill omen, sat the aged clerk, with his eyes fixed on some withered branches in the stove. He rose and looked at her. 'So there you are, Mr Chuff,' said Jonas carelessly, as he dusted his boots. 'Still in the land of the living, eh?' 'Still in the land of the living, sir,' retorted Mrs Gamp. 'And Mr Chuffey may thank you for it, sir, as many and many a time I've told him.' Mr Jonas was not in the best of humours, for he merely said, as he looked round, 'We don't want you any more, you know, Mrs Gamp.' 'I'm a going immediate, sir,' returned the nurse. 'Unless there's nothing I can do for you, ma'am, ain't there?' said Mrs Gamp, with a look of great sweetness, and rummaging all the time in her pocket. 'Ain't there nothing I can do for you, my little bird?' 'No,' said Mary, almost crying. 'You'd better go away, please.' With a leer of mingled sweetness and slyness, with one eye on the future, one on the bride, and an arch expression in her face, partly spiritual, partly spirituous, and wholly professional and peculiar to her art, Mrs Gamp rummaged in her pocket again, took from it a printed card, whereon was an inscription copied from her signboard. 'Will you be so good, my darling dovey of a dear young married lady,' Mrs Gamp observed in a low voice, 'as put that somewheres where you can keep it in your mind. I'm well beknown to many ladies, and it's my card. Gamp is my name, and Gamp my nater, living quite handy. I will make so bold as to call in now and then, and make inquiry to how your health and spirits is, my precious chick.' And with innumerable leers, winks, coughs, nods, smiles, and curtsies, all leading to the establishment of a mysterious and confidential understanding between herself and the bride, Mrs Gamp, invoking a blessing upon the house, leered, winked, coughed, nodded, smiled, and curtsied herself out of the room. 'But I will say, and I would if I was led a Martha to the stakes for it,' Mrs Gamp remarked below stairs in a whisper, 'as she don't look much like a merry one at this present moment of time.' 'Ah! Wait till you hear her laugh,' said Bailey. 'Cried Mrs Gamp in a kind of a groan. 'I will, child.' They said no more in the house, for Mrs Gamp put on her bonnet, Mr Sweedlepipe took up her box, and Mr Bailey accompanied them towards Kingsgate Street, recounting to Mrs Gamp as they went along the origin and progress of his acquaintance with Mrs Chuzzlewit and her sister. It was a pleasant instance of this youth's precocity that he fancied Mrs Gamp had conceived a tenderness for him, and was much tickled by her misplaced attachment. As the door closed heavily behind them, Mrs Jonas sat down in a chair, and felt a strange chill creep upon her. Whilst she looked about the room, it was pretty much as she had known it, but appeared more dreary. She had thought to see it brighten to receive her. 'It ain't good enough for you, I suppose?' said Jonas, watching her looks. 'Why, it IS dull,' said Mary, trying to be more herself. 'It'll be duller afore you're done with it,' retorted Jonas, 'if you give me any of your airs. You're a nice article to turn sulky on first coming home. Ecod, you used to have life enough when you could plague me with it. The gal's downstairs. Ring the bell for supper while I take me boots off.' She roused herself, and looking after him as he left the room, to do what he desired, when the old man Chuffey laid his hand softly on her arm. 'You're not married?' he said eagerly. 'Not married?' 'Yes, a month ago. Good Heaven, what is the matter?' He answered nothing was the matter, and turned from her. But in her fear and wonder, turning also, she saw him raise his trembling hands above his head, and heard him say, 'Oh, woe, woe, woe upon this wicked house!' It was her welcome home. End of chapter 26. Chapter 27.
of the Life and Adventures of Martin Chuzzlewit by Charles Dickens. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain, showing that old friends may not only appear with new faces, but in false colours, that people are prone to bite, and that biters may sometimes be bitten. Mr. Bailey, Junior, for the sporting character whilom of general utility at Todgers's, had now regularly set up in life under that name, without troubling himself to obtain from the legislature a direct licence in the form of a private bill, which of all kinds and classes of bills is without exception the most unreasonable in its charges. Mr. Bailey, Junior, just tall enough to be seen by an inquiring eye, gazing indolently at society from beneath the apron of his master's cab, drove slowly up and down Pall Mall about the hour of noon, in waiting for his governor. The horse of distinguished family, who had Capricorn for his nephew and Cauliflower for his brother, showed himself worthy of its high relations by champing at the bit until his chest was white with foam, and rearing like a horse in heraldry. The plated harness and the patent leather glittered in the sun. Pedestrians admired. Mr. Bailey was complacent but unmoved. He seemed to say, "A barrow, good people, a mere barrow. Nothing to what we could do if we chose." And on he went, squaring his short green arms outside the apron, as if he were hooked on to it by his armpits. Mr. Bailey had a great opinion of brother to Cauliflower, and estimated his powers highly, but he never told him so. On the contrary, it was his practice, in driving that animal, to assail him with disrespectful, if not injurious expressions, such as, "Ah, would you? Did you think it then? Where are you going to now? No, you won't, my lad," and similar fragmentary remarks, these being usually accompanied by a jerk of the rein or a crack of the whip, led to many trials of strength between them, and to many contentions for the upper hand, terminating now and then in china shops and other unusual goals, as Mr. Bailey had already hinted to his friend Poll Sweedlepipe. On the present occasion, Mr. Bailey, being in spirits, was more than commonly hard upon his charge, in consequence of which that fiery animal confined himself almost entirely to his hind legs in displaying his paces, and constantly got himself into positions with reference to the cabriolet that very much amazed the passengers in the street. But Mr. Bailey, not at all disturbed, had still a shower of pleasantries to bestow on any one who crossed his path, as calling to a full-grown coal-heaver in a waggon, who for a moment blocked the way, "Now, young 'un, who trusted you with a cart?" Inquiring of elderly ladies who wanted to cross and ran back again, "Why didn't you go to the workhouse and get an order to be buried?" Tempting boys with friendly words to get up behind, and immediately afterwards cutting them down, and the like flashes of a cheerful humour, which he would occasionally relieve by going round St. James's Square at a hand gallop, and coming slowly into Pall Mall by another entry, as if, in the interval, his pace had been a perfect crawl. It was not until these amusements had been very often repeated, and the apple stall at the corner had sustained so many miraculous escapes as to appear impregnable, that Mr. Bailey was summoned to the door of a certain house in Pall Mall, and turning short, obeyed the call and jumped out. It was not until he had held the bridle for some minutes longer, every jerk of Cauliflower's brother's head, and every twitch of Cauliflower's brother's nostril taking him off his legs in the meanwhile, that two persons entered the vehicle, one of whom took the reins and drove rapidly off. Nor was it until Mr. Bailey had run after it some 100 yards in vain, that he managed to lift his short leg into the iron step, and finally to get his boots upon the little footboard behind. Then indeed he became a sight to see, and standing now on one foot and now upon the other, now trying to look round the cab on this side, now on that, and now endeavouring to peep over the top of it as it went dashing in amongst the carts and coaches, was from head to heel Newmarket. The appearance of Mr. Bailey's governor as he drove along fully justified that enthusiastic youth's description of him to the wondering Poll. He had a world of jet black shining hair upon his head, upon his cheeks, upon his chin, upon his upper lip. His clothes, symmetrically made, were of the newest fashion and the costliest kind. Flowers of golden blue,
and green and blushing red were on his waistcoat. Precious chains and jewels sparkled on his breast. His fingers, clogged with brilliant rings, were as unwieldy as summer flies, but newly rescued from a honey pot. The daylight mantled in his gleaming hat and boots as in polished glass. And yet, though changed his name, and changed his outward surface, it was Tigg. Though turned and twisted upside down and inside out, as great men have been sometimes known to be, though no longer Montague Tigg, but Tigg Montague, still it was Tigg, the same satanic, gallant, military Tigg. The brass was burnished, lacquered, newly stamped, yet it was the true Tigg metal notwithstanding. Beside him sat a smiling gentleman of less pretensions and of business looks, whom he addressed as David. Surely not the David of the, how shall it be phrased, the triumvirate of golden balls. Not David, tapster at the Lombard's Arms. Yes, the very man. "The secretary's salary, David," said Mr. Montague, "the office being now established, is £800 per annum, with his house rent, coals and candles free. His 25 shares he holds, of course. Is that enough?" David smiled and nodded, and coughed behind a little locked portfolio which he carried, with an air that proclaimed him to be the secretary in question. "If that's enough," said Montague, "I will propose it at the board today, in my capacity as chairman." The secretary smiled again, laughed indeed this time, and said, rubbing his nose slyly with one end of the portfolio, "It was a capital thought, wasn't it?" "It was a capital thought, David?" Mr. Montague inquired. "The Anglo-Bengalee," tittered the secretary. "The Anglo-Bengalee Disinterested Loan and Life Assurance Company is rather a capital concern, I hope, David," said Montague. "Capital indeed!" cried the secretary with another laugh. "In one sense." "The only important one," observed the chairman, "which is number one, David." "What?" asked the secretary, bursting into another laugh. "What will be the paid-up capital according to the next prospectus?" "A figure of 2, and as many oughts after it as the printer can get into the same line," replied his friend. "Ha, ha!" At this they both laughed, the secretary so vehemently that in kicking up his feet he kicked the apron open, and nearly started Cauliflower's brother into an oyster shop, not to mention Mr. Bailey's receiving such a sudden swing that he held on for a moment quite a young Fame by one strap and no legs. "What a chap you are!" exclaimed David admiringly, when this little alarm had subsided. "Say genius, David, genius." "Well, upon my soul, you are a genius, then," said David. "I always knew you had the gift of the gab, of course, but I never believed you were half the man you are. How could I?" "I rise with circumstances, David. That's a point of genius in itself," said Tigg. "If you were to lose £100 wager to me at this minute, David, and were to pay it, which is most confoundedly improbable, I should rise, in a mental point of view, directly." It is due to Mr. Tigg to say that he had already risen with his opportunities, and peculating on a grander scale, he had become a grander man altogether. "Ha, ha!" cried the secretary, laying his hand with growing familiarity upon the chairman's arm. "When I look at you and think of your property in Bengal being ha, ha, ha!" The half-expressed idea seemed no less ludicrous to Mr. Tigg than to his friend, for he laughed too, heartily. "Being," resumed David, "being amenable, your property in Bengal being amenable to all claims upon the company, when I look at you and think of that, you might tickle me into fits by waving the feather of a pen at me. 'Pon my soul, you might." "It's a devilish fine property," said Tigg Montague, "to be amenable to any claims. The preserve of tigers alone is worth a mint of money, David." David could only reply in the intervals of his laughter, "Oh, what a chap you are!" and so continue to laugh and hold his sides and wipe his eyes for some time, without offering any other observation. "A capital idea," said Tigg, returning after a time to his companion's first remark. "No doubt it was a capital idea. It was my idea." No, it was my idea," said David. "Hang it, let a man have some credit. Didn't I say to you that I'd saved a few pounds?" "You said, didn't I say to you," interposed Tigg, "that I had come into a few pounds?" "Certainly you did," returned David warmly, "but that's not the idea." "Who said that if we put the money together we could furnish an office and make a show?" "And who said," retorted Mr. Tigg, "that provided we did it on a sufficiently large scale, we could furnish an office and make a show without any money at all? Be rational and just and calm, and tell me whose idea was that?" "Why, there," David was obliged to confess, "you had the advantage of me, I admit." But I don't put myself on a level with you. I only want a little credit in the business.' 'All the credit you deserve to have,' said Tigg. 'Plain work of the company, David. Figures, books, circulars, advertisements, pen, ink, and paper, sealing wax and wafers, is admirably done by you. You are a first-rate groveller. I don't dispute it. But the ornamental department, David, the inventive and poetical department, is entirely yours,' said his friend. 'No question of it. But with such a swell turn out as this, and all the handsome things you've got about you, and the life you lead, I mean to say it's a precious comfortable department too. Does it gain the purpose? Is it Anglo-Bengalee?' asked Tigg. 'Yes,' said David. 'Could you undertake it yourself?' demanded Tigg. 'No,' said David. 'Ha, ha!' laughed Tigg. 'Then be contented with your station and your profits, David, my fine fellow, and bless the day that made us acquainted across the counter of our common uncle, for it was a golden day to you.' It will have been already gathered from the conversation of these two worthies that they were embarked upon an enterprise of some magnitude, in which they addressed the public in general from the strong position of having everything to gain and nothing at all to lose, and which, based upon this great principle, was thriving pretty comfortably. The Anglo-Bengalee Disinterested Loan and Life Assurance Company started into existence one morning, not an infant institution, but a grown-up company, running alone at a great pace, and doing business right and left, with a branch in a first floor over a tailor's at the west end of the town, and main offices in a new street in the city, comprising the upper part of a spacious house, resplendent in stucco and plate glass, with wire blinds in all the windows, and Anglo-Bengalee worked into the pattern of every one of them. On the doorpost was painted again in large letters, 'Offices of the Anglo-Bengalee Disinterested Loan and Life Assurance Company,' and on the door was a large brass plate with the same inscription, always kept very bright, as courting inquiry, staring the city out of countenance after hours on working days, and all day long on Sundays, and looking bolder than the bank. Within the offices were newly plastered, newly painted, newly papered, newly countered, newly floorclothed, newly tabled, newly chaired, and newly fitted up in every way with goods that were substantial and expensive, and designed, like the company, to last. Business, look at the green ledgers with red backs, like strong cricket balls beaten flat, the court guides, directories, day books, almanacs, letter boxes, weighing machines for letters, rows of fire buckets for dashing out a conflagration in its first spark, and saving the immense wealth in notes and bonds belonging to the company. Look at the iron safes, the clock, the office seal in its capacious self, security for anything. Solidity, look at the massive blocks of marble in the chimney pieces, and the gorgeous parapet on the top of the house. Publicity, why, Anglo-Bengalee Disinterested Loan and Life Assurance Company is painted on the very coal scuttles. It is repeated at every turn until the eyes are dazzled with it, and the head is giddy. It is engraved upon the top of all the letter paper, and it makes a scroll work round the seal, and it shines out of the porter's buttons, and is repeated 20 times in every circular and public notice wherein one David Crimple, Esquire, Secretary and Resident Director, takes the liberty of inviting your attention to the accompanying statement of the advantages offered by the Anglo-Bengalee Disinterested Loan and Life Assurance Company, and fully proves to you that any connection on your part with that establishment must result in a perpetual Christmas box and constantly increasing bonus to yourself, and that nobody can run any risk by the transaction except the office, which, in its great liberality, is pretty sure to lose. And this David Crimple, Esquire, submits to you, and the odds are heavy you believe him, is the best guarantee that can be reasonably suggested by the board and management for its permanence and stability. This gentleman's name, by the way, had been originally Crimp, but as the word was susceptible of an awkward construction, and might be misrepresented, he had altered it to Crimple, lest, with all these proofs and confirmations, any man should be suspicious of the Anglo-Bengalee Disinterested Loan and Life Assurance Company, should doubt in Tiger, cab, or person, Tigg Montague, Esquire, of Pall Mall and Bengal, or any other name in the imaginative list of directors. There was a porter on the premises, a wonderful creature, in a vast red waistcoat and a short-tailed pepper and salt coat, who carried more conviction to the minds of sceptics than the whole establishment without him. No confidences existed between him and the directorship. Nobody knew where he had served last. No character or explanation had been given or required. No questions had been asked on either side. This mysterious being, relying solely on his figure, had applied for the situation, and had been instantly engaged on his own terms. They were high, but he knew, doubtless, that no man could carry such an extent of waistcoat as himself, and had felt the full value of his capacity to such an institution. When he sat upon a seat erected for him in the corner of the office, with his glazed hat hanging on a peg over his head, it was impossible to doubt the respectability of the concern. It went on doubling itself with every square inch of his red waistcoat, until, like the problem of the nails in the horse's shoes, the total became enormous. People had been known to apply to effect an insurance on their lives for £1,000, and, looking at him, to beg, before the form of proposal was filled up, that it might be made too. And yet he was not a giant. His coat was rather small than otherwise. The whole charm was in his waistcoat. Respectability, competence, property or Bengal or anywhere else, responsibility to any amount of the part of the company that employed him, were all expressed in that one garment. Rival offices had endeavoured to lure him away. Lombard Street itself had beckoned to him. Rich companies had whispered, "Be a beadle," but still he continued faithful to the Anglo-Bengalee. Whether he was a deep rogue or a stately simpleton, it was impossible to make out, but he appeared to believe in the Anglo-Bengalee. He was grave with imaginary cares of office, and having nothing whatever to do, and something less to take care of, would look as if the pressure of his enormous duties, and a sense of the treasure in the company's strong room, made him a solemn and thoughtful man. As the cabriolet drove up to the door, this officer appeared bareheaded on the pavement, crying out aloud, "Room for the chairman! Room for the chairman, if you please!" much to the admiration of bystanders, who, it is needless to say, had their attention directed to the Anglo-Bengalee Company thenceforth by that means. Mr Tigg leapt gracefully out, followed by the managing director, who was by this time very distant and respectful, and ascended the stairs, still preceded by the porter, who cried as he went, "By your leave there, by your leave. The chairman of the board, gentlemen," in like manner, but in a still more stentorian voice, he ushered the chairman through the public office, where some humble clients were transacting business, into an awful chamber labelled board room, the door of which sanctuary immediately closed and screened the great capitalist from vulgar eyes. The board room had a Turkey carpet in it, a sideboard, a portrait of Tigg Montague, Esquire, as chairman, a very imposing chair of office, garnished with an ivory hammer and a little handbell, and a long table set out at intervals with sheets of blotting paper, foolscap, clean pens, and inkstands. The chairman having taken his seat with great solemnity, the secretary supported him on his right hand, and the porter stood bolt upright behind them, forming a warm background of waistcoat. This was the board, everything else being a light-hearted little fiction. "Bullamy," said Mr Tigg. "Sir," replied the porter. "Let the medical officer know, with my compliments, that I wish to see him." Bullamy cleared his throat and bustled out into the office, crying, "The chairman of the board wishes to see the medical officer. By your leave there, by your leave." He soon returned with the gentleman in question, and at both openings of the boardroom door, at his coming in and at his going out, simple clients were seen to stretch their necks and stand upon their toes, thirsting to catch the slightest glimpse of that mysterious chamber. "Jobling, my dear friend," said Mr Tigg, "how are you? Bullamy, wait outside. Crimple, don't leave us. Jobling, my good fellow, I am glad to see you. And how are you, Mr Montague, said the medical officer, throwing himself luxuriously into an easy chair (they were all easy chairs in the board room), and taking a handsome gold snuff box from the pocket of his black satin waistcoat. "How are you? A little worn with business, If so, rest. A little feverish from wine, If so, water. Nothing at all the matter, and quite comfortable? Then take some lunch. A very wholesome thing at this time of day, to strengthen the gastric juices with lunch, Mr Montague." The medical officer, he was the same medical officer who had followed poor old Anthony Chuzzlewit to the grave, and who had attended Mrs Gamp's patient at the Bull, smiled in saying these words, and casually added, as he brushed some grains of snuff from his shirt tail, "I always take it myself about this time of day, do you know?" "Bullamy," said the chairman, ringing the little bell. "Sir, lunch." "Not on my account, I hope," said the doctor. "You are very good. Thank you. I'm quite ashamed. Ha, ha! If I had been a sharp practitioner, Mr Montague, I shouldn't have mentioned it without a fee, for you may depend upon it, my dear sir, that if you don't make a point of taking lunch, you'll very soon come under my hands. Allow me to illustrate this in Mr Crimple's leg." The resident director gave an involuntary start, for the doctor, in the heat of his demonstration, caught it up and down and laid it across his own, as if he were going to take it off then and there. "In Mr Crimple's leg, you'll observe," pursued the doctor, turning back his cuffs and spanning the limb with both hands, "where Mr Crimple's knee fits into the socket here, there is, that is to say, between the bone and the socket, a certain quantity of animal oil." "What do you pick my leg out for?" said Mr Crimple, looking with something of an anxious expression at his limb. "It's the same with other legs, ain't it?" "Never you mind, my good sir," returned the doctor, shaking his head, "whether it's the same with other legs or not the same." "But I do mind," said David. "I take a particular case, Mr Montague," returned the doctor, "as illustrating my remark. You observe, in this portion of Mr Crimple's leg, sir, there is a certain amount of animal oil. In every one of Mr Crimple's joints, sir, there is more or less the same deposit. Very good. If Mr Crimple neglects his meals, or fails to take his proper quantity of rest, that oil wanes and becomes exhausted. What is the consequence? Mr Crimple's bones sink down into their sockets, sir, and Mr Crimple becomes a weazen, puny, stunted, miserable man." The doctor let Mr Crimple's leg fall suddenly, as if he were already in that agreeable condition, turned down his wristbands again, and looked triumphantly at the chairman. "We know a few secrets of nature in our profession, sir," said the doctor. "Of course we do. We study for that. We pass the hall and the college for that. And we take our station in society by that. It's extraordinary how little is known on these subjects generally. Where do you suppose, now," the doctor closed one eye as he leaned back smilingly in his chair, and formed a triangle with his hands, of which his two thumbs composed the base, "where do you suppose Mr Crimple's stomach is?" Mr Crimple, more agitated than before, clapped his hand immediately below his waistcoat. "Not at all," cried the doctor. "Not at all. Quite a popular mistake, my good sir. You're altogether deceived." "I feel it there when it's out of order, that's all I know," said Crimple. "You think you do," replied the doctor, "but science knows better. There was a patient of mine once," touching one of the many mourning rings upon his fingers, and slightly bowing his head, "a gentleman who did the honour to make a very handsome mention of me in his will, in testimony, as he was pleased to say, of the unremitting zeal, talent, attention of my friend and medical attendant, John Jobling, Esquire, M.R.C.S., who was so overcome by the idea of having all his life laboured under an erroneous view of the locality of this important organ, that when I assured him on my professional reputation he was mistaken, he burst into tears, put out his hand, and said, 'Jobling, God bless you.' Immediately afterwards he became speechless, and was ultimately buried at Brixton." "By your leave there!" cried Bullamy without. "By your leave, refreshments for the board room." "Ha!" said the doctor jocularly, as he rubbed his hands and drew his chair nearer to the table. "The true life assurance, Mr Montague. The best policy in the world, my dear sir. We should be provident, and eat and drink whenever we can, Mr Crimple?" The resident director acquiesced rather sulkily, as if the gratification of replenishing his stomach had been impaired by the unsettlement of his preconceived opinions in reference to its situation. But the appearance of the porter and under porter, with a tray covered with a snow white cloth, which, being thrown back, displayed a pair of cold roast fowls, flanked by some potted meats and a cool salad, quickly restored his good humour. It was enhanced still further by the arrival of a bottle of excellent Madeira and another of champagne, and he soon attacked the repast with an appetite scarcely inferior to that of the medical officer. The lunch was handsomely served, with a profusion of rich glass plate and china, which seemed to denote that eating and drinking on a showy scale formed no unimportant item in the business of the Anglo-Bengalee directorship. As it proceeded, the medical officer grew more and more joyous and red-faced, insomuch that every mouthful he ate, and every drop of wine he swallowed seemed to impart new lustre to his eyes, and to light up new sparks in his nose and forehead. In certain quarters of the city and its neighbourhood, Mr. Jobling was, as we have already seen in some measure, a very popular character. He had a portentously sagacious chin, and a pompous voice, with a rich huskiness in some of its tones that went directly to the heart, like a ray of light shining through a ruddy medium of choice old Burgundy. His neckerchief and shirt frill were ever of the whitest, his clothes of the blackest and sleekest, his gold watch chain of the heaviest, and his seals of the largest. His boots, which were always of the brightest, creaked as he walked. Perhaps he could shake his head, rub his hands, or warm himself before a fire better than any man alive, and he had a peculiar way of smacking his lips and saying, "Ah!" at intervals, while patients detailed their symptoms, which inspired great confidence. It seemed to express, "I know what you're going to say better than you do, but go on, go on." As he talked on all occasions, whether he had anything to say or not, it was unanimously observed of him that he was full of anecdote, and his experience and profit from it were considered, for the same reason, to be something much too extensive for description. His female patients could never praise him too highly, and the coldest of his male admirers would always say this for him to their friends, that whatever Jobling's professional skill might be, and it could not be denied that he had a very high reputation, he was one of the most comfortable fellows you ever saw in your life. Jobling was, for many reasons, and not last in the list because his connection lay principally among tradesmen and their families, exactly the sort of person whom the Anglo-Bengalee Company wanted for a medical officer. But Jobling was far too knowing to connect himself with the company in any closer ties than as a paid, and well paid, functionary, or to allow his connection to be misunderstood abroad if he could help it. Hence he always stated the case to an inquiring patient after this manner: "Why, my dear sir, with regard to the Anglo-Bengalee, my information, you see, is limited, very limited. I am the medical officer. In consideration of a certain monthly payment, the labourer is worthy of his hire. Bis dat qui cito dat. Classical scholar Jobling thinks the patient well-read man, and I receive it regularly. Therefore I am bound, so far as my own knowledge goes, to speak well of the establishment. Nothing can be fairer than Jobling's conduct, thinks the patient, who has just paid Jobling's bill himself. If you put any question to me, my dear friend, says the doctor, touching the responsibility or capital of the company, there I am at fault, for I have no head for figures, and not being a shareholder, I am delicate of showing any curiosity whatever on the subject. Delicacy, your amiable lady will agree with me I am sure, should be one of the first characteristics of a medical man. Nothing can be finer or more gentlemanly than Jobling's feeling, thinks the patient. Very good, my dear sir. So the matter stands. You don't know Mr. Montague. I am sorry for it. A remarkably handsome man, and quite the gentleman in every respect. Property, I am told, in India. House and everything belonging to him. Beautiful. Costly furniture on the most elegant and lavish scale, and pictures which, even in the anatomical point of view, are perfection. In case you should ever think of doing anything with the company, I'll pass you, you may depend upon it. I can conscientiously report you a healthy subject. If I understand any man's constitution, it's yours. And this little indisposition has done him more good, ma'am," says the doctor, turning to the patient's wife, "than if he had swallowed the contents of half the nonsensical bottles in my surgery. For they are nonsense. To tell the honest truth, one half of them are nonsense compared with such a constitution as his. Jobling is the most friendly creature I ever met with in my life," thinks the patient, "and upon my word of honour I'll consider of it." "Commission to you, doctor, on 4 new policies and a loan this morning, said Crimple, looking, when they had finished lunch, over some papers brought in by the porter. "Well done." "Jobling, my dear friend," said Tigg, "long life to you." No, nonsense. Upon my word, I've no right to draw upon the commission," said the doctor. "I haven't really. It's picking your pocket. I don't recommend anybody here. I only say what I know. My patients ask me what I know, and I tell 'em what I know. Nothing else. Caution is my weak side, that's the truth, and always was from a boy. That is," said the doctor, filling his glass, "caution in behalf of other people. Whether I would repose confidence in this company myself, if I had not been paying money elsewhere for many years, that's quite another question." He tried to look as if there were no doubt about it, but feeling that he did it but indifferently, changed the theme and praised the wine. "Talking of wine," said the doctor, "reminds me of one of the finest glasses of light old port I ever drank in my life, and that was at a funeral. You have not seen anything of THAT party, Mr Montague, have you?" handing him a card. "He's not buried, I hope?" said Tigg, as he took it. "The honour of his company is not requested if he is." "Ha, ha!" laughed the doctor. "No, not quite. He was honourably connected with that very occasion, though." "Oh!" said Tigg, smoothing his moustache, as he cast his eyes upon the name. "I recollect. No, he has not been here." The words were on his lips when Bullamy entered and presented a card to the medical officer. "Talk of the what's his name," observed the doctor, rising. "And he's sure to appear, eh?" said Tigg. "Why, no, Mr Montague," returned the doctor. "We will not say that in the present case, for this gentleman is very far from it." "So much the better," retorted Tigg. "So much more the adaptable to the Anglo Bengalee. Bullamy, clear the table and take the things out to the other door. Mr Crimple, business." "Shall I introduce him?" asked Jobling. "I shall be eternally delighted," answered Tigg, kissing his hand and smiling sweetly. The doctor disappeared into the outer office, and immediately returned with Jonas Chuzzlewit. "Mr Montague," said Jobling, "allow me. My friend Mr Chuzzlewit. My dear friend, our chairman. Now, do you know," he added, checking himself with infinite policy, and looking around with a smile, "that's a very singular instance of the force of example. It really is a very remarkable instance of the force of example. I say OUR chairman. Why do I say our chairman? Because he is not MY chairman, you know. I have no connection with the company, farther than giving them, for a certain fee and reward, my poor opinion as a medical man, precisely as I may give it any day to Jack Noakes or Tom Styles. Then why do I say our chairman? Simply because I hear the phrase constantly repeated about me. Such is the involuntary operation of the mental faculty in the imitative biped man. Mr Crimple, I believe you never take snuff. Injudicious. You should." Pending these remarks on the part of the doctor, and the lengthened and sonorous pitch with which he followed them up, Jonas took a seat at the board, as ungainly a man as ever he has been within the reader's knowledge. It is too common with all of us, but it is especially in the nature of a mean mind, to be overawed by fine clothes and fine furniture. They had a very decided influence on Jonas. "Now, you two gentlemen have business to discuss, I know," said the doctor, "and your time is precious. So is mine, for several lives are waiting for me in the next room, and I have a round of visits to make after I have taken them. Having had the happiness to introduce you to each other, I may go about my business. Good bye. But allow me, Mr Montague, before I go, to say this of my friend who sits beside you. That gentleman has done more, sir," rapping his snuff box solemnly, "to reconcile me to human nature than any man alive or dead. Good bye." With these words Jobling bolted abruptly out of the room, and proceeded in his own official department to impress the lives in waiting with a sense of his keen conscientiousness in the discharge of his duty, and the great difficulty of getting into the Anglo Bengalee, by feeling their pulses, looking at their tongues, listening at their ribs, poking them in the chest, and so forth. Though, if he didn't well know beforehand whatever kind of lives they were, the Anglo Bengalee would accept them readily. He was far from being the Jobling that his friend considered him, and was not the original Jobling, but a spurious imitation. Mr Crimple also departed on the business of the morning, and Jonas Chuzzlewit and Tigg were left alone. "I learn from our friend," said Tigg, drawing his chair towards Jonas with a winning ease of manner, "that you have been thinking—" "Oh, ecod, then he'd no right to say so," cried Jonas, interrupting. "I don't tell him my thoughts. If he took it into his head that I was coming here for such or such a purpose, why, that's his lookout. I don't stand committed by that." Jonas said this offensively enough, for over and above the habitual distrust of his character, it was in his nature to seek to revenge himself on the fine clothes and the fine furniture, in exact proportion as if he had been unable to withstand their influence. "If I come here to ask a question or two, and get a document or two to consider of, I don't bind myself to anything. Let's understand that, you know," said Jonas. "My dear fellow," cried Tigg, clapping him on the shoulder, "I applaud your frankness. If men like you and I speak openly at first, all possible misunderstanding is avoided. Why should I disguise what you know so well, but what the crowd never dream of? We companies are all birds of prey, mere birds of prey. The only question is, whether in serving our own turn we can serve yours too; whether in double lining our own nest we can put a single living into yours. Oh, you're in our secret. You're behind the scenes. We'll make a merit of dealing plainly with you when we know we can't help it. It was remarked on the first introduction of Mr Jonas into these pages, that there is a simplicity of cunning no less than a simplicity of innocence, and that in all matters involving a faith in knavery, he was the most credulous of men. If Mr Tigg had preferred any claim to high and honourable dealing, Jonas would have suspected him, though he had been a very model of probity. But when he gave utterance to Jonas's own thoughts of everything and everybody, Jonas began to feel that he was a pleasant fellow, and one to be talked to freely. He changed his position in the chair, not for a less awkward, but for a more boastful attitude, and smiling in his miserable conceit, rejoined, "You ain't a bad man of business, Mr Montague. You know how to set about it, I will say." "Tut, tut," said Tigg, nodding confidentially and showing his white teeth. "We are not children, Mr Chuzzlewit. We are grown men, I hope." Jonas assented, and said after a short silence, first spreading out his legs and sticking one arm akimbo to show how perfectly at home he was, "The truth is—" "Don't say the truth," interposed Tigg with another grin. "It's so like humbug." Greatly charmed by this, Jonas began again. "The long and short of it is—" "Better," muttered Tigg, "much better, that I didn't consider myself very well used by one or two of the old companies in some negotiations I've had with them. Once had, I mean. They started objections they had no right to start, and put questions they had no right to put, and carried things much too high for my taste." As he made these observations, he cast down his eyes and looked curiously at the carpet. Mr Tigg looked curiously at him. He made so long a pause that Tigg came to the rescue, and said in his pleasantest manner, "Take a glass of wine." "No, no," returned Jonas, with a cunning shake of the head. "None of that, thankee. No wine over business. All very well for you, but it wouldn't do for me." "What an old hand you are, Mr Chuzzlewit," said Tigg, leaning back in his chair and leering at him through his half shut eyes. Jonas shook his head again, as much as to say, "You're right there," and then resumed jocosely, "Not such an old hand either, but that I've been and got married. That's rather green, you'll say. Perhaps it is, especially as she's young, but one never knows what might happen to these women, so I'm just thinking of insuring her life. It is but fair, you know, that a man should secure some consolation in case of meeting with such a loss." "If anything can console him under such heartbreaking circumstances," murmured Tigg, with his eyes shut up as before. "Exactly," returned Jonas. "If anything can. Now, supposing I did it here, I should do it cheap, I know, and easy, without bothering her about it, which I'd much rather not do, for it's just in a woman's way to take it into her head, if you talk to her about such things, that she's going to die directly." "So it is," cried Tigg, kissing his hand in honour of the sex. "You're quite right. Sweet, silly, fluttering little simpletons." "Well," said Jonas, "on that account, you know, and because offence has been given me in other quarters, I wouldn't mind patronising this company, but I want to know what sort of security there is for the company's going on. That's the—" "Not the truth," cried Tigg, holding up his jewelled hand. "Don't use that Sunday school expression, please." "The long and the short of it," said Jonas, "the long and the short of it is, what's the security?" "The paid up capital, my dear sir," said Tigg, referring to some papers on the table, "is, at this present moment—" "Oh, I understand all about paid up capitals, you know," said Jonas. "You do?" cried Tigg, stopping short. "I should hope so." He turned the papers down again, and moving nearer to him, said in his ear, "I know you do. Look at me." It was not much in Jonas's way to look straight at anybody, but thus requested, he made a shift to take a tolerable survey of the chairman's features. The chairman fell back a little to give him the better opportunity. "You know me?" he inquired, elevating his eyebrows. "You recollect you've seen me before?" "Why, I thought I remembered your face when I first come in," said Jonas, gazing at it, "but I couldn't call to mind where I'd seen it. No, I don't remember even now. Was it in the street?" "Was it in Pecksniff's parlour?" said Tigg. "In Pecksniff's parlour?" echoed Jonas, fetching a long breath. "You didn't mean when—" "Yes," cried Tigg, "when there was a very charming and delightful little family party, at which yourself and your respected father assisted." "Well, never mind him," said Jonas. "He's dead, and there's no help for it." "Dead, is he?" cried Tigg. "Venerable old gentleman, is he dead? You're very like him." Jonas received this compliment with anything but good grace, perhaps because of his own private sentiments in reference to the personal appearance of his deceased parent, perhaps because he was not best pleased to find that Montague and Tigg were one. That gentleman perceived it, and tapping him familiarly on the sleeve, beckoned him to the window. From this moment Mr Montague's jocularity and flow of spirits were remarkable. 'Do you find me at all changed since that time?' he asked. 'Speak plainly.' Jonas looked hard at his waistcoat and jewels, and said, 'Rather, ecod.' 'Was I at all seedy in those days?' asked Montague. 'Precious seedy,' said Jonas. Mr Montague pointed down into the street, where Bailey and the cab were in attendance. 'Neat. Perhaps dashing. Do you know whose it is?' 'No.' 'Mine. Do you like this room?' 'Must have cost a lot of money,' said Jonas. 'You're right. Mine too. Why don't you,' he whispered this, and nudged him in the side with his elbow, 'why don't you take premiums instead of paying 'em? That's what a man like you should do. Join us.' Jonas stared at him in amazement. 'Is that a crowded street?' asked Montague, calling his attention to the multitude without. 'Very,' said Jonas, only glancing at it, and immediately afterwards looking at him again. 'There are printed calculations,' said his companion, 'which will tell you pretty nearly how many people will pass up and down that thoroughfare in the course of a day. I can tell you how many of 'em will come in here, merely because they find this office here, knowing no more about it than they do of the pyramids. Ha, ha! Join us. You shall come in cheap.' Jonas looked at him harder and harder. 'I can tell you,' said Tigg in his ear, 'how many of 'em will buy annuities, effect insurances, bring us their money in 100 shapes and ways, force it upon us, treat us as if we were the mint, yet know no more about us than you do of that crossing sweeper at the corner. Not so much. Ha, ha!' Jonas gradually broke into a smile. 'Yah!' said Montague, giving him a pleasant thrust in the breast. 'You're too deep for us, you dog, or I wouldn't have told you. Dine with me tomorrow in Pall Mall.' 'I will,' said Jonas. 'Done!' cried Montague. 'Wait a bit. Take these papers with you, and look 'em over. See,' he said, snatching some printed forms from the table. 'B is a little tradesman, clerk, parson, artist, author, any common thing you like.' 'Yes,' said Jonas, looking greedily over his shoulder. 'Well?' 'B wants a loan. Say £50 or £100, perhaps more. No matter. B proposes self and 2 securities. B is accepted. 2 securities give a bond. B assures his own life for double the amount, and brings 2 friends' lives also, just to patronise the office. Ha, ha! Is that a good notion?' 'Ecod, that's a capital notion!' cried Jonas. 'But does he really do it?' 'Do it?' repeated the chairman. 'B's hard up, my good fellow, and will do anything. Don't you see? It's my idea.' 'It does you honour. I'm blessed if it don't,' said Jonas. 'I think it does,' replied the chairman, 'and I'm proud to hear you say so. B pays the highest lawful interest.' 'That ain't much,' interrupted Jonas. 'Right, quite right,' retorted Tigg. 'And hard it is upon the part of the law that it should be so confoundedly down upon us unfortunate victims, when it takes such amazing good interest for itself from all its clients. But charity begins at home, and justice begins next door. Well, the law being hard upon us, we're not exactly soft upon B, for besides charging B the regular interest, we get B's premium, and B's friends' premiums, and we charge B for the bond, and whether we accept him or not, we charge B for inquiries. We keep a man at £1 a week to make 'em, and we charge B a trifle for the secretary, and in short, my good fellow, we stick it to B up hill and down dale, and make a devilish comfortable little property out of him. Ha, ha! I drive B in point of fact,' said Tigg, pointing to the cabriolet, 'and a thoroughbred horse he is. Ha, ha, ha!' Jonas enjoyed this joke very much indeed. It was quite in his peculiar vein of humour. 'Then,' said Tigg Montague, 'we grant annuities on the very lowest and most advantageous terms known in the money market, and the old ladies and gentlemen down in the country buy 'em. Ha, ha, ha! And we pay 'em too, perhaps. Ha, ha, ha!' 'But there's a responsibility in that,' said Jonas, looking doubtful. 'I take it all myself,' said Tigg Montague. 'Here I am responsible for everything, the only responsible person in the establishment. Ha, ha! And then there are the life assurance without loans, the common policies, very profitable, very comfortable, money down, you know, repeated every year, capital fun.' 'But when they begin to fall in,' observed Jonas, 'it's all very well while the office is young, but when the policies begin to die, that's what I'm a thinking of.' 'At the first start, my dear fellow,' said Montague, 'to show you how correct your judgment is, we had a couple of unlucky deaths that brought us down to a grand piano.' 'Brought you down to where?' cried Jonas. 'I'll give you my sacred word of honour,' said Tigg Montague, that I raised money on every other individual piece of property, and was left alone in the world with a grand piano, and it was an upright grand too, so that I couldn't even sit upon it. But, my dear fellow, we got over it. We granted a great deal many new policies that week, liberal allowance to solicitors by the by, and got it over in no time. Whenever they should chance to fall in heavily, as you have very justly observed, they may one of these days. Then,' he finished the sentence in so low a whisper that only one disconnected word was audible, and that imperfectly, but it sounded like 'bolt.' 'Why, you're as bold as brass,' said Jonas, in the utmost admiration. 'A man can well afford to be as bold as brass, my good fellow, when he gets gold in exchange,' cried the chairman, with a laugh that shook him from head to foot. 'You'll dine with me to morrow.' 'At what time?' asked Jonas. 7. Here's my card. Take the documents. I'll see you'll join us.' 'I don't know about that,' said Jonas. 'There's a good deal to be looked into first.' 'You shall look,' said Montague, slapping him on the back, 'into anything and everything you please. But you'll join us, I am convinced. You were made for it. Bullamy!' Obedient to the summons and the little bell, the waistcoat appeared. Being charged to show Jonas out, it went before, and the voice within it cried as usual, 'By your leave there. By your leave. Gentlemen from the boardroom. By your leave.' Mr Montague, being left alone, pondered for some moments, and then said, raising his voice, 'Is Nadgett in the office there?' 'Here he is, sir,' and promptly entered, shutting the boardroom door after him, as carefully as if he were about to plot a murder. He was the man at £1 a week who made the inquiries, and was no virtue or merit in Nadgett that he transacted all his Anglo-Bengalee business secretly and in the closest confidence, for he was born to be a secret. He was a short, dried up, withered old man, who seemed to have secreted his very blood, for nobody would have given him the credit for the possession of 6 ounces of it in his whole body. How he lived was a secret, where he lived was a secret, and even what he was, a secret. In his musty old pocket book he carried contradictory cards, some of which he called himself a coal merchant, in others a wine merchant, in others a commission agent, in others a collector, in others an accountant, as if he really didn't know the secret himself. He was always keeping appointments in the city, and the other man never seemed to come. He would sit on 'Change for hours, looking at everybody who walked in and out, and would do the like at Garraway's and other business coffee rooms, in some of which he would occasionally be seen drying a very damp pocket handkerchief before the fire, and still looking over his shoulder for the man who never appeared. He was mildewed, threadbare, shabby, always had a flue upon his legs and back, and kept his linen so secretly buttoning up and wrapping over that he might have none. Perhaps he hadn't. He carried one stained beaver glove, which he dangled before him by the forefinger as he walked or sat, but even its fellow was a secret. Some people said he had been a bankrupt, others that he had gone an infant into an ancient chancery suite which was still depending, but it was all a secret. He carried bits of sealing wax and a hieroglyphical old copper seal in his pocket, and often secretly indited letters in corner boxes of the trysting places before mentioned, but they never appeared to go to anybody, for he would put them into a secret place in his coat and deliver them to himself weeks afterwards, very much to his own surprise, quite yellow. He was that sort of man that if he had died worth £1,000,000 of money, or had died worth twopence halfpenny, everybody would have been perfectly satisfied, and would have said it was just as they expected. And yet he belonged to a class, a race peculiar to the city, who are secrets as profound to one another as they are to the rest of mankind. 'Mr Nadgett,' said Montague, copying Jonas Chuzzlewit's address upon a piece of paper from the card which was still lying on the table, 'any information about this name I should be glad to have myself. Don't you mind what it is. Any you can scrape together. Bring it to me, Mr Nadgett.' Nadgett put on his spectacles and read the name attentively, then looked at the chairman over his glasses and bowed, and then took them off, put them in their case, and then put the case in his pocket. When he had done so, he looked without his spectacles at the paper as it lay before him, and at the same time produced his pocket book from somewhere about the middle of his spine. Large as it was very full of documents, but he found a place for this one, and having clasped it carefully, passed it by a kind of solemn legerdemain into the same region as before. He withdrew with another bow, and without a word, opening the door no wider than was sufficient for his passage out, and shutting it as carefully as before. The chairman of the board employed the rest of the morning in affixing his signed manual of gracious acceptance to various new proposals of annuity purchase and assurance. The company was looking up, for they flowed in gaily. Chapter 27. Chapter 28 of the Life and Adventures of Martin Chuzzlewit. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. Mr. Montague at home, and Mr. Jonas Chuzzlewit at home. There were many powerful reasons for Jonas Chuzzlewit being strongly prepossessed in favour of the scheme which its great originator had so boldly laid open to him, but three among them stood prominently forward. Firstly, there was money to be made by it. Secondly, the money had the peculiar charm of being sagaciously obtained at other people's cost. Thirdly, it involved much outward show of homage and distinction, a board being an awful institution in its own sphere, and a director a mighty man. To make a swinging profit, to have a lot of chaps to order about, and get in regular good society by one and the same means, and them so easy to one's hands, ain't such a bad look-out, thought Jonas. The latter considerations were only second to his avarice, for conscious that there was nothing in his person, conduct, character, or accomplishments to command respect, he was greedy of power, and was, in his heart, as much a tyrant as any laurelled conqueror on record. But he determined to proceed with cunning and caution, and to be very keen on his observation of the gentility of Mr. Montague's private establishment, for it no more occurred to this shallow knave that Montague wanted him to be so, or he wouldn't have invited him while his decision was yet in abeyance, than the possibility of that genius being able to overreach him in any way, pierced through his self-deceit by the inlet of a needle's point. He had said in the outset that Jonas was too sharp for him, and Jonas, who would have been sharp enough to believe him in nothing else, though he had solemnly sworn it, believed him in that instantly. It was with a faltering hand, and yet with an imbecile attempt at swagger, that he knocked at his new friend's door in Pall Mall, when the appointed hour arrived. Mr. Bailey quickly answered to the summons. He was not proud, and was kindly disposed to take notice of Jonas, but Jonas had forgotten him. Mr. Montague at home? I should hope he was at home, and waiting dinner too, said Bailey, with the ease of an old acquaintance. Will you take your hat up along with you, or leave it here? Mr. Jonas preferred leaving it there. The hold name, I suppose, said Bailey with a grin. Mr. Jonas stared at him in mute indignation. What, you don't remember old Mother Todgers? Said Mr. Bailey, with his favourite action of the knees and boots. Don't you remember my taking your name up to the young ladies when you came a-courting there? A regular scaly old shop, wasn't it? Times is changed, ain't they? I say, how you've growed. Without pausing for any acknowledgment of this compliment, he ushered the visitor upstairs, and having announced him, retired with a private wink. The lower story of the house was occupied by a wealthy tradesman, but Mr. Montague had all the upper portion, and splendid lodging it was. The room in which he received Jonas was a spacious and elegant apartment, furnished with extreme magnificence, decorated with pictures, copies from the antique in alabaster and marble, china vases, lofty mirrors, crimson hangings of the richest silk, gilded carvings, luxurious couches, glistening cabinets inlaid with precious woods, costly toys of every sort in negligent abundance. The only guests beside Jonas were the doctor, the resident director, and two other gentlemen, whom Mr. Montague presented in due form. My dear friend, I am delighted to see you. Jobling you know, I believe. I think so, said the doctor pleasantly, as he stepped out of the circle to shake hands. I trust I have the honour. I hope so, my dear sir. I see you well, quite well. That's well. Mr. Wolfe, said Montague, as soon as the doctor would allow him to introduce the two others. Mr. Chuzzlewit, Mr. Pip,
Mr. Chuzzlewit. Both gentlemen were exceedingly happy to have the honour of making Mr. Chuzzlewit's acquaintance. The doctor drew Jonas a little apart and whispered behind his hand, "Men of the world, my dear sir. Men of the world. Mr. Wolf. Literary character. You needn't mention it. Remarkably clever weekly paper. Oh, remarkably clever. Mr. Pip. Theatrical man. Capital man to know. Oh, capital man." "Well," said Wolf, folding his arms and resuming a conversation which the arrival of Jonas had interrupted, "and what did Lord Nobley say to that?" "Why," returned Pip with an oath, "he didn't know what to say. Same, sir, if he wasn't as mute as a poker. But you know what a good fellow Nobley is." "The best fellow in the world!" cried Wolf. "It's only last week that Nobley said to me, 'By gad, Wolf, I've got a living to bestow, and if you had been brought up at the University, strike me blind if I wouldn't have made a parson of you.'" "Just like him," said Pip with another oath, "and he'd have done it." "Not a doubt of it," said Wolf. "But you were going to tell us—" "Oh yes," cried Pip, "to be sure, so I was. At first he was dumb, sewn up dead, sir. But after a minute he said to the Duke, 'Here's Pip. Ask Pip. Pip's our mutual friend. Ask Pip. He knows.' 'Damn me,' said the Duke. 'I appeal to Pip then. Come, Pip. Bandy or not bandy? Speak out. Bandy, your Grace.' 'By the Lord Harry,' said I. 'Ha ha!' laughed the Duke. 'To be sure she is. Bravo, Pip. Well said, Pip. I wish I may die if you're not a trump, Pip. Pop me down among your fashionable visitors whenever I'm in town, Pip.' And so I do to this day. The conclusion of this story gave immense satisfaction, which was in no degree lessened by the announcement of dinner. Jonas repaired to the dining room along with his distinguished host, and took his seat at the board between that individual and his friend the doctor. The rest fell into their places like men who were well accustomed to the house, and dinner was done full justice by all parties. It was as good a one as money, or credit, no matter which, could produce. The dishes, wines, and fruits were of the choicest kind. Everything was elegantly served. The plate was gorgeous. Mr. Jonas was in the midst of a calculation of the value of this item alone, when his host disturbed him. "A glass of wine?" "Oh," said Jonas, who had had several glasses already, "as much of that as you like. It's too good to refuse." "Well said, Mr. Chuzzlewit," cried Wolf. "Tom Gag, upon my soul," said Pip. "Positively, you know, that's" observed the doctor, laying down his knife and fork for one instant, and then going to work again pell mell, "that's epigrammatic, quite." "You're tolerably comfortable, I hope?" said Tigg, apart to Jonas. "Oh yes, you needn't trouble your head about me," he replied. "Famous." "I thought it best not to have a party," said Tigg. "You feel that?" "Why, what do you call this?" retorted Jonas. "You don't mean to say you do this every day, do you?" "My dear fellow," said Montague, shrugging his shoulders, "every day of my life when I dine at home. This is my common style. It was of no use having anything uncommon for you. You'd have seen through it." "You'll have a party," said Crimple. "No, I won't," I said. "He shall take us in the rough." "And pretty smooth too, ecod," said Jonas, glancing round the table. "This don't cost a trifle." "Why, to be candid with you, it does not," returned the other. "But I like this sort of thing. It's the way I spend my money." Jonas thrust his tongue into his cheek and said, "Was it?" "When you join us, you won't get rid of your share of the profits in the same way?" said Tigg. "Quite different," retorted Jonas. "Well, and you're right," said Tigg, with friendly candour. "You needn't. It's not necessary. One of a company must do it to hold the connection together. But as I take a pleasure in it, that's my department. You don't mind dining expensively at another man's expense, I hope?" "Not a bit," said Jonas. "Then I hope you'll often dine with me." "Ah," said Jonas, "I don't mind. On the contrary. And I'll never attempt to talk business to you over wine. I take my oath," said Tigg. "Oh, deep, deep, deep of you this morning. I must tell 'em that. They're the very men to enjoy it. Pip, my good fellow, I've a splendid little trait to tell you of my friend Chuzzlewit, who is the deepest dog I know. I give you my sacred word of honour, he is the deepest dog I know, Pip." Pip swore a frightful oath that he was sure of it already, and the anecdote being told was received with loud applause, as an incontestable proof of Mr. Jonas's greatness. Pip, in a natural spirit of emulation, then related some instances of his own depth, and Wolf, not to be left behindhand, recited the leading points of one or two vastly humorous articles he was then preparing. These lucubrations, being of what he called a warm complexion, were highly approved, and all the company agreed that they were full of point. "Men of the world, my dear sir," Jobling whispered to Jonas. "Thorough men of the world. To a professional person like myself, it's quite refreshing to come into this kind of society. It's not only agreeable, and nothing can be more agreeable. but it's philosophically improving. It's character, my dear sir, character. It is so pleasant to find real merit appreciated, whatever its particular walk in life may be, that the general harmony of the company was doubtless much promoted by their knowing that the two men of the world were held in great esteem by the upper classes of society, and by the gallant defenders of their country in the army and navy, but particularly the former. The least of their stories had a colonel in it, lords were as plentiful as oaths, and even the blood royal ran in the muddy channel of their personal recollections. Mr Chuzzlewit didn't know him, I'm afraid, said Wolfe, in reference to a certain personage of illustrious descent who had previously figured in a reminiscence. No, said Tigg, but we must bring him into contact with this sort of fellow. He was very fond of literature, observed Wolfe. Was he? Said Tigg. Oh yes, he took my paper regularly for many years. Do you know, he said some good things now and then. He asked a certain Viscount, who's a friend of mine, Pip knows him, what's the editor's name? Wolfe, eh? Sharp biter, Wolfe. We must keep the wolf from the door, as the proverb says. It was very well, and being complimentary, I printed it. But the Viscount's the boy, cried Pip, who invented a new oath for the introduction of everything he said. The Viscount's the boy. He came into our place one night to take her home, rather slewed, but not much, and said, Where's Pip? I want to see Pip. Produce Pip. What's the row, my lord? Shakespeare's an infernal humbug, Pip. What's the good of Shakespeare, Pip? I never read him. What the devil is it all about, Pip? There's a lot of feet in Shakespeare's verse, but there ain't any legs worth mentioning in Shakespeare's plays. Are there, Pip? Juliet, Desdemona, Lady Macbeth, and all the rest of 'em, whatever their names are, might as well have no legs at all. For anything the audience don't know about it, Pip, why, in that respect, they're all Miss Biffins to the audience, Pip. I'll tell you what it is. What the people call dramatic poetry is a collection of sermons. Do I go to the theatre to be lectured? No, Pip. If I wanted that, I'd go to church. What's the legitimate object of the drama, Pip? Human nature. What are legs? Human nature. And let us have plenty of leg pieces, Pip, and I'll stand by you, my buck. I am proud to say, added Pip, that he did stand by me, handsomely. The conversation now becoming general, Mr Jonas's opinion was requested on this subject, and it was in full accordance with the sentiments of Mr Pip. That gentleman was extremely gratified. Indeed, both himself and Wolfe had so much in common with Jonas that they became very amicable, and between their increasing friendship and the fumes of wine, Jonas grew talkative. It does not follow in the case of such a person that the more talkative he becomes, the more agreeable he is. On the contrary, his merits show to most advantage perhaps in silence. Having no means, as he thought, of putting himself on an equality with the rest, but by the assertion of that depth and sharpness on which he had been complimented, Jonas exhibited that faculty to the utmost, and was so deep and sharp that he lost himself in his own profundity, and cut his fingers with his own edge-tools. It was especially in his way and character to exhibit his quality at his entertainer's expense, and while he drank of his sparkling wines and partook of his monstrous profusion, to ridicule the extravagance which had set such costly fare before him, even at such a wanton board, and in such more than doubtful company. This might have proved a disagreeable experiment, but that Tigg and Crimple, studying to understand their man thoroughly, gave him what license he chose, knowing that the more he took, the better for their purpose, and thus, while the blundering cheat, gull that he was, for all his cunning, thought himself rolled up hedgehog fashion, with his sharpest points towards them, he was, in fact, betraying all his vulnerable parts to their unwinking watchfulness. Whether the two gentlemen who contributed so much to the doctor's philosophical knowledge — by the way, the doctor slipped off quietly after swallowing his usual amount of wine — had had their cue distinctly from the host, or took it from what they saw and heard, they acted their parts very well. They solicited the honour of Jonas's better acquaintance, and trusted that they would have the pleasure of introducing him into that elevated society in which he was so well qualified to shine, and informed him, in the most friendly manner, that the advantages of their respective establishments were entirely at his control. In a word, they said, "Be one of us," and Jonas said he was infinitely obliged to them, and he would be, adding within himself that as long as they stood treat, there was nothing he would like better. After coffee, which was served in the drawing room,
There was a short interval, mainly sustained by Pip and Wolf, of conversation, rather highly spiced and strongly seasoned. When it flagged, Jonas took it up and showed considerable humour in appraising the furniture, inquiring whether such an article was paid for, what it had originally cost, and the like. In all of this he was, as he considered, desperately hard on Montague, and very demonstrative of his own brilliant parts. Some champagne punch gave a new though temporary fillip to the entertainments of the evening, for after leading to some noisy proceedings which were not intelligible, it ended in the unsteady departure of the two gentlemen of the world, and the slumber of Mr Jonas upon one of the sofas. As he could not be made to understand where he was, Mr Bailey received orders to call a hackney coach and to take him home, which that young gentleman roused himself from an uneasy sleep in the hall to do, it being now almost 3 o'clock in the morning. "Is he hooked, do you think?" whispered Crimple, as himself and partner stood in a distant part of the room, observing him as he lay. "Aye," said Tigg in the same tone. "With a strong iron, perhaps. Has Nadgett been here to-night?" "Yes, I went out to him. Hearing you had company, he went away." "Why did he do that?" "He said he would come back early in the morning, before you were out of bed." "Tell them to be sure, and send him up to my bedside. Hush! Here's the boy. Now, Mr Bailey, take this gentleman home, and see him safely in. Hallo here! Why, Chuzzlewit, halloa!" They got him upright with some difficulty, and assisted him downstairs, where they put his hat upon his head, and tumbled him into the coach. Mr Bailey, having shut him in, mounted the box beside the coachman, and smoked his cigar with an air of particular satisfaction, the undertaking in which he was engaged having a free and sporting character about it, which was quite congenial to his taste. Arriving in due time at the house in the city, Mr Bailey jumped down and expressed the lively nature of his feelings in a knock, the like of which had probably not been heard in that quarter since the great fire of London. Going out into the road to observe the effect of this fear, he saw that a dim light, previously visible at an upper window, had been already removed and was travelling downstairs. To obtain a foreknowledge of the bearer of this taper, Mr Bailey skipped back to the door again, and put his eye to the keyhole. It was the merry one herself, but sadly, strangely altered; so careworn and dejected, so faltering and full of fear, so fallen, humbled, broken, that to have seen her quiet in her coffin would have been a less surprise. She set the light upon a bracket in the hall, and laid her hand upon her heart, upon her eyes, upon her burning head. Then she came on towards the door with such a wild and hurried step that Mr Bailey lost his self-possession, and still had his eye where the keyhole had been when she opened it. "Ah!" said Mr Bailey with an effort. "There you are you? What's the matter? Ain't you well, though?" In the midst of her astonishment she recognized him in his altered dress. So much of her old smile came back to her face that Bailey was glad, but next moment he was sorry again, for he saw tears standing in her poor dim eyes. "Don't be frightened," said Bailey. "There ain't nothing the matter. I've brought home Mr Chuzzlewit. He ain't ill. He's only a little swipey, you know." Mr Bailey reeled in his boots to express intoxication. "Have you come from Mrs Todgers?" asked Merry, trembling. "Todgers? Bless you, no!" cried Mr Bailey. "I haven't got nothing to do with Todgers. I cut that connection long ago. He's been a dining with my governor at the West End. Didn't you know he was coming to see us?" "No," she said faintly. "Oh yes, we're heavy swells too, and so I tell you. Don't you come out a catching a cold in your head. I'll wake him." Mr Bailey, expressing in his demeanour a perfect confidence that he could carry him in with ease if necessary, opened the coach door, let down the steps, giving Jonas a shake, cried, "We've got home, my flower. Tumble up then." He was so far recovered as to be able to respond to this appeal, and came stumbling out of the coach in a heap, to the great hazard of Mr Bailey's person. When he got upon the pavement, Mr Bailey first butted him in front, and then dexterously propped him up behind, and having steadied him by these means, he assisted him into the house. "You go up first with the light," said Bailey to Mrs Jonas, "and we'll follow. Don't tremble so. He won't hurt you. When I've had a drop too much, I'm full of good nature myself." She went on before, and her husband and Bailey, by dint of tumbling over each other and knocking themselves about, got at last into the sitting room above the stairs, where Jonas staggered into a seat. "There," said Mr Bailey. "He's all right now. You ain't got nothing to cry for. Bless you, he's righter than a trivet." The ill-favoured brute, with dress awry, and sodden face, and rumpled hair, sat blinking and drooping, and rolling his idiotic eyes about, until, becoming conscious by degrees, he recognized his wife, and shook his fist at her. "Ah!" cried Mr. Bailey, squaring his arms with sudden emotion. "What, you're wicious, are you? Would you, though? You'd better not." "Pray go away," said Mary. "Bailey, my good boy, go home. Jonas," she said, timidly, laying her hand upon his shoulder, and bending her head down over him. "Jonas!" "Look at her!" cried Jonas, pushing her off with his extended arm. "Look here! Look at her! Here's a bargain for a man." "Dear Jonas." "Dear devil," he replied, with a fierce gesture. "You're a pretty clog to be tied to a man for life, you mewling, white-faced cat. Get out of my sight." "I know you don't mean it, Jonas. You wouldn't say it if you were sober." With affected gaiety she gave Bailey a piece of money, and again implored him to be gone. Her entreaty was so earnest that the boy had not the heart to stay there, but he stopped at the bottom of the stairs and listened. "I wouldn't say it if I was sober," retorted Jonas. "You know better. Have I never said it when I was sober?" "Often indeed," she answered through her tears. "Hark ye!" cried Jonas, stamping his foot upon the ground. "You made me bear your pretty humours once, and ecod I'll make you bear mine now. I always promised myself I would. I married you that I might. I'll know who's master and who's slave." "Heaven knows I'm obedient," said the sobbing girl, "much more so than I ever thought to be." Jonas laughed in his drunken exultation. "What, you're finding it out, are you? Patience, and you will in time find griffins have claws, my girl. There's not a pretty slight you ever put upon me, not a pretty trick you ever played me, nor a pretty insolence you ever showed me, that I won't pay back 100-fold. What else did I marry you for? You too," he said, with coarse contempt. It might have softened him, indeed it might, to hear her turn a little fragment of a song he used to say he liked, trying with a heart so full to win him back. "Oho!" he said. "You're deaf, are you? You don't hear me, eh? So much the better for you. I hate you. I hate myself for having been a fool enough to strap a pack upon my back for the pleasure of treading on it whenever I choose. Why, things have opened to me now, so that I might marry almost where I liked. But I wouldn't. I'd keep single. I ought to be single among the friends I know. Instead of that, here I am, tied like a log to you. Pah! Why do you show your pale face when I come home? Am I never to forget you?" "How late it is!" she said cheerfully, opening the shutter after an interval of silence. "Broad day, Jonas." "Broad day or black night, what do I care?" was the kind rejoinder. "The night passed quickly too. I don't mind sitting up at all." "Sit up for me again, if you dare," growled Jonas. "I was reading," she proceeded, "all night long. I began when you went out, and read till you came home again. The strangest story, Jonas, and true, the book says. I'll tell it to you tomorrow." "True, was it?" said Jonas, doggedly. "So the book says." "Was there anything in it about a man's being determined to conquer his wife, break her spirit, bend her temper, crush all her humours like so many nutshells, kill her for aught I know?" said Jonas. "No, not a word," she answered quickly. "Oh!" he returned. "That'll be a true story, though, before long, for all the book says nothing about it. It's a lying book. I see, a fit book for a lying reader. But you're deaf. I forgot that." There was another interval of silence, and the boy was stealing away, when he heard her footstep on the floor, and stopped. She went up to him, as it seemed, and spoke lovingly, saying that she would defer to him in everything, and would consult his wishes and obey them, and they might be very happy if he would be gentle with her. He answered with an imprecation, and not with a blow. Yes, stem truth against the base-souled villain, with a blow. No angry cries, no loud reproaches, even her weeping and her sobs were stifled by her clinging round him. She only said, repeating it in agony of heart, "How could he? Could he? Could he?" and lost utterance in tears. "O woman, God beloved in old Jerusalem, the best among us need deal lightly with thy faults, if only for the punishment thy nature will endure in bearing heavy evidence against us on the day of judgment." End of chapter 28. Chapter 29 of the Life and Adventures of Martin Chuzzlewit.
This LibriVox recording is in the public domain, in which some people are precocious, others professional, and others mysterious, all in their several ways. It may have been the restless remembrance of what he had seen and heard overnight, or it may have been no deeper mental operation than the discovery that he had nothing to do, which caused Mr. Bailey, on the following afternoon, to feel particularly disposed for agreeable society, and prompted him to pay a visit to his friend Poll Sweedlepipe. On the little bell giving clamorous notice of a visitor's approach, for Mr. Bailey came in at the door with a lunge, to get as much sound out of the bell as possible, Poll Sweedlepipe desisted from the contemplation of a favourite owl, and gave his young friend a hearty welcome. 'Why, you look smarter by day,' said Poll, 'than you do by candlelight. I never see such a tight young dasher.' 'Rather so, Polly. How's our fair friend Sarah?' 'Oh, she's pretty well,' said Poll. 'She's at home.' 'There's the remains of a fine woman about Sarah, Poll,' observed Mr. Bailey, with a genteel indifference. 'Oh,' thought Poll, 'he's old. He must be very old.' 'Too much crumb, you know,' said Mr. Bailey. 'Too fat, Poll. But there's many worse at her time of life.' 'The very owls are opening his eyes,' thought Poll. 'I don't wonder at it in a bird of his opinions.' He happened to have been sharpening his razors, which were lying open in a row, while a huge strop dangled from the wall. Glancing at these preparations, Mr. Bailey stroked his chin, and a thought appeared to occur to him. 'Poll,' he said, 'I ain't as neat as I could wish about the gills. Being here, I may as well have a shave, and get trimmed close.' The barber stood aghast, but Mr. Bailey divested himself of his neckcloth, and sat down in the easy chair with all the dignity and confidence in life. There was no resisting his manner. The evidence of sight and touch became as nothing. His chin was as smooth as a new laid egg, or a scraped Dutch cheese. But Poll Sweedlepipe wouldn't have ventured to deny, on affidavit, that he had the beard of a Jewish rabbi. 'Go with the grain, Poll. All round, please,' said Mr. Bailey, screwing up his face for the reception of the lather. 'You may do what you like with the bits of whisker. I don't care for 'em.' The meek little barber stood gazing at him with the brush and soap dish in his hand, stirring them round and round in a ludicrous uncertainty, as if he were disabled by some fascination from beginning. At last he made a dash at Mr. Bailey's cheek. Then he stopped again, as if the ghost of a beard had suddenly receded from his touch. But receiving mild encouragement from Mr. Bailey, in the form of an adjuration, 'Go in and win,' he lathered him bountifully. Mr. Bailey smiled through the suds in his satisfaction. 'Gently over the stones, Poll. Go a tiptoe over the pimples.' Poll Sweedlepipe obeyed, and scraped the lather off again with particular care. Mr. Bailey squinted at every successive dab as it was deposited on a cloth on his left shoulder, and seemed, with a microscopic eye, to detect some bristles in it, for he murmured more than once, 'Rather redder than I could wish, Poll.' The operation being concluded, Poll fell back and stared at him again, while Mr. Bailey, wiping his face on the jack towel, remarked, 'Arter late hours, nothing freshened up a man so much as an easy shave.' He was in the act of tying his cravat at the glass, without his coat, and Poll had wiped his razor, ready for the next customer, when Mrs. Gamp, coming downstairs, looked in at the shop door to give the barber a neighbourly good day. Feeling for her unfortunate situation in having conceived a regard for himself, which was not the nature of things that he could return, Mr. Bailey hastened to soothe her with words of kindness. 'Hallo!' he said. 'Sarah! I needn't ask how you've been this long time, for you're in full bloom. All a blowing and a growing, ain't she, Polly?' 'Why, drat the brazen boldness of that boy!' cried Mrs. Gamp, though not displeased. 'What an impertinent young sparrow it is! I wouldn't be that creature's mother, not for £50. Mr. Bailey regarded this as a delicate confession of her attachment, and a hint that no pecuniary gain could recompense her for its being rendered hopeless. He felt flattered. Disinterested affection is always flattering. 'Ah, dear!' moaned Mrs. Gamp, sinking into the shaving chair. 'That there blessed bull, Mr. Sweedlepipe, has done his very best to conquer me. Of all the trying inwaliges in this valley of the shadder, that one beats them black and blue.' It was the practice of Mrs. Gamp and her friends in the profession to say this of all the easy customers, as having at once the effect of discouraging competitors for office, and accounting for the necessity of high living on the part of the nurses. 'Talk of constitootion,' Mrs. Gamp observed,
A person's constitution need to be made of bricks to stand it. Mrs Harris jestly says to me the other day, "Oh, Sairey Gamp," she says, "how is it done?" "Mrs Harris, ma'am," I says to her, "we gives no trust ourselves, and puts a deal trust elsewhere. There is our religious feelings, and we finds 'em answer." "Sairey," says Mrs Harris, "sich is life. It always is the hand of all things." The barber gave a soft murmur, as much to say that Mrs Harris' remark, although perhaps not quite so intelligible as could be desired from such an authority, did equal honour to her head and to her heart. "And here," continued Mrs Gamp, "and here I am a going 20 mile in distant on as wentersome a chance as any one as monthly'd ever run. I do believe," says Mrs Harris, with a woman's and a mother's heart a beating in her human breast, she says to me, "You're not a going, Sairey, Lord forgive you." "Why am I not a going, Mrs Harris?" I replies. "Mrs Gill," I says, "was never wrong with six, and it's likely, ma'am, I'll ask you as a mother, that she will begin to be unregular now. Often and often have I heard him say," I says to Mrs Harris, meaning Mr Gill, "that he would back his wife again Moore's Almanack, to name the very day and hour for ninepence farthing. Is it likely, ma'am," I says, "that she will fail this once?" Says Mrs Harris, "No, ma'am, not in a course of nature. But," she says, the tears a filling her eyes, "you knows much better than me, with your experience, how little puts us out. A Punch's show," she says, "a chimbley sweep, a Newfoundland dog, or a drunken man a coming round a corner sharp may do it." "So it may, Mr Sweedlepipes," said Mrs Gamp. "There's no denying of it, and though my books is clear for a full week, I takes anxious heart along with me, I do assure you, sir." "You're so full of zeal, you see," said Poll. "You worrit yourself so." "Worrit myself!" cried Mrs Gamp, raising her hands and turning up her eyes. "You speak truth in that, sir, if you never speaks no more twixt this and when two Sundays joins together. I feels the sufferings of other people more than I feels my own, though no one mayn't suppose it. The families I've had," said Mrs Gamp, "if it was all knowed and credit done where credit's due, would take a week to christen at St Polge's Fontin." "Where's the patient going?" asked Sweedlepipe. "Into Hertfordshire, which is his native air. But native airs, nor native graces neither," Mrs Gamp observed, "won't bring HIM round." "So bad as that?" inquired the wistful barber. "Indeed?" Mrs Gamp shook her head mysteriously, and pursed her lips. "There's fevers of the mind," she said, "as well as body. You may take your slime draughts till you flies into the air with efferwescence, but you won't cure that." "Ah!" said the barber, opening his eyes and putting on his raven aspect. "Lor!" "No, you may make yourself as light as any gash bloom," said Mrs Gamp, "but talk when you're wrong in your head, and when you're asleep of certain things, and you'll be heavy in your mind." "What kind of things now?" inquired Poll, greedily biting his nails in his great interest. "Ghosts?" Mrs Gamp, who perhaps had been already tempted further than she intended to go, by the barber's stimulating curiosity, gave a sniff of uncommon significance, and said it didn't signify. "I'm a going down with my patient in the coach this afternoon," she proceeded. "I'm a going to stop with him a day or so, until he gets a country nuss. Drat them country nusses! Much the awkward hussies knows about their business! And then I'm a coming back, and that's my trouble, Mr Sweedlepipes. But I hope that everythink'll only go on right and comfortable as long as I'm away. Provisin' which, as Mrs Harris says, Mrs Gill is welcome to choose her own time, all times of the day and night being equally the same to me." During the progress of the foregoing remarks, which Mrs Gamp had addressed exclusively to the barber, Mr Bailey had been tying his cravat, getting on his coat, and making hideous faces at himself in the glass. Being now personally addressed by Mrs Gamp, he turned round and mingled in the conversation. "You ain't been in the City, I suppose, sir, since we was all three there together?" said Mrs Gamp. "At Mr Chuzzlewit's?" "Yes, I have, Sarah. I was there last night." "Last night!" cried the barber. "Yes, Poll, rather so. You can call it this morning, if you like to be particular. He dined with us." "What does that young limb mean by hus?" said Mrs Gamp, with a most impatient emphasis. "Me and my governor, Sarah. He dined at our house. We was very merry, Sarah. So much so that I was obliged to see him home in a hackney coach, 3 o'clock in the morning." It was on the tip of the boy's tongue to relate what had followed, but remembering how easily it might be carried to his master's ears, and the repeated cautions he had had from Mr Crimple not to chatter, he checked himself, adding only, "She was sitting up, expecting him." "And all things considered," said Mrs Gamp, sharply, "she might have known better than to go a tiring herself out by doing anythink of the sort. Did they seem pretty pleasant together, sir?" "Oh yes," answered Bailey, "pleasant enough." "I'm glad on it," said Mrs Gamp, with a second sniff of significance. "They haven't been married so long," observed Poll, rubbing his hands, "that they need be anything but pleasant yet awhile." "No," said Mrs Gamp, with a third significant signal. "Especially," pursued the barber, "when the gentleman bears such a character as you gave him." "I speak as I find, Mr Sweedlepipes," said Mrs Gamp. "Bid it should be otherways, but we never know what's hidden in each other's hearts, and if we had glass winders there, we need keep the shutters up, some of us, I do assure you." "But you don't mean to say," Poll Sweedlepipe began. "No," said Mrs Gamp, cutting him very short, "I don't. Don't I think I do? The tortures of the imposition shouldn't make me own I did. All I says is," added the good woman, rising and folding her shawl about her, "that the bull's a waiting, and the precious moments is flying fast." The little barber, having in his eager curiosity a great desire to see Mrs Gamp patient, proposed to Mr Bailey that they should accompany her to the Bull, and witness the departure of the coach. That young gentleman assenting, they all went out together. Arriving at the tavern, Mrs Gamp, who was fully dressed for the journey in her latest suit of mourning, left her friends to entertain themselves in the yard, while she ascended to the sick room, where her fellow labourer, Mrs Prig, was dressing the invalid. He was so wasted that it seemed as if his bones would rattle when they moved him. His cheeks were sunken, and his eyes were unnaturally large. He lay back in the easy chair like one more dead than living, and he rolled his languid eyes towards the door when Mrs Gamp appeared, as painfully as if their weight alone were burdensome to move. "And how are we by this time?" Mrs Gamp observed. "We looks a deal charminger than we are then," returned Mrs Prig, a little chafed in her temper. "We got out of bed backwards, I think, for we are as cross as two sticks. I never see such a man. He wouldn't have been washed if he'd had his own way." "She put the soap in my mouth," said the unfortunate patient feebly. "Couldn't you keep it shut then?" retorted Mrs Prig. "Who do you think's to wash one feeter and miss another, and wear one's eyes out with all manner of fine work of that description for half a crown a day? If you wants to be titivated, you must pay according." "Oh dear me!" cried the patient. "Oh dear, dear!" "There," said Mrs Prig, "that's the way he's been a conducting of himself, Sarah, ever since I got him out of bed, if you'll believe it." "Instead of being grateful," Mrs Gamp observed, "for all our little ways, oh, fie for shame, sir, fie for shame!" Here Mrs Prig seized the patient by the chin, and began to rasp his unhappy head with a hairbrush. "I suppose you don't like that neither," she observed, stopping to look at him. It was just possible that he didn't, for the brush was a specimen of the hardest kind of instrument producible by modern art, and his very eyelids were red with the friction. Mrs Prig was gratified to observe the correctness of her supposition, and said triumphantly, "She knowed as much." When his hair was smoothed down comfortably into his eyes, Mrs Prig and Mrs Gamp put on his neckerchief, adjusting his shirt collar with great nicety, so that the starched point should also invade those organs and afflict them with an artificial ophthalmia. His waistcoat and coat were next arranged, and as every button was wrenched into a wrong buttonhole, and the order of his boots was reversed, he presented on the whole a rather melancholy appearance. "I don't think it's right," said the poor weak invalid. "I feel as if I was in somebody else's clothes. I'm all on one side, and you've made one of my legs shorter than the other. There's a bottle in my pocket too. What do you make me sit upon a bottle for?" "Deuce take the man!" cried Mrs Gamp, drawing it forth. "If he ain't been and got my night bottle here, and made a little cupboard of his coat when I hung it behind the door, and quite forgot it, Betsy. You'll find an ingun or two and a little tea and sugar in his t'other pocket, my dear, if you'll just be good enough to take them out." Betsy produced the property in question, together with some other articles of general chandlery, and Mrs Gamp transferred them to her own pocket, which was a species of nankeen pannier. Refreshment then arrived in the form of chops and strong ale for the ladies, and a basin of beef tea for the patient, which refection was barely at an end when John Westlock appeared. "Up and dressed!" cried John, sitting down beside him. "That's brave. How do you feel?" "Much better, but very weak." "No wonder. You've had a hard bout of it. But country air and change of scene," said John, "will make another man of you. Why, Mrs Gamp," he added, laughing, as he kindly arranged the sick man's garments, "you have odd notions of a gentleman's dress." "Mr Lewsome ain't an easy gent to get into his clothes, sir," Mrs Gamp replied with dignity, "as me and Betsy Prig can certify afore the Lord Mayor and uncommon counsellors, if needful." John at that moment was standing close in front of the sick man, in the act of releasing him from the torture of the collars before mentioned, when he said in a whisper, "Mr. Westlock, I don't wish to be overheard. I have something very particular and strange to say to you. Something that has been a dreadful weight on my mind through this long illness." Quick in all his motions, John was turning round to desire the women to leave the room, when the sick man held him by the sleeve. "Not now. I've not the strength. I've not the courage. May I tell it when I have? May I write it, if I find that easier and better?" "May you?" cried John. "Why, Lewsome, what is this?" "Don't ask me what it is. It's unnatural and cruel, frightful to think of, frightful to tell, frightful to know, frightful to have helped him. Let me kiss your hand for all your goodness to me. Be kinder still, and don't ask me what it is." At first John gazed at him in great surprise, but remembering how very much reduced he was, and how recently his brain had been on fire with fever, he believed that he was labouring under some imaginary horror or despondent fancy. For farther information on this point, he took an opportunity of drawing Mrs Gamp aside, while Betsy Prig was wrapping him in cloaks and shawls, and asked her whether he was quite collected in his mind. "Oh, bless you, no," said Mrs Gamp. "He hates his nusses to this hour. They always does it, sir. It's a certain sign. If you could have heard the poor dear soul a finding fault with me and Betsy Prig not half an hour ago, you'd have wondered how it is we don't get fretted to the tomb." This almost confirmed John in his suspicion, so not taking what he had passed into any serious account, he resumed his former cheerful manner, and, assisted by Mrs Gamp and Betsy Prig, conducted Lewsome downstairs to the coach. Just then, upon the point of starting, Poll Sweedlepipe was at the door with his arms tight folded and his eyes wide open, and looked on with absorbing interest while the sick man was slowly moved into the vehicle. His bony hands and haggard face impressed Poll wonderfully, and he informed Mr Bailey in confidence that he wouldn't have missed seeing him for £1. Mr Bailey, who was of a different constitution, remarked that he would have stayed away for 5 shillings. It was a troublesome matter to adjust Mrs Gamp's luggage to her satisfaction, for every package belonging to that lady had the inconvenient property of requiring to be put in a boot by itself, and to have no other luggage near it, on a pain of actions at law for heavy damages against the proprietors of the coach. The umbrella with the circular patch was particularly hard to be got rid of, and several times thrust out its battered brass nozzle from improper crevices and chinks, to the great terror of other passengers. Indeed, in her intense anxiety to find a haven of refuge for this chattel, Mrs Gamp so often moved it in the course of 5 minutes that it seemed not one umbrella but 50. At length it was lost, or said to be, and for the next 5 minutes she was face to face with the coachman, go wherever he might, protesting that it should be made good, though she took the question to the House of Commons. At last, her bundle, and her pattens, and her basket, and everything else being disposed of, she took a friendly leave of Poll and Mr Bailey, dropped a curtsey to John Westlock, and parted as from a cherished member of the sisterhood with Betsy Prig. "Wishing you lots of sickness, my darling creature," Mrs Gamp observed, "and good places. It won't be long, I hope, before we works together. Off and on again, Betsy, and may our next meeting be at a large family's, where they all takes it regular from one another, turn and turn about, and as it's business like." "I don't care how soon it is," said Mrs Prig, "nor how many weeks it lasts." Mrs Gamp, with a reply in a congenial spirit, was backing into the coach, when she came in contact with a lady and gentleman who were passing along the footway. Take care here," cried the gentleman. "Hullo, my dear! Why, it's Mrs Gamp!" "What, Mr Mould!" exclaimed the nurse. "And Mrs Mould! Who would have thought as we should ever have a meeting here, I'm sure!" "Going out of town, Mrs Gamp?" cried Mould. "That's unusual, isn't it?" "It is unusual, sir," said Mrs Gamp, "but only for a day or two at most. The gent," she whispered, "as I spoke about." "What, in the coach?" cried Mould. "The one you thought of recommending? Very odd, my dear. This will interest you. The gentleman that Mrs Gamp thought likely to suit us is in the coach, my love." Mrs Mould was greatly interested. "Here, my dear, you can stand upon the doorstep," said Mould, "and take a look at him. Ha! There he is. Where's my glass? All right, I've got it. Do you see him, my dear?" "Quite plain," said Mrs Mould. "'Pon my life, you know, this is a very singular circumstance," said Mould, quite delighted. "This is the sort of thing, my dear, I wouldn't have missed on any account. It tickles one. It's interesting. It's almost a little play, you know. Ah, there he is, to be sure. Looks poorly, Mrs M., don't he?" Mrs Mould assented. "He's coming our way, perhaps, after all," said Mould. "Who knows? I feel as if I ought to show him some little attention. Really, he don't seem a stranger to me. I'm very much inclined to move my hat, my dear.' 'He's looking hard this way,' said Mrs Mould. 'Then I will,' cried Mould. 'How do you do, sir? I wish you a good day. Ha! He bows too. Very gentlemanly. Mrs Gamp has the cards in her pocket, I have no doubt. This is very singular, my dear, and very pleasant. I am not superstitious, but it really seems as if one was destined to pay him those little melancholy civilities which belong to our peculiar line of business. There can be no kind of objection to your kissing your hand to him, my dear.' Mrs Mould did so. 'Ha!' said Mould. 'He's evidently gratified, poor fellow. I am quite glad you did it, my love. Bye bye, Mrs Gamp,' waving his hand. 'There he goes, there he goes.' So he did, for the coach rolled off as the words were spoken. Mr and Mrs Mould, in high good humour, went their merry way. Mr Bailey retired with Poll Sweedlepipe as soon as possible, but some little time elapsed before he could remove his friend from the ground, owing to the impression wrought upon the barber's nerves by Mrs Prig, whom he pronounced, in admiration of her beard, to be a woman of transcendent charms. When the light cloud of bustle hanging around the coach was thus dispersed, Nadgett was seen in the darkest box of the Bull coffee room, looking wistfully up at the clock, as if the man who never appeared were a little behind his time. End of chapter 29. Chapter 30 of the Life and Adventures of Martin Chuzzlewit. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. Proves that changes may be rung in the best regulated families, and that Mr Pecksniff was a special hand at a triple bob major. As the surgeon's first care after amputating a limb is to take up the arteries the cruel knife has severed, so it is the duty of this history, which in its remorseless course has cut from the Pecksniffian trunk its right arm, Mercy, to look at the parent stem, and to see how, in all its various ramifications, it got on without her. And first of Mr Pecksniff, it may be observed that, having provided for his youngest daughter that choicest of blessings, a tender and indulgent husband, and having gratified the dearest wish of his parental heart by establishing her in a life so happily, he renewed his youth, and spreading the plumage of his own bright conscience, felt himself equal to all kinds of flights. It is customary with fathers in stage plays, after giving their daughters to the men of their hearts, to congratulate themselves on having no other business on their hands but to die immediately, though it is rarely found that they are in a hurry to do it. Mr Pecksniff, being a father of a more sage and practical class, appeared to think that his immediate business was to live, and having deprived himself of one comfort, to surround himself with others. But however much inclined the good man was to be jocose and playful, and in the garden of his fancy to disport himself, if one may say so, like an architectural kitten, he had one impediment constantly opposed to him, the gentle Cherry, stung by a sense of slight and injury, which, far from softening down or wearing out, rankled and festered in her heart. The gentle Cherry was in flat rebellion. She waged fierce war against her dear papa. She led her parent what is usually called, for want of a better figure of speech, the life of a dog. But never did that dog live in a kennel, stable yard, or house, whose life was half as hard as Mr Pecksniff's with his gentle child. The father and daughter were sitting at their breakfast. Tom had retired, and they were alone. Mr Pecksniff frowned at first, but having cleared his brow, looked stealthily at his child. Her nose was very red indeed, and screwed up tight with hostile preparation. 'Cherry,' cried Mr Pecksniff, 'what is amiss between us, my child? Why are we disunited?' Miss Pecksniff's answer was scarcely a response to this gush of affection, for it was simply, 'Bother, Pa!' 'Bother!' repeated Mr Pecksniff in a tone of anguish. 'Oh, it is too late, Pa,' said his daughter calmly, 'to talk to me like this. I know what it means, and I know what its value is.' 'This is hard,' cried Mr Pecksniff, addressing his breakfast cup. 'This is very hard. She is my child. I carried her in my arms when she wore shapeless worsted shoes, I might say mufflers, many years ago.' 'You needn't taunt me with that, Pa,' retorted Cherry, with a spiteful look. 'I am not so many years older than my sister either, though she is married to your friend.' 'Ah! Human nature, human nature, poor human nature!' said Mr Pecksniff, shaking his head at human nature, as if he didn't belong to it. 'To think that this discord should arise from such a cause! Oh dear, oh dear!' 'From such a cause, indeed!' cried Cherry. 'State the real cause, Pa, or I'll state it myself. Mind, I will.' Perhaps the energy with which she said this was infectious. However that may be, Mr Pecksniff changed his tone and the expression of his face for one of anger, if not downright violence, when he said: 'You will have. You did yesterday. You do always. You have no decency. You make no secret of your temper. You have exposed yourself to Mr Chuzzlewit 100 times.' 'Myself!' cried Cherry, with a bitter smile. 'Oh, indeed, I don't mind that.' 'Me too, then,' said Mr Pecksniff. His daughter answered with a scornful laugh. 'And since we have come to an explanation, Charity,' said Mr Pecksniff, rolling his head portentously, 'let me tell you that I won't allow it. None of your nonsense, miss. I won't permit it to be done.' 'I shall do,' said Charity, rocking her chair backwards and forwards, and raising her voice to a high pitch, 'I shall do, Pa, what I please, and what I have done. I am not going to be crushed in everything, depend upon it. I have been more shamefully used than anybody ever was in this world.' Here she began to cry and sob. 'And may expect the worst treatment from you, I know. But I don't care for that. No, I don't.' Mr Pecksniff was made so desperate by the loud tone in which she spoke, that after looking about him in frantic uncertainty for some means of softening it, he rose and shook her until the ornamental bow of hair upon her head nodded like a plume. She was so very much astonished by this assault that it really had the desired effect. 'I'll do it again,' cried Mr Pecksniff, as he resumed his seat and fetched his breath. 'If you dare to talk in that loud manner, how do you mean about being shamefully used? If Mr Jonas choose your sister in preference to you, who could help it, I should wish to know? What have I to do with it? Wasn't I made a convenience of? Weren't my feelings trifled with? Didn't he address himself to me first?' sobbed Cherry, clasping her hands. 'And oh, good gracious, that I should live to be shook!' 'You'll live to be shaken again,' returned her parent, 'if you drive me to that means of maintaining the decorum of this humble roof. You surprise me. I wonder you have not more spirit. If Mr Jonas didn't care for you, how could you wish to have him?' 'I wish to have him!' exclaimed Cherry. 'I wish to have him, Pa!' 'Then what are you making all this piece of work for?' retorted her father, 'if you didn't wish to have him?' 'Because I was treated with duplicity,' said Cherry, 'and because my own sister and my own father conspired against me. I am not angry with her,' said Cherry, looking much more angry than ever. 'I pity her. I am sorry for her. I know the fate that's in store for her with that wretch.' 'Mr Jonas will survive your calling him a wretch, my child, I dare say,' said Mr Pecksniff, with returning resignation. 'But call him what you like, and make an end of it.' 'Not an end, Pa,' said Charity. 'No, not an end. That's not the only point on which we're not agreed. I won't submit to it. It's better you should know that at once. No, I won't submit to it indeed, Pa. I am not quite a fool. I am not blind. All I have got to say is, I won't submit to it.' Whatever she meant, she shook Mr Pecksniff now, for his lame attempt to seem composed was melancholy in the last degree. His anger changed to meekness, and his words were mild and fawning. 'My dear,' he said, 'if in the short excitement of an angry moment I resorted to an unjustifiable means of suppressing a little outbreak calculated to injure you as well as myself, it is possible that I may have done so. Perhaps I did. I ask your pardon.' 'A father asking the pardon of his child,' said Mr Pecksniff, 'is, I believe, a spectacle to soften the most rugged nature.' But it didn't at all soften Miss Pecksniff, perhaps because her nature was not rugged enough. On the contrary, she persisted in saying over and over again that she wasn't quite a fool, and wasn't blind, and wouldn't submit to it. 'You labour under some mistake, my child,' said Mr Pecksniff, 'but I will not ask you what it is. I don't desire to know. No, pray,' he added, holding out his hand and colouring again, 'let us avoid the subject, my dear, whatever it is.' 'It is quite right that the subject should be avoided between us, sir,' said Cherry, 'but I wish to be able to avoid it altogether, and consequently must beg you to provide me with a home. Mr Pecksniff looked round the room and said, "A home, my dear child?" "Another home, papa," said Cherry, with increasing stateliness. "Place me at Mrs Todgers's or somewhere, on an independent footing, but I will not live here if such is to be the case." It is possible that Miss Pecksniff saw in Mrs Todgers a vision of enthusiastic men pining to fall in adoration at her feet. It is possible that Mr Pecksniff, in his new born juvenility, saw the suggestion of that same establishment, an easy means of relieving himself from an irksome charge in the way of temper and watchfulness. It is undoubtedly a fact that in the attentive ears of Mr Pecksniff the proposition did not sound quite like the dismal knell of all his hopes. But he was a man of great feeling and acute sensibility, and he squeezed his pocket handkerchief against his eyes with both hands, as such men always do, especially when they are observed. "One of my birds," said Mr Pecksniff, "has left me for the stranger's breast. The other would take wing to Todgers's. Well, well, what am I? I don't know what I am exactly. Never mind." Even this remark, made more pathetic perhaps by his breaking down in the middle of it, had no effect upon Charity. She was grim, rigid, and inflexible. "But I have ever," said Mr Pecksniff, "sacrificed my children's happiness to my own. I mean my own happiness to my children's, and I will not begin to regulate my life by other rules of conduct now. If you can be happier at Mrs Todgers's than in your father's house, my dear, go to Mrs Todgers's. Do not think of me, my girl," said Mr Pecksniff with emotion. "I shall get on pretty well, no doubt." Miss Charity, who knew he had a secret pleasure in the contemplation of the proposed change, suppressed her own, and went on to negotiate the terms. His views upon this subject were at first so very limited that another difference, involving possibly another shaking, threatened to ensue. But by degrees they came to something like an understanding, and the storm blew over. Indeed, Miss Charity's idea was so agreeable to both that it would have been strange if they had not come to an amicable agreement. It was soon arranged between them that the project should be tried, and that immediately, and that Cherry's not being well, and needing a change of scene, and wishing to be near her sister, should form the excuse for her departure to Mr Chuzzlewit and Mary, to both of whom she had pleaded indisposition for some time past. These premises agreed on, Mr Pecksniff gave her his blessing, with all the dignity of a self-denying man who had made a hard sacrifice, but comforted himself with the reflection that virtue is its own reward. Thus they were reconciled for the first time since that not easily forgiven night when Mr Jonas, repudiating the elder, had confessed his passion for the younger sister, and Mr Pecksniff had abetted him on moral grounds. But how happened it, in the name of an unexpected addition to that small family, the seven wonders of the world, whatever and wherever they may be, how happened it that Mr Pecksniff and his daughter were about to part? How happened it that their mutual relations were so greatly altered? Why was Miss Pecksniff so clamorous to have it understood that she was neither blind nor foolish, and she wouldn't bear it? Is it not possible that Mr Pecksniff had any thoughts of marrying again, or that his daughter, with the sharp eye of a single woman, fathomed his design? Let us inquire into this. Mr Pecksniff, as a man without reproach, from whom the breath of slander passed like a common breath from any other polished surface, could afford to do what common men could not. He knew the purity of his own motives, and when he had a motive, worked at it as only a very good man, or a very bad one, can. Did he set before himself any strong and palpable motives for taking a second wife? Yes, and not one or two of them, but a combination of very many. Old Martin Chuzzlewit had gradually undergone an important change, even upon the night when he made such an ill-timed arrival at Mr Pecksniff's house. He was comparatively subdued and easy to deal with. This Mr Pecksniff attributed at the time to the effect his brother's death had had upon him, but from that hour his character seemed to have modified by regular degrees, and to have softened down into a dull indifference for almost every one but Mr Pecksniff. His looks were much the same as ever, but his mind was singularly altered. It was not that this or that passion stood out in brighter or in dimmer hues, but that the colour of the whole man was faded. As one trait disappeared, no other trait sprung up to take its place. His senses dwindled too. He was less keen of sight, was deaf sometimes, took little notice of what passed before him, and would be profoundly taciturn for days together. The process of this alteration was so easy that almost as soon as it began to be observed it was complete. But Mr Pecksniff saw it first, and having Anthony Chuzzlewit fresh in his recollection, saw in his brother Martin the same process of decay. To a gentleman of Mr Pecksniff's tenderness this was a very mournful sight. He could not but foresee the probability of his respected relative being made the victim of designing persons, and of his riches falling into worthless hands. It gave him so much pain that he resolved to secure the property to himself, and to keep bad testamentary suitors at a distance, to wall up the old gentleman, as it were, for his own use. By little and little, therefore, he began to try whether Mr Chuzzlewit gave any promise of becoming an instrument in his hands, and finding that he did, and indeed that he was very supple in his plastic fingers, he made it the business of his life, kind soul, to establish an ascendancy over him, and every little test he durst apply meeting with a success beyond his hopes, he began to think that he heard old Martin's cash already chinking into his own unworldly pockets. But when Mr Pecksniff pondered on this subject, as in his zealous way he often did, and thought with an uplifted heart of the train of circumstances which had delivered the old gentleman into his hands for the confusion of evil doers and the triumph of a righteous nature, he always felt that Mary Graham was his stumbling block. Let the old man say what he would, Mr Pecksniff knew he had a strong affection for her. He knew that he showed it in 1,000 little ways, that he liked to have her near him, and was never quite at ease when she was absent long. That he had ever really sworn to leave her nothing in his will, Mr Pecksniff greatly doubted. That even if he had, there were many ways by which he could evade the oath and satisfy his conscience, Mr Pecksniff knew. That her unprotected state was no light burden on the old man's mind, he also knew, for Mr Chuzzlewit had plainly told him so. Then, said Mr Pecksniff, what if I married her? What? Repeated Mr Pecksniff, sticking up his hair and glancing at his bust by Spoker. What if, making sure of his approval first, he is nearly imbecile, poor gentleman, I married her? Mr Pecksniff had a lively sense of the beautiful, especially in women. His manner towards the sex was remarkable for its insinuating character. It is recorded of him in another part of these pages that he embraced Mrs Todgers on the smallest provocation, and it was a way he had. It was a part of the gentle placidity of his disposition. Before any thought of matrimony was in his mind, he had bestowed on Mary many little tokens of his spiritual admiration. They had been indignantly received, but that was nothing. True, as the idea expanded within him, these had become too ardent to escape the piercing eye of Cherry, who read his scheme at once. But he had always felt the power of Mary's charms. So interest and inclination made a pair, and drew the curricle of Mr Pecksniff's plan. As to any thought of revenging himself on young Martin for his insolent expressions when they parted, and of shutting him out still more effectually from any hope of reconciliation with his grandfather, Mr Pecksniff was much too meek and forgiving to be suspected of harbouring it. As to being refused by Mary, Mr Pecksniff was quite satisfied that in her position she could never hold out if he and Mr Chuzzlewit were both against her. As to consulting the wishes of her heart in such a case, it formed no part of Mr Pecksniff's moral code, for he knew what a good man he was, and what a blessing he must be to anybody. His daughter having broken the ice, and the murder being out between them, Mr Pecksniff had now only to pursue his design as cleverly as he could, and by the craftiest approaches. Well, my good sir, said Mr Pecksniff, meeting old Martin in the garden, for it was his habit to walk in and out by that way, as the fancy took him, and how is my dear friend this delicious morning? Do you mean me? Asked the old man. Ah, said Mr Pecksniff, one of his deaf days, I see. Could I mean any one else, my dear sir? You might have meant Mary, said the old man. Indeed I might. Quite true. I might speak of her as dear, dear friend, I hope, observed Mr Pecksniff. I hope so, returned old Martin. I think she deserves it. Think? Cried Pecksniff. Think, Mr Chuzzlewit? You are speaking, I know, returned Martin, but I don't catch what you say. Speak up. He's getting deafer than a flint, said Pecksniff. I was saying, my dear sir, that I am afraid I must make up my mind to part with Cherry. What has she been doing? Asked the old man. He puts the most ridiculous questions I ever heard, muttered Mr Pecksniff. He is a child to-day. After which he added in a mild roar, she hasn't been doing anything, my dear friend. What are you going to part with her for? Demanded Martin. She hasn't her health by any means, said Mr Pecksniff. She misses her sister, my dear sir. They doted on each other from the cradle, and I think of giving her a run in London for a change. A good long run, sir, if I find she likes it. Quite right, cried Martin. It's judicious. I'm glad to hear you say so. I hope you mean to bear me company in this dull part while she's away, said Mr Pecksniff. I have no intention of removing from it, was Martin's answer. Then why, said Mr Pecksniff, taking the old man's arm in his, and walking slowly on, why, my good sir, can't you come and stay with me? I am sure I could surround you with more comforts, lowly as is my cot, than you can obtain at a village house of entertainment. And pardon me, Mr Chuzzlewit, pardon me if I say that such a place as the Dragon, however well conducted, and as far as I know Mrs Lupin is one of the worthiest creatures in this county, it is hardly a home for Miss Graham. Martin mused for a moment, and then said, as he shook him by the hand, No, you're quite right, it's not. The very sight of Skittles, Mr Pecksniff eloquently pursued, is far from being congenial to a delicate mind. It's an amusement of the vulgar, said old Martin. Certainly. Of the very vulgar, Mr Pecksniff answered. Then why not bring Miss Graham here, sir? Here is the house. Here am I alone in it. For Thomas Pinch I do not count as any one. Our lovely friend shall occupy my daughter's chamber. You shall choose your own. We shall not quarrel, I hope. We are not likely to do that, said Martin. Mr Pecksniff pressed his hand. We understand each other, my dear sir, I see. I can wind him, he thought with exultation, round my little finger. You leave the recompense to me, said the old man after a minute's silence. Oh, do not speak of recompense, cried Pecksniff. I say, repeated Martin with a glimmer of his old obstinacy, you leave the recompense to me, do you? Since you desire it, my good sir. I always desire it, said the old man. You know I always desire it. I wish to pay as I go, even when I buy off you. Not that I do not leave a balance to be settled one day, Pecksniff. The architect was too much overcome to speak. He tried to drop a tear upon his patron's hand, but couldn't find one in his dry distillery. May that day be very distant, was his pious exclamation. Ah, sir, if I could say how deep an interest I have in you and yours. I allude to our beautiful young friend. True, he answered, true, she need have someone interested in her. I did her wrong to train her as I did. Orphan though she was, she would have found someone to protect her whom she might have loved again. When she was a child, I pleased myself with the thought that in gratifying my whim of placing her between me and false-hearted knaves, I had done her a kindness. Now she is a woman, I have no such comfort. She has no protector but herself. I have put her at such odds with the world that any dog may bark or fawn upon her at his pleasure. Indeed, she stands in need of delicate consideration. Yes, indeed, she does. If her position could be altered and defined, sir, Mr Pecksniff hinted. How can that be done? Should I make a seamstress of her, or a governess? Heaven forbid, said Mr Pecksniff. My dear sir, there are other ways. There are indeed. But I am much excited and embarrassed at present, and would rather not pursue the subject. I scarcely know what I mean. Permit me to resume it at another time. You're not unwell? Asked Martin anxiously. No, no, cried Pecksniff. No, permit me to resume it at another time. I'll walk a little, bless you. Old Martin blessed him in return, and squeezed his hand as he turned away, and slowly walked towards the house. Mr Pecksniff stood gazing after him, being pretty well recovered from his late emotion, which, in any other man, one might have thought had been assumed as a machinery for feeling Martin's pulse. The change in the old man found such a slight expression in his figure that Mr Pecksniff, looking after him, could not help saying to himself, and I can wind him round my little finger. Only think. Old Martin, happening to turn his head, saluted him affectionately. Mr Pecksniff returned the gesture. "Why, the time was," said Mr Pecksniff, "and not long ago, when he wouldn't look at me. How soothing is this change! Such is the delicate texture of the human heart. So complicated is the process of its being softened. Externally he looks the same, and I can wind him round my little finger. Only think!" In sober truth, there did not appear to be nothing on which Mr Pecksniff might not have ventured with Martin Chuzzlewit. For whatever Mr Pecksniff said or did was right, and whatever he advised was done. Martin had escaped so many snares for needy fortune hunters, and had withered in the shell of his suspicion and distrust for so many years. But to become the good man's tool and plaything, with the happiness of this conviction painted on his face, the architect went forth upon his morning walk. The summer weather in his bosom was reflected in the breast of nature, through the deep green vistas where the boughs arched overhead, and showed the sunlight flashing in the beautiful perspective, through dewy fern from which the startled hares leaped up and fled at his approach, by mantled pools and fallen trees, and down in hollow places, rustling among last year's leaves, whose scent woke memory of the past. The placid Pecksniff strolled by meadow gates and hedges fragrant with wild roses, and by thatched roof cottages whose inmates humbly bowed before him as a man both good and wise. The worthy Pecksniff walked in tranquil meditation. The bee passed onward, humming of the work he had to do. The idle gnats were ever going round and round in one contracting and expanding ring, yet always going on as fast as he, danced merrily before him. The colour of the long grass came and went, as if the light clouds made it timid as they floated through the distant air. The birds, so many Pecksniff consciences, sang gaily upon every branch, and Mr Pecksniff paid his homage to the day by ruminating on his projects as he walked along. Chancing to trip in his abstraction over the spreading root of an old tree, he raised his pious eyes to take a survey of the ground before him. It startled him to see the embodied image of his thoughts not far ahead, Mary herself, and alone. At first Mr Pecksniff stopped, as if with the intention of avoiding her, but his next impulse was to advance, which he did at a brisk pace, carolling as he went so sweetly and with so much innocence that he only wanted feathers and wings to be a bird. Hearing notes behind her, not belonging to the songsters of the grove, she looked round. Mr Pecksniff kissed his hand, and was at her side immediately. "Communing with nature," said Mr Pecksniff. "So am I." She said the morning was so beautiful that she had walked further than she intended, and would return. Mr Pecksniff said it was exactly his case, and he would return with her. "Take my arm, sweet girl," said Mr Pecksniff. Mary declined it, and walked so very fast that he remonstrated. "You were loitering when I came upon you," Mr Pecksniff said. "Why be so cruel as to hurry now? You would not shun me, would you?" "Yes, I would," she answered, turning her glowing cheek indignantly upon him. "You know I would. Release me, Mr Pecksniff. Your touch is disagreeable to me." His touch? What? That chaste, patriarchal touch which Mrs Todgers, surely a discreet lady, had endured, not only without complaint, but with apparent satisfaction. This was positively wrong. Mr Pecksniff was sorry to hear her say it. "You have not observed," said Mary, "that it is so. Pray take assurance from my lips, and do not, as you are a gentleman, continue to offend me." "Well, well," said Mr Pecksniff mildly, "I feel that I might consider this becoming in a daughter of my own, and why should I object to it in one so beautiful? It's harsh, it cuts me to the soul," said Mr Pecksniff, "but I cannot quarrel with you, Mary." She tried to say she was sorry to hear it, but burst into tears. Mr Pecksniff now repeated the Todgers' performance on a comfortable scale, as if he intended it to last some time, and in his disengaged hand, catching hers, employed himself in separating the fingers with his own, and sometimes kissing them, as he pursued the conversation thus: "I am glad we met. I am very glad we met. I am able now to ease my bosom of a heavy load, and speak to you in confidence, Mary," said Mr Pecksniff in his tenderest tones. Indeed, they were so very tender that he almost squeaked. "My soul, I love you." A fantastic thing, that maiden affection. She made believe to shudder. I love you, said Mr Pecksniff, my gentle life, with a devotion which is quite surprising even to myself. I did suppose that the sensation was buried in the silent tomb of a lady, only second to you in qualities of the mind and form, but I find I am mistaken. She tried to disengage her hand, but might as well try to free herself from the embrace of an affectionate boa constrictor. If anything so wily may be brought into comparison with Mr Pecksniff. Although I am a widower, said Mr Pecksniff, examining the rings upon her fingers, and tracing the course of one delicate blue vein with his fat thumb, a widower with 2 daughters, still I am not encumbered, my love. One of them, as you know, is married, the other by her own desire, but with a view, I will confess, why not, to my altering condition, is about to leave her father's house. I have a character, I hope. People are pleased to speak well of me, I think. My person and manner are not absolutely those of a monster, I trust. Ah, naughty hand, said Mr Pecksniff, apostrophising the reluctant prize, why did you take me prisoner? Go, go. He slapped the hand to punish it, but relenting, folded it in his waistcoat to comfort it again. Blessed in each other, in the society of our venerable friend, my darling, said Mr Pecksniff, we shall be happy. When he is wafted to a haven of rest, we will console each other, my pretty Primrose. What do you say? It is possible, Mary answered in a hurried manner, that I ought to feel grateful for this mark of your confidence. I cannot say that I do, but I am willing to suppose that you may deserve my thanks. Take them, and pray leave me, Mr Pecksniff. The good man smiled a greasy smile, and drew her closer to him. Pray, pray release me, Mr Pecksniff. I cannot listen to your proposal. I cannot receive it. There are many to whom it may be acceptable, but it is not so to me. As an act of kindness and an act of pity, leave me. Mr Pecksniff walked on with his arm round her waist and her hand in his, as contentedly as if they had been all in all to each other and were joined in the bonds of truest love. If you force me by your superior strength, said Mary, who, finding that good words had not the least effect upon him, made no further effort to suppress her indignation. If you force me by your superior strength to accompany you back, and to be the subject of your insolence upon the way, you cannot restrain the expression of my thoughts. I hold you in the deepest abhorrence. I know your real nature, and despise it. No, no, said Mr Pecksniff sweetly. No, no, no. By what arts or unhappy chances you have gained your influence over Mr Chuzzlewit, I do not know, said Mary. It may be strong enough to soften even this, but he shall know of this, trust me, sir. Mr Pecksniff raised his heavy eyelids languidly, and let them fall again. It was saying with perfect coolness, Aye, aye, indeed. It is not enough, said Mary, that you will warp and change his nature, adapt his every prejudice to your bad ends, and harden a heart naturally by shutting out the truth and allowing none but false and distorted views to reach it. It is not enough that you have the power of doing this, and that you exercise it, but you must also be so coarse, so cruel, and so cowardly to me. Still Mr Pecksniff led her calmly on, and looked as mild as any lamb that ever pastured in the fields. Will nothing move you, sir? cried Mary. My dear, observed Mr Pecksniff with a placid leer, a habit of self-examination, and the practice of, shall I say, virtue. Of hypocrisy, said Mary. No, no, resumed Mr Pecksniff, chafing the captive hand reproachfully. Of virtue, have enabled me to set such guards upon myself that it is really difficult to ruffle me. It is a curious fact, but it is difficult, do you know, for any one to ruffle me. And did she think, said Mr Pecksniff with a playful tightening of his grasp, that she could, how little did she know his heart? Little indeed. Her mind was so strangely constituted that she would have preferred the caresses of a toad, an adder, or a serpent, nay, the hug of a bear, to the endearments of Mr Pecksniff. Come, come, said that good gentleman, a word or two will set this matter right, and establish a pleasant understanding between us. I am not angry, my love. You angry? No, said Mr Pecksniff, I am not. I say so. Neither are you. There was a beating heart beneath his hand that told another story, though. I am sure you are not, said Mr Pecksniff, and I will tell you why. There are two Martin Chuzzlewits, my dear, and your carrying your anger to one might have a serious effect, who knows, upon the other. You wouldn't wish to hurt him, would you? She trembled violently, and looked at him with such a proud disdain that he turned his eyes away, no doubt lest he should be offended with her in spite of his better self. A passive quarrel, my love, said Mr Pecksniff, may be changed into an active one, remember. It would be sad to blight even a disinherited young man in his already blighted prospects, but how easy to do it. Ah, how easy! Have I influence with our venerable friend, do you think? Well, perhaps I have. Perhaps I have. He raised his eyes to hers and nodded with an air of banter that was charming. No, he continued thoughtfully. Upon the whole, my sweet, if I were you, I'd keep my secret to myself. I am not at all sure, very far from it, that it would surprise our friend in any way, for he and I have had some conversation together only this morning, and he is anxious, very anxious, to establish you in some more settled manner. Whether he was surprised or not surprised, the consequence of your imparting it might be the same. Martin Junior might suffer severely. I'd have compassion on Martin Junior, you know, said Mr Pecksniff with a persuasive smile. Yes, he don't deserve it, but I would. She wept so bitterly now, and was so much distressed, that he thought it prudent to unclasp her waist, and hold her only by the hand. As to our own share in this precious little mystery, said Mr Pecksniff, we will keep it to ourselves. Talk of it between ourselves, and you shall think it over. You will consent, my love, you will consent, I know. Whatever you may think, you will. I seem to remember to have heard, I really don't know where or how, he added with bewitching frankness, that you and Martin Junior, when you were children, had a sort of childish fondness for each other. When we are married, you shall have the satisfaction of thinking that it didn't last to ruin him, but passed away to do him good. For we'll see then what we can do to put some trifling help in Martin Junior's way. Have I any influence with our venerable friend? Well, perhaps I have. Perhaps I have. The outlet from the wood in which these tender passages occurred was close to Mr Pecksniff's house. They were now so near it that he stopped, and holding up her little finger, said in playful accents, as a parting fancy, Shall I bite it? Receiving no reply, he kissed it instead, and then stooping down, inclined his flabby face to hers. He had a flabby face, although he was a good man, and with a blessing which from such a source was quite enough to set her up in life, and prosper her from that time forth, permitted her to leave him. Gallantry, in its true sense, is supposed to ennoble and dignify a man, and love has shed refinements on innumerable Simons. But Mr Pecksniff, perhaps because to one of his exalted nature these were mere grossness, certainly did not appear to any unusual advantage now that he was left alone. On the contrary, he seemed to be shrunk and reduced, to be trying to hide himself within himself, and to be wretched at not having the power to do it. His shoes looked too large, his sleeve looked too long, his hair looked too limp, his features looked too mean, his exposed throat looked as if a halter would have done it good. For a minute or two, in fact, he was hot and pale and mean and shy and slinking, and consequently not at all Pecksniffian. But after that he recovered himself, and went home with as beneficent an air as he had been the high priest of the summer weather. I have arranged to go, papa, said Charity, to-morrow. So soon, my child? I can't go too soon, said Charity, under the circumstances. I have written to Mrs Todgers to propose an arrangement, and have requested her to meet me at the coach. At all events, you'll be quite your own master now. Mr Pinch. Mr Pecksniff had just gone out of the room, and Tom had just come into it. My own master, repeated Tom. Yes, you'll have nobody to interfere with you, said Charity. At least I hope you won't. It's a changing world. What, are you going to be married, Miss Pecksniff? Asked Tom in great surprise. Not exactly, faltered Cherry. I haven't made my mind up to be. I believe I could be, if I choose, Mr Pinch. Of course you could, said Tom, and he said it in perfect good faith. He believed it from the bottom of his heart. No, said Cherry, I'm not going to be married. Nobody is, that I know of. But I'm not going to live with papa. I have my reasons, but it's all a secret. I shall always feel very kindly towards you, I assure you, for the boldness you showed that night. As to you and me, Mr Pinch, we part the best of friends possible.' Tom thanked her for her confidence and for her friendship, but there was a mystery in the former which perfectly bewildered him. In his extravagant devotion to the family, he had felt the loss of Merry more than any one. But those who knew that for all the slights he underwent, he thought his own demerits were to blame, could possibly have understood. He had scarcely reconciled himself to that, when here was Charity about to leave them. She had grown up, as it were, under Tom's eye. The sisters were a part of Pecksniff and a part of Tom, items in Pecksniff's goodness and in Tom's service. He couldn't bear it. Not 2 hours' sleep had Tom that night, through dwelling in his bed upon these dreadful changes. When morning dawned, he thought he must have dreamed this piece of ambiguity. But no, on going downstairs he found them packing trunks and cording boxes, and making other preparations for Miss Charity's departure, which lasted all day long. In good time for the evening coach, Miss Charity deposited her housekeeping keys with much ceremony upon the parlour table, took a gracious leave of all the house, and quitted her paternal roof. A blessing for which the Pecksniffian servant was observed by some profane persons to be particularly active in the Thanksgiving at church next Sunday. End of chapter 30. Chapter 31 of the Life and Adventures of Martin Chuzzlewit. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. Mr Pinch is discharged of a duty which he never owed to anybody, and Mr Pecksniff discharges a duty which he owes to society. The closing words of the last chapter lead naturally to the commencement of this, its successor, for it has to do with a church so often mentioned heretofore, in which Tom Pinch played the organ for nothing. One sultry afternoon, about a week after Miss Charity's departure for London, Mr Pecksniff, being out walking by himself, took it into his head to stray into the churchyard. As he was lingering among the tombstones, endeavouring to extract an available sentiment or two from the epitaphs, for he never lost an opportunity of making up a few moral crackers to be let off as occasion served, Tom Pinch began to practise. Tom could run down to the church and do so whenever he had time to spare, for it was a simple little organ, provided with wind by the action of the musician's feet, and he was independent even of a bellows blower, though if Tom had wanted one at any time, there was not a man or boy in all the village, away to the turnpike, tollman included, but would have blown away for him till he was black in the face. Mr Pecksniff had no objection to music, not the least. He was tolerant of everything. He often said so. He considered it a vagabond kind of trifling, in general just suited to Tom's capacity. But in regard to Tom's performance upon this same organ, he was remarkably lenient, singularly amiable, for when Tom played it on Sundays, Mr Pecksniff, in his unbounded sympathy, felt as if he played it himself, and were a benefactor to the congregation. So whenever it was impossible to devise any other means of taking the value of Tom's wages out of him, Mr Pecksniff gave him leave to cultivate this instrument, for which mark of his consideration Tom was very grateful. The afternoon was remarkably warm, and Mr Pecksniff had been strolling a long way. He had not what may be called a fine ear for music, but he knew when it had a tranquilizing influence on his soul, and that was the case now, for it sounded to him like a melodious snore. He approached the church, and looking through the diamond lattice of a window near the porch, saw Tom, with the curtains in the loft drawn back, playing away with great expression and tenderness. The church had an inviting air of coolness. The old oak roof, supported by cross beams, the hoary walls, the marble tablets, and the cracked stone pavement, were refreshing to look at. There were leaves of ivy tapping gently at the opposite windows, and the sun poured in through only one, leaving the body of the church in tempting shade. But the most tempting spot of all was one red-curtained and soft-cushioned pew, where the official dignitaries of the place, of whom Mr Pecksniff was the head and chief, enshrined themselves on Sundays. Mr Pecksniff's seat was in the corner, a remarkably comfortable corner, where his very large prayer book was at that minute making the most of its quarto self upon the desk. He determined to go in and rest. He entered very softly, in part because it was a church, and in part because his tread was always soft, in part because Tom played a solemn tune, in part because he thought he would surprise him when he stopped. Unbolting the door of the high pew of state, he glided in and shut it after him. Then, sitting in his usual place, and stretching out his legs upon the hassocks, he composed himself to listen to the music. It is an uncomfortable circumstance that he should have felt drowsy there, where the force of association might surely have been enough to keep him wide awake. But he did. He had not been in the snug little corner 5 minutes before he began to nod. He had not recovered himself 1 minute before he began to nod again. In the very act of opening his eyes indolently, he nodded again. In the very act of shutting them, he nodded again. So he fell out of one nod into another, until at last he ceased to nod at all, and was as fast as the church itself. He had a consciousness of the organ long after he fell asleep, but as to its being an organ, he had no more idea of that than he had of its being a bull. After a while he began to have at intervals the same dreamy impressions of voices, and awaking to an indolent curiosity upon the subject, opened his eyes. He was so indolent that after glancing at the hassocks and the pew, he was already halfway off to sleep again, when it occurred to him that there really were voices in the church, low voices, talking earnestly hard by, while the echoes seemed to mutter responses. He roused himself and listened. Before he had listened half a dozen seconds, he became as broad awake as he had ever been in all his life. With eyes and ears and mouth wide open, he moved himself a very little with the utmost caution, and gathering the curtain in his hand, peeped out. Tom Pinch and Mary. Of course he had recognized their voices, and already knew the topic they discussed. Looking like the small end of a guillotined man, with his chin on a level with the top of the pew, so that he might duck down immediately in case either of them turning round, he listened with such concentrated eagerness that his very hair and the shirt collar stood bristling up to help him. "No," cried Tom, "no letters have ever reached me, except that one from New York. But don't be uneasy on that account, for it's very likely they have gone away to some far-off place, where the posts are neither regular nor frequent. He said in that very letter that it might be so, even in that city which they thought of travelling, Eden, you know." "It's a great weight upon my mind," said Mary. "Oh, but you mustn't let it be," said Tom. "There is a true saying that nothing travels so fast as ill news, and if the slightest harm had happened to Martin, you may be sure you would have heard of it long ago. I have often wished to say this to you," Tom continued, with an embarrassment that became him very well, "but you have never given me an opportunity." "I have sometimes been almost afraid," said Mary, "that you might suppose I hesitated to confide in you, Mr Pinch." "No," Tom stammered, I am not aware that I ever supposed that. I am sure that if I have checked the thought directly, as an injustice to you. I feel the delicacy of your situation in having to confide in me at all," said Tom, "but I would risk my life to save you from one day's uneasiness. Indeed I would." Poor Tom! "I have dreaded sometimes," Tom continued, "that I might have displeased you by having the boldness to try and anticipate your wishes now and then. At other times I have fancied that your kindness prompted you to keep aloof from me. Indeed, it was very foolish, very presumptuous and ridiculous to think so," Tom pursued. "But I feared that you might suppose it possible that I should admire you too much for my own peace, and so denied yourself the slight assistance you would otherwise have accepted from me." "If such an idea has ever presented itself to you," faltered Tom, "pray dismiss it. I am easily made happy, and I shall live contented here long after you and Martin have forgotten me. I am a poor, shy, awkward creature, not at all a man of the world, and you should think no more of me, bless you, than if I were an old friar." If friars bear such hearts as thine, Tom, let friars multiply, though they have no such rule in all their stern arithmetic. Dear Mr Pinch, said Mary, giving him her hand, I cannot tell you how your kindness moves me. I have never wronged you by the lightest doubt, and have never for an instant ceased to feel that you were all, much more than all, that Martin found you. Without the silent care and friendship I have experienced from you, my life here would have been unhappy. But you have been a good angel to me, filling me with gratitude of heart, hope, and courage. I'm as little like an angel, I'm afraid, replied Tom, shaking his head, as any stone cherubim among the gravestones, and I don't think there are many real angels of that pattern. But I should like to know, if you will tell me, why you have been so very silent about Martin. Because I have been afraid, said Mary, of injuring you. Of injuring me? Cried Tom. Of doing you an injury with your employer. The gentleman in question dived. With Pecksniff? Rejoined Tom, with cheerful confidence. Oh dear, he'd never think of us. He's the best of men. The more at ease you were, the happier he would be. Oh dear, you needn't be afraid of Pecksniff. He is not a spy. Many a man in Mr Pecksniff's place, if he could have dived through the floor of the Pew of State and come out at Calcutta, or any inhabited region on the other side of the earth, would have done it instantly. Mr Pecksniff sat down upon a hassock, and listening more attentively than ever, smiled. Mary seemed to have expressed some dissent in the meanwhile, for Tom went on to say with honest energy, well, I don't know how it is, but it always happens whenever I express myself in this way to anybody, that I find that they won't do justice to Pecksniff. It's one of the most extraordinary circumstances that ever came within my knowledge, but it is so. There's John Westlock, who used to be a pupil here, and one of the best-hearted young men in the world. In all other matters, I really believe John would have Pecksniff flogged at the cart's tail if he could. And John is not a solitary case, for every pupil we have had in my time has gone away with the same inveterate hatred of him. There was Mark Tapley too, quite in another station of life, said Tom. The mockery he used to make of Pecksniff when he was at the Dragon was shocking. Martin too. Martin was worse than any of them. But I forgot. He prepared you to dislike Pecksniff, of course. So you came with a prejudice, you know, Miss Graham, and are not a fair witness. Tom triumphed very much at this discovery, and rubbed his hands with great satisfaction. Mr Pinch, said Mary, you mistake him. No, no, cried Tom, you mistake him. But, he added, with rapid change in his tone, what's the matter, Miss Graham, what's the matter? Mr Pecksniff brought up to the top of the pew, by slow degrees, his hair, his forehead, his eyebrow, his eye. She was sitting on a bench beside the door, with her hands before her face, and Tom was bending over her. What's the matter? Cried Tom. Have I said anything to hurt you? Has any one said anything to hurt you? Don't cry. Pray tell me what it is. I cannot bear to see you so distressed. Mercy on us, I never was so surprised and grieved in all my life. Mr Pecksniff kept his eye in the same place. He could have moved it now for nothing short of a gimlet or a red-hot wire. I wouldn't have told you, Mr Pinch, said Mary, if I could have helped it, but your delusion is so absorbing, and it is so necessary that we should be upon our guard, that you should not be compromised, and to that end you should know by whom I am beset, and no alternative is left to me. I came here purposely to tell you, but I think I should have wanted courage if you had not chanced to lead me so directly to the object of my coming. Tom gazed at her steadfastly, and seemed to say, what else? But he said not a word. That person whom you think the best of men, said Mary, looking up and speaking with a quivering lip and a flashing eye. Lord bless me, muttered Tom, staggering back. Wait a moment. That person whom I think the best of men, you mean Pecksniff, of course. Yes, I see you mean Pecksniff. Good gracious me. Don't speak without authority. What has he done? If he is not the best of men, what is he? The worst, the falsest, craftiest, meanest, cruellest, most sordid, most shameless, said the trembling girl, trembling with her indignation. Tom sat down on the seat and clasped his hands. What is he, said Mary, who, receiving me in his house as his guest, his unwilling guest, knowing my history, and how defenceless and alone I am, presumes before his daughters to affront me so, that if I had a brother, but a child, who saw it, he would have instinctively helped me. He is a scoundrel, exclaimed Tom. Whoever he may be, he is a scoundrel. Mr Pecksniff dived again. What is he, said Mary, who, when my only friend, a dear and kind one too, was in full health of mind, humbled himself before him, but was spurned away, for he knew him then like a dog, who in his forgiving spirit, now that that friend has sunk into a failing state, can crawl about him again, and use the influence he basely gains for every base and wicked purpose, and not for one, not one that's true or good.
"I say he's a scoundrel," answered Tom. "But what is he? Oh, Mr Pinch, what is he? Who, thinking he could compass these designs the better if I were his wife, assails me with the coward's argument that if I marry him, Martin, on whom I have brought so much misfortune, shall be restored to something of his former hopes, and if I do not, shall be plunged in deeper ruin. What is he who makes my very constancy to one I love with all my heart a torture to myself and wrong to him? Who makes me do what I will, the instrument to hurt a head I would heap blessings upon? What is he who, winding all these cruel snares about me, explains their purpose to me, with a smooth tongue and a smiling face, in the broad light of day, dragging me on the while in his embrace, and holding to his lips a hand," pursued the agitated girl, extending it, "which I would have struck off, if with it I could lose the shame and degradation of his touch." "I say," cried Tom in great excitement, "he is a scoundrel and a villain. I don't care who he is. I say he is a double-dyed and most intolerable villain." Covering her face with her hands again, as if the passion which had sustained her through these disclosures lost itself in an overwhelming sense of shame and grief, she abandoned herself to tears. Any sign of distress was sure to move the tenderness of Tom, but this especially. Tears and sobs from her were arrows in his heart. He tried to comfort her, sat down beside her, expended all his store of homely eloquence, and spoke in words of praise and hope of Martin. Aye, though he loved her from his soul with such a self-denying love as a woman seldom wins, he spoke from first to last of Martin. Not the wealth of the rich Indies would have tempted Tom to shirk one mention of her lover's name. When she was more composed, she impressed upon Tom that this man she had described was Pecksniff in his real colours, and word by word, and phrase by phrase, as well as she remembered it, related what had passed between them in the wood, which was no doubt a source of high gratification to that gentleman himself, who in his desire to see and his dread of being seen was constantly diving down into the state pew and coming up again like the intelligent householder in Punch's show, who avoids being knocked on the head with a cudgel. When she had concluded her account, and had besought Tom to be very distant and unconscious in his manner towards her after this explanation, and had thanked him very much, they parted on the alarm of footsteps in the burial ground, and Tom was left alone in the church again. And now the full agitation and misery of the disclosure came rushing upon Tom indeed. The star of his whole life from boyhood had become in a moment putrid vapour. It was not that Pecksniff, Tom's Pecksniff, had ceased to exist, but that he had never existed. In his death Tom would have had the comfort of remembering what he used to be, but in this discovery he had the anguish of recollecting what he never was. For, as Tom's blindness in this matter had been total and not partial, so was his restored sight. His Pecksniff could never have worked the wickedness of which he had now just heard, but any other Pecksniff could, and the Pecksniff who could do that could do anything, and no doubt had been doing anything and everything except the right thing all through his career. From the lofty height on which poor Tom had placed his idol, it was tumbled down headlong, and not all the king's horses, nor all the king's men, could have set Mr Pecksniff up again. Legions of Titans couldn't have got him out of the mud, and serve him right. But it was not he who suffered, it was Tom. His compass was broken, his chart destroyed, his chronometer had stopped, his masts were gone by the board, his anchor was adrift 10,000 leagues away. Mr Pecksniff watched him with a lively interest, for he divined the purpose of Tom's ruminations, and was curious to see how he conducted himself. For some time Tom wandered up and down the aisle like a man demented, stopping occasionally to lean against a pew and think it over. Then he stood staring at a blank old monument bordered tastefully with skulls and crossbones,
as if it were the finest work of art he had ever seen, although at other times he held it in unspeakable contempt. Then he sat down. Then he walked to and fro again. Then went wandering up to the organ loft, and touched the keys. But their minstrelsy was changed, their music gone, and sounding one long melancholy chord, Tom drooped his head upon his hands, and gave it up as hopeless. "I wouldn't have cared," said Tom Pinch, rising from his stool and looking down into the church as if he had been the clergyman, "I wouldn't have cared for anything he might have done to me, for I have tried his patience often, and I have lived upon his suffering, and have never been the help to him that others could have been. I wouldn't have minded, Pecksniff," Tom concluded, little thinking you heard him, "if you had done me any wrong. I could have found plenty of excuses for that, and thought you might have hurt me, could still have gone on respecting you. But why did you ever fall so low as this in my esteem? Oh, Pecksniff, Pecksniff, there is nothing I would not have given to have had you deserve my old opinion of you. Nothing." Mr Pecksniff sat upon the hassock, pulling up his shirt collar, while Tom, touched to the quick, delivered this apostrophe. After a pause, he heard Tom coming down the stairs, jingling the church keys, and bringing his eye to the top of the pew again, saw him go slowly out and lock the door. Mr Pecksniff durst not issue from his place of concealment, for through the windows of the church he saw Tom passing on among the graves, and sometimes stopping at a stone, and leaning there as if he were a mourner who had lost a friend. And even when he had left the churchyard, Mr Pecksniff still remained shut up, not being at all secure but that in his restless state of mind Tom might come wandering back. At length he issued forth, and walked with a pleasant countenance into the vestry, where he knew there was a window near the ground, by which he could release himself by merely stepping out. He was in a curious frame of mind, Mr Pecksniff, for being in no hurry to go, but rather inclining to a dilatory trifling with the time, which prompted him to open the vestry cupboard and look at himself in the parson's little glass that hung within the door. Seeing that his hair was rumpled, he took the liberty of borrowing the canical brush and arranging it. He also took the liberty of opening another cupboard, but he shut it up again quickly, being rather startled by the sight of a black and white surplice dangling against the wall, which had very much the appearance of two curates who had committed suicide by hanging themselves. Remembering that he had seen in the first cupboard a port wine bottle and some biscuits, he peeped into it again, and helped himself with much deliberation, cogitating all the time, though in a very deep and weighty manner, as if his thoughts were otherwise employed. He soon made up his mind, if it had ever been in doubt, and putting back the bottle and biscuits, opened the casement. He got out into the churchyard without any difficulty, shut the window after him, and walked straight home. "Is Mr Pinch indoors?" asked Mr Pecksniff of his serving maid. "Just come in, sir." "Just come in, eh?" repeated Mr Pecksniff cheerfully. "And gone upstairs, I suppose?" "Yes, sir, gone upstairs. Shall I call him, sir?" "No," said Mr Pecksniff. "No, you needn't call him, Jane. Thank you, Jane. How are your relations, Jane?" "Pretty well, thank you, sir." "I'm glad to hear it. Let them know I asked about them, Jane." "Is Mr Chuzzlewit in the way, Jane?" "Yes, sir. He's in the parlour reading." "He's in the parlour reading, is he, Jane?" said Mr Pecksniff. "Very well. Then I think I'll go and see him, Jane." Never had Mr Pecksniff beheld in a more pleasant humour. But when he walked into the parlour, where the old man was engaged, as Jane had said, with pen and ink and paper on a table close at hand, for Mr Pecksniff was always very particular to have him well supplied with writing materials, he became less cheerful. He was not angry, he was not vindictive, he was not cross, he was not moody, but he was grieved. He was sorely grieved. As he sat down by the old man's side, two tears, not tears like those with which recording angels blot their entries out, but drops so precious that they use them for their ink, stole down his meritorious cheeks. "What's the matter?" asked old Martin. "Pecksniff, what ails you, man?" "I am sorry to interrupt you, my dear sir, and I am still more sorry for the cause. My good, my worthy friend, I am deceived." "You are deceived?" "Ah!" cried Mr Pecksniff in an agony. "Deceived in the tenderest point. Cruelly deceived in that quarter, sir, in which I place the most unbounded confidence. Deceived, Mr. Chuzzlewit, by Thomas Pinch. Oh, bad, 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 said Martin, laying down his book. Very bad, I hope not. Are you certain? Certain, my good sir. My eyes and ears are witnesses. I couldn't have believed it otherwise. I wouldn't have believed it, Mr. Chuzzlewit, if a fiery serpent had proclaimed it from the top of Salisbury Cathedral. I would have said, cried Mr. Pecksniff, that the serpent lied. Such was my faith in Thomas Pinch that I would have cast the falsehood back into the serpent's teeth, and I would have taken Thomas to my heart. But I am not a serpent, sir, myself, I grieve to say, and no excuse or hope is left me. Martin was greatly disturbed to see him so much agitated, and to hear such unexpected news. He begged him to compose himself, and asked upon which subject Mr. Pinch's treachery had been developed. That is almost the worst of all, sir, Mr. Pecksniff answered, on a subject nearly concerning you. Oh, it is not enough, said Mr. Pecksniff, looking upward, that these blows must fall on me, but must they also hit my friends? You alarm me, cried the old man, changing colour. I am not so strong as I was. You terrify me, Pecksniff. Cheer up, my noble sir, said Mr. Pecksniff, taking courage, and we will do what is required of us. You shall know all, sir, and shall be righted. But first excuse me, sir, excuse me. I have a duty to discharge, which I owe to society. He rang the bell, and Jane appeared. Send Mr. Pinch here, if you please, Jane. Tom came, constrained and altered in his manner, downcast and dejected, visibly confused, not liking to look at Pecksniff in the face. The honest man bestowed a glance on Mr. Chuzzlewit, as who should say, you see, and addressed himself to Tom in these terms. Mr. Pinch, I have left the vestry window unfastened. Will you do me the favour of going to secure it, and then bring the keys of the sacred edifice to me? The vestry window, sir, cried Tom. You understand me, Mr. Pinch, I think, returned his patron. Yes, Mr. Pinch, the vestry window. And I grieve to say that, sleeping in the church after a fatiguing ramble, I overheard just now some fragments, he emphasized the word, of a dialogue between two parties, and one of them locking the church when he went out. I was obliged to leave it myself by the vestry window. Do me the favour to secure that vestry window, Mr. Pinch, and then come back to me. No physiognomist that ever dwelt on earth could have construed Tom's face when he heard these words. Wonder was in it, and a mild look of reproach, but certainly no fear or guilt, although a host of strong emotions struggled to display themselves. He bowed, and without saying one word, good or bad, withdrew. Pecksniff, cried Martin in a tremble, what does all this mean? You're not going to do anything in haste you may regret. No, my good sir, said Mr. Pecksniff firmly. No, but I have a duty to discharge which I owe to society, and it shall be discharged, my friend, at any cost. Oh, late remembered, much forgotten, mouthing braggart duty, always owed and seldom paid in any other coin than punishment and wrath. When will mankind begin to know thee? When will men acknowledge thee in thy neglected cradle, and thy stunted youth, and not begin their recognition in thy sinful manhood and thy desolate old age? O ermined judge, whose duty to society is now to doom the ragged criminal to punishment and death, hadst thou ever, man, a duty to discharge it, in barring up the 100 open gates that wooed him on the felon's dock, and throwing but ajar the portals to a decent life? O prelate, prelate, whose duty to society it is to mourn in melancholy phrase the sad degeneracy of these bad times, in which thy lot of honours has been cast. Did nothing go before thy elevation to the lofty seat from which thou dealest out thy humilities to other tarriers for dead men's shoes, whose duty to society is not begun? O magistrate, so rare a country gentleman and a brave squire, had you no duty to society before the ricks were blazing and the mob were mad? Or did it spring up, armed and booted from the earth, a corps of yeomanry, full grown? Mr. Pecksniff's duty to society could not be paid till Tom came back. The interval which preceded the return of that young man he occupied in close conference with his friend, so that when Tom did arrive, he found the two quite ready to receive him. Mary was in her own room above, whither Mr. Pecksniff, always considerate, had besought old Martin to entreat her to remain some half hour longer. that her feelings might be spared. When Tom came back, he found old Martin sitting by the window, and Mr Pecksniff in an imposing attitude at the table. On one side of him was his pocket handkerchief, and on the other a little heap, a very little heap, of gold and silver and odd pence. Tom saw at a glance that it was his own salary for the current quarter. "Have you fastened the vestry window, Mr Pinch?" said Pecksniff. "Yes, sir." "Thank you. Put down the keys, if you please, Mr Pinch." Tom placed them on the table. He held the bunch by the key of the organ loft, though it was one of the smallest, and looked hard at it as he laid it down. It had been an old friend of Tom's, a kind of companion to him many and many a day. "Mr Pinch," said Pecksniff, shaking his head. "Oh, Mr Pinch, I wonder you can look me in the face." Tom did it though, and notwithstanding that he had been described as stooping generally, he stood as upright then as a man could stand. "Mr Pinch," said Pecksniff, taking up his handkerchief as if he felt that he should want it soon, "I will not dwell upon the past. I will spare you, and I will spare myself, that pain at least." Tom's was not a very bright eye, but it was a very expressive one, and when he looked at Mr Pinch and said, "Thank you, sir, I am very glad you will not refer to the past." "The present is enough," said Mr Pecksniff, dropping a penny, "and the sooner that is past, the better, Mr Pinch. I will not dismiss you without a word of explanation. Even such a course would be quite justifiable under the circumstances, but it might wear an appearance of hurry, and I will not do it. For I am," said Mr Pecksniff, knocking down another penny, "perfectly self-possessed. Therefore I will say to you what I have already said to Mr Chuzzlewit." Tom glanced at the old gentleman, who nodded now and then, as approving of Mr Pecksniff's sentences and sentiments, but interposed between them in no other way. "From fragments of a conversation which I overheard in the church just now, Mr Pinch," said Pecksniff, "between yourself and Miss Graham. I say fragments, because I was slumbering at a considerable distance from you when I was roused by your voices, and from what I saw, I ascertained (it would have given a great deal not to have ascertained, Mr Pinch) that you, forgetful of all ties of duty and honour, sir, regardless of the sacred laws of hospitality to which you were pledged as an inmate of this house, have presumed to address Miss Graham with unreturned professions of attachment and proposals of love." Tom looked at him steadily. "Do you deny it, sir?" asked Mr Pecksniff, dropping £1 2 and 4, and making a great business of picking it up again. "No, sir," replied Tom, "I do not." "You do not?" said Mr Pecksniff, glancing at the old gentleman. "Oblige me by counting this money, Mr Pinch, and putting your name to this receipt. You do not?" No, Tom did not. He scorned to deny it. He saw that Mr Pecksniff, having overheard his own disgrace, cared not a jot for sinking lower yet in his contempt. He saw that he had devised this fiction as the readiest means of getting rid of him at once, but that it must end in that anyway. He saw that Mr Pecksniff reckoned on his not denying it, because his doing so and explaining would incense the old man more than ever against Martin and against Mary, while Pecksniff himself would only have been mistaken in his fragments. Deny it? No. "You'll find the amount correct, do you, Mr Pinch?" said Pecksniff. "Quite correct, sir," answered Tom. "A person is waiting in the kitchen," said Mr Pecksniff, "to carry your luggage wherever you please. We part, Mr Pinch, at once, and are strangers from this time." Something without a name, compassion, sorrow, old tenderness, mistaken gratitude, habit, none of these, yet all of them, smote upon Tom's gentle heart at parting. There was no such soul as Pecksniff in that carcass, and yet, though his speaking out had not involved the compromise of one he loved, he couldn't have denounced the very shape and figure of the man. Not even then. "I will not say," cried Mr Pecksniff, shedding tears, "what a blow this is. I will not say how much it tries me, how it works upon my nature, how it grates upon my feelings. I do not care for that. I can endure as well as another man. But what I have to hope, and what you have to hope, Mr Pinch, otherwise a great responsibility rests upon you, is, that this deception may not alter my ideas of humanity, that it may not impair my freshness or contract, if I may use the expression, my opinions. I hope it will not. I don't think it will. It may be a comfort to you, if not now, at some future time, to know that I shall endeavour not to think the worst of my fellow creatures in general, for what has passed between us. Farewell. Tom had meant to spare him one little punctuation with a lancet, which he had in his power to administer, but he changed his mind on hearing this, and said, "I think you left something at the church, sir." "Thank you, Mr. Pinch," said Pecksniff. "I am not aware that I did." "This is your double eyeglass, I believe," said Tom. "Oh!" cried Pecksniff, with some degree of confusion. I am obliged to you. Put it down, if you please." "I found it," said Tom slowly, "when I went to bolt the vestry window in the pew." So he had. Mr. Pecksniff had taken it off when he was bobbing up and down, lest it should strike against the panelling, and had forgotten it. Going back to the church with his mind full of having been watched, and wondering very much from what part Tom's attention was caught by the door of the state pew standing open, looking into it he found the glass, and thus he knew, and by returning it gave Mr. Pecksniff the information that he knew where the listener had been, and that instead of overhearing fragments of the conversation, he must have rejoiced in every word of it. "I am glad he's gone," said Martin, drawing a long breath when Tom had left the room. "It is a relief," assented Mr. Pecksniff. "It is a great relief. But having discharged, I hope with tolerable firmness, the duty which I owe to society, I will now, my dear sir, if you will give me leave, retire to shed a few tears in the back garden, as a humble individual." Tom went upstairs, cleared his shelf of books, packed them up with his music and an old fiddle in his trunk, got out his clothes (they were not so many that they made his head ache), put them on top of his books, and went into the workroom for his case of instruments. There was a ragged stool there, with the horsehair all sticking out of the top like a wig, a very beast of a stool in itself, on which he had taken up his daily seat, year after year, during the whole period of his service. They had grown older and shabbier in company. Pupils had served their time. Seasons had come and gone. Tom and the worn-out stool had held together through it all. That part of the room was traditionally called Tom's Corner. It had been assigned to him at first because of its being situated in a strong draught, and a great way from the fire, and he had occupied it ever since. There were portraits of him on the walls, with all his weak points monstrously portrayed. Diabolical sentiments, foreign to his character, were represented as issuing from his mouth in fat balloons. Every pupil had added something, even unto fancy portraits of his father with one eye, and of his mother with a disproportionate nose, and especially of his sister, who, always being presented as extremely beautiful, made full amends to Tom for any other jokes. Under less uncommon circumstances, it would have cut Tom to the heart to leave these things, and think that he saw them for the last time. But it didn't now. There was no Pecksniff. There never had been a Pecksniff, and all his other griefs were swallowed up in that. So when he returned into the bedroom, and having fastened his box and carpet bag, put on his walking gaiters and his greatcoat and his hat, and taking his stick in his hand, looked round it for the last time. Early on summer mornings, and by the light of private candle ends on winter nights, he had read himself half blind in this same room. He had tried in this same room to learn the fiddle under the bedclothes, but yielding to objections from other pupils, had reluctantly abandoned the design. At any other time he would have parted from it with a pang, thinking of all he had learned there, of the many hours he had passed there, for the love of his very dreams. But there was no Pecksniff. There never had been a Pecksniff, and the unreality of Pecksniff extended itself to the chamber in which, sitting on one particular bed, the thing supposed to be the great abstraction had often preached morality with such effect that Tom had felt a moisture in his eyes while hanging breathless on the words. The man engaged to bear his box, Tom knew him, a dragon man, came stamping up the stairs, and made a roughish bow to Tom, to whom in common times he would have nodded with a grin, as though he were aware of what had happened, and wished him to perceive it made no difference to him. It was clumsily done. He was a mere waterer of horses, but Tom liked the man for it, and felt it more than going away. Tom would have helped him with the box, but he made no more of it, though it was a heavy one, than an elephant would have made of a castle, just swinging it on his back and bowling downstairs, as if, being naturally a heavy sort of fellow, he could carry a box infinitely better than he could go alone. Tom took the carpet bag and went downstairs along with him. At the outer door stood Jane, crying with all her might, and on the steps was Mrs Lupin, sobbing bitterly and putting out her hand for Tom to shake. "You are coming to the Dragon, Mr Pinch?" "No," said Tom, "no. I shall walk to Salisbury to-night. I couldn't stay here. For goodness' sake, don't make me so unhappy, Mrs Lupin. But you'll come to the Dragon, Mr Pinch, if it's only for to-night. To see me, you know, not as a traveller." "God bless my soul," said Tom, wiping his eyes. "The kindness of people is enough to break one's heart. I mean to go to Salisbury to-night, my dear good creature. If you'll take care of my box for me till I write for it, I shall consider it the greatest kindness you can do me." "I wish," cried Mrs Lupin, "there were 20 boxes, Mr Pinch, that I might have 'em all." "Thank'ee," said Tom. "It's like you. Good-bye, good-bye." There were several people, young and old, standing about the door, some of whom cried with Mrs Lupin, while others tried to keep up a stout heart, as Tom did, and others were absorbed in admiration of Mr Pecksniff, a man who could build a church, as one may say, by squinting at a sheet of paper, and others were divided between that feeling and sympathy with Tom. Mr Pecksniff had appeared on the top of the steps, simultaneously with his old pupil, and while Tom was talking with Mrs Lupin, kept his hands stretched out, as though he said, "Go forth." When Tom went forth, and had turned the corner, Mr Pecksniff shook his head, shut his eyes, and heaving a deep sigh, shut the door. On which the best of Tom's supporters said he must have done some dreadful deed, or such a man as Mr Pecksniff never could have felt like that. If it had been a common quarrel, they observed, he would have said something, but when he didn't, Mr Pinch must have shocked him dreadfully. Tom was out of hearing of their shrewd opinions, and plodded on as steadily as he could go, until he came within sight of the turnpike, where the tollman's family had cried out, "Mr Pinch," that frosty morning when he went to meet young Martin. He had got through the village, and his toll bar was his last trial. But when the infant toll takers came screeching out, he had half a mind to run for it, and make a bolt across the country. "Well, deary Mr Pinch, oh deary sir," cried the tollman's wife, "what an unlikely time for you to be going this way with a bag." "I'm going to Salisbury," said Tom. "Why, goodness, where's the gig then?" cried the tollman's wife, looking down the road as if she thought Tom might have been upset without observing it. "I haven't got it," said Tom. He couldn't evade it. He felt she would have him in the next question if he got over this one. "I have left Mr Pecksniff." The tollman, a crusty customer, always smoking solitary pipes in a Windsor chair, inside, set artfully between two little windows that looked up and down the road, so that when he saw anything coming up, he might hug himself on having a toll to take, and when he saw it going down, might hug himself on having taken it. The tollman was out in an instant. "Left Mr Pecksniff?" cried the tollman. "Yes," said Tom, "left him." The tollman looked at his wife, uncertain whether to ask her if she had anything to suggest, or to order her to mind the children. Astonishment making him surly, he preferred the latter, and sent her into the toll house with a flea in her ear. "You left Mr Pecksniff?" cried the tollman, folding his arms and spreading his legs. "I should as soon as have thought of his head leaving him." "Aye," said Tom, "so should I yesterday. Good night." If a heavy drove of oxen hadn't come by immediately, the tollman would have gone down to the village straight to inquire into it. As things turned out, he smoked another pipe, and took his wife into his confidence, but their united sagacity could make nothing of it, and they went to bed, metaphorically, in the dark. But several times that night, when a waggon or other vehicle came through, and the driver asked the toll keeper what news, he looked at the man by the light of his lantern to assure himself that he had an interest in the subject, and then said, wrapping his watch coat round his legs, "You've heerd of Mr Pecksniff down yonder?" "Ah, surely." "And of his young man, Mr Pinch, perhaps?" "Ah, they've parted." After every one of these disclosures, the tollman plunged into his house again and was seen no more, while the other side went on in great amazement. But this was long after Tom was abed, and Tom was now with his face towards Salisbury, doing his best to get there. The evening was beautiful at first, but it became cloudy and dull at sunset, and the rain fell heavily soon afterwards. For 10 long miles he plodded on, wet through, until at last the lights appeared, and he came into the welcome precincts of the city. He went to the inn where he had waited for Martin, and briefly answering their inquiries after Mr Pecksniff, ordered a bed. He had no heart for tea or supper, meat or drink of any kind, but sat by himself before an empty table in the public room while the bed was getting ready, revolving in his mind all that had happened that eventful day, and wondering what he could or should do for the future. It was a great relief when the chambermaid came in and said the bed was ready. It was a low four-poster, shelving downward in the centre like a trough, and the room was crowded with impracticable tables and exploded chests of drawers full of damp linen. A graphic representation of an oil of a remarkably fat ox hung over the fireplace, and the portrait of some former landlord, who might have been the ox's brother, for he was so like him, stared roundly in at the foot of the bed. A variety of queer smells were partially quenched in the prevailing scent of very old lavender, and the window had not been opened for such a long space of time that it pleaded immemorial usage and wouldn't come open now. These were trifles in themselves, but they added to the strangeness of the place, and did not induce Tom to forget his new position. Pecksniff had gone out of the world, had never been in it, and it was as much as Tom could do to say his prayers without him. But he felt happier afterwards, and went to sleep, and dreamed about him as he never was. End of chapter 31.
Chapter 32 of the Life and Adventures of Martin Chuzzlewit, by Charles Dickens. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. Treats of Todgers again, and of another blighted plant besides the plants upon the leads. Early on the day next after that on which she bade adieu to the halls of her youth and the scenes of her childhood, Miss Pecksniff, arriving safely at the coach office in London, was there received and conducted to her peaceful home beneath the shadow of the monument by Mrs Todgers. M. Todgers looked a little worn by cares of gravy and other such solicitudes arising out of her establishment, but displayed her usual earnestness and warmth of manner. "And how, my sweet Miss Pecksniff," said she, "how is your princely pa?" Miss Pecksniff signified, in confidence, that he contemplated the introduction of a princely ma, and repeated the sentiment that she wasn't blind, and wasn't quite a fool, and wouldn't bear it. Mrs Todgers was more shocked by the intelligence than any one could have expected. She was quite bitter. She said there was no truth in men, and that the warmer he expressed himself as a general principle, the falser and more treacherous he was. She foresaw with astonishing clearness that the object of Mr Pecksniff's attachment was designing, worthless, and wicked, and receiving from Charity the fullest confirmation of these views, protested with tears in her eyes that she loved Miss Pecksniff like a sister, and felt her injuries as if they were her own. "Your real darling sister, I have not seen her more than once since her marriage," said Mrs Todgers, "and then I thought her looking poorly. My sweet Miss Pecksniff, I always thought that you was to be the lady." "Oh dear no!" cried Cherry, shaking her head. "Oh no, no, Mrs Todgers, thank you, no, not for any consideration he could offer." "I dare say you are right," said Mrs Todgers with a sigh. "I feared it all along. But the misery we have had from that match, here among ourselves in this house, my dear Miss Pecksniff, nobody would believe." "Lor, Miss Todgers! Awful, awful!" repeated Mrs Todgers with a strong emphasis. "You recollect our youngest gentleman, my dear?" "Of course I do," said Cherry. "You might have observed," said Mrs Todgers, "how he used to watch your sister, and that a kind of stony dumbness overcame him whenever she was in company." "I'm sure I never saw anything of the sort," said Cherry, in a peevish manner. "What nonsense, Mrs Todgers!" "My dear," returned the lady in a hollow voice, "I have seen him again and again, sitting over his pie at dinner, with his spoon, a perfect fixture, in his mouth, looking at your sister. I have seen him standing in a corner of our drawing room, gazing at her in such a lonely, melancholy state that he was more like a pump than a man, and might have drawed tears." "I never saw it," cried Cherry. "That's all I can say." "But when the marriage took place," said Mrs Todgers, proceeding with her subject, "when it was in the paper and was read out here at breakfast, I thought he had taken leave of his senses. I did indeed. The violence of that young man, my dear Miss Pecksniff, the frightful opinions he expressed upon the subject of self-destruction,
the extraordinary actions he performed with his tea, the clenching way in which he bit his bread and butter, the manner in which he taunted Mr Jinkins, all combined to form a picture never to be forgotten. "It's a pity he didn't destroy himself, I think," observed Miss Pecksniff. "Himself!" said Mrs Todgers. "It took another turn at night. He was for destroying other people then. There was a little chaffing going on. I hope you don't consider that a low expression, Miss Pecksniff. It is always in our gentlemen's mouths. A little chaffing going on, my dear, among 'em, all in good nature, when suddenly he rose up, foaming with his fury, and but for being held back by three, would have had Mr Jinkins's life with a boot-jack." Miss Pecksniff's face expressed supreme indifference. "And now," said Mrs Todgers, "now he is the meekest of men. You can almost bring tears to his eyes by looking at him. He sits with me the whole day long on Sundays, talking in such a dismal way that I find it next to impossible to keep my spirits up equal to the accommodation of the boarders. His only comfort is in female society. He takes me half price to the play, to an extent which I sometimes fear is beyond his means, and I see the tears are standing in his eyes during the whole performance, particularly if it's anything of a comic nature. The turn I experienced only yesterday," said Mrs Todgers, putting her hand to her side, "when the housemaid threw his bedside carpet out of the window of his room while I was sitting here, no one can imagine. I thought it was him, and that he had done it at last." The contempt with which Miss Charity received this pathetic account of the state to which the youngest gentleman in company was reduced did not say much for her power of sympathizing with that unfortunate character. She treated it with great levity, and went on to inform herself and afterwards whether any other changes had occurred in the commercial boarding house. Mr Bailey was gone, and had been succeeded, such is the decay of human greatness, by an old woman whose name was reported to be Tamaroo, which seemed an impossibility. Indeed, it appeared in the fullness of time that the jocular boarders had appropriated the word from an English ballad, in which it is supposed to express the bold and fiery nature of a certain hackney coachman, and that it was bestowed upon Mr Bailey's successor by reason of her having nothing fiery about her, except an occasional attack of that fire which is called St Anthony's. This ancient female had been engaged, in fulfilment of a vow registered by Mrs Todgers, that no more boys should darken the commercial doors, and she was chiefly remarkable for a total absence of all comprehension upon every subject whatever. She was a perfect tomb for messages and small parcels, and when dispatched to the post office with letters, had been frequently seen endeavouring to insinuate them into casual chinks in private doors, under the delusion that any door with a hole in it would answer the purpose. She was a very little old woman, and always wore a very coarse apron, with a bib before and a loop behind, together with bandages on her wrists, which appeared to be afflicted with an everlasting sprain. She was on all occasions chary of opening the street door, and ardent to shut it again, and she waited at table in a bonnet. This was the only great change over and above the change which had fallen on the youngest gentleman. As for him, he more than corroborated the account of Mrs Todgers, possessing greater sensibility than she had given him credit for. He entertained some terrible notions of destiny among other matters, and talked much about people's missions, upon which he seemed to have some private information, not generally attainable, as he knew it had been poor Mary's mission to crush him in the bud. He was very frail and tearful, for being aware that a shepherd's mission was to pipe to his flocks, and that a boatswain's mission was to pipe all hands, and that one man's mission was to be a paid piper, and another man's mission was to pay the piper. So he had got it into his own head that his own peculiar mission was to pipe his eye, which he did perpetually. He often informed Mrs Todgers that the sun had set upon him, that the billows had rolled over him, that the car of Juggernaut had crushed him, and that also the deadly upas tree of Java had blighted him. His name was Moodle. Towards this unhappy Moodle, Miss Pecksniff conducted herself at first with distant haughtiness, being in no humour to be entertained with dirges in honour of her married sister. The poor young gentleman was additionally crushed by this, and remonstrated with Mrs Todgers on the subject. "Even she turns from me, Mrs Todgers," said Moodle. "Why don't you try and be a little bit more cheerful, sir?" retorted Mrs Todgers. "Cheerful, Mrs Todgers, cheerful!" cried the youngest gentleman. "When she reminds me of days for ever fled, Mrs Todgers." "Then you had better avoid her for a short time, if she does," said Mrs Todgers. and come to know her again by degrees. That's my advice. But I can't avoid her,' replied Moodle. 'I haven't the strength of mind to do it. Oh, Mrs Todgers, if you knew what a comfort her nose is to me!' 'Her nose, sir!' Mrs Todgers cried. 'Her profile in general,' said the youngest gentleman, 'but particularly her nose. It's so like—' Here he yielded to a burst of grief. 'It's so like hers who is another's, Mrs Todgers.' The observant matron did not fail to report this conversation to Charity, who laughed at the time, but treated Mr Moodle that very evening with increased consideration, and presented her side face to him as much as possible. Mr Moodle was not less sentimental than usual, was rather more so, if anything, but he sat and stared at her with glistening eyes, and seemed grateful. 'Well, sir,' said the lady of the boarding house the next day, 'you held up your head last night. You're coming round, I think.' 'Only because she is so like her who is another's, Mrs Todgers,' rejoined the youth. 'When she talks, and when she smiles, I think I'm looking at HER brow again, Mrs Todgers.' This was likewise carried to Charity, who talked and smiled next evening in her most engaging manner, and rallying Mr Moodle on the lowness of his spirits, challenged him to play a rubber at cribbage. Mr Moodle taking up the gauntlet, they played several rubbers for sixpences, and Charity won them all. This may have been partially attributable to the gallantry of the youngest gentleman, but it was certainly referable to the state of his feelings also, for his eyes being frequently dimmed by tears, he thought that aces were tens and knaves queens, which at times occasioned some confusion in his play. On the seventh night of cribbage, when Mrs Todgers, sitting by, proposed that instead of gambling they should play for love, Mr Moodle was seen to change colour. On the 14th night he kissed Miss Pecksniff's snuffers in the passage when she went upstairs to bed, meaning to have kissed her hand, but missing it. In short, Mr Moodle began to be impressed with the idea that Miss Pecksniff's mission was to comfort him, and Miss Pecksniff began to speculate on the probability of its being her mission to become ultimately Mrs Moodle. He was a young gentleman, Miss Pecksniff was not a very young lady, with rising prospects and almost enough to live on. Really, it looked very well. Besides, he had been regarded as devoted to Merry. Merry had joked about him, and had once spoken of it to her sister as a conquest. He was better looking, better shaped, better spoken, better tempered, better mannered than Jonas. He was easy to manage, could be made to consult the humours of his betrothed, and could be shown off like a lamb when Jonas was a bear. There was the rub. In the meantime the cribbage went on, and Mrs Todgers went off, for the youngest gentleman, dropping her society, began to take Miss Pecksniff to the play. He also began, as Mrs Todgers said, to slip home in his dinner times, and to get away from the office at unholy seasons, and twice, as he informed Mrs Todgers himself, he received anonymous letters enclosing cards from furniture warehouses, clearly the act of that ungentlemanly ruffian Jinkins, only he hadn't evidence enough to call him out upon. All of which, so Mrs Todgers told Miss Pecksniff, spoke as plain English as the shining sun. 'My dear Miss Pecksniff, you may depend upon it,' said Mrs Todgers, 'that he is burning to propose.' 'My goodness me! Why don't he then?' cried Cherry. 'Men are so much more timid than we think 'em, my dear,' returned Mrs Todgers. 'They balk themselves continually. I saw the words on Todgers's lips for months and months and months before he said 'em.' Miss Pecksniff submitted that Todgers might not have been a fair specimen. 'Oh yes, he was, bless you. Yes, my dear. I was very particular in those days, I assure you,' said Mrs Todgers, bridling. 'No, you must give Mr Moodle a little encouragement, Miss Pecksniff, if you wish him to speak, and he'll speak fast enough, depend upon it.' 'I'm sure I don't know what encouragement he would have, Mrs Todgers,' returned Charity. 'He walks with me, and plays cards with me, and comes and sits alone with me.' 'Quite right,' said Mrs Todgers. 'That's indispensable, my dear. And he sits very close to me.' 'Quite correct,' said Mrs Todgers. 'And he looks at me.' 'To be sure he does,' said Mrs Todgers. 'And he has his arm upon the back of the chair or sofa, or whatever it is, behind me, you know.' 'I should think so,' said Mrs Todgers. 'And then he begins to cry.' Mrs Todgers admitted that he might do better than that, and might undoubtedly profit by the recollection of the great Lord Nelson's signal at the Battle of Trafalgar. Still, she said, he would come round, or, not to mince the matter, would be brought round, if Miss Pecksniff took up a decided position, and plainly showed him that it must be done. Determining to regulate her conduct by this opinion, the young lady received Mr Moddle on the earliest subsequent occasion with an air of constraint, and gradually leading him to inquire in a dejected manner why she was so changed, confessed to him that she felt it necessary for their mutual peace and happiness to take a decided step. They had been much together lately, she observed, much together, and he had tasted the sweets of a genuine reciprocity of sentiment. She could never forget him, nor could she ever cease to think of him with feelings of the liveliest friendship. But people had begun to talk. The thing had been observed, and it was necessary that there should be nothing more to each other than any gentleman and lady in society usually are. She was glad she had had the resolution to say thus much before her feelings had been tried too far. They had been greatly tried, she would admit, but though she was weak and silly, she would soon get the better of it, she hoped. Moddle, who had by this time become in the last degree maudlin, and wept abundantly, inferred from the foregoing avowal that it was his mission to communicate to others the blight which had fallen on himself, and that being a kind of unintentional vampire, he had Miss Pecksniff assigned to him by the fates as victim number one. Miss Pecksniff controverting this opinion as sinful, Mr Moddle was goaded on to ask whether she would be contented with a blighted heart, and it appearing on further examination that she could be, plighted his dismal troth, which is accepted and returned. He bore his good fortune with the utmost moderation. Instead of being triumphant, he shed more tears than he had ever been known to shed before, and sobbing said, "Oh, what a day this has been! I can't go back to the office this afternoon. Oh, what a trying day this has been! Good gracious!" End of chapter 32.